Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't mute it.
You better mute it, buddy. This is the nooner on a Sunday of a holiday weekend, which basically has this. This is like hump day of the weekend, really, because you get Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and the two of us starting off the nooner. What could be better? Half dozen simulations coming at you over the course of this Dream Stream day of the Madden variety, and a tougher lineup to set today, might I add, featuring these Chiefs and Chargers to begin this day, I believe, right? Yeah, Chiefs and Chargers is this first game. What stands out to you, my friend? And hi, how are you?
Hello. What stands out to me is that it is noon on a Sunday for us in the Northeast, crappy weather, Memorial Day weekend, but it ain't going to slow down the good vibes. What stands out to me is I hope everyone is having a great day. I hope everyone's having a great weekend. This is a great refresher weekend. Prepare yourself for the madness, which will be the summer as we start to loosen up, as we had a loaded stadium here in Boston for the first time in what seems like forever. We're seeing it across the country. Hopefully everyone's enjoying. Hopefully your teams are winning unless your teams are going against Boston. But in this matchup itself, Koff, as lineups have locked, here is your game-winning lineup right here that I put together in roughly 7 seconds.
Okay.
It went from the upcoming to live tab. That always gets me. Here we go. I captained Travis Kelce because the Chargers, linebacking core can't cover nobody. You could make about 10 catches in this game. Sure. I got Patrick Mahomes, kind of regretting that right now. Robinson, and Buck. Oh, here we go. I always say this wrong.
Buckner?
No, there's no N. It's Bucker.
Oh,
Bucker.
Yeah, Harrison Butker.
Bucker.
The kicker.
Bucker.
Yeah. Butker.
I went with Austin Eckler and Hunter Henry.
How long do you think we would have gone? Like through the end of the first quarter?
We probably could have went for another 3 minutes.
Yeah. Butker, yeah.
Cheers, everyone.
So my lineup is okay. I'm not going to project it as the winning lineup. But we leave that to you, obviously.
Gotta have confidence.
I don't know what mine is going to bring. So Sammy Watkins is my captain, as 5% of people did. He's in a quarter of lineups in our smaller, the nooner, the Rossi and Koff talk about the Bruins win free roll because we probably will. Or Buckner. It's Butker.
Brian.
He is about 30% owned.
Yeah, Brian Anderson says Bucker captain. I love that.
Oh, it's bold. He is captain in 1.4% of lineups. So you are not alone, Brian. I like the strategy. Smash that like. We are getting underway here, folks. In just a matter of moments, we are having just a couple of little tech challenges, as you may or may not be seeing. For instance, the fact that you were hearing us before you were seeing us. And but that's okay.
You know what? Let's go all. Can we go all radio again? We had to do this the other day. Fourth quarter was a
radio broadcast.
Yeah, I love it.
It'll be perfect. So let's see what we got going on here in the chat. Hunter, I hear Koff's voice. Let's go. Love when you host, my man. Thanks, Hunter. Yep. Brian says, Koff, Rossi on a Sunday nooner. Where the bleep do I sign? I like that Brian has a gimmick. I'm all in on it.
Me too. Good way to. There's a good energy to start. Brian, you always bring that, and I appreciate it.
Justin, not to be confused with James Harden. What's up? Good to see you. Another Brian. What up, fam? Let's get it. MF Jones, which is one of my favorite names in here.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Koff and Rossi. It makes me think of the great Jamie Foxx character in Horrible Bosses every time I read it. I am in. I'm in. Killa says, oh no, Rossi. I took Hill, Elaire, Mahomes. I'm dead for sure.
Yeah, bad call, dude.
Must be expecting the mini mush, as people call it.
Listen, the Vulture King is here. It's on you guys. I've said this. I will always make this statement. It's like they should put the disclaimer. Rossi will be on a sim. Draft some vultures.
Now, this is Obi-Wan, our guy. Oh, crap. The mother coffer and Grossi, as opposed to I get Rossi really with a G in front of it. Would I say Grossi or Grossi? I know it's intended. I'm not entirely sure which way to read. Either way, he says this already sucks. Let's see. What else do we have?
Smash that thumbs up, Obi. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, we're just happy to have you here with us. Most of you.
I bring on all of them. Bring them all.
All of them. Every last one of them.
I'm here for
I
it.
like this from Giggle Pigs. This is good.
Yep.
Koff and Rossi are like two strangers that meet in a dentist waiting room and wind up becoming friends. They grab some Novocaine beers after the second one finishes.
Novocaine beers.
Oh yeah,
that got me. For someone
I'm not tasting a thing. How about you? Nah, nothing.
I've never had between, not that we talk about this stuff, but I've never actually had a we'll call it the adult soda in my life.
Yeah.
I think I've had maybe one, but anyways, that's not what we're here for. But that's really funny. Novocaine beers, that's great.
Hey, remember, folks, as you trickle on in here for the sim, that for NBA, we spend a lot of time talking NBA DFS around these parts when I'm on, for sure. Maybe when some others are on as well.
Yeah.
Early lock today, 4-game slate. It's a 1 o'clock lock. 1 o'clock. Though I do see the hashtag Koff Classic NBA has just 2 spots to fill. So things got silly yesterday, Rossi. Downright silly with regard to NBA DFS because yesterday's lock similarly early. It was at 1:30.
I love it.
And I made the contest the night before. I made it for 50 people, thinking to myself, it's early. It might not fill, so I'm going to put it out the night before. I'm on for the nooner. I can remind people, get those last few in there. We shouldn't have trouble filling up to 50. Won't be an issue. Here's what wound up happening. The 50 filled up overnight. I woke up, that thing was full. People were in, they were ready, they were good. So I come on for the nooner, and I get some WTFs and WTHs from the people saying, Koff, why the smaller contest? Usually it's 75. I missed the boat. It's already full. I want to play. So what we did, I said, okay, how about I make another 50 right now? You guys have like an hour to fill it.
Yep.
You want to jump in. And so I did. It filled the 50 people. And I'm sure there were a lot of, repeat offenders. I'm sure people joined both. Even still, it filled in 10 minutes, something like that. And so some people were still saying, I don't even think it was 10. It was quicker than that. It was like 5. And some people, even Lamarca coming in the chat going, I missed it. Are we doing this or what? I said, am I going to create a third? So I make a 75er that had like 45 minutes to fill. That filled. So we had 3 of the quote unquote last minute NBA classic slates yesterday. It was a wild time. And I had the disappointment of, I stacked the earlier game, the Bucks Heat game, a little more than I had planned necessarily, but I stacked it. And obviously when you do that, you're going to do well early because you've got front-loaded points and, people with late minutes catch up with you eventually. But so I was sitting in the money. I was sitting in the cash all day long, all day, until there were like 5 minutes left in the 4th and final game of the day, which was at, midnight last night or something like that. So I'm in the money all day. And then, Ja Morant and Valanciunas and whomever else last night, and I fall barely out of the money in all 3 contests. It was really
Lay off Ja.
It was sad. It was sad. It was disappointing.
Well, I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad.
I'll get over it.
Well, no, but you got to let it out. You can't let that stuff stay in because it festers, Koff, and then you'll just explode.
It's a great point.
And your therapist can only handle so much.
Oh, God. Already inundated.
Which, perfect time to let everybody know. Make sure you're taking care of yourself out there. So I always want to say it. Mentally, physically, simulatedly. Is that a term?
Bert Macklin. I like this from Bert. Let's stop beating around the bush here. Koff, you're so cool. There, it's been said.
Okay.
Bert, that wasn't the point. The point was no. Oh my God, look at how quickly my contests fill. The point was I love the community here of NBA-aholics that we've got in the DFS Madden Sim fam right here.
There you go.
Now, if I had won all 3, I would happily tell you how cool I am. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Be at the grocery store right now.
What do you think? And we're in different spots. I'm a family of 5. You're a family of 3. I'm not including pets here. I know there's Rossi's fat cat. I have a dog. Oof. We're just talking human residents of your home. What is if I may ask, what is a reasonable weekly grocery bill to you?
Out the window now. I say it's 100 per person, including a child. That's the way I look at it. So I look at
per person, including a child, for a week.
Well, per shop. Does it? Do things roll over? Yes. Like the best
what you buy, obviously.
Yeah. So that's how I've counted over the last calendar plus year, is that it's about 100. But now that they eat actual food, the human species that eats, not just Gerber, but like I think it's about 100 per person. And that includes getting like stuff that you don't eat for like a month or two. That includes throwing in your $5.99 pickles because they look good at the grocery store, and then you forget about them because they're in your closet of food because I don't have a pantry.
Sure.
Which, by the way, we've all come up with the other day that's all that is. Just a pantry is just a closet of food. I don't know.
It's exactly what it is.
But I don't really have.
Is that a problem? Do people object to a different? Do they want a different definition for pantry?
No. I don't have it came up because I have a closet that I use for closet reasons, but I also put food in there. So there's like mops as well. So we're going to go for it here on Fourth. But about 100 a person. That's.
I'll tell you what, man. I didn't know how badly I needed a pantry until I had a pantry.
That's the goal of life right there. What you just said is the goal of life. You need to get a pantry in your world, and then you'll get it. Then you've made it. So, Congratulations, you've made it.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
All the DVDs, all the expenditures that you spend your money on, the nice downstairs, the man cave, the kid, whatever, doesn't matter.
Pantry. Butker.
Buck. Kerr.
No,
Butker.
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 Austin Eckler was stuffed on fourth down as you watch. 2 minutes to go here in the opening quarter, and the Chiefs very much in safety range, folks. Would love to have it, would love to see it. Killa says, WTF, almost a Virgil TD, only on a Rossi sim, baby.
I would have kissed the screen. Speaking of which, Koff, so I want to throw this at you with about 2 minutes left. So I started a new gimmick. I just say gimmick because it's more fun to say it that way.
Okay,
But a new thing on Sims started earlier this week.
Like it?
Third quarters. Yeah. So when me and Freeze Pops get together, we have like one or two.
Mount Rushmore.
So we've done that, and it really like helps engage the Sim fan. Mm-hmm. Drew, our producers, helped us kind of navigate a little bit, doing his dang thing and loving it. So in the past, what is it now, 4 days worth of Sims? I wasn't on yesterday actually.
Did you know what to do with yourself?
Can I be honest about that?
Yeah, I mean that's the. I don't want you to lie to the community.
It was really strange. It's because usually, like, I look at my day when I get up in the morning. I try to start my day off with a few things, and I look at like where are my pivot points. So again, you mentioned I have a young child, so there's a nap somewhere scheduled. So we have to figure that out. All right, we're going to do this in the morning. Okay, then I have my sim at this time, so I have to pivot around, or a work day. I have to place a meeting at that 4 o'clock. Okay, when you don't have that, I don't know what freedom is like anymore. So I literally was like, okay, I am I gotta say this quiet. I almost wanted to lie. So then I had some time where I just went downstairs. I was going to play like video games or something because I was just going to tell my wife I had one. I didn't do it.
She doesn't come check on you. Just make sure you're talking. Or you could just play a video game and talk really loudly while you're doing it.
Well, I was thinking about that, or just putting the sim on and turning up the volume so she hears the interaction and I just talk because I talk all the time. But
you just respond to what whoever's calling the game is talking about. No one's there to listen. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you're doing something.
It's like Freeze Pops, and you will just say, and I'm just like, yeah, I totally agree, guys. I can't believe that Patrick Mahomes big.
As Drew said, 3-man booth, but only in the Rossi house.
You guys it would be a shame for me to really reveal how much talking I do by myself. So
it is crazy though and you and I do enough of these and others as well. Like there are a bunch of us that obviously I would say do the majority, which is not a, it's not a brag. It's not a, oh, help us out. It's a fact. There's a handful of us that do the majority of these. And it's crazy when you take like just one day. I'm not talking like a 4-day suspension like Glash. I'm not talking a week-long vacation like Emerson. I'm talking one day. You just take a singular day. It is insane. Like it feels like you haven't done a sim in a week. It's nuts.
I almost came on and was going to say, what week are we in?
Right.
We're doing the schedule. So I'm like, is this week 3? Are we still in 2?
Right.
Is it 4? It's like, you missed 6 games, dude. I'm like, yeah, but I feel like I missed 40 days. And it's all like I miss the fam. And like, there's certain inside jokes that you might miss, but like, it's not a big deal. It's not even like a FOMO. It's just strange the way, and I'm sure Coffee, you're the same way. Drew, Andrew, our producer, Bert, our ops guy today, like
Bobo,
Bobo, whatever. Cough always has a different name. But like, what you just schedule your day a certain way, just like you guys all do, and it's like to have that nothing spot. You're like, okay, so I don't have to rush to make sure I'm back. Okay, all right, I can deal with this.
I know there's the joke, like, like I've heard you say it 1,000 times, like Cops always lurking in the chat, that sort of thing. But to that point, you wouldn't, maybe you would. I was going to say you wouldn't believe, but maybe you would. How often I will just, if I'm sitting at my computer doing some other kind of work, like I'm not necessarily just, peek in, I'm just on my computer anyway. And so I'll open up the Dream Stream tab and won't necessarily even say anything in the chat, but I will just poke in for like 2-3 minutes. Just, hey, what's going on? I just like, what are the guys talking about? It really has become like tuning into your favorite radio show for a couple minutes.
No, I'm a firm believer. This is why I really love YouTube. Like, I really believe it's such a strong platform because what you just explained is what you can do. And you just come in and say, hey, how's it going? Maybe say hi to the guys. That's my critique on you. And you just come in, you say, hey, and then you disappear. You don't say hi to us. You don't even care about us as the host. It's really
Hey, Sim fam, bleep you, Rossi.
I'd be fine with that.
I'm out.
I'd be fine with that. Call me Peck. Call me whatever you want. Moosh, Josh, Steven. Call me whatever you want. But yeah, that's why. Oh man, just what are we doing here? Is that me receiving? Just stone hands. But yeah, that's what I love about it. You pop in, you say hi, everybody knows who you. It's like it's almost, and I've said this before here.
It's like cheers.
It's like your favorite watering hole, your favorite restaurant that they know your order. So you just come in for a second to do like a pickup because you're gonna do to go instead of sitting at the corner, and everyone's like, "Cough, hey man, how you doing?"
Like, hey guys, Norm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it is, and I think it's really cool, and that's what I love about it, and I love the DK Sim Fam because you guys are the same way. While we call you hashtag Team Always Here, realistically, there's times you're not, but you'll pop in like a Derek. I see him in a Derek console, and I just pop in and say hey, and then everyone's like, hey, what's up, dude? And then we move on. I think it's cool.
No, I'm totally with you, but I sidetracked you. You were starting to talk about your gimmick.
So anyways, on the third quarter, we haven't come up with a real name. ZT was coming up with a bunch. But you are probably one of the more people think they know a lot about because of the amount of speaking we do. Like you mentioned, A handful of us do a lot more. But just for the exercise, and you'll have another sim later, and I think you're with BK next, I believe.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So in the third quarter, I did it with BK. I've done it with Zach. I've done it with Christian. Some of them were good at quick answers than others. That's not a shot. That's just funny, and we all know who we're talking about here. Is that with third quarter, it becomes like a Q&A session. So I'll kind of man the chat. You can do it too, don't get me wrong. Sure. But it's going to be all about you. So people are going to ask questions of you and not trivia, but like personality. Like I always softball it with like some easy ones just to get the ball rolling.
Sure.
But the DK SimFam has asked some really excellent questions that we've discovered things about people.
I like that.
So we know a lot about you, Koff, but
too much, arguably.
But no, that you have maybe. But like there may be stuff, and again, obviously keep it appropriate. The SimFam's been great so far over the last week of doing this, but it is really interesting, the stuff that like people might not know. My favorite thing we learned about BK was why he works for the Broncos, like that network. Because it was like, did you choose to go there? And he was telling us his whole story about he was in New York. He was just kind of like getting by, doing a bunch of stuff, working for Sirius, had an opportunity, thought it would be for a little bit. Is he going to take that?
Speaking of opportunities, Tyreek Hill, an opportunity to go to the house. Okay. Touchdown, Kansas City.
We know how fast Tyreek Hill is. He bounced off that linebacker, and that was a safety. That was Darwin James also. Not even close.
No, it really wasn't.
Separation speed.
76-yard score, first points of this game. By the way, Tom Cruise says, I popped in for a Doocy Sim before my annual physical, and it worked. My exam was pleasant in comparison.
Jeez.
That's good.
Yeah, Tyreek.
I think that's really interesting. I didn't know. I know a lot because like BK and our friendship predates Simland, and I was, for better or worse, I guess depending on what you think of BK, you can praise or blame me. That's up to you. No, but I am part of the reason that he is here. So I know a lot of his professional backstory, but I don't I definitely don't know all the details, and I'm not even sure that I know that story that you were just starting to talk about.
That's what I'm saying. And like, you've probably answered, like, if I were to ask you, this is just a theoretical.
Yeah.
What's your favorite comedy of all time? Now, clearly you've spoken a ton about movies. We all have. But like, to concentrate and actually answer the question, especially it coming from, let's just say, D-Rod, just using a random name that I see in the chat, like, it brings, we've noticed, like, it's pulling some stuff out. Like ZT, that dude, it was we got like 100 questions. It was the longest third quarter I think we've ever. It was like 26-minute third quarter. It was crazy. A lot of stuff. Well, yeah, almost. I'm trying to keep it positive, but it was really cool. And if it bleeds into the fourth and we have some fun with it, great. If obviously we want to make sure we let you guys know what's going on in the game at the same time, but it was just something I found so far in my short doings of it, and I think Andrew, our technical director, and Drew, our producer, they can always comment too, but I think it's brought out a little spark, and like the questions that the SimFam come up with are hilarious. So
I find ZT to have one of our more interesting backgrounds among the commentators. I mean, that dude he's been all over. He's done so much. Like he was a obviously, like the Professor Z thing comes from the fact that he was in a previous life a teacher over in where was he? Ghana? Is that where he lived? Or Guam? Guam. Guam. Yeah. So it's like, I mean, I've never been to Guam, let alone lived in Guam and been a teacher in Guam. Like I find ZT to be a very interesting person.
Yeah. I do.
Harpo, is this going to work with how Koff answers questions with questions? I'll do my best.
No, I will help with that. I will help with that. Like, I had to bring BK in a few times, but all right, answer the question. Not rude, but you know what I mean. And I get it, but like, we're storytellers. That's naturally what Adam Koff is.
In the interest of getting more questions, hopefully, I will try and streamline. I will try and be not 3-word like rapid fire, but I will try to be a little more focused.
But you know what? If there's a story to something, you tell it, and that's what the question is.
Concise. Thank you, Drew. That's a better way of saying. That's a more concise way of what I just said.
You know what's funny? When he wrote that and I looked at it, I didn't know what that word was. At the word, I can tell you right now.
It's like Butker.
But like, looking at the spelling of concise, I don't know what it's doing in my brain, but it's malfunctioning.
You know what a perfect example of that is? This goes way back. This is a sim that I did with Reed. I don't expect anyone to remember it because it happened for 3 seconds and then we moved on. So do you know the name? And feel free to look it up. I'm not trying to quiz you. Do you know the name of the new Raiders stadium in Vegas?
I don't. I was just gonna call it. It's a sponsored name, but I can't remember it.
Correct. So Google it. Okay. I'm not gonna do it. I want you to Google it.
Okay.
Because it's a good part of the exercise. When you see it, maybe write out, like, you'll very easily pronounce it and say what it is. When I looked at that word, it took me 17 tries to say it. I just, for some reason, I could, like, my brain did not process that was a word.
So I'm going to give you a big spoiler about me. And I've done I used to do like PA stuff for like Pop Warner football for a little bit. Yeah. And I used to have to go to the parents and ask them how to say a name. And I'd have to repeat it 3 times. So I look at this and phonetically, it's like Alley Giant.
And which is basically what I was saying when I was on with Reed. I was like, that's weird. That's a weird name. He's like, Koff, are you having a stroke?
Well,
like it's Allegiant.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like, but when you look at it, that's how my brain works. It breaks things down. That's why I think people want to laugh at this, but I'm really good at math because I have a system in my brain that gets that I can see how it works. Doesn't work for words though. Yeah, like it would have taken me a long time to actually pronounce it appropriately.
Yeah, I for some reason I happen to believe I'm fairly decent with words.
Sure.
I couldn't get there. I just could not, like, I needed hooked on phonics. I could not get to Allegiant. I don't know why. It was like I'd never seen the word ever before in my life.
No, I definitely, yeah. I think we all have those things too. Like some people are really skilled in spelling or in math or capitals of states or whatever, different, we'll just say different subjects. But to me, I'm just like, nope, can't do it.
Bream says I saw elegant.
Yeah, I can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, our technical director, says similar to the company Rakuten. He says the pronunciation of that is not what it looks like. Yeah, like rack.
I've never even heard of that company.
That's one where if you buy through it, you get like points to buy other things for free.
Gotcha. I got one of those. There are a bunch of those.
Yeah, first time. That's it. Yeah. Elegant. Ellie Giant. I think I eventually would get it because if I said it enough times, it would be like, oh. But that's how my brain works. Like when there's huge math problems, I'm really good at doing like pretty good math, but that's because that's how I work.
Dan says, Koff don't like Twitter because he can't work with 240 characters. Winks.
Oh.
There's some truth in that. There are times.
No, but there isn't. Are you kidding me? This guy loves Twitter.
But there are times that I'll be like, man, I'm like, how am I going to trim this down now? I only got 240.
That is hard. Man, go back to the days when it was what?
140 or 180. 180,
yes.
40.
I thought it was less. That was 120.
I'm trying to remember.
Oh, Golden State Warriors have it on their jersey. Andrew lets us know. It's true.
Drew, a thread by Adam Kaufman. I don't think I've ever done that, though. Or maybe once. I don't even remember what it was about. But I don't make it a habit of doing the thread thing.
Oh, I like the thread. It brings a lot of attention. Your engagement, well, you probably have good engagement anyways, but if you ever really want to see an engagement go up, if you start with a thread and you have a nice little teaser as your first part, forget it. You're going to see people that be like, what is he talking about?
How I spent the pandemic broadcasting simulated video games, a thread.
As long as that next part's really intriguing, it makes you want to keep going.
Ducey's the only human being that sees buddy as a bad word. I wonder if China has a Ducey. It's a gimmick on his part. He's over the buddy thing.
Is he?
Yep. I think he is.
Well, hopefully he is. Hopefully he's over everything.
I've decided he is because I call him buddy.
Okay.
300 plus watching along on the YouTube. Thousands more across all our platforms. Game Sense, DK Nation, DK Playbook. Of course, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Harpo says that he's over here because, Twitch is dead to me. Not true. Oh. It's not at all. I just don't spend as much time in Twitch as I do YouTube. But that's because I know that other members of our crew are focused on Twitch, and so I can focus on YouTube, and between us all, we've got the bases covered.
That's his way of saying he's not your friends over there on Twitch.
Either way, hit the like.
Yeah, just smash the like button.
If you're on YouTube, hit the like. If you're on Twitch, give us a follow. We just want the engagement. That's what it's all about. Minute to go here in the fairly speedy opening half, and just the one touchdown at this point.
Yeah, and again, coming into this as we are, replicating the 2021 schedule. Chargers 2-0, Chiefs are 1-1. Thank you, Drew, for the update. We have the website up and running. Those will be getting updated, so keep an eye.
Producer Drew says Koff's only thread was probably about how Vitor Favorani was going to be a huge addition for the 13th. It's funny you say that, Drew, because I was not a Favorani guy, but I would say you could equally substitute in. I was a huge believer that Jordan Mickey was going to be an all-star.
An all-star?
Yeah, and not like in year one as a rookie or something. He was a second-round pick. But I thought what I saw from him, this is the expert scout that I am. What I saw from him in summer league, into like when he was in the G League, or maybe it was the D League at the time, when he was in Maine, I said, you know what, like this guy's going to get an opportunity and he's going to crush it. At some point he's going to get an opportunity and this guy's going to excel. And I did. I thought that. And funny little quick anecdote. So I was doing my Saturday morning Celtic show that I had locally in Boston, and I had Mike Gorman, who of course future Hall of Famer, who is the longtime, like 4 decades long television voice of the Celtics, and I'd have him on all the time. He's a great guy, and he is absolutely, like as most broadcasters are, he is a homer, not to the degree of the late great Tommy Heinsohn.
The best.
Absolutely, cheers for the home team. It's good for business, and he's a fan as well. He's from the area. So I had him on, and it was around the time that Mickey was drafted, and I told him this. I said, I think Jordan Mickey is going to be an all-star. And he just laughed at me, and he said, it sounds like you've been sipping some of what Tommy's been having.
Well, that could be a lot of things. All right.
Right.
I'm going to say this. Maybe I sound like a fool, which is shocking, I know. I love homers, like for hometown calls. I'm sorry. And I know a lot of people, again, we've talked about this a million times over about liking like Mike and Mike in the local Boston market. But I love, like, if I tune into, like, I have MLB, At Bat, I guess it is, or whatever the MLB, like,
whatever they call it.
Yeah. And obviously I'm a Cincinnati Reds fan. Like, I like listening, like, obviously you get some broadcasts, and all due respect to some of those middle of the country broadcasters like Milwaukee, they kind of, but shots fired. They're like so like, oh, like down the middle. Like I like when someone gets passionate about their team, and like when there's a bad call against them, they like start getting upset. I think there's something endearing about that because you're the fan. Like I think you need, when you have 2 to 3 men or people's broadcasting, I think to have one being like so hyper focused on like this is what the fans are thinking, I'm in on that. I think it actually helps. Again, my opinion. Football, it doesn't work because it's all nationally, but on the radio, we both know locally there is one of the biggest honks I've ever heard. But, you know, when he does his day-to-day, sounds a little different. But during the game, I love, like, I'm sorry, I like that. I like when they're just like, oh, it's a bad call. What are they doing? These refs, these officials, these what? I'm like, good.
Well, we definitely have our fair share, and I'm sure this is true of every market. I'm not going after Boston. We've got our fair share here, like whether that's, you know, Scott Zolak on the radio, who, you know, you're talking about, whether that Jack Edwards on TV. Obviously, I mean, those two would probably stand out above the rest. But we for sure have others in this market, no doubt. Mahomes 170 passing a touchdown through 2. He's not done too much to this point, but he's at least pacing toward a bonus. He's racking up some yardage. 66 for the still Madden sim rookie Herbert. 37 on the ground for Eckler, just the 2 for CEH, who's in about half lineups. Yee. See what he's able to do in the air here going forward, as well as on the ground, obviously.
Yeah.
Let's see. Checking out the pass catchers. So CEH a little more active, 3 for 19, 4 for 97 with that long touchdown for Hill. Keenan Allen, 4 for 34. Kelsey, 3 for 33, 1 for 22 for Reed. Someone had asked earlier, I think it was Robert, who's still undefeated in our sim season. Happy to tell you, the Patriots, the Chargers, this team right here, the Steelers, the Niners, and the Packers are all 2-0. Everybody else has a blemish or 2.
Yeah. And the big shocker so far, Tampa Bay 0-2.
Mm-hmm.
Just seeing the way they've played in here, and obviously Kansas City right now 1-1. We'll see if the Chargers can pull what you would think is an upset. But here in Simland, the Chiefs record-wise are very mediocre. Like throughout since we turned over to Madden 21 here. So just something to keep in mind. They may not have the best record, but they also won the Simper Bowl, the second one around. So
we'll see. We have had multiple Simper Bowls in our year plus calendar of these Madden Sims. Still wild to me that we've been all collectively, and when I say that, that includes all of you out there watching and listening, that we've been at this for, you know, what, 14 months, something like that.
It's going to be 50 months. Think about it.
Nuts. Yeah, it's crazy.
Closer to June.
Nuts in the best possible way, might I add. So third quarter, is this where you take over?
Well, I'm not really taking over per se. I'll drop it now and say everybody, because there's a little delay, as we know, from our voice to their response. Sure. Start throwing in some questions. So I'm going to start softball. This is my softball question all the time. And just ask, and like open-ended personality piece type of stuff. If you have more deep question, go for it. It could be about football, basketball, baseball, hockey, soccer, anything. So here is my first one. I will toss it to you as we get a nice positive from Junior Montoya. Says Rossi and Koff. Now it's a good Sunday morning. I love that. Adam Kaufman, what is your favorite ice cream?
Chocolate. Just basic, plain, boring chocolate.
Really? No. Yeah. What about toppings? You have any topping of choice?
M&Ms or chocolate chips, like more chocolate. Chocolate on top of chocolate.
I like that.
True. Wow, vanilla was minus 250. No, those are my takes. My takes are vanilla, Drew.
Ooh.
The ice cream is chocolate.
Self-shot. Old man dog fan says, Rossi, isn't today Head Buzz Day? 2 weeks from today.
Yeah? Head Buzz?
Yeah, so I think we were talking last year when I did it. So yeah, the buzz off for kids with cancer there, one mission, 2 weeks from today. Nice. I will be. That's why I'm letting the beard grow out, the hair, whatever it is, kind of just looks like a piece right now. But yeah, it's going to be all gone in 2 weeks. I will look like I don't even know what. I won't even comment. You guys can tell me. This is interesting. Eduardo asks, what is your least favorite day of the week? He's still
Monday.
here.
I think Monday. Monday, because Yeah, I mean, you're back at it. The weekend's over. You got to kind of settle yourself back in. I mean, Bert, our man Bobo in Ops says, bro, it's Tuesday for sure. I'd love to know why he says that since he's so confident. Like what? And he's not wrong. Everyone's opinion is their opinion. I just want to know what it is about Tuesday that makes it. Is it because like you're early in your work week, but you're not quite halfway through the work week? What is it, Bobo, that makes it Tuesday? Did you say this from Mo? When did you become a man?
No, well, I can tell you when that was, and we'll share it after.
That was when I was bar mitzvahed.
Oh, yes.
Which was in 1995. I became a man.
And wasn't there something else that happened that day? You've told this story. Didn't like two things happen that day? Like the day you had your bar mitzvah, wasn't there something else kind of funny? Or
I don't remember. Maybe.
Anyways.
I guess I blocked it out. Bert, just to answer, says, because it's not even close to the weekend. Mondays aren't bad because you know you have to go back in anyway. So, yeah, it's kind of what we guessed anyway.
Like that. First time playing Fortnite. Buy stream trash. Here you go. Half baked.
Yeah.
Pineapple Express.
Yeah.
Grandma's Boy.
Easy. It's a buy Grandma's Boy every day of the week. Stream Pineapple Express and trash half baked. All due respect to Dave Chappelle. I'm not a big Jim Brewer. That's comedian, right? I'm not a big Jim Brewer guy.
What about Goat Boy?
Goat Boy was kind of Goat Boy was a funny bit on SNL. But wasn't Bob Saget really good in Half Baked though? That was
his like coming out party. He was like a more adult geared comedian before.
Right. Like, this is not the guy from America's Funniest Home Videos. Hello.
Bonus
to the 10. Tie freak again. And then some.
Good segue. Talking about freaks. Brian C. Have you ever seen a ghost cough and or demonic being?
Definitely not a demonic being. I've never seen a ghost, but I've probably had a time or two where I've felt like I imagined a presence of some kind in the area. But I not like one of those where you sit and like, so I was talking with my late uncle sitting there on the bed next to me, and we had a conversation about life 3 years after he passed. Nothing like that.
Okay. Obi-Wan says, Grossy, you have not been here for 15 months. Oh, wait, sorry. No, that wasn't a question. Just kidding. I see Obi. I read them all. And yes, I have been. Just because I haven't been on. I told you, Babysitter Billy called me the day this thing launched. It was like, I need you to watch this on YouTube. I said, you got it, bro. This wasn't the exact question, but I guess this is an interesting one because you talk a lot about movie stuff like that. What's your favorite, like, musician or band?
So, I'm a big... I mean, they're not around anymore for obvious reasons, but I'm a big Linkin Park guy.
Okay.
Really enjoy Linkin Park's older stuff. I mean, I guess it's all older stuff now, but really enjoy Linkin Park's older stuff. Like the first few albums to me are just awesome. I could listen to them all the way through, not skipping any tracks. Yep. Yeah, Hybrid Theory, Reanimation, Meteora. There were just a lot of good ones. Love. Some people are going to be like, really? Even though I think I've mentioned this in the past. I really enjoy boy band music, to be honest. Like, I like all music. Yeah, pop music. I think the first concert I ever went to was New Kids on the Block, which was, when I was a kid, obviously. It was 10 years ago. When I, so I really enjoy, whether it's, like New Kids, NSYNC, Backstreet Boys, obviously. Like, I really enjoyed that genre of music. My poor kids will listen to it a lot because I put it on, and now they're into it. But they listen to everything too. They're really into the top 40 stuff. I would say I listen to a little bit of everything other than country. I don't really listen to any country. Not because I don't like it. I just don't gravitate to it.
I feel you there. But by the way, another fourth down stuff near a goal line. Just wanted to keep people up to date. So here come the Chargers. Brian C. Askoff, if you weren't named Adam, what would you like your first name to be?
Scott.
Reason?
None specifically. I just would, for whatever reason, when I was a kid, I just never really, I didn't dislike the name Adam. I don't accept this. I just did. I don't know. Maybe because, you know what it was, I think? So I really it's not a great movie, but I really like the movie Teen Wolf. And, Michael J. Fox, obviously the first one. And the main character's name, the Teen Wolf, is Scott Howard. And, I watched that movie a lot growing up, because I don't even know when it came out, 80s sometime. And obviously I was a young kid, and so I really liked that character, and I think I was like, I wish my name was Scott. So I think that's pretty much where it comes from.
I dig it. All right, so we get a little background there. This one came over. I think this is a guy, Andrew, our technical director. This is an interesting one. Potato preparation: baked, mashed, French fry.
French fry is the buy for sure. And then I guess baked would be the stream and mashed would be the trash. I'm not a big mashed potato guy.
Got it.
I don't think that'll surprise anybody, but it's
I dig it.
It's just what it is.
Another one of those. First time says ankle socks, calf socks, or no-show socks. Where do you go there?
Okay. Ankle socks, calf socks, no-shows. So I prefer the no-show sock. That would be the buy. This is really like evolved over time too. Like you asked me at different stages of my life, you would definitely get different answers. But right now, the no-show sock would be the buy. The ankle sock would be the stream, and the calf sock, which I rocked for years as a kid, would be the trash.
Okay.
I look back on old photos of me just, like short shorts and calf socks, and it's like, what were my parents thinking? Like, did I not have any say in this? Or worse yet, did I embrace it? Did I choose this? Was this actually my doing?
It's funny, like that's the
horrifying.
Look. I wear high socks and shorter shorts than I ever have in my life, so it's strange. I don't know. I used to have like the longer short, like basketball shorts all the time.
Well, but my kids will wear the calf high socks. They'll do it. They'll like now to school, and I'll say to my wife, like, what is this? and like thinking like, oh my God, do I need to say something? Like, are they setting themselves up for, I don't know, trends or whatever, but I know that that's not something that certainly adults do now. And my wife, who will volunteer and do some stuff in the school, she's like, no, like they're all doing it. Like the calf high socks are in. That's the thing now. And I can't believe it.
I will not lie to you. I am wearing probably shorter than knee length shorts, and I'm wearing high calf socks, but I also did a little running earlier. But I am
says fashion, bro.
It is. Ain't that the truth? Here's an interesting one. I'm going to put a little... Actually, first I'll give you the one from Mr. Nick. Buy stream trash. Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, Iggy Azalea.
Oh, man.
We'll go music.
I have them all on a fairly equal playing field, I think. Iggy Azalea is going in the trash, for sure, of those three.
Still 7-0. Literally nothing happened in the third quarter.
Yeah, nothing's happened. We're just learning about me. That's all that's happening. I think. It's really a coin flip. I guess Nicki Minaj is probably my buy, and Cardi B is the stream. But it's I could go either way. I don't feel passionately one way or the other. All
right, here's a good one. If you can't, because we know Glash was over your house. What was that, like last Saturday, whatever it was? Taking Glash. Like yesterday. Well, maybe he came over again. I think he's actually
he's still here. He's Glash.
Yeah, Glash. Get out of there. If you had to pick one, and take me out of this too, just so you don't pull any like this. If you had to pick one person from the Dream Street, like of other commentators that you don't spend enough time with, because you probably don't spend enough time with any of us, that you would spend an entire day and they're sleeping over as well. So they come in about whatever time you wake up, so probably like 4 a.m. and they're staying through the night. Who do you choose?
Okay.
So great everything, question. And you don't have to, in this offense to anybody, but like, who is the person you'd say, okay, I think we could hang an entire day, and they do everything you do. Got to go coach, they're going with you. Go to the store, they're going with you. Grab a bite to eat, great, they're going to. Okay.
No, it's a great question.
I know it is.
I don't want to leave anyone out in my thought process. Truthfully, you would be high on the list for sure, but I'm leaving you out. So I'm not even including you.
Okay.
It might be Glash. It actually might be Glash.
We know that a little bit because we saw that little.
So I'm removing Glash. I'm removing Glash.
Only me and Glash are out. Everybody else is out.
Okay. Maybe Lamarca.
Okay.
Could be Lamarca. Could be Freeze Pops.
Mm-hmm.
feel like it's probably one of those two.
Got it. Good calls.
I think it's probably one of those two.
You gotta have
Lamarca.
somebody.
I think it's Lamarca.
Got it. All right, so I will be setting this up. Thank you.
Yeah. Good. Sounds great.
First time says, Koff, if you had to inherit one of Rossi's physical attributes, if I could.
Drew says he'd hate that.
Yeah, we didn't say the other people wanted it, but
yeah, they don't have a choice in this, Drew.
Okay, so if you had a
like going from soccer, you'd have to get out of his bed, actually do something.
And he's like,
All
Koff,
right, so
where's your motorized bed?
If I had to inherit
one of my physical attributes.
one of yours.
Yes. Or one of my characteristics. Which one would it be?
Okay. I'll give you one of each.
Okay.
The physical attribute undoubtedly would be the facial hair. Like I can grow a fine beard, but not nearly what you're capable of. If I could do that, that would be wonderful. So absolutely, Drew, your height and your eyesight as he peers in, trying to read the screen. Still 7-0 KC, by the way. I would. Your ability to grow facial hair and the quality of it is absolutely the physical. The personality one. I'm a generally positive person, but I feel like you truly just, and I don't feel like it's a front. I don't think it's a shtick. I don't think it's a gimmick or whatever. I think you, what I know of you, which I mean doesn't go much beyond the dream stream, unfortunately. Not yet. We'll get there, but not yet. But what I do know of you, I feel like you truly do ooze positivity, and I think we could all use more of that in our lives. So that's what I would pick from you in terms of personality.
Is this one of those superpower things like you take from me, I get something in return?
What are you taking?
Well, I don't want anything. I'm just
okay. All right. So that makes it easy.
I'll take a couple DVDs for the weekend, I guess.
Oh, so what am I stuck with if you're taking my positivity?
Yeah, geez, I would be a real treat. Mr. Nick asked, buy stream trash. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Drew Brees.
Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, buy stream trash?
Yes.
Well, what are we talking about? Their careers, them right now?
We'll say...
How am I interpreting the question?
Okay. You're overthinking it. We'll just say day of all...
Well, obviously I'm buying Tom Brady.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like I should have changed that one, but I just go with what they said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to buy Tom Brady. I'm going to stream... I mean, my instinct went to Drew Brees, but I don't know. Then I thought of some of the way he alienated some teammates in the last year plus, and some of the things that he has said in relation to that, and that kind of rubbed a lot of people, me included, the wrong way. So I'm gonna go to Aaron. Well, boy, Aaron Rodgers also hates his family, so I don't love that.
Yeah, see, there it is.
Yeah, it's not all right. I'm gonna stream Brees, and I'm gonna trash Rodgers.
Okay, this one came up incomplete earlier, and I forget who asked, so I apologize. I'm doing the best I can. Is if you had the number one pick in your fantasy draft today, obviously we know we have plenty of time. Who are you taking?
Number one pick, fantasy today.
Fantasy football, obviously.
Yeah. Man, I put zero thought into this. Dalvin Cook would be on the list high.
That's
we
a
got
touchdown.
Eckler?
Eckler.
Receiving score.
Eckler.
Butker?
Yeah, so with all due respect, the sim, we get it. We don't even have to mention what's happening here. Well, aside from the fact that nothing. But at least you get the highest, ranking guys are scoring. The three,
right.
Obviously, I'm just looking where Herbert is on the list of ownership. He's a little bit lower, but overall, you get your quarterback to your number one running back in the sim, the number one overall guy in Patrick Mahomes to Tyreek Hill. So at least you get that.
Yeah, people saying in the chat, McCaffrey, no. Coming off the injury. Henry would be a no because he's not as active in the receiving game. It might be Dalvin Cook.
I feel like it's a good, safe pick because not a lot has changed in that offense to make you feel things will go another direction. That's just my...
Right.
But it's hard. I think this year is going to be hard. Like you mentioned, McCaffrey coming off an injury, new offense. What do you think of Sam Darnold? And then you have guys like, obviously, Barkley. He's coming off an injury. Ezekiel Elliott coming off.
Someone mentioned Kamara, but what's the quarterback situation?
All these guys have a lot of questions. I know Derrick Henry, like you feel like that's the most safe situation, and also like a Dalvin Cook, but it's a lot of years he's taken those, those hits now. He's not a young pup. You have to remember it took him 3 years to get to the status of the last 2.5. So it's hard. It's going to be very interesting.
Yep. NBA lineups locking less than 10 minutes, folks, just so you know.
Cough's in the chat. Oh, wait, no, he's in the same. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, right? That's usually the case. Hey, guys, Cough's here to remind you that NBA is locking soon.
I'm going to just keep going for a minute until you guys tell me to stop. Another one that I find interesting. What is your favorite sports memory? See that breath right there?
Well, I was at the I was at the Patriots comeback against the Falcons in the Super Bowl, which was just an insane game to be at, obviously, especially as a Pats fan. But I feel like, and maybe some will agree or disagree, and part of it, so as you get older, my opinion, as you get older, your fandom isn't as pure as it is when you're younger. And all the more so if you work in the sports industry, it really does change. But I think just as you become an adult, it's just not the same as when you're younger. So there was, I don't remember what year it was, I could Google it, but when I was a kid, or whether it's near teens or early teens, it's known around these parts as the Mother's Day Miracle game for the Red Sox. I was at Fenway. I was at a Red Sox game where the Sox came back against Seattle from, I want to say they were down 7 or 8 runs in the 9th inning and came all the way back. Obviously, it was on Mother's Day, won the game. They won it on a walk-off Mo Vaughn home run.
Oh, yeah, famous.
And it was just, it was awesome. That was one of the coolest games I've ever been at. I was at a Nomar Garcia-Parra 3-homer, 10 RBI game. I remember that.
I was at that game too. He had 3 home runs against the Rays.
Was it the Rays or the A's?
It was a super hot. It was a day game, right?
Or who says that's not the Mother's Day Miracle? Wasn't that wasn't the Mother's Day Miracle?
No, the Mother's Day Miracle was Julio Lugo. That game with the pink bats. That's technically the Mother's Day Miracle.
Well,
but I think there was a Mother's Day Miracle.
I'm fairly certain the Mo Vaughn game was also on Mother's Day. But maybe
I believe you're right. I believe you're right, but the famous one was like maybe.
That's fine. Even if it's not regarded as that, I could be wrong about that. But I'm fairly certain that was a Mother's Day game also.
Yes. I'm pretty sure you're right, because I remember that day sitting at home being a kid, not really understanding what life was, and being like, Happy Mother's Day, giving her like, I don't know, like something that like she could tell, like her page turner or something like that. When you're a kid, you get your parents crap gifts because you have like 13 cents to your life. Right.
I gotta say, folks, by the way, I do not know how to approach Jason Tatum today in fantasy.
Ride him.
As I make this lineup, I am very conflicted.
Ride him. If he busts on you, that's okay. If there's one, you have to. You don't want to be the one left behind. Cough.
I know. I don't.
Ride.
I don't want to be.
Trying to see here. A lot of people dropping some of their favorite memories. I love it. This is what I like about doing this stuff. Like it's a question, but like everyone gets to be involved. Here you go. If you were stuck on a desert island, would you drink out of my water bottle? Yours? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if I were stuck, sure.
All right, here's another one. You're stuck on a desert island. You bring one movie, I'm gonna go. Yeah, just go with one movie. Literally, this is the only movie you get to watch, and we'll just say you're on this island
for the rest of time.
Nope. It'd be somewhat realistic. You're there for a month. You don't know that going in. But you have one movie that's the only movie you can watch for your entertainment, aside from like whittling sticks.
Okay.
1 month.
Probably Old School.
There you go.
That's definitely my favorite comedy of all time. And I feel like if you're in that situation, you're looking for laughs.
Yes. What's your favorite piece of sports memorabilia that you own? Somebody asked that earlier.
I definitely have some cool stuff that I'm fond of, but
kicker.
At that point in time, for me, it'd be your favorite stuff. Where are we at?
No, he got it.
Oh, 10-7.
The animation said he missed, but then he got it in. Crazy. Sorry.
So for me, your favorite pieces of memorabilia are more nostalgic than they are necessarily like value. So that in mind, I have, as people have seen behind me, I've got a Ken Griffey Jr. Upper Deck rookie card on the shelf behind me that I got from a random radio listener when I was just talking about on air one day. I was doing a national radio show for CBS a few years back when Griffey went to the Hall of Fame, and he was my favorite player growing up. So we were just talking all about the like how important he was to baseball and marketing in my childhood, quite frankly, and just how much I loved Ken Griffey Jr. and how I never got that card. I just never got it in a pack. I never went and independently bought it or anything like that. And it was always just kind of like the missing piece of the collection. And then someone called in and was like, I've got a few if you want one. I can mail it to you. And I thought he was kidding. And then, sure enough, like gave the radio station address off air and yeah, it came in the mail. It was just the coolest thing. So that's definitely one. There are others too, but in the interest of not spending the final 2 minutes talking about memorabilia, that was a cool one. As Drew says, Koff was doing so well with his answers. Fourth quarter turned him into BK.
Hey, just tell us. Okay,
I'm multitasking. I'm setting my NBA lineup at the same time.
Yeah, he usually wants to open big long questions to go to somebody else during this.
Yeah, exactly. This is where I'm supposed to be asking you questions now.
We'll see. Oh, Patrick Mahomes just unleashing. Got him. Oh! Overthrows it. I'll ask you this one as you put that in. And this will be the last one unless something else really sparks my interest here. D-Rod says, what's your favorite Marvel character and DC character? There's whether it's from the movie or comics, doesn't matter. Just DC, what are two that
DC is undoubtedly Batman, and that's my favorite superhero to begin with.
Absolutely.
Marvel, it's hard to not now be influenced by the actors who played them in the movies.
It's fine.
Probably Spider-Man though, but like growing up, probably Spider-Man. If I'm removing the movies from the equation, just thinking about like the comic books growing up and all that, I would say I'll go with Spider-Man.
Got it. All right, there you go. I appreciate it, everybody.
You know what? That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and people throwing it in.
That's a nice, as you put it, gimmick.
Yeah. Just change. Listen, we're always in here chatting about stuff. Just let the DK Sim fam ask the questions and let them know that it's their turn to ask questions too. So I see some of the people, like our guy Dan wasn't a huge fan. Hey, man, I get it. No big deal. Appreciate you being here. And sorry if that wasn't for you, but hey, just one. Everybody else, appreciate you those questions. That was a lot of fun. And now you have a little bit more to either make fun and joke about on Kaufman. Now you know some more truths.
I feel bad. I feel like I haven't really read the chat this whole time. I've just been leaning on you. And
all good. I got it.
But that was good. That was fun.
Yeah, a lot of people throwing, and what I like about it too is that like now everyone's kind of throwing in some of their favorite stuff, some of the questions other people ask.
Interactive.
Yeah, it's great. Smash that thumbs up. Appreciate you guys. Executive sessions, the Q&A segment is the best outside of movies, TV series, reviews.
There you go.
Like it?
Batman's not a superhero. He's a rich guy with gadgets. Well, there's some truth in that.
I like that. Yes, Destiny, I did. We used to really break down all the ins and outs of what the X Factors meant. Oh, big sack there, but yeah, she's saying that, his X Factor enables him to throw 10 yards more than further than he usually can. And that's like the bazooka one. It is cool. I like that stuff. Like the Madden, what they've kind of
start today.
Yeah. You gotta just make a call. Go with your gut.
Go with the gut. With the gut. I even put the last-minute NBA showdown contest out for anyone that wants to jump into that, but that might have already filled it. Goes pretty quickly. Good exercise.
It's all about exercise. Brain, mind. I appreciate you guys. I'm having some fun here.
Absolutely. Makes time fly, too. I mean, maybe not for the listeners. Made it fly for me, though.
I think it does for them because I'm just looking at like all the answers that we have, and you guys are amazing. Like some of their favorite memories, things that they have. It's good. We'll see if the Chargers can. Oh, here comes hold on. No. Sorry. Butker. Butker. See if he can tie this right now. Chargers trying to go 3-0. Butker. If he hits us, I'm spoiling everybody. I have to go to the bathroom really bad, so I'm just letting you know.
It only makes sense, right? Like, we spend so much time talking about Butker that Butker
50
would send this thing potentially into overtime. And here we are. More time for questions. I'm just kidding.
Whatever. If they want to have them, fire away, people. You got Koff and BK next. I'm sure. Listen, that's the other thing, and this is what I personally. You mentioned you pop in the chat and stuff. Is like it's great to hear different teams too. Because everybody does it so different, from who's in the one, quote unquote, one chair, or the play-by-play, for a lack of a better term, to the guy who's, in the second. That's why I like jumping in. Some of my favorite is when it's Christian and Emerson.
Oh yeah.
I find it hilarious because like Emerson does this thing, kind of like what you just did when you went, oh yeah, like that's like Emerson is I don't know what that's called. Like, just like the little, like, he just drops little things in while Christian's going on, like some of his, like, analysis of a player or something that
just a little let you know I'm still here kind of thing.
Yeah, he's really funny at it. And I'm sure you, like, Drew and Andrew probably know way more than I do. I think he's just I always text him that. I'm like, I agree. Yeah, man. I've seen that. Oh, no way, yeah. Like, I'm like, it's so funny. Why?
I scrolled back in the chat as we've been talking. I'm just reading through like some people's memories, sports memories and memorabilia, and like you said, answering questions that you were asking or that they had asked. And it's fun. There's a lot of cool stuff in here from the people.
It's great stuff.
Favorite memories and that sort of thing. A lot of good stuff.
You a fan of kickers?
Am I a fan of kickers?
Yeah.
Personally. Well, I've stacked them in tribute to you many a time. In fact, you weren't. Maybe it was 2 days ago. I don't think it was yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, all these things blend together. I captained Harrison Butker. I captained Butker in a lineup, and people went, "Whoa, this is like next level, Rossi." It's one thing to be high on the kickers or stack the kickers. But I don't remember who I was working with, but whoever it was said, "I don't think Rossi's ever captained a kicker." And I said, "I don't know. I guess I'll have to ask him." So. Have you captained a kicker?
Have I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did for the Super Bowl. I had Butker when it was the Super Bowl we had that night. That was the time I captained. It was an absolute horrible call.
Executive Sessions here says just finished WandaVision, took a minute to get going, but next season should be awesome. Isn't it a one-off? There is no second season.
There's no plans.
I agree. Executive Sessions, it took a little bit to get going, and then it was awesome. I don't think there's they may continue the storyline in another format, like, other characters from that show having their own, spin-offs. But I don't think there's like WandaVision season 2. I don't think that's happening.
There's no plan, at least. Well, obviously, depending on because you have to remember, the one thing I got to give a lot of the MCU credit for, and, I'm a big wrestling fan, and the biggest issue I have with wrestling is not enough like forward thinking and like plotting things out. But they have movies planned that we know, obviously, for the next 3 years of their next phase. There are more plans down the road, and and I'll be honest, I loved everything. Well, I liked a majority of what they've done to get where we are here, but this is where I feel like it's going to get worrisome, because this it's not going to stay as great as it's been. Like some of these movies that are coming out, and we're going into real deeper comic book, like the Eternals, and then what was the other in
Pablo's excited about the Eternals.
I like comic book readers, like true comic book readers are about to have like the greatest time of their lives, because it's not the most popular characters, right? Like the Eternals, I don't know what that is. I have no idea who. Like the actors are crazy, but you also have is it Shang-Chi? I think that's how you pronounce it. That movie coming out. It's like, but these are like, who are these people? But obviously, the namesake is going to get our butts in seats. Are you going to return to theaters, Koff? Like, is that something you like are interested in at this point? Obviously, things will change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how I'm gonna. I'm just such a big fan of the franchise that I know seems to be polarizing for one reason or another. I don't see how I'm gonna not go see the Fast 9 in the theater. I feel like I need to get back to the theater for Fast 9. I'm disappointed. I wish it was one of those like you could, come into HBO Max or on-demand option, and you could just buy it and watch it at home. But that's also one of those movies, those loud car chases, car crashes, stunts. It's good to see that stuff in a theater as well. All right, so we got a what would be theoretically a potential turnover and winning touchdown, but we also have a flag on the play, a hold. So let's see. Oh, it's against the Chargers. Never mind. Touchdown. It's going to be a winning score for Kansas City. Decline the penalty. I was thinking that was going to come back. Nope.
Oh.
KC in a walk-off as Andy Reid mysteriously vanishes and turns into kicker.
So no longer undefeated Chargers.
Nope. It's over.
That's your ball game.
Sorry, folks.
So it's hard here. So there's a couple bonuses. We got Mahomes, you got Hill. I don't think there's like a good low buy big win. Maybe Kansas City's defense. You know what? I'm going to give it to him. Player of the game, KC's D. That'll be your crusty cough because you're here. Yeah,
sure. Like that. Why not? They deserve it. Mahomes hit the bonus late, 303 and a touchdown. By the way, we can take a little look-see at. Let me pull up my.
I got to be embarrassing lineup. Let's see. I finished.
I have no clue.
122. 122. Currently in the winning lineup, the captain is the Chiefs D. Look at that. Patrick Mahomes. Good games from Eckler. Joe Reed even giving him some points here. I'm trying to think who I'm gonna.
Let's see. Where did I finish? 127 out of 140 something. I think just awful. Absolutely terrible for me. Milkman 69 is going to have the victory here, barring any stat adjustments, but they got a pretty good cushion right now.
Yeah. I'm just looking at ownership. I want to just see who I'm going to give this babysitter Billy to. See if there's somebody that likes Stan. Kelsey was fine. Keenan Allen, right? Because Keenan Allen, I don't even know. Let me just see. We're just going to give it to him. I'm not going to overthink it.
Keenan Allen.
Too late.
Yeah, you can do Keenan Allen. CEH was comparably bad. Sammy Watkins was awful. Sammy Watkins, only 25% owned, but 1 catch for 4 yards. Good captain pick, Cuff. Our guy, Butker, 6 points in this one. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Love him.
Milkman with the rare DST in the captain spot victory. With 25 points and change. I like it. Tyreek Hill went off, by the way. 34 points in the flex. He was fantastic. Yeah, tough fade for me.
Yeah, I could have went Hunter Henry as well as the babysitter Billy, but I'm so sticking with Keenan Allen just because I feel like it. He was higher owned. Wasn't great. You were.
I do want to mention too, on Marvel, I'm very excited for Loki. That starts up in like a week and a half.
I think it's the following Wednesday, right?
Yeah, and it's the 9th.
Yeah.
Pumped for that.
Love it. And I just want to give a shout out. This is it for me for the day. Hope everyone enjoys the remainder of their Memorial Day weekend. Do something nice. Remember kind of what this is about. I know it's very easy to forget. And make sure you're taking care of yourselves out there. Drink tons of water, especially if it's nice where you are, which I'm very jealous because we're sitting in a swamp after it was like 1,000,000 degrees, during the week. That was fun. But make sure you're doing that. Enjoy all the sports. Enjoy all the time. Appreciate you guys. This is a lot of fun interacting. And just be well. And I think I'm back tomorrow 4. Just set your watches now. Good. I know you're all excited.
Like it. No, this is where you become dad or adult or whatever or homeowner or whatever category, maybe all the above. But when it rains all week, it's good for the lawn. It's good for the lawn. This is nice.
I've said it to everybody. As a homeowner, you want the rain overnight. So it's nice. And then you get the dry during the day, but it has the bait. Yeah,
with it. Coming up over the course of the day.
Water my plants.
Hey, Mike. Colts Titans with P and BK in a little less than an hour. Saints Patriots, Brandon Cristal and Tom Carroll for the early bird special following that Madden Matinee. Go ahead and get your lineups in, by the way. That contest exists in the DK SimFan Friends League lobby. It is the first of 4 for Tommy at that point. You will have him for the entire late classic and entirely with Matt Lamarca for that matter of point. Falcons and Giants, weirdest sentence ever, at 6. Bengals Steelers at 8. Ravens and Lions will be with you at 10 o'clock. And who knows, Rossi or I or both could pop into the chat at some point just to say hi, see what's going on, and ask a question or two. The Ross Tucker Football Podcast is coming up next. Thanks to the Drew Stack and Bobo, Bert, and Game Ops. Rossi, great pleasure. This was fun, bud.
I got you, my man.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's drink them, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. And your boy had way too many Daddy Sodas 4 days in a row. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. Not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it. Now, it's a heck of a lot of fun when you're doing it, but paying the price this morning, that's okay, though, because the show must go on. I love talking about football. I love breaking down prospects, and I love my guy, Emory Hunt. It is AFC South Day here on the College Draft Podcast. You can check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. The key is, and I've noticed a lot of you have been watching the clips, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. YouTube also, where you can check out Emory. He's kind of a YouTube god. Football Game Plan on YouTube, at F-Ball Game Plan on Twitter. And of course, if you're still curious about the undrafted free agents that your team got, or other things that we don't get a chance to go over here on the College Draft Podcast, you can still get footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. And it's a cool time of year, Emory, to be doing this because you're starting to get a little bit of bites and nibbles of information coming out of some of these rookie camps and OTAs. Although a lot of these teams, man, it seems like they've really dialed back the intensity, so you're not getting a great feel for how these rookies are performing thus far.
Yeah, and it's shocking because, again, if you're a rookie or undrafted guy, you kind of want things to be a little bit normal for you so you can show off your skill set and make an impact or impression. But at least we now know that, these 90-man rosters are sort of locked in. And it was also surprising that a lot of teams haven't signed the abundance of undrafted free agents that we're used to seeing in a normal year.
Yeah, I guess I read somewhere where they're still waiting on some guidance as to how many guys they will be allowed to bring to training camp. But I don't see why it wouldn't be 90 at this point. But I also, not to go down that road, but I also don't understand why these guys aren't all fully vaccinated so they don't have to wear masks and get tested every day. But everybody has a right to their own opinion, I suppose.
Right, wrong, and different, right? It seems like that would be the easiest thing to do if you're a player. Like, man, let's get vaccinated so we don't have to test like we had to test all throughout the pandemic season.
Don't really understand that. 90-man rosters, we'll see. I would think that they would do that, but that maybe they'll wait the next 2 months. They got 2 months to see how things go with the offseason program. It is interesting, the less OTAs they have, a lot of these teams have had negotiations between the players and the coaches, and they've kind of gotten rid of mandatory mini camp. Some of them, I know some of the teams, they negotiated that they're just wearing flip-flops out there. So that way, because, let me explain this, okay? I think people know this, Emory. I know you do. What happens is anytime the camera is on, you know that you are being evaluated. So they can say, just have it be a teaching tempo. But as soon as you are going against the defense, as soon as it's a 1-on-1 or 11-on-11 or 7-on-7, that guy wants to have a favorable evaluation. He wants to look better than you. He's going to go a little bit harder than you. So then you're going to ratchet up your intensity a little bit. He ratchets his up. You ratchet yours up. It just keeps until you're basically going full speed just without pads. I mean, that's how it ends up going. And I do think that that's an understandable goal for the veteran NFL players to not have to want to deal with that. I guess the flip side I would say to that is those guys don't have to go. It's voluntary.
Well, listen, I learned my first week of two-a-days in college. Voluntary doesn't mean voluntary. After a couple days of a two-a-day practice freshman year, I'm like, whew, I'm kind of tired. And the coach like, well, workouts is voluntary in between, these two-a-days. So I was like, all right, cool, voluntary. That means if you want to. So I went in the locker room and took a nap. 6 minutes into my nap, strength coach comes in there. What are you doing? I'm like, yo, coach said voluntary. From that day on, anything that meant voluntary actually meant mandatory. Learn my lesson. And you're right. Once the camera is on, evaluation starts. There's no, half speed or 75%. Nah, it's full speed. That's tape out there.
6 minutes into the nap. Oh, man, that's amazing. All right, so today we've got the AFC South, which is a very, very interesting division. And, we say it every week. Look, we spend so much time leading up to the draft. The least we can do is go over each team's draft and all of the drafted players. And Emory knows more about the undrafted guys than anybody. You should start a whole new business called Undrafteds Are Us or something like that because nobody knows what Emory knows. All right, let's get to the Texans. They only had 5 picks. It's an interesting draft because I know they got a couple guys you really liked. We've talked about them before. They had 2 third-round picks, Davis Mills and Nico Collins, who, I don't know, played like a combined 8 college games total. It's unbelievable. Both highly recruited, highly touted, very talented, Emory.
Yeah, and if you're Nico Collins, man, you're ecstatic that you got drafted in the 3rd round because you went down to the Senior Bowl and was able to show no rust, no lack of preparation. You went down there and had a really good week of work. And for a guy that's a bigger receiver that has the athleticism, I think that week down there in Mobile played itself out well for him because he was able to showcase, hey, I didn't lose much. I still have some upside. Even though I took the year off, I was out there working and got himself drafted. For Davis Mills, I think he was a direct beneficiary of the pro day process. Not much traveling going on. So we were starving for football content. Stanford, televised their pro day. And it's easy for quarterbacks to look good in a pro day session, especially when you have, networks commentating on pro day throws, kind of ratcheted up his stock. Because like you say, he barely played a lot of games and had an injury history, but found himself not only getting drafted in the 3rd round, but going to a spot where he has a chance to compete for a starting job with Tyrod Taylor there with the uncertainty of the Deshaun Watson situation.
They also signed Jeff Driscoll recently. They traded for Ryan Finley. They are all in on quarterbacks that are not very good. I mean, they are all in. Ryan Finley, what did they trade? I need to look that up. He's one of the worst starting quarterbacks I've ever seen. I'm sure he's a great kid, nice kid, awesome college career, but goodness gracious. All right. In the 5th round, they got 2 guys I thought would have gone higher, Emory, and I think you thought as well. Miami tight end Brevin Jordan and TCU linebacker Garrett Wallow, who I know was a favorite of yours.
Yeah, to me, those 2 picks saved the Texans draft because Brevin Jordan, ridiculously talented flex tight end or H-back. I think people soured on him because he didn't test like Kyle Pitts, but who does test like Kyle Pitts? But Brevin Jordan was very productive for Miami, especially in the passing game. And you know how I felt about Garrett Wallow, number 1 inside linebacker, former high school safety turned inside backer, still has safety-like athleticism and safety-like instincts and eyes from the 2nd level. And so, to me, I think Wallow is going to end up starting as a rookie for Lovie Smith. He is exactly what they want or he wants at the inside backer position. So I thought they got a steal there. And Jordan, even though the Texans have some work-withable tight ends, they have some talent there in that tight end room. I'm interested to see how he's utilized and able to get on the field.
Anything noteworthy about either Roy Lopez, the D tackle from Arizona, in the 6th round, or any of their undrafted guys, Emory?
I'm looking at their roster, and they signed Ryan McCollum out of Texas A&M. I loved his tape. I thought he was versatile enough to play guard or tackle. They have him listed as a center, so that shows you what they think about his versatility. But I thought he should have gotten drafted over a couple of his teammates. So I thought that was a really good pickup for them, kind of helped bolster their grade, in my opinion.
All right, let's move on to the Indianapolis Colts. They've got a pretty good roster as it is. And with the 21st pick, they took back-to-back edge guys to start their draft. Round 1, they took Kwity Paye, the edge rusher from Michigan. Seemed like there were mixed opinions on him. Round 2, Deo Adibingbo from the DN from Vanderbilt. When did he get hurt? January? He got hurt during the pre-draft process.
Yeah, and tore his Achilles, so he won't be available this year at all. So it's kind of a wait-and-see type pick, a futures pick, so to speak, to bring back an old-school reference. But you're right, with Kwity Paye, I think, for him, from my perspective, it was a guy that's very active, that looks like he's doing a lot. And I know nowadays the in vogue thing is to talk about pressures and things of that nature. But to me, pressures sound a lot like not getting there, and sometimes you want guys to close the deal. And granted, some pressures make sense where you're moving guys off the spot, you're forcing a bad throw. I get that part of that point of pressures, but you kind of want to see guys finish the drill. And I thought for Paye, it was mostly a lot of activity and not a lot of productivity. And Odingbo, I like a lot, but you won't see him this year. And that's your first 2 picks. So I kind of thought they could have gone better or done better in better directions with those first 2 picks in a draft. That was really, you had Joe Tryon sitting there, and they let Tryon go down to Tampa Bay when I thought he probably would have given them more bang for their buck right away.
The next 2 picks, I don't know much about. Kylan Granson, tight end from SMU. I never even heard of that guy. And then Sean Davis, the safety from Florida.
Now, those 2 picks I like. Granson is your classic flex tight end. It's kind of like Trey Burton, a H-back type that can really get down the seam, get down the field. You see him sacrificing for catches all the time. So he has good receiving skills. You expect him to have that coming out of that SMU offense. So I like that fit. I just wonder where he's going to fit in amongst a Mo Alley Cox and a Jack Doyle, 2 guys that seem to be prominent in their offense at that position. So, he's going to be the 3rd guy. And Sean Davis is impactful. I'm talking about he gets from, hash to sideline or hash to alley really quickly and explodes into the runner. The question you have about him is health. Can he stay healthy? He missed some time in, I believe, 2018 and last year. You want him to be out there on the field. It seems like the Colts always are the landing spots for safeties with, injury history. Yeah, Bob Sanders, Malik Hooker, and now Sean Davis. But all 3 were talented. You just hope that they can be out there to maximize that talent.
That's a good point. Is Malik Hooker even on a team right now? I don't know that he is.
All right. I don't know.
So 2 things about Malik Hooker, man, while we're on the Colts. Unbelievable high school basketball player. I saw him in the state championship game. They won it for Newcastle. By the way, never played a down of football in his life till his junior year of high school. Kind of like Adafe Owe from Penn State. Didn't play it down till junior year. But in 1 year as a starter at Ohio State, Hooker had like 25 interceptions that 1 year. It was unbelievable. He had like 2 a game. It was crazy. Just hasn't really been. It's interesting how often he gets injured given how little wear and tear he has. He didn't play till junior year of high school. He didn't play much his first 2 years at Ohio State. In his 3rd year, he was unreal. He goes pro, and he's a first-round pick. He hasn't really played that much football. All right, their last 3 picks, Sam Ellinger, the quarterback from Texas. Mike, is it Straken? I'm not sure.
It's Strong.
Strawn, the wide receiver from Charleston, West Virginia, D2. And then Will Fries, really a guard tackle from Penn State.
Yeah, I didn't understand the Ellinger pick because, I mean, you drafted a quarterback last year in Jacob Eason, and you can argue, with your cousin if Ellinger or Jacob Eason is the guy. We know Wentz is the guy there. So I didn't understand the necessary need for getting a quarterback. Strong, I really like. And first of all, we need to take a trip to University of Charleston in West Virginia. Cousin Daniels 3 years ago was with the Bucks. Last 2 years ago, the Falcons drafted John Kaminsky from Charleston, who played on the Senior Bowl. This year, Mike Strong gets drafted, and Kenny Randall, the defensive tackle from Charleston, who we'll talk about later with Jacksonville, is with the Jags, signed as an undrafted free agent. What is going on at Charleston for them to produce all of these pro prospects? I need to find out.
It's a really good point, Emery. I mean, that's a lot of guys for a D2 program. A lot of guys. They're doing something right, either in the evaluation process or the development process. And I'll tell you what, Penn State did something right by moving Fries to guard last year. He would not have gotten drafted at tackle. He went into guard and played pretty well and showed he can play both and gives you a chance to be a guy that provides depth at both guards, both tackles. What did you like about Strong?
6'5", 225, plays his height. He's explosively fast, so he can get down the seam in an instant. He could be a deep threat in addition to being a strong red zone threat. And this was someone that I always like to talk about having a great sense of timing. So when the team needed a big play in a passing game, he made it. And he also has really good nuance for being such a taller guy. Like I'm talking about his release off the line of scrimmage, his ability to stack and track the football going downfield. He's not afraid of contact, so he plays big like I talked about and has the speed that matches up well with the NFL level. So he's bigger, taller, faster, explosive, dynamic. I think he's going to surprise some as a rookie and make some plays.
Let's move on to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They had a bunch of picks. I don't want to spend time on Trevor Lawrence, but I do want to ask you, evidently Travis Etienne in their first minicamp, Emery, he was exclusively played at wide receiver. And I asked Greg Cosell this last week on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast because I was curious. Is he that good? Like, is he that good of a receiver that he could actually do that? Or do you think they're just doing that so he becomes a better receiver for them out of the backfield?
I think it's the latter point, Ross, because we know he can run the football. Give him a lane, he's gone, right? But now you see, okay, rookie minicamp, where you're there for what, 3 days on the field. So let's get him some work, knowing the offense as a receiver in the passing game. Let's develop him there because we know he can run. We know if we hand him the football, ain't much nuance in the run game in terms of what you need to know and what you need to do. More so blocking than actually the run plays. So why not spend some of that time, that limited time that you have with him, developing him in a different asset? So now when he comes back to OTAs and veteran minicamp, he's going to be more apt to understand the totality of the offense as opposed just knowing what he has to do from tackle to tackle. Yeah, throw him out there in the slot now. Let him get acclimated in working in space, running routes, catching the football out away from his body. Get him that work because we know what he can do when you just hand him the football.
And so you think he can do a lot of those receiver things?
We saw him this year grow in that area with Clemson, and that's one of the reasons why he went back to work on the passing element of his game. And yeah, I think he can do so to the point where I'm not saying he's going to be Marshall Faulk to where you just line him up and just let him just go, but he's going to be someone that you can trust out there in a matchup situation. And it also gives you the opportunity to get both backs on the field at the same time to where defensive, personnel has to adjust. So you get Robinson on the field and Etienne on the field. Now you don't know if it's a run play or a pass play. And if it's a pass play, your linebacker really can't cover Travis Etienne that's now a polished route runner or a polished receiver coming out of the backfield.
Round 2 was Tyson Campbell from Georgia and Walker Little from Stanford.
We talked about Walker Little in our preseason show, how he quietly was one of the better tackles in college football in the Pac-12, but he just hadn't played a lot, injury concerns, and he opted out this year. And so, health permitting, I think they got a steal with Walker Little. And Campbell is an athletic guy, long, lengthy press corner, can run with anybody. That seems to be what Urban Meyer is trying to build out there in the secondary. But I would keep an eye on Walker Little. Health, notwithstanding, if he's 100%, man, they got a good one in him because I really like his game.
Rounds 3, 4, and 5. You got Andre Cisco, the safety from Syracuse, Jay Tufele, the D tackle from USC, Jordan Smith, the edge rusher from UAB, and Luke Farrell, the tight end from Ohio State.
Yeah, I didn't know Luke Farrell was in this draft class, so I didn't have a grade on him. I thought he went back to Ohio State. But you talk about Andre Cisco, just like Walker Little, health permitting, he is the class of the safety position. To me, this is someone that carried a first-round grade. I had a high grade on Cisco, but he had a freak injury, pre-game where he tore his ACL. So you're hoping that he's coming back healthy. But if he's out there 100%, he is tremendous, can play any safety spot, can also match up in the slot. Tufele is an upfield penetrator, quick off the ball, can be disruptive. That's something they sorely need on the interior. And so if you're looking at Jordan Smith, long, lengthy, can set a physical edge. He's 6'7". I think his upside is as a pass rusher. He can drop back in the shallow zone area and really thrive there also. So it gives you some work withable tools for a guy that's 6'7", about 255.
Emory, you mentioned Luke Farrell. Is there any faith that you have that Tim Tebow as a tight end can work out? Like, what are your thoughts? Let's just be objective. Your thoughts on Tim Tebow trying to be a tight end in the NFL?
I didn't see an issue with the tight end room. First of all, I like Tyler Davis, who they drafted last year out of Georgia Tech. I'm a big fan of James O'Shaughnessy, who they took, who got into the league as a drafted guy out of Illinois State, and he has some athleticism. I like Ben Ellefson. This guy out of North Dakota State can play H-back. I think he's very good and deserves more of an opportunity. So I didn't see the issue there. I thought they were solid at tight end. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Tebow. Now, where I feel strongly about Tebow is the fact that if you want to talk about someone that got railroaded out of the league, I think he should have been allowed to be the backup to Peyton Manning when they brought him in and still worked on his game, because clearly he had some it to his game that allowed them to be successful and win games. So let's continue to work on his passing and work on his ability to get him where you need him to be throwing the football. So his whole story is sad in and of itself. But the tight end, I think, is going to be tough because they have a pretty solid depth chart right now, in my opinion, at that position.
It's interesting. I talked with Cassius Marsh, the outstanding special teamer and edge rusher for the Steelers, for today's Ross Tucker football podcast. And I said, if the Steelers had signed Tebow to play tight end, what would be your mindset if he was lined up across from you trying to block you? He said, abuse this man. Like, the guys they want to beat anybody trying to block him, but in their mind, they cannot let a quarterback block them. Like, in their mind, he's a quarterback, and like over their dead body, they're going to let him, like they are going to, I just hope he knows what he's signing up for. I said it before, they are going to be very aggressive with him physically. And those techniques as a tight end or H-back or fullback, how to make those blocks, those are different things to learn. And if you're not real familiar with them, you're going to get earholed. Like you're going to get hit bad.
And that's the part I have when people quickly want to move just put him in a slot. Like every running back. Yeah, put him in a slot, let him run routes. Like, bro, you realize you move him to that spot, he now has to beat cornerbacks and not linebackers. There's difference in techniques involved in playing different positions. You just can't ask a wide receiver to gain some weight and play tight end. So you damn sure can't ask a quarterback to go and play tight end that hadn't done it before. We saw Blake Bell get eased into that tight end position while at Oklahoma. We saw, I think it was Jay Reamersma that was at Michigan.
Yeah, way back in the day. Wow, nice pull, Emery.
You know what I'm saying? And then go to Buffalo and grow into that position. So we've seen it happen, but it takes time. You just can't. You see it recently. You can't move defensive linemen to offensive linemen and expect them to start right away. Rashad Coward did that with the Bears. It takes time to get acclimated to the different techniques of the position. I want to say this though: Jacksonville undrafted free agents, they killed it in that realm. They had undrafted free agent haul that was better than some teams' classes with some of the dudes they picked up.
Interesting. Okay. What about the Tennessee Titans? We've talked a lot about Caleb Farley, their first-round pick, and the multiple back surgeries. Day 2, they took Dylan Reduntz, the OT from North Dakota State, Monty Rice, the linebacker from Georgia, and Elijah Molden, the cornerback from Washington.
Them adding Molden and Farley aced it for me. Those are two guys that are always around the football. Ball skills, ball instincts, ball awareness, football IQ. Give me those guys on the back end. That's the playmakers. Those are guys that make it tough to throw the football against any secondary. And when you combine those two with the health of Christian Fulton, who they drafted last year in the first round, I believe, or second round, man, their secondary got better. And I think their secondary is going to be good. Health permitting, once again, that seems to be the theme with the AFC South draft when we're talking about these prospects. But if Farley is healthy, Farley is a lockdown corner with ball skills that has upside. He was a receiver coming into Virginia Tech. So he still, quote unquote, is a neophyte in terms of playing a position, but he played it well. Molden just understands ball and understands zone coverage, understands spatial awareness. He just gets it from a passing coverage standpoint, and he could turn the ball over. So give me all of those guys right away. And Rice, I believe, is more of a depth guy. I think he's going to be a special teams ace. It just kind of reminds me of what they have already in David Long out of West Virginia. So I thought they replicated that effort there. But I love those two cornerback selections there. And Radin's the tackle, plug and play. You come from North Dakota State, where it's run game defense, and you go to Tennessee, where it's run game defense. It's a plug and play guy right away. He's going to start as a rookie.
Round 4, they got a couple guys I heard a lot about leading up to the process. Dez Fitzpatrick, the receiver from Louisville, and Rashad Weaver, the DN from Pitt.
Yeah, Rashad Weaver and his teammate, I forgot his name, but they were bookends at
Patrick
Pitt.
Jones?
Patrick Jones. Both guys played well off each other, and Weaver, I think, has more of the heavy hands that sets a physical edge, strong edge, and does a good job versus the run. Has a little bit more pass rushing savvy than Jones. Jones is like a twitchy guy that he splashes with those big plays like that. But I like Weaver. Weaver is consistent. He's solid. He's going to be someone that's dependable. And Fitzpatrick is a pro already as a rookie. He just goes about his business, runs his routes very well, consistently. No flash, but is consistent in that regard. But also is consistent in catching the football. There's no issues, I feel like, with Fitzpatrick. And I think he's going to be someone that's going to see a lot of minutes as a rookie.
Finally, round 6, they had 2 picks. Brady Breeze, the safety from Oregon, and a guy that you were the first person I ever heard bring him up, Racey McMath, the receiver from LSU. Last summer, you talked about Racey a lot going into the season.
Yeah, Racey is someone, you go back to his high school tape, tremendous athlete, explosive, fast. LSU, we know about their receiving core and their depth chart, so he was more of a special teams guy. They got a little bit of playing time at wideout, so the upside is through the roof with him. He's going to be someone that's going to be a better pro than he was a collegiate, but we know at worst he's going to be a core special teamer, maybe a gunner, on coverage units. But that's someone that's going to get better as he gets more acclimated with the program, gets more reps. So I'm excited to see him. And Breeze is another one of these core special teams. He was on all special teams at Oregon. So what I love about the draft now, and I really started to incorporate that within, my process, scouting and grading. When you look at guys and you look at, do they play special teams? How many special teams they're on? And how consistent are they in those roles? Man, that's how you also strengthen yourself in the draft. You can draft guys that teams maybe like, or players, maybe people maybe like, I don't know about this guy. Well, they drafted him specifically to bolster their special teams because that's a third of the game. And if you can win at least 2 out of the 3 aspects of a game, you're going to win a lot of football games. And special teams is so critical, especially in coverage units and also in the return game.
Here's what everybody needs to do. Please subscribe to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL so you get all of the other shows that we produce and the highlight clips. If nothing else, just check out the highlight clips, or you can check them out on social at Ross Tucker Pod. Follow Emery at FBall Game Plan or Football Game Plan on YouTube and get 40-1 odds on any basketball game this week over at the DraftKings Sportsbook. 40-1 odds on any team in any basketball game. I mean, come on. There's some that you have a pretty good idea who's going to win those games. Go ahead and put $5 on one. You can turn it into $200. That's promo code Ross, limited time, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Other than that, AFC West next week as we close out the AFC. The keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
And we are back. What's up, Dream Streamers? We've got another Madden simulation coming your way here in a matter of moments. Adam Kaufman with you. Brandon Cristal will join me in just a second. Looking forward to, obviously, this next sim that we've got going on here. The Madden Matinee. The, what do we call this one? The No Swim Today for BK's Kids free roll. Hopefully he enjoyed that as much as I did when I made it. Anyway, 133 entries for this one. Here's what my lineup looks like. And I don't know that BK has one, but if he does, we will get it from him when we get going. Jonnu Smith, as I often say, new Patriot. Jonnu Smith in the captain spot. He is about 10% owned in the captain slot, along with 60% overall. I have Derrick Henry, as most of you do. He is 93% owned in our small contest, 43% in the captain slot. So a lot of you people expecting him to do big things today. Also have Nyheim Hines, Trey Burton, Zach Pascal, something of a punt play, only 21% owned. And similarly, Paris Campbell, who is about 28% owned. So top-heavy production expected here from the likes of Smith, Henry, Hines, and Burton. We will see what ends up happening, though, over the course of the next hour plus. Appreciate everybody hanging out here with us. I just texted our guy Rossi, by the way, because I know he was saying that he was interested in coming up with a name for his segment. I suggested, and the Drew Stack, you guys can tell me what you think of this. I told him, because it's, he's asking questions of people and it happens in the third quarter. I said, you should call your segment The Third Degree. And he hit me with the eyes emoji, but I think he liked it. I think that was his way of saying that he was into it. So we're going to find out. BK will come along in just a matter of moments. Appy Rizzle, BK always late with a long storyline. Darth, Armageddon rules and cough drools. Brother Phil, thank God Coffee made it. Did not miss the music when it disappeared for a little while. Not to worry, I'm here. You got the Drew Stack. You got Bert, Bobo, and Ops getting the job done, and BK coming on in a matter of moments. Some tech issues on his part. Smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button as well if you're watching along on YouTube. Again, Tennessee, Indianapolis. Want to hear from you guys. Who are you looking for big things from today? Who is the standout play that you guys need? Don't give me your whole lineup. Throw out your captain. Who's the guy that you need beyond Derrick Henry? You don't need to shout out Derrick Henry. Half of you have Derrick Henry. Maybe it's Trey Burton. Maybe it's Jonnu Smith. Maybe it's a wild card, like a Nyheim Hines, who's 2.3% in the captain slot. Maybe you're really bold. Maybe you're thinking, after what we saw from the Chiefs, the Titans DST at captain, 1.5%. Or Ryan Tannehill, 3%. Or Phillip Rivers, 1.5%. What are you guys banking on today? Let's hear from you. Brother Phil. Oh, Lord Kaufman, silencer of bad sound loops, all hail he. Daryl says, thanks for the invites, Koff. Happy to get you guys in here. More the merrier in the DK Sim Fan Friends League, especially in these free rolls. We are scoreless, just underway after a 1-yard pickup. Let's see what Tannehill and company have going here. Adam Humphries with the grab for 9. 3rd and inches, though. Out to the 36, as I believe we welcome in our pal, Brandon Cristal. BK, can you hear me, fella?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, we got you. Loud and clear.
My laptop was totally dead, and then when it starts up, it's like, cranking up an engine of a 1930s Chevy or something.
How old's the computer?
I got it for my 40th birthday, so 3 years old.
Okay, so not too bad.
But I think I'm maxed out on like storage space and RAM and all that, because it just is slower than it needs to be. And maybe it's because I leave a lot of stuff open and running, but in general, it should run faster. A 3-year-old, nice little Mac laptop should run better.
I would think so. I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for you to make it through this thing.
Oh, I mean, I like my chances now that we're going, because it's got a little more juice, so, it's starting to feel a little better.
Now that we're up and running. Hey, I want to shout out Brandon Curtis, DK Sim fan member. Wanted to shout out, or get a shout out, to as many thoughts and prayers as possible for my son. He's officially on the transplant list because his heart is no longer good. He is a twin. His sister is healthy and home. His name is Connor. versus Callie, 3 weeks old. Well, obviously it goes without saying, but thoughts and prayers very much so, Brandon, to you, the entire, presumably Curtis family, Connor, Callie, everybody, your wife, everyone involved, your family, we're thinking of you. And believe you me, you got some rocks right here in the case of the DK Sim fam, all willing to give you the shout outs. I guarantee it. I want to see him in the chat, folks. Shout out Brandon. Well wishes to Brandon's family. Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. Hope everything works out and works out quickly, because I know how harrowing that can be.
That stuff is scary, no doubt. I mean, anything that, and I'm sure a lot of people out there can relate, any sort of anything health-wise when it comes to your child is frightening beyond belief. So, yes, as BK said, hopefully everything works out for the better and pretty quickly at that. Were you able to get a lineup in?
I was. While I was sitting here waiting for my computer just to turn back on, I did get a lineup. It is A.J. Brown in the captain spot.
Okay, like that.
I just didn't feel like paying up for Derrick Henry because I know I could get him in for sure.
Yeah.
I'm in 7th right now, so that's pretty good. Trey Burton and Zach Pascal are the only Colts I even sort of trust. I thought about Nyheim Hines, but I'd rather go Burton. And then Corey Davis, no longer a Titan in real life, along with the Titans D. I like the Titans D, their chances to make some plays. Was that 6?
Hence the 3rd place. You got that Titans DST giving you an early 10 for now.
And counting. Ooh. Way to get somebody hurt, Tannehill.
We just coming off a nooner where we had.
I saw the final score.
26 points in the captain spot for the Chiefs DST, I believe.
16-10. These early games not always filled with lots and lots of points. At least the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. About halfway through this opening quarter again. BK, AK, the Drew Stack, and Bert all chilling with you.
Well, with Drew and Andrew, and obviously Drew's full name's Andrew and you're Adam, and us being dubbed the A-team, I think it's truly official with both those guys working.
Yeah, I think it has to be.
I don't know if Drew caught that or not the other day that we've been dubbed the A-team. I got my Indy 500 hat on that's not really mine and doesn't really fit. But...
Is it a snapback or a...
No, it's fitted.
Like Velcro? Oh, it's fitted.
Yeah, it's...
Fitted or flex fit?
It's a flex fit small medium that I'm fairly certain, not fairly certain, 100% certain.
You're more of a medium large guy?
Yeah, medium large, which they don't really make. They make small, medium, and large, extra large. But I'm 99% sure this is the kiddo's hat because I wouldn't have bought a hat that didn't really fit. It was in my closet with all my hats. And I was like, well, come on, Indy 500's on. I was even looking for my favorite brewery shirt from Sun King Brewery that looks like the Indy 500 logo. And I just can't find it. I mean, I'm sure I could find it. I also can't find my DraftKings shirt, my DraftKings work shirt.
It's got to be in the wash. There's a
It's
reason.
definitely not in the wash. It's just around.
Has to be.
Oh, no question. I don't think anybody stole it.
Somebody, just a family member, thieved your DK shirt.
My wife sometimes thinks it's funny and mostly thinks it's absurd when I'm missing something like, oh, somebody stole my DraftKings shirt. You know, if I say that, because I say it with a straight face and I'm sort of honest.
No, I honestly think somebody took this.
Yeah.
Right out of our hamper.
There's no explanation. Well, the real question is, where do all the socks go? That is an age-old question that has never been solved.
It is a wonderful mystery that I have never figured out. Like,
I don't think anyone has.
It's funny you say that because there was a day fairly recently for us old timers that use Facebook. You know, you get the Facebook memories every day, and there was one that popped up where this was a few years ago that I was folding laundry, and
you haven't folded laundry in a few years.
I know it's been a while, and I took a picture of all of there must have been 20 socks just on my bed. None of them matched. None of them were part of a pair, and I just took a picture of them and posted, like, you know, what the heck? Like, where? I mean, these didn't just get. I realize I am renowned in the DK Sim fam for throwing away a sock if it has a hole in it, but keeping the other one.
That's a bit odd unless they're part of like a group of 6 that they
Well,
all
that's what I
match.
mean. Yeah.
I've done that. I've done
Yeah,
that.
just because I figure like eventually I'm going to throw away another, and so we'll have a match again. You know what I mean? Like if it's
But if you have like a pair of Star Wars socks, if you have a pair of Star Wars socks and Obi-Wan Kenobi's face has a hole in it on your toe, you're not going to keep it unless you're just nostalgic.
Right. But or if you're just one of those, like I have a buddy, he's actually part of our DK production team, who his thing is to like wear socks that don't match intentionally. He washes his socks, and he just has a sock drawer or whatever, but he doesn't pair them up. He'll wash his socks and just grab them by the pile and throw them all in the drawer, and he'll get up for this is back when people went to work. He will, I guess people are doing that again, starting to now anyway, but he'll just grab 2 socks, doesn't even look at them. Does like it's ideal that they don't match, and that's just his thing. So this wouldn't bother him any if he didn't have socks. That like he probably doesn't even know if the dryer is eating up all his socks. But I find it unnerving how many socks I have that do not have a match.
We have a hamper that has been a multiple year, and I think it started in 2016 or 2017. I called it the Great Sock Project because at some point I'm like, I'm gonna pair all these up. Like one ends up here because you'll see the other one in odd place. I'm like, okay, I definitely know that one's in the hamper of single socks, but they managed to never get together. And at one point, my wife just dumped it all in the garbage, and that was it. And then we started over because I buy socks all the time when I see, you'll go to these places that'll have.
Looking for a nice sock sale.
Well, socks from our youth where they're like buy 5 pair for $10 or something. It's like Mario Brothers and Scooby-Doo and Sonic the Hedgehog. Sure. And they had all these different, I thought of Star Wars because with 14-year-old being all about Star Wars and Mandalorian, he has a bunch of socks that they had there. So I just keep accruing more of those socks. Those are actually pretty easy to match. But then I have all these dress socks, so my wife will buy different types of striped or whatever design socks for me to wear with suits or when I used to wear suits. And inevitably, they'll look kind of the same, but they'll be a little different. Like one will be bluish and one will be greenish. I'm like, those aren't really the same sock. Can I get away with it? Like they used to have a matching pair. And then for the 2-year-old, it seems like our nanny does it more than me because it just bothers me a little. She'll put them in 2 different socks like your friend from work all the time. And I'm like, that red ankle sock and green knee sock is an odd match.
Yeah, that's
if you're gonna put them in shorts, if you're gonna put them in pants, it's fine.
Yeah, socks that are different sizes entirely is that doesn't really register.
It worked for Kerry Kittles back in the day, but that was like a style thing. And they were both NBA socks, or when he was playing at Villanova, they were both. That was truly intentional, and I mimic that at the rec center every now and then.
So through 1 quarter, no score. This game's starting off a lot like the last one, Titans Colts here, and
I should still be in the top 10. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a DST or 2, you're doing pretty well here in this.
Oh, I'm in 11th.
Tannehill 20 passing to just 9 for Rivers, but they have combined to go 4 out of 5.
What's your lineup? I'm sure you told other people, but tell me so.
Yeah, I told the folks, but I'm happy to share it with you, obviously.
Like the idea that I said you told other people, like you sent a text to like a couple of friends.
Yeah. Glass, you're never going to believe this. I know you're not working today, but you've got to hear this lineup that I built for Tennessee and Indianapolis.
Captain Tannehill.
I am so proud of this. You know what? He'd probably respond with like, "Really? You didn't play? Like that's a decent build." So Jonnu Smith is my captain.
All right.
Henry is captain.
You did that because he's a Patriot now.
100%. Derrick Henry is captain 43% of lineups in our small contest, but I have him in the flex along with 93% of other people. Nyheim Hines, well, 93% of people own him, period. So I guess 50% of people have him flexed. Nyheim Hines, Trey Burton, Zach Pascal, Paris Campbell. That is my build. No kickers, no DSTs.
Yeah, Rodrigo's always a good play, although not if they can't get past the midfield stripe.
True.
I'm responding to text from my 14-year-old. He's at his dad's, and I got a text right as the sim was starting. Did you get the camper Wii fix? WEE. So I wrote back, what's a camper Wii? Then he wrote back, week. I said, what's a camper week? And he wrote wheel, WEEL. And I said, that's how you spell wheel, WHEEL. And he wrote back, wheel. My phone is broken. The crack is at the H. The crack is at the H might be the funniest thing he's ever said to me, because the amount of things that he misspells where he's not trying to like shorten it up to be cool text lingo.
Yeah.
There's a reason he's got a few weeks of summer school coming his way in the next couple of weeks as he makes a move from 8th grade to high school. But telling me the H is broken after typing H a second ago.
Yeah.
Is next level excuse making.
Well, and in fairness, saying the crack is at the H is not far off.
No. And then he wrote he with all H's in those he. So it seems like it's working. Oh, that was from earlier. When that was from earlier. So check this out. So you know you get just Amazon ads on your feeds or whatever. Certainly on my Facebook feed I do, and they have like a Bluetooth speaker that looks like the Death Star. It's definitely a ripoff of the Death Star, but it's not like Star Wars licensed, and it floats above the base. So it's just, the sound comes out of the speaker that floats like it's magnetic or whatever, and it sits like an inch above the base. So for a kid that's a Star Wars freak, I send it to him. I go, you should save up your money and buy this. And he wrote back, that's a dumb purchase, but it's cool. And I said, I'm going to remember you sharing those words, which I agree with, the next time you buy something silly. So I'm glad now that you're sort of in high school, you're becoming more sensible with your money.
It's a dumb purchase.
Look, I'm not above dumb purchases either, but when you make enough money, you can buy them and get away with it. When you're 13 and you buy, or 14 and you just buy silly stuff that shows up from Amazon.
How you're spending that allowance?
Oh, he doesn't really get an allowance. He doesn't do anything consistently enough to earn one. He does watch the kiddos from time to time, and he gets money for that. And I think he's finally paid off his debts.
Babysitting your brother's cash.
Yeah,
brother
absolutely.
And sister and everybody.
Exactly, straight cash there. Although he forgets to write it down, so he's definitely left money on the table.
He's not logging his hours.
No, and I tell him, I'm like, and there was even a stretch where I like wrote down.
I love that you make him invoice you.
Well, mostly his mom, because she's the one that he has his debts with. But it's like, dude, if you're not going to write down that you worked 6 hours from when we took off to when we came back, that's on you, because we're just going to approximate, and it's almost always going to be lower.
You think we're even high?
And I'll throw him $10 or $20. Like I took him to meet his buddies. They were going to the skate park. I'm like, do you have any money? No. Here's $20. Now he has a debit card though, and when he gets back with us, his debit card has arrived. Now they won't ever have any money on it, but at least in theory, we could transfer money into it.
What about like a for emergencies only credit card that, his emergency is like, I really needed this candy bar.
Yeah, he doesn't have that. I mean, I guess he could overdraft and then it'll cost him $25 real.
Yeah.
If 7-Eleven or whomever takes it. And like, dude, you had 8 cents in your account. Maybe you shouldn't have bought a candy bar. Now you owe me $25 and 8 cents.
And I'm collecting that change. What do you think we got that coin jar for?
Exactly. Well,
fast.
If he would have stuck with that coin jar, he'd have a couple $100 now. But he bailed on it, and now it belongs to his little brother, who really likes that kid's a scavenger, man. He finds money, he sticks it in his pocket, because he's got all these jeans and shorts with pockets, and I'll see him drop a nickel in there all the time. I'm like, all right, dude.
Uncle Buck says, love the honesty about your boy.
Hey man, the world it can be a cruel place, so you better be ready for it. We're trying to tell him.
Get him prepared.
Yeah, we're trying to let him know that it's not always going to be sunshine and roses. This kid will be fine, not in school, but he'll get out of school, he'll get some sort of job working in a restaurant or and he'll just do that forever.
This kid will be fine, not in school.
Look, I don't think you get to high school,
go to college and apply himself.
You have to get into college to go to college. They don't just let you in because you're a nice person. The amount of conversations he's had, like I swear he said, because my wife has a graduate degree from Cornell. He goes, yeah, I don't think I want to go to an Ivy League school. We're like, don't worry, dude. I think you take that off the plate.
That's unbelievable. Don't worry, dude.
His only A, his entire 8th grade year was in leadership class, which is good. It's a good skill to have. But leadership is mostly study hall. Like they talk for 10 or 15 minutes, then it's study hall. But he got an A. That was his only A. Well earned.
Well earned. Presiding over detention, basically.
He kept telling us how much he hated his school that he's at, and he's going to a different high school, although a number of his friends are going to this high school because he's at a much smaller school that's K through 12, where it goes from like 100 to 150 kids in a class or in a grade to 150 in like the whole high school. So he's going to a really big high school with 3,000 kids, where he can certainly blend in if he chooses to, and or get lost in the shuffle. But he kept every day I've dropped him off for the last 6 weeks. Like, I can't wait to get out of here. I hate this place. I hate this place. But then, nostalgia kicks in, and they had like a end of school dance. Yeah. And he called up my wife and told her how sad he was. And then, I saw on Instagram, he posted all these pictures of he and his friends about all the great memories. And I'm like, all right, dude. And that's kind of how nostalgia works, right? You don't know what you don't like the old Joni Mitchell song, right? You don't know what you got till it's gone.
Right.
And then the remade version with Counting Crows.
Then they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Yeah. Ironically, his school is where a Home Depot used to be.
To BK. Hit the likes for BK's son, says Uncle Buck. And we're going to have to. Going to have to earn them.
So we had our new neighbors over that just moved in 2 houses away. They came over last night with all the little kids playing around and just catching up, having a couple of soda pops. And I have a cool job. There's no doubt about it, just like you do.
Yeah.
And so, we went by their houses for a second to say hi. They moved into our old neighbor's house, and they kept a lot of the furniture. So other than the boxes everywhere, it looks kind of the same because they kept some of the downstairs furniture because they went double in size from Chicago to here. But anyway, so like, hey, come over, have a drink, get out of the moving mode, And so they're like, first I'm talking to her husband about he works in renewable energy, which is good, but not exciting. He's like an engineer. And then my wife works in healthcare. They know what I do because she was telling me how they've heard me on the radio a bunch. And then I didn't know what she did, but I heard her say, oh, well, we're the candy house. And I'm like, good. I go, I'm always trying to cut down on my candy intake because it's excessive, and I have more dental appointments in the coming weeks than I'd like to have, with a crown or two in my future. But nonetheless, I'm like, oh, cool. Like thinking, oh, we just always stock candy. Like that's what I thought she was saying. And I'm like, oh, like what? And then my wife's like, oh, no, she works for M&M, Mars, Wrigley. And I'm like, oh.
There's candy everywhere.
Yes. So, and she's on the marketing side, so she just gets stuff dropped off to her all the time. And when she used to be on the sales side, she said it was crazy because she's like, I was single living in Chicago, and I would get a pallet of Pop-Tarts sent to me because I think she was working for General Mills or whatever. And she's like, so I would just send out an email to all my friends, come over and grab a case of Pop-Tarts.
Right.
Just a full pallet, imagine. So it's good to know that instead of going up to the grocery store around the corner, I can just go knock on her house for some Skittles.
Halloween's going to be bonkers at that house.
Well, that's what I said. I was like, Halloween for your kids is pretty boring. It's just Tuesday.
Right.
Like, we don't need to go get candy. We have a whole closet full of all the candies.
Yeah, we've got everything here.
I kind of want to have all fake teeth anyway, so I can eat all the candy I want.
I'd love to hear some of your experiences in this area, because I bet you've got a lot of great stories with just people you've met or interacted with over the years. But to your point, like what we do for a living, and I'm not specifically talking about like Madden Sims and Dream Stream, like covering sports and going to cool events, meeting cool people. That's like that we're just fortunate to be able to do, but it has nothing to do with us. It's what we do for a living. It's just part of the job. And you meet new people, especially like through your kids. It's not like meeting new people through work that do something similar to what you do, or they work in advertising, but like nothing that you do is particularly exciting or new or different or beyond comprehension. When you're meeting people that are the parents of your kids, let's say, and you're going through that. So what do you do for a living? I'm always kind of a little bit sheepish when I'm talking about it, because I feel like it's so cool what we've worked really hard, like we've earned it, but it's just so cool that what we're able to do, that it never really feels like work. Whereas, you often will hear from a lot of people that just hate their jobs, unfortunately, or it really is like just punching the clock and getting a paycheck. There's no real, heart, mind investment into it. And so anytime that you hang out with some of these people at whatever, like
soccer game,
your kids, whatever. Soccer game, whatever. Yeah, it's been a nice run here from Tannehill all the way down to about the 15, knocked out at the 14, 50 yards on the ground for him. They'll ask you all these questions about your job, and you I don't know. I'm not rude by any means, but I get a little short because I feel like just talking about this profession can sound like bragging, But then I'm at the bus stop the other day, and one of our neighbors And I preface this by saying, like,
No lie, for a split second, real quick, I thought you were taking the bus somewhere, and then I realized it's the bus stop. He said, I'm like, why is he taking the bus?
to get the kids. And like, I love our house. I love our neighborhood. I love, like, you know, it wouldn't change a thing. But so, you know, he lives down the street. Never really talked to him much. We're fairly new to the neighborhood anyway. And also, like, different cultures too. And obviously my wife has told him what I do, but I'm not sure there was a full understanding. And so I'm at the bus stop one day and he says to me, he's like, so which teams do you own?
Oh, nice. You say different cultures. Is he from another country?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
what'd you tell him? You're like the New England Revolution.
Yeah. So my first instinct was like, no. Like I would not live in this neighborhood.
Yeah.
if I owned, I'm like, I'm like the Jerry Jones of my town, of whatever. I was like, no. I cover teams. Like I report on teams. I definitely do not own any clubs at all. But that would be cool. I'd love it. I don't see that in my future.
See, depending on the audience and what they're going for and the mood I'm in is how I'll answer that question. When somebody says, what do you do when it comes up? And like the most recent time I can think of is we were at birthday brunch for a friend who just moved back to town, and I was meeting friends of theirs that we hadn't met, or if we met them at their wedding, like we don't really remember everybody you sat with or whatever, or saw or met. And my wife had just become pregnant, and I drank way too much at that wedding because she was driving. It was like 3 years ago. Touchdown.
Eric Henry holding the masses.
Good, I got him. We all got him.
Everybody's got him.
And so I'll either say I work at iHeartRadio, or I'll say, I work in media, or I work in radio. When my wife answers a lot of the time, or it's not even an answer, she'll say something about our schedule. And she's like, yeah, August is really busy. He works with the Broncos. I'm like, that's not exactly the best way to describe it. Or she'll say he works for the NFL just because she thinks it's more efficient. But to me, it then becomes misleading, where I'm like, no, I cover an NFL team or whatever. But so it depends on the type of conversation that I want to have is how I'll get into specifics. And they say, oh, what do you do for iRadio? I'm like, oh, I'm a radio reporter.
Right.
Or I talk on the radio a little bit in the mornings. You know, I try to keep it, you know, because you get to a point where you don't really feel like getting into it unless you can tell if somebody's wearing a Broncos gear that happens to ask and doesn't know me.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I follow you on Twitter. I get that one too. That happened once at a bar up in the mountains a couple of years ago. We're sitting there talking to this couple, and it comes up, and I'm like, oh yeah, I cover the Broncos. He's like, what's your name? I was like, Brandon Criscal. He goes, oh, BK, yeah, I follow you on Twitter. It's like, you're not the fan anymore. I usually get, you're not at the fan anymore.
Right.
The craziest story about it, I think I told you this one. I think I told you about, did I tell you when I met Marcus Mumford from Mumford & Sons at a Nuggets game?
Maybe, but I don't recall.
So he was there post game, and I'm like, why is Marcus Mumford hanging out in the tunnel, like where the players come by, outside of the Warriors locker room and kind of in between the Nuggets and Warriors locker? I'm like, that's definitely Marcus Mumford and like a bunch of random dudes. And so I just go on Twitter, and I'm trying to connect Marcus Mumford Warriors, and he tweets, I want to be Steph Curry's best friend. Like he had tweeted that a couple years earlier. I'm like, okay, but why is he in Denver? Because they're not touring right now. And why is he in this game? And so I happen to be walking out as he's walking out, because I come out of the Nuggets locker room. I'm just going to hook a right where the door is. I'm like, oh, hey, Marcus, can I take a picture with you? I'm like, I've seen you in I saw you in Aspen. I've seen you here. Like, I'm just a big fan. And he's like, yeah, sure. And I introduced, his friends are all wearing like Nugs gear and stuff. And I'm like, hey guys, I'm Brandon Cristal. Oh, hey, BK. Like, oh, you still at the Fan right in the morning? I guess, no, he's with David and Susie over at KOA now on Denver Sports 76. I'm like, all right, this guy knows what's up. And all of them. So Marcus Mumford, prior to becoming this huge rock star, was a youth soccer coach in Denver in his early 20s. So like 06, 07, 08, around the time when I had just moved here, had I been in different circles, I could have also been hanging out with him and his buddies who still all live here. One was like a teacher, one, they all had just regular jobs, and they were all roommates with him back then. But so it was funny on two levels. It was funny just that Marcus Mumford was there in general and at a Nuggets game. Then they went to the Avs game the next night. And then for his friends to all be big sports radio guys and know who I was pretty wild. I think I have the picture somewhere. I'm sure
That's fun. That's definitely fun. I was getting attacked with my my quote unquote question that I was asking you before all that from the people in the chat. Like, is there a question mark coming here? For God's sake, Koff. This thing's going in 20 different directions at once. It was less of a question.
But here's the thing:
it was less of a question. It was more of a talking point.
Our brains work well enough in our conversations with each other that I know where you're getting to, or you know where I'm getting to.
Yeah, we're able to follow each other.
And the only reason
I'll be able to follow at this point.
Yes, too. Come on, we're the A team for God's sakes. Yeah, when you ask a question like reiterating something that I said or react, like I feel like it's only for clarification. Not that you don't understand where I'm going. It's just to clarify for the chat, which I think they appreciate. I appreciate.
Get that like up over 120. Let's get to 150.
Do you have the Knicks and Hawks game on anywhere in your eyesight?
I don't have it on. I have a window open where I'm just following the game center or whatever on ESPN, but I don't have the game open. I see the Hawks are blowing out the Knicks right now, early third or mid third.
Well, they're up 11. I don't know if it's blowing out, but 11.
My screen's showing 14.
Oh, well, I'm on. You might be ahead of me because I'm watching the stream.
I've got 68-54. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So they hit a 3 after whatever's about. They're about to hit a 3, I guess.
Okay.
Is it play-by-play if I predict what's about to happen? If it's already happened?
That's a good question. I feel.
Well, you're saying that it already did happen, and I'm saying, oh, it's about to happen.
You know what's funny? Related to that, so a friend of mine came over last night to watch the Bruins game, and so we're watching the game.
Not the same neighbor that thinks you own the Bruins because he's like, why aren't you at the game?
No, I would have been there. I would have had a suite. No, a friend of mine comes over to watch the Bees game, and we're watching the game on the Roku through the cable provider. Obviously, I think people follow what I'm saying. So there's a delay there, obviously, from the Roku, from the cable to the Roku by. It could be up to
about a minute,
seconds, I think.
At least 30 seconds, sometimes a minute. Just depends.
So. But I get the CBS or wherever notifications on my phone when there are goals scored on the Bruins or
you got to throw your phone down, dude. In a situation like that, especially there's more people over, you got to just go put your phone where you can't hear it vibrate and you can't see it.
Well, so whatever, it doesn't really ruin things for me, but I wasn't gonna shout out something's about to happen to him and wreck it for him. So we're watching David Pastrnak as we reach the half. It's 10-0 Tennessee. David Pasternak's got 2 goals at this point. He's missed multiple scoring chances for the hat trick. And at one point, and it's still like the Islanders have the puck. And then I get the CBS David Pastrnak goal, Bruins or whatever the score was at the time. And I just sort of I get real confident, lean forward in my chair. I'm like, here we go. Come on. Hat trick, Pasta. Let's go. Get really into it. And then all of 20 seconds later, it happens. He's all fired up. I didn't tell him that I knew it was coming.
Yeah, it's tricky when you're ahead of the game like that. Yeah. So because I had the Broncos radio feed through my lap,
I bet you $1 Pastrnak scores right now.
Well, I had my brother-in-law over for the Broncos Patriots game, and him being from New Hampshire and as big a Patriots fan as I know, or certainly in on a short list. Sure. And I'm like, you want to turn away, because I'm typing what's happening in our weird running Twitter that I don't know if we should or shouldn't be doing during games.
Right.
But I'm ahead of the TV, which I felt like I'm almost at the game in that regard, assuming that the play-by-play call's right. And every now and then it wasn't. I'm like, well, I need to delete that because it was the wrong receiver, or or the wrong yardage because it was just. Now, to be fair, the great Dave Logan's calling the game from the stadium off a monitor, so I'm going to cut him some slack with no spotter because he couldn't have a spotter in the booth. So, anyway, I did that to my brother-in-law a fair amount. And I'm like, oh, here comes the Broncos touchdown.
Just ruining it. Yeah, 10-0 Titans through 2.
No Tom Brady this year. He was fine taking a gap year.
Yeah, there you go.
As a Patriots fan, so many Patriots fans did. The one thing that happened, I think, by winning 7 games is, look, you got Mac Jones, and maybe he becomes the next Tom Brady, although he'll have to win 6 Super Bowls to do that.
I don't think anybody.
You could add a higher draft pick in every round.
I include Patrick Mahomes in that, by the way.
Yes, he has to win. Well, he can win them with a different team. I guess Mac Jones could
there's
too.
Sure as hell no next Tom Brady in New England. Maybe there's the hope. Maybe Mac Jones, and hopefully Mac Jones is the next guy to play a decade for the Patriots. But there's no next Tom Brady.
I know you'll take the next Drew Bledsoe or Hugh Millen even.
Sure. Well,
Tony Eason.
Bledsoe out of that group.
But it's
I
like
think Bledsoe got him to a Super Bowl.
it's like he would have to win 6 in New England and then go win 1 somewhere else to be the next Tom Brady.
I just don't believe, and I know this was a really popular discussion around the Super Bowl going into it, like, what if Brady wins another one versus what if Mahomes wins this time and narrows the gap? And do you see, realistically, like in your heart of hearts as an NFL fan, and doesn't even mean it's Mahomes or a guy that's playing right now. It could be a guy that enters the league in 5 years, in 20 years.
It could be Arch Manning, Cooper's son,
sure,
Peyton and Eli's nephew.
Do you see another guy, quarterback, winning 7 Super Bowls? And I ask you that knowing like Tom Brady might not even be done. Like he may win 8 or 9, but let's just say he's done at 7. Do you see another guy, quarterback, coming in and winning 7 Super Bowls? Because I really don't.
No, you can't. You can't predict that. The 4 felt like the max when you got it from both Terry Bradshaw and Joe Montana. No, the league isn't set up for that. And Patrick Mahomes comes along and is maybe the most likely, if you were going to bet on anyone you've seen in the last 25 years, right? Rodgers, the math doesn't add up. There's nobody else. Russell Wilson, you would have liked his chances if they would have won back-to-back. That would have changed the trajectory of Brady a little bit. But you can't predict something that's so astronomically improbable, right? No one would ever accept that unless you want to make a friendly bet with your friends, because it just doesn't. It just seems too unlikely, especially with the way the league is set up to have the parity it has and different teams in the playoffs, even with a 7th playoff team in both divisions now. You're going to see it. Look at the NBA. It's sort of like what the run the Celtics went on a million years ago, although that's not the best comparison because of the way the league was set up. But Michael Jordan in the 90s, right? You're not going to have a team win 6 out of 8, whether or not their best player leaves for 2 years or otherwise, because of injuries and because of how good the other basketball players are, even with super teams, right? As super teams continue to be constructed, you look at this Nets team. Let's pretend the Nets win this year, and that may not be that much of a, pretend.
I'd rather not, but go ahead.
But they're not going to win 6 out of 8.
Right. Do you think that? And it's hard to say no just based on the 3 and the 3, but do you believe that the Bulls would have won 8 in a row?
I don't know, because I don't know if they would have been driven like 4 or 5 in a row. I get, but I just don't know. You watch The Last Dance, and you realize everything drives Michael Jordan, but can you stay healthy? All of that. I wouldn't have bet against him. I'll say that with that Rockets team or Orlando knocking them off, but to predict 8 in a row is almost as silly as predicting 6 out of 8.
Yeah.
Or 6 Super Bowls with one team and then a 7th his first year with another. And Mahomes losing, look, we've seen Brady lose 3 of them, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
but
people forget, Brady went a decade without winning one.
It'll be interesting to see how often the Chiefs get back there, because it's not easy to do. Everybody's building a team to make Patrick Mahomes' life a little tougher. Certainly the Broncos are. The Chargers are good on the defensive side of the ball if Derwin James is healthy, with Bosa and company rushing the passer. And then, whoa, is that my man Pascal?
Get there. Touchdown. Looking good. 48-yard score.
No, Paris Campbell. You got Paris Campbell.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
And 20-some% of people.
But even as their O-line just got much better, of course, we'll see how Orlando Brown Jr. plays left tackle versus right tackle in a very run-heavy offense, because Mahomes is going to drop back way more than Lamar dropped back, and he's going to stay around and try to throw the ball way more than Lamar did. So will he be potentially exposed? I had one personnel guy tell me that. But it's not easy to get to a Super Bowl, and you need a lot of things to work out. The Chiefs have the advantage of having the best player in football, but there's still so much more that goes into it, which is kind of where our friend Kenny's crazy argument about quarterback versus tackle did have a little bit of merit about winning Super Bowls shouldn't be a true measure of a quarterback. And I get that. Or Charles Barkley talked about it the other day. I heard him on Dan Patrick or on his show. He's like, we were really great players. Me, Patrick, Stockton, Malone. He's like, that doesn't take away from how good we were. We just didn't have good enough teams around us.
Sure. And not wrong, but I'm sure people love hearing that.
Well, let's be fair. Michael Jordan had maybe the best perimeter defender of all time next to him for all 6 of those championships. And then for the final 3, he had one of the best defensive players in the history of the game also. To go with Pippen.
Yeah.
And so when everybody, and Barkley sort of lies when he says, I never wanted to chase a super team. It's like, well, you ended up in Houston with Olajuwon and Pippen or Drexler or however that shook out. Like, you were hoping that would come together there for you late, Chuck.
And a lot of people did. A lot of people expected it. I mean, the same way that people thought that Karl Malone would win with the Lakers.
So, look, Karl Malone and John Stockton are 2 of the 20 best players of all time, right? Depending on how you want to shake it up. You're talking about a guy that's top 5 in scoring and the guy that's all-time in assists and steals. So you had 2 Hall of Famers together and nice players around him. Patrick Ewing never had anyone like that. Patrick Ewing never had anyone close to a Hall of Famer as a teammate. He had some good players, the Allen Houstons of the world, and we could go down the list.
John Starks.
Yeah, John Starks. Same with Reggie. Reggie had Mullen at the end of his career.
Yep.
Then he had Detlef. He had Rick Smits. He had the Davis brothers. Like, he had nice players around him. Mark Jackson's probably one of those guys that's a borderline Hall of Famer, right? Everybody would love to have him as their point guard, assuming you don't have one of those. You didn't have Isaiah Thomas or John Stockton as your point guard.
Yeah.
But, and Chuck, right? He had Kevin Johnson and Dan Marley and Danny Ainge at the end of his career. And Oliver Miller and Mark West and Richard Dumas. Like, none of these guys are getting consideration for the Naismith Hall of Fame there in Springfield down the street from you.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. And it's just a reminder of, 1, it's hard constructing a team. 2, timing is everything. Like, how many great players lost out because they had to deal with LeBron, or they had to deal with Jordan, or they had to deal with Steph, or they had to, in those Warriors dynasty teams, for a half dozen years practically, or just, LeBron teams going to the finals 8-9 straight years, or 9 out of 10, whatever it's been. Timing's everything, unfortunately. And a lot of great players are going to miss out on titles of this era for that reason. Same as the Barkleys, the Malones, the Stocktons, the Ewings, like you said.
If Samaki Walker didn't fall on Karl Malone's leg before the final series, he would have won a title with LA. Brutal bad luck, probably karma for how he dissed the Magic before. Yeah, maybe.
Orlando, that's another one. Like, Shaq and Penny didn't win a title.
No, but they were only together for 4 years. Or 3 years.
And obviously their first 3 years, not their prime years, so that does make a difference. But
yeah, and Penny was a hell of a player. He still went to 7 All-Star games, I think, despite how hurt he was.
Penny and Grant Hill in some ways too.
Both. And they both went to the same amount of All-Star games.
Yeah, just a couple of great what-ifs in NBA history. What could have been for those guys with healthy careers.
I think they're the highest on the list of injuries derailing. And look, I think Grant Hill's in the Hall of Fame anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Penny was a 4-time All-Star, 2-time first-team All-NBA. So 4-time All-Star for Penny. I think Grant Hill was 7.
10-7 here, by the way, midway through the third. Colts with the ball.
Grant Hill, 7-time All-Star.
Very long.
1-time All-NBA first team, 4-time second team. And obviously he won 2 or 3 championships at Duke. I want to say 2 at Duke.
I mean, suppose, and I say this same draft class, co-rookies of the year and all that, suppose Grant Hill had Jason Kidd's durability.
Yeah, right. So I think I've said this before too. As growing up as a sports fan in Dallas, the 2 players I ever wanted my teams to get were Jason Kidd and Troy Aikman, and they did. I mean, there are obviously other players along the way. I wanted them to draft Paul Pierce when they took Tractor Trailer and then traded him for Dirk. Obviously, that worked out. But as a Kansas guy, I would have loved to have had Paul in Dallas.
For sure.
I liked having Dirk more, but
that's about the only thing that ever went right in the Rick Pitino era, and he doesn't really even get any credit for it because Pierce just fell to him at 10. But
I think
one draft.
I think Paul, had they not gotten Ray Allen and KG, would have just been Carmelo Anthony 1.0, a guy that you knew could score every night and likely to end up in the Hall of Fame because his stats would have gotten there, but just wouldn't have won anything.
Like one of those guys we just talked about. Another, one of those greats, not of that level.
I put him one tier below. So still Hall of Fame caliber.
But who didn't ever win.
Yeah, I think that's why the Carmelo comparison that I just made.
That's more apt. That's fair.
Although that's the thing is, so Carmelo obviously had a big game 1 here in Denver, and he's getting booed still. It's like, get over it. It's fine. It's been a decade. He didn't want to be here. You want to be here. Joker wants to be here. Murray wants to be here. MPJ wants to be here. It's fine. And you got a bunch of players back that turned into more better players. And when Melo left, he still hasn't won anything. So you didn't lose anything by him leaving. But Melo can score so easily, even at 35 years old. You're just like, this guy was put on the planet to score the basketball. It's not necessarily always good offense when the ball really used to run through him, right? But, man, he's probably a top 5 pure scorer in the history of basketball.
Agreed. Orlando says, what if McGrady and Vince Carter stay with Toronto? Would they have won a title? As our man Bert Ops writes, McGrady, if not for all the injuries, could have been a top 5 player ever.
Maybe. That's a good what if. And watch, McGrady, I'll check. He still probably had to go to a half dozen All-Star games. And turns out he's a pretty good pitcher. Like had him stuck with baseball, who knows where he would have ended up? 6'7", slinging it 95 plus. He did that.
He's been a Hall of Fame finalist in years past. Is that correct, or am I?
I don't know. 7-time NBA All-Star.
He's not in.
Yeah, he is. Basketball Hall of Fame as a player. Yep.
When did he go in? Must have been very. Why was it in the last couple of years and I just forgot?
Maybe. But yeah, I guess yes is the answer. He went into the Naismith Hall of Fame 2017. Yeah. So yes.
I have no recollection of him actually going into the Hall of Fame. It's funny.
How about Chris Webber just getting in now?
Usually I like to watch those speeches. Basketball more than other sports.
Oh, I always watch football just for a number of reasons. But I almost never watched the basketball one. In fact, the only one that I've probably watched in recent years is the Jordan one.
His speech was so bad.
in the best way, though. I mean,
in the best way.
He brings a guy
who beat him out for the varsity team
in 10th grade, mind you.
Yeah, just to say, look at your life and look at mine.
And so what's funny about it is that the guy agreed to go. Like, he obviously knew that Michael Jordan had exceeded him. Probably the second that he stepped on campus in Chapel Hill, or was a McDonald's All-American and High School Player of the Year candidate. And that dude, who knows what he was doing at that point in his life. It's just funny how petty he is.
Yeah.
He clearly took it personal.
It is, as he does.
That's turned into some great memes.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks to that.
And I took that personally.
Did you say I took that personally, or I took it personally? Did you say personally?
I think he said, and I took that personally.
Maybe. That's better. I mean, it's obviously more grammatically correct. Oh, so what I was about to say, which is, this got us way in the other direction. Watching this Knicks and Hawks game, the Knicks are wearing normal home whites in Atlanta that say New York on them. And then Atlanta is wearing an all-black uniform that I assume they've worn this year. I just don't watch any Hawks games.
Sure.
With MLK on the front. That's all it says. MLK.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what to think because obviously I don't have a negative response to that. Some people might because some people are racist. But it's just interesting that it just says MLK. Like, I would get it if it was MLK Day, right? And he obviously had his church there in Atlanta. And I hate not knowing this. Is he actually from Atlanta? Because he was killed in Tennessee. But either way, I get it. I just don't. Is that what gives Atlanta more claim to MLK than New York or pick another city?
I'm not sure.
But no one's going to
blow indoors, by the way. They're going to go up 3-1 in this series, barring some sort of big comeback by the Knicks.
No one's going to. Yeah, he's from Atlanta. So, okay. And then killed, obviously, in Memphis.
Well, I would say from Atlanta gives them more.
Yeah, no, and he had his church there. Okay, I get it.
And now you know.
It's interesting.
10-10 game through 3. 61 in the air for Hines on 5 catches. A touchdown for Campbell. We saw that before, 2 for 52. Derrick Henry rushed for a score as well. Do us a solid, smash that like. Let's get to 150. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button here if you're watching along. DK YouTube or Twitch pages. A follow on Twitch would be great. Twitch.tv/DraftKings. You got 4 more sims coming your way after this one. They will all involve Tom Carroll.
Again, second day in a row. Look at him being a team player.
Yeah.
Team player on the holiday weekend.
I'm saying. My kids are in the other room watching kicking and screaming right now.
Which version? The
Will Ferrell.
Noah Baumbach one? Oh, okay.
I didn't know there was another one.
Yeah, I think that's the name of that movie. It's way different.
It's a horror movie.
No, but it's like a coming of age. I think it has to do with divorce.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be a very different film.
Let me see if that's what that's called.
Where are you in this contest, by the way?
Preppy graduates face their year out of college and reminisce about student life. That's what it is.
Oh, there you go.
Starring Olivia Diabo, the older sister from Growing Pains, I think. Not Growing Pains, Wonder Years.
No,
right?
Not Growing Pains.
Wonder Years? Olivia Diabo, wasn't she Kevin Arnold's sister?
Maybe. I don't recall.
What's funny was he kept growing, and the dude that played his older brother stopped. And by the end of the series, he was much taller than the older brother that picked on him all those years.
Hey, that happens.
Sure.
Can't account for that stuff when you're casting.
No, right. You're casting a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old. You don't expect the 8-year-old at age 13 to be towering over the 15-year-old.
Drew, our technical director, is in first in our free roll, by the way.
Look at Drew.
Yeah,
I am in.
Hines, Captain, Henry, Rivers, Brown, Campbell, Goskowski lineup.
Remember that time I was in 7th?
We're at you now.
124 out of 138.
Not great.
No, not if you're trying to do well and not get made fun of. I feel like one time we talked about the sponsorships on jerseys. Did you and I do that? Where we're looking up, or was that me and Glash? We're looking up all the sponsors, and because some of them kind of make sense because it's right, their company's based there or whatever. Right. And some of them are like, really? That company is spending
Disney,
X
in Orlando, obviously.
Yeah, that makes the most sense. But it's like you're spending X amount of dollars to be on a like Squarespace. I see that on the Knicks jerseys. That made me want to go make a website. I think of all the iconic New York brands, and Squarespace is not at the top. But maybe they're trying to change that. I didn't see who Atlanta was. Right? GE is based in Boston?
Correct.
Atlanta's is...
Although, I don't think the Celtics are GE anymore. I think they're Vistaprint now.
Okay, right. I don't want to go... In the middle of the game, I'm not ready to go print bulk items or whatever. I was like, I was watching that Celtics game last night. I need to go print a bunch of brochures. Just hop online here.
They made the very questionable call of rostering one DeAndre Hunter for the Hawks.
Did your contest not go last night? Is that why I couldn't find how well I did?
It fell like 2 or 3 short of filling, and so it didn't run.
My lineup was awesome, I think.
It felt good on paper.
Well, I had a bunch of Sixers, and they won by like 1 million. By the way, does it feel lazy? The new Fast and Furious movies, because it's the ads on the court right now. F9, the Fast Saga. Like, come on, you can't come up with anything catchier than the Fast Saga.
How many more are there after this one? I know they've announced it. I think 2 more.
Hopefully a lot. I'm going all the time. I don't care. Do them until Vin Diesel's 100.
Same here. I love these movies. Can't get enough. They get better each one.
They get better and crazier. They spend more money.
Yeah, they're borderline superhero movies now.
Yeah, they spend more money.
These guys don't even get a scratch on them when they jump from building to building.
Or they flip a car across a highway.
Right. There's no blood.
Always able to reach out with one hand. Think about how many times you've dropped something. Now imagine that being a human hanging out of a car.
What a great way to put that.
I think about that all the time. Like, I'll bring, how many of us grab too much junk out of the car to bring into the house or whatever, right? And you inevitably drop something and you're mad. And you realize, well, I could have just made 2 trips, so it's mostly on me. Now imagine that's one of your friends hanging out of a car. As the car's falling, I don't know. I mean, they crashed a submarine through a lake.
Right.
Crashed a submarine up.
As one does.
I mean, if you're in that situation and you're trying to catch people in front of you and you're in a submarine, you only have so many options.
Rowdy in the chat, and they never get gas.
Right. They've never. That'd actually be funnier if there's like, oh, hang on, before we get into this chase, I got to fill up.
Never one time. They're just always full.
Every car is always full, even in the shop when they immediately have to go flying out of the shop.
Right.
The one in Brazil is still my favorite.
Random cars they steal off the road, full tanks.
You know that girl, the girl that plays Vin Diesel's girlfriend / baby mama? That's Thor's wife.
Oh yeah, I did know that. I don't remember when I stumbled upon that.
I think I saw them in a picture, like at a red carpet thing, and I'm like, wait, why is Thor at the Fast and the Furious? Oh, okay, they're married.
Yeah.
And you wonder where they met, because he's Australian and I think she's Brazilian or whatever.
He's just
Spanish
really attracted to muscles, obviously.
Yeah, she likes good-looking dudes that make lots of money. Not that she needs their money, because she's in those couple Fast and Furious movies, but still.
Right.
She wasn't when they got together.
I don't know how long they've been together.
Well, they have I think they have a bunch of kids.
Well, then it would probably predate her role in the Fast movies, wouldn't it?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying the other way.
No, I'm saying now she doesn't need him, but she probably did that. Needs not the right word. I don't want to say that. But let's see, Thor. What's his name? Chris Hemsworth?
Yep.
His first Avengers movie was 2012, right? So
yeah.
And they met. I don't know how they met.
Got married anyway. Touchdown.
Oh, see, they got married in 2010.
Well, there you go.
So I got Corey Davis. That should get me out of the top 100. She's from Spain. Her mother, Cristina Pataki Medinau, is a publicist of Romanian and Hungarian ancestry. Her father, Jose Francisco Lafuente, is a Spanish biochemist. Pretty diverse parent vocations.
I'll say.
She attended Universidad de San Pablo, CEU, where she studied journalism and began to take an interest in acting. She then joined the Teatro Cámara de Ángel Gutierrez, which is a theater company in Madrid, which everyone knows, of course, so famous. She met her husband, Chris Hemsworth, through the management company that represents them both. So they both had the same management company and got married in 2010, well before either of their careers took off to the level they're at now. I guess that's probably a fun trivia question. Like, what was Chris Hemsworth in before he played Thor? Of note. And I don't know the answer. Let's see.
Have to go back on his IMDb page.
That's what I'm doing.
See if there's anything you've heard of pre-Thor.
Okay. Well, pre-Avengers. He was really good in that movie Rush, that car racing movie.
Yeah.
Ron Howard directed. Oh, Thor came out. Okay, well,
yeah, Thor was before Avengers.
Okay, but Thor was 2011. All right, they were still married, but they were getting married as Thor. Maybe she's like, oh, he's gonna be Thor. Hook me up with that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna marry this one. He's in the Marvel universe. Yeah, that's gonna work out.
He was in Star Trek and played George Kirk, which was what I think Captain Kirk's dad, like in the very first scene. Maybe.
I don't know. No clue.
Well, but at least he was in it. So he was in that.
The bird. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so he was in a movie called
Anything you've heard of?
He was in a movie called Cash, which I hadn't heard of, have not heard of until now. Let's see. For some reason, they tried to get me to sign up for IMDb Pro, and it went away. So he was in Cash, that Star Trek movie. He was in a TV series called Home and Away. I'm guessing this is an Australian.
I was going to say, was that an Australian show?
Well, he was in 192 episodes from 2004 to 2007. It has, to date, 7,567 episodes.
Yeah, so that's like Days of Our Lives over there.
Yeah. He was in something called Martial Law, 17 episode Neighbors with a U. So all this was in Australia. So his first American movie was Star Trek. Then he was in A Perfect Getaway. Did you ever see that?
Sounds familiar, but I don't think so.
Perfect Getaway stars Mila Jovovich, Steve Zahn, Timothy Oliphant.
No, I'm gonna say I didn't see it.
He's 6 on top billing. So then he was in something in German.
I'm gonna Google it though.
Then Thor. So and then Thor the video game. Then The Cabin in the Woods, The Avengers, Snow White the Huntsman, Red Dawn remake, which I think Mark Schlereth was in as well.
Oh, I have seen A Perfect Getaway. I recognize the cover, the poster. I don't remember anything about the movie, but I recognize the creepy Steve Zahn.
Okay.
That he's got there. I couldn't tell you anything about it.
Did you see the Red Dawn remake? I was right. Mark Schlereth wasn't, because I remember he left our show to go shoot it.
Oh, can't say I did.
Yeah. Then he was in the second Star Trek as George Kirk, Into the Darkness. That movie Black Hat was pretty good. It was on the other day. I started to watch it and realized I wanted to watch the whole thing again. I've never seen either Huntsman movies. Anybody seen them? Are they any good?
Haven't seen those.
Never saw 12 Strong.
Nope.
There's a
Hunter and Bullock, Snowflakes. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
Somehow this makes an IMDb credit. Tourism Australia, Dundee, the son of a legend, returns home.
Yeah.
It was a 3-minute commercial.
Dig it.
3-minute commercial with Kenny Powers
Really?
playing the son of Crocodile Dundee. 3-minute commercial for Australia tourism.
Can I get anything out of Danielle Hunter right now? Or as I like to call him, Danielle Hunter, DeAndre Hunter. You
should have played Werther.
Not to be confused with the Vikings defender. That's a 20-point game. So much for the Knicks showing up for this series.
I definitely would have had a better lineup than you, because I would not have played Hunter.
I played him at captain in my showdown.
Here's why I wouldn't, because I had him on my fantasy team like 2 of the last 3 years, and he's been very terrible.
Well, as far as
like underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, my showdown lineup notwithstanding, as far as my classic, he was a decent value play. I mean, obviously not, but would have thought he was one. I mean, he's gone for 20-plus fantasy points his last 2 games in the series.
Touchdown!
Evening up the game.
Oh, Paris Campbell, have a day. Who's captaining Paris Campbell is the question.
I rostered him.
Not good enough, my friend.
No, definitely not good enough. Because before that, I was in 79th. So
I could have taken him instead of the Titans D. I had enough cash available, but I was like, let me get this Titans D.
Not great for TD Drew.
I'm actually down to 126. I've gone down after that because of my Titans D. Cool. Is it Cool Hair Live? Corey Davis in the captain spot. Paris Campbell 20 in the flex. Means anybody that had him got him for 30. What was his ownership again? He said 20%.
Hey, would you like to touch on this while we have a little time?
Well, we're probably gonna have overtime, so sure.
I say this very loosely. Our pal, Deanna Rossini from ESPN. Not so much our pal, but we've come across her. I
call her my pal. When I text her, ask her to be on my podcast, she always says, yeah, sure. And then when I ask her again, she's like, oh, I can't right now.
So your pal.
I've definitely had plenty of drinks with her, but she's a trip, man. Anyway, what's going on with this Julio Jones thing?
Yeah, Falcons continue to field calls from teams interested in trading for Julio Jones. The Seahawks have had discussions about a possible trade with Atlanta per sources. In fact, Russell Wilson and Julio Jones have spoken to discuss the possibility of blending together.
Good for them. That goes back to the Albert Breer tweet from the other day. Did I tell you about that tweet? I don't think you and I were on that day, but Albert Breer tweeted, Julio Jones wants to go somewhere, but doesn't necessarily want to, that wins a lot, but doesn't want to go to the Patriots. He's like, and keep in mind, he's only played in the dome, and playing in the cold will be an adjustment. And I was like, well, so that leaves, and so I tweeted at Breer, I was like, that leaves not the Patriots, not the Packers, not the Steelers, not the Ravens, not the Chiefs, where it gets super cold in December and January.
Sure.
It's like, I guess Seattle, which isn't the best weather, but it's sometimes warmer than that. Now, that was just me throwing out all the perennial playoff teams that came to mind where you'd want to go with the right quarterback and everything. So, lo and behold, maybe he ends up in Seattle. I feel like a soothsayer. I like the fit. I'll tell you what, DK Metcalf will be a monster on Sims because he'll be the wide receiver 2.
Right.
Or Lockett. What's Julio going to cost? I don't think that much. What's Seattle's cap space look like? I don't know. But they'll work it out. Then, it's all funny money. They'll sign him to a new deal. That way they can make him fit salary cap wise. Derrick Henry's a beast. I was kidding him when I said overtime. How'd they get down there? I was watching the Knicks game.
17 all, second in inches.
That's not really 18 play-by-play. So apologize.
I'm not sure this A team is known for its play-by-play.
No, that's a great point. Could be, but then what else would we talk about? It'd be so boring.
I mean, if we did that, you wouldn't get stories about BK's kid.
What are you doing the rest of the day?
Not much. The weather stinks.
Well, so we also have crappy
Derrick
weather.
Henry, touchdown.
Easy money. We also have crappy weather, and my wife left one of the camper pop-outs open with the window with it kind of unzipped, so I don't have to go try to close it in the rain.
That'll be fun.
And dry it in the rain while it's raining.
Bring a jacket, fella.
Oh, I'm gonna need more than that. I need a whole bunch of towels. Well, so not good weather. So what are you gonna do?
Watch Tommy's 4 Sims.
Well, I got one of them next. So.
Oh, there you go.
Might as well go ahead and make the lineup for that now because my lineup here was garbage. 123rd. Not good.
Yeah, nothing crazy this afternoon. Might.
New Orleans, New England. All right.
Everyone around here's feeling a little lazy. Might be a go get some takeout for dinner situation.
That sounds good.
Does sound good.
So yesterday, in between Sims, I heated up lunch from one of our favorite Asian places that we go to from time to time, and I grabbed my wife at the airport. We were able to get it, and I left it on the table. Came back up from my second Sim, and then just kind of the day got away from us, and we had the neighbors over and all that. Oh, I had the Nuggets game. I was doing Nuggets post, and so then I get up this morning, and I'm figuring out what I'm gonna do for breakfast. That was still definitely a full meal's worth of food. It could have been today's lunch, but it's now sat out for 24 hours. Or whatever, 20 hours. Very disappointing.
Mike Bizzle, wonder how TL's doing on the Jersey Shore.
Well, I do know this, and I was going to give you that update if you hadn't heard. Jen did get ready.
You guys think Jen's ready yet?
Jen got ready by the end of the second Sim.
Are you sure? Did you?
Yeah, her hair was done. We got a thumbs up. She was ready.
Okay, good. Would she reach into the camera just to give you a thumbs up?
No, but I consider Tara Lynn to be an honest person, and she said when she tells us Jen is ready, I figured Jen was ready.
Yeah, but Jen had to be ready. It took her long enough. Good
No
God.
kidding.
Jen, get ready. No, Jen was definitely ready because I saw Tara Lynn on the gram last night putting up those videos.
Oh, I'll go back and check them out. Anything eye-catching about how much fun they're having on their Jersey Shore?
Oh, it's your TL standard. It's just let's give you a quick little glimpse of the crowd and what we've all got going on and call it a day. hit you with a few more videos. But hey, Jen was ready. That's the important thing.
Most important thing.
I don't even know
All right,
how
I got
happened.
my lineup.
So Rivers 238.
Chris Campbell's got to be. Sorry.
Rivers 238 passing, couple of touchdowns, a pick. Tannehill 202. He had a touchdown.
I'm up to 122.
Not great.
Brutal.
I was around 50 and I've dropped to 71. It looks like.
Well, I got easy picks for player of the game
Tough
and
situation.
not my.
Let's hear him. What do you got?
So Paris Campbell, you scored twice. Big day. It's obviously Paris Campbell is the Krusty Kaufman player of the game.
Sure.
Oh, Chris Tucker standing courtside waving his arms in the crowd there in Atlanta. And then Trey Burton, almost 50% owned in our contest. I know those numbers are about the same in the big free contest.
Mm-hmm.
1.9 in the flex. Come on, Trey Burton. You're better than that. I mean, I blame Phillip Rivers in part, but because he didn't throw it to him.
Awful.
Yeah. If I'm Trey Burton, I retire.
Just call it a day.
Yeah. Call it a career.
Right. Well, we are
I think we've done all we can do.
Yeah, I think we've pretty much brought you everything you're looking for. Here's what we got coming up over the course of the rest of the stream day here on a rainy Sunday, at least in our neck of the woods, respective necks of the woods, coast to coast, but depends on where you are, I guess. Maybe you've got better weather. I hope you do. BK in the one chair will come at you with Tom Carroll for Saints Patriots. Maybe more Julio Jones talk. That sim is in about 50 minutes, pregame 45-ish, and then you will have the late classic with it's the Tom Carroll and Matt Lamarca evening. That's what you got, all three. Falcons, Giants, the Queens Falcons, as Moose would tell you. That's at 6. The happy hour sim, 8 o'clock prime time, Bengals, Steelers, and then 10 Madden After Dark, Ravens and Lions. That's what the rest of the day has in store. Tomorrow, if you don't know, it is Memorial Day. We only have 3 sims, the 12, the 2, the 4. Eastern time, of course, the Nooner, the Mad Matinee, and the Early Bird Special. I have you for the first couple of those. So looking forward to that, seeing you at 12 and 2 once again, third straight day. But that is what we've got going on tomorrow. So a lighter day here on the Dream Stream, just to give you guys a little bit more family time, and not to mention give our crew a little bit of a break as well before getting back at it as normal.
Hey, I'm not going to see you for a week, dude. I'm going to be camping for anywhere from 6 to 3 days, depending on how it holds up.
Well, we'll text. We'll stay in touch. I'm not worried.
You'll send me the contests, and odds are I will not fill them out. But
yes, but at least we will have that going for us. Speaking of odds, the Unreasonable Odds podcast is coming your way in a matter of moments. Thanks to the Drew Stack. Thanks to Bert, Bobo, and Ops, and BK. A pleasure. Enjoy the camping trip, and of course, enjoy the one more sim before that happens.
What's up, hooligans? Welcome back to another edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast, brought to you, of course, by DraftKings. I'm Steve Buchanan. Without Julian Edlow, that has not been the norm. It's been Julian Edlow solo for so many weeks this season because A, I don't follow basketball enough to give you any advice, so I'm not going to sit there and pretend. And B, sometimes I'm just busy, and that's just how it goes, So Julian has to carry the freight, which is something he doesn't often do. But I'm going to carry the freight today. So I said, I got to bring on an all-star guest. I got to bring on an absolute stud. So I wisely chose DraftKings contributor Matt Lamarca to join the show. Of course. Look at this stud. Look at this guy. And if you're listening, do me a favor. Pause this. Go on YouTube. Go on the DraftKings YouTube channel. Get a load of this guy. Absolute stud. My man, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, of course. I was going to say happy to be here since you clearly struck out looking for a stud. I was happy to lend my services to the program, but excited to come on and just talk some sports.
Talk some sports, talk specifically about baseball. We're almost in the month of June already, so we almost have 2 months under our belt for MLB thus far. And I think it's kind of time we can start looking at some of these numbers and try to figure out if there's some trends. We're going to talk about some futures as well, because especially the MVP race starting to kind of tighten up a little bit in both leagues. It was wide open in the American League, but that has really come down to a 2-horse race thus far. Obviously, a lot can change, but we'll kind of hit into that. We'll talk about the National League and then some of the trends that have been going on. But let's start with some of those trends. And Matt, one of the big stories coming into the season this year was that they were doctoring the baseballs. It was going to be, a little bit lighter. If balls are traveling, I think it was over 450 feet, it would, travel a few feet less, which to me didn't feel like a big deal. Because if a ball is traveling 450 feet or whatever it was, like that ball's long gone anyways. So it really didn't matter. So like maybe StatCast data will be a little off, but at least from what the numbers are telling us, it seems to be potentially affecting some of the betting trends that are going on in the season. And one specifically I wanted to point out was the over-unders. Now, there's still a lot of baseball that has to be played. But as of today, when we record this on May 27th, the under is hitting more than the over in non-extra inning games. The under has hit 50.8% of the time, whereas the over has only hit 49.1%. Now, again, this is basically a coin flip here. But this has kind of stayed this way all season long. This isn't like a new trend or like, over the past couple of weeks, we've been seeing a lot more unders. It's kind of been the trend all season long. So a 2-part question here. Do you think that this continues? 1, and 2, do you think this is because of the baseball, or is this more because pitching is at a premium right now and hitters are almost, it's almost impossible to hit a baseball right now?
I think it's more the baseball than anything else. I mean, we haven't seen a drastic change in the pitchers versus the hitters compared to last year, right? But, last year there were 17 teams that averaged at least 1.25 homers per game.
Yeah.
This year that number's down to 8.
Wow.
So big difference. I do think that the ball change matters quite a bit. But I do think we'll see some improvement in that department as the year progresses. Typically, when the weather starts getting hotter, the ball starts flying a bit more. So, scoring numbers are always a little bit down at the beginning of the season, and then they typically ramp up towards the end. I don't think we're going to get back to the numbers that we have seen, last year and 2019 per se, but I do think there will still be, more offense over the second half of the season than we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that too. And, you pointed out perfectly that, especially in the beginning of the year, scoring is down, weather is still, less than ideal and whatnot. So those are definitely factors that I think contribute to it. But, it feels like in some of these games too, that like, even for all books, like just the over-unders have just been so far off. And like just the other day, it was the Red Sox and the Braves had an over-under of 10.5. It was Charlie Morton going against, might have been Nathan Eovaldi, I think it was. I don't know off the top. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. It was Eduardo Rodriguez. And the over-under was at 10.5. It didn't even come close.
Yeah.
Not even close. Like that, and believe me, that's going to happen from time and time again. But I feel like that's happened way more often than we're used to seeing this season thus far. And even at Coors Field, you and I have talked about Coors Field. The over has not been hitting.
There might need to be an adjustment. Like we saw this in the NFL a couple of years ago when they really started tightening up on the pass interference calls, right? Like
yeah.
The books have these numbers that they historically are comfortable setting games at. In the NFL for a long time, it was like you never saw a total over 51, and 47 was kind of like the average number. So I think in baseball, we have these, historical numbers that we kind of look at. And, typically you see 9, 9.5, 10 in some places. But if the scoring is really going to continue to stay down because of the baseball and, like if you have guys gearing up with the launch angle and trying to elevate the baseball, but it's not traveling as far, that's a problem.
Sure.
Chris Bryant, right? He made the whole thing about how he's not doing the launch angle anymore. He's hitting down on the ball now, and he's having the best season of his career. So I think the combination of everybody's trying to hit home runs with a ball that doesn't travel as far, that's really like it's a double barrel concern. So again, I do think the numbers heat up, but you're right. Maybe there does need to be a little bit of an adjustment on the sportsbook side.
Another thing I wanted to bring up too, looking at underdogs, is they've been absolutely crushing on the run line. They're hitting at almost 60% on the run line so far this season. This is underdogs on the run line. I'm not big on playing the run line. I think it's just kind of, it's definitely not my favorite bet. Like, obviously, when it comes to spreads, football is king. That's where everybody likes to take, spread bets. Not so much in some of the other sports. Basketball probably has, probably second if I had to guess. But like hockey, baseball, really not a big factor. But when I see a number like that underdogs are hitting at just under a 60% clip, then I'm like, okay, am I potentially missing out on some value here or some place to get profit? Because at least in my opinion, and feel free to disagree on this one, I think baseball is by far the hardest sport to bet on because the unpredictability is so massive in baseball. Like you look at football, football is predictable in some sense. Like I just feel like baseball is the hardest sport to exploit. So when I look at something like underdogs doing as well as they are on the run line, then that kind of grabs my attention. Any thoughts on that?
So I will agree that it's a lot of variance in baseball betting, but I will disagree about it being the hardest sport just for this reason. If you are playing a lot of underdogs, which is typically how I like to bet baseball,
sure,
you don't even need to be a 50% better to be profitable.
Right.
So like you said, the run line has been great this year for underdogs, but let's just look at the money line. So if you just blindly bet every underdog this season, you'd be 322 and 406. That's a 44% cover rate.
Yeah.
If you are a $100 better, you'd be up over $2,000 with a sub 45% win rate because those money line odds are just so juicy.
Right.
And we see this with baseball all the time because you look like you think you have a good team versus a bad team. You know, the good team, if they're a 100-win team, they're only going to win about 60% of their games.
Yep.
If you're a bad team, if you're a 60-win team, you're still going to win 40% of your games.
Right.
So typically the favorites are overpriced, the underdogs are underpriced, and I really enjoy being able to not have to hit that, 55, 56% win rate to be profitable, and baseball is a great sport to exploit that.
Well, just like even look at tonight, for example. Like I said, we're recording this Thursday night. You have the Orioles at the White Sox. Now, this game is probably not going to play because I know there's a lot of rain concerns in this one. But the Orioles are plus 185 on the money line against a White Sox pitcher that has pretty much struggled for a lot of the season, has bad command in Dylan Cease. So it's not like the Orioles are like this offensive juggernaut or anything, but like I look at that and I go, okay, do I really feel confident that Dylan Cease as a minus 225 favorite is going to beat the Orioles with the way he's pitched so far this season? Like probably not. Like, so at plus 185 for the Orioles, that feels somewhat enticing, and that kind of backs up what you were just saying.
Right. And again, like it's tough to say like we expect the Orioles to win because they probably will lose, and that's reflected in the numbers. What we need them to do is win at a high enough clip to be profitable at the current number. So plus 195 odds, which is around what I'm seeing, that translates to an implied probability of about 34%.
Yep.
So if you think that the Orioles have a better than 34% chance of winning this matchup, that would be a great number to get them at.
Right.
So like that's typically what I look at. The sample size in baseball is your friend. You have 162 games times 30 teams. Like if you are taking enough of these flyers and you're hitting them at a high enough clip, you're going to be profitable at the end of the year.
And there are 9 teams. 8 teams that have gone over 50, have won over half their games as underdogs this season. Like the Red Sox, for example, as underdogs this year, 12-6. The Tampa Bay Rays, 17-10. Like there have been some good underdog opportunities to take here. Like, and I look at the Red Sox and like, obviously the expectations coming into the season were dirt. Nobody gave this team a chance, right? Because their lineup is fine. There's nothing wrong with their lineup, but the pitching was the issue. The pitching has been more than anyone expected. So getting them in the early season, that's where a lot of this underdog money came from. And getting, 66.7% winning percentage for them as underdogs, that's some profit you love to see. That's making some good money right there.
Yeah, and I should point out that the lines get better as the year progresses. Like there was as much as we're talking about value with underdogs, like the first month of the season was just underdog palooza.
It was
like you could have bet. I'm looking at now. If you had just bet every underdog heading up until May 5th,
yep,
you'd be up over $5,000.
Stop it.
You were $100 better. So, like as the season progresses, the books get sharper with their numbers. We get a better idea of how good some of these teams are. And it becomes a little bit more difficult. But again, this is why baseball is great. You just want to stick with your sort of projections for each team.
Yep.
And if you are right, you're going to clean up in the long run.
That's incredible. I mean, you and I are sitting there trying to flip, pieces of cardboard for money, and all we had to do was just bet underdogs all in the month of April.
Easy
That's
game,
all we had
Steve.
to do.
Easy game.
Let's switch over to the DraftKings Sportsbook specifically, because there's a couple teams here I want to play. Who would you rather with? And these are I'm going to give you two teams in different divisions that are close in the odds. And what team for the long term would you rather bet to win the division? Okay. So two teams that I think are underperforming in their division are the Twins and the Angels. Now, I don't have to tell you that the Mariners are going to win the AL West. So this is probably going to be a losing bet if you take the Angels.
Got it.
But looking at where they started off at the beginning of the season to where they are now, which one do you think would be a better or more profitable one to take here? The Twins at 18-1 to win the AL Central, or the Angels to win the AL West, which is going to lose, but I will take your opinion anyways, at 20-1. Now, I think it's fair to say the Twins have been a massive disappointment so far.
Probably the biggest in baseball.
The AL Central was expected to be a two-team race between the White Sox and the Twins. It has been anything but that. As we record this today on Thursday, May 27th, the Twins are 20-29, only ahead of the Tigers in that AL Central. So that means the Royals are ahead of them, who have cooled off dramatically, by the way. The Indians are ahead of them, who I thought could actually be fourth in the division. I didn't expect them to be doing well. And then the White Sox sitting atop, all pretty, even with that dope Tony La Russa at manager. They're first in the division right now. And then quickly in the AL West, Oakland is leading the division there, followed closely by Houston, and then Seattle's right there at third at 5.5 games back. Very close division there. So of those two teams, which one would you feel more confident in?
This one for me is pretty easy. I think it's the Twins.
Okay.
We all thought the Twins were good heading into the year. I'm not ready to completely throw out my, evaluation of the team based on what they've done to start the year. They are turning things around a bit. They've won 5 of their past 6 games. Now, The fact that only brought them to 20-29 on the year is definitely a bit concerning. But this Twins offense should be a juggernaut when healthy. I mean, we all expected them to hit, and that was before Byron Buxton emerged as an MVP candidate.
Right.
He should be back within the next couple of weeks, I think. He's it sounds like he's on the verge of starting a minor league assignment.
Yep.
The big issue with them is their pitching.
Right.
But
that's always been an issue with them,
Yes,
it's
correct.
been an issue for years.
Yes. I think that, especially bullpen pitching, it can be cyclical. You can get some improvement in that department. It's also the easiest area to address in the trade market. We see a lot of relievers and stuff get moved every year before the deadline. So I also just think it's going to be an easier division to win.
Yeah.
I do think the White Sox are very good, but I feel better about their chances of catching them than I do the Angels' chances of catching the Astros, especially when you factor in that they don't have Mike Trout. I mean, that's really the bottom line, right?
Right.
This team can't win with Mike Trout. How are they going to win without Mike Trout?
Exactly. Yep. I agree. And what's amazing too about that AL West is that Oakland is in first with a -11 run differential. The Astros are in second with a +55 run differential, and somehow they're in second place. That is incredible to look at. And the Mariners, who were in third, have a -52 run differential. That division is just a mess.
Yeah.
What a mess that division is. But honestly, we all laugh about me talking about Seattle and all that. That division is wide open. It is completely wide open. Even the Rangers are only 7 games out, at 22-29. That's definitely a division that's wide open. But I would agree with you. I think the Twins are the better play there. Let's talk about this one, because I was surprised at the numbers for both sides here, which is the Red Sox and the Cubs. So obviously 2 different leagues here. But the Red Sox are 4-1 to win the AL East, despite the fact that they are second and only back by half a game. The AL East has tightened up immensely. There are 4 teams within 5 games of first place. Toronto's been on a hot streak. The Yankees finally starting to do something, although the injury bug is starting to bite there. Corey Kluber is going to be out a few months now. Obviously, Stanton's been having some issues, which is, business as usual.
Par for the course.
Yep, exactly. But the Red Sox at 30-20 are only 4-1 to win that division. And then a division that I thought was going to be wide open the entire year, and it's played out exactly like that. The Cubs in the NL Central, who are also half a game behind the Cardinals, but they're 5-1 to win that division. What's amazing about the NL Central is that entire division is separated by 8.5 games. And spoiler alert, that does include the Pirates, who were supposed to win like 6 games this year. They've already tripled that number and are at 18. They are actually on pace to hit the over on their win total, which was, I think, 47.5 it closed at. So, betting the under on that is scary because it's such a low number, but they've been doing a lot better than I think people would expect. Which one do you like better there? Do you like the Red Sox and what's probably going to be a highly contested AL East? Or would you take the Cubs, who quite frankly should probably be winning that division, but all the teams are kind of playing the same?
I will gladly back the Cubs here.
Okay.
I actually think this is a pretty good number for the Cubs. Fangraphs right now gives them a roughly 28% chance of winning the division.
Okay.
So getting 5-1 on that is pretty good.
Yeah.
They actually have the Brewers with the best chance of winning the division, despite the fact that they're 3 games back and in third place. My big concern with the Red Sox is just that we know the offense can hit, right? Like they've put up a bunch of runs this year. I worry that the pitching is due for some big time regression.
I agree.
They're relying on some starters that coming into the year, we thought maybe one of the worst rotations in baseball.
Yep.
And for the most part, they've held up. I mean, Eduardo Rodriguez, who's supposed to be the ace, has a 5 ERA, but everybody else has been, better than expected.
Yep.
The bullpen has been pretty solid. Garrett Whitlock, 1.85 ERA over 24 innings. So I worry that they are eventually due for some regression in that department. Plus, that division is just a bear.
Yeah.
The Yankees, even though they haven't lived up to potential so far, they're just extremely talented. They have a ton of bats, arms, whatever metric you're looking at. They're quite possibly the best team in the American League. And of course, we cannot discount the Rays' devil magic. They just hang around every single year.
Yep.
And they're going to do it again. They'll be in it till the end. I don't know how. They don't seem to have a ton of good players.
Right.
But they make it work.
Quickly, one thing I just want to touch upon, too, is that over in the NL West, the Dodgers are still the heaviest favorites of aside from the White Sox to win the division at -250, despite the fact that they are in second place. So you can still get plus money on the Padres to win that division. I think this is kind of playing out as expected. The Dodgers went through a pretty tough stretch for a little while where they were even in third place. The Giants were ahead of them for a little while when the Dodgers were in kind of a weird stretch. But do you think there's still any value in taking the Padres at plus 185, despite the fact that they are still first in the division? They do have a plus 80 run differential, which is just a couple runs better than the Dodgers, but that offense is clicking. The rotation is clicking. Chris Paddock is starting to actually kind of come around a little bit. We talked about him a couple of weeks ago and actually pitching somewhat well. Like that would be huge for their rotation. That's been a little bit of a disappointment with Blake Snell. Do you still think there's some value there, even though it's a low number to get them at plus money?
I do. I've been saying that the Dodgers, this version of the Dodgers, might be the best baseball team I've ever seen constructed.
Yep.
And that it would take like a rash of injuries to keep them from winning the division, repeating as World Series champs, or at least making it to the World Series. But that's kind of what's happened, right? I mean, they have lost Corey Seager, Cody Bellinger, Mookie Betts has been in and out of the lineup.
Yep.
They lost Dustin May. Like it's a lot. They're dealing with a lot of injuries. And I still think that they're the best team in baseball, but you're giving a good team like the Padres, plus odds and pretty significant plus odds. I think that they can win the division.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Fangraphs gives them a 43% chance of winning the division right now. So
The
I
Dodgers or
would
the
say
Padres?
the Padres.
Wow,
They
okay.
still have the Dodgers favored.
Okay.
But if you're getting better than, like plus 150 on the Padres, that to me represents a pretty good number.
Yeah, I agree on that too. And that should be such a fun race throughout the rest of the year to see those two teams kind of duke it out. It's funny that the Giants are still kind of hanging in there too. They actually have the exact same record as the Dodgers at 30-19, which is not something I would ever think of heading into the month of June, that the Giants were not only hanging around, but the same record as the Dodgers. But obviously, the sportsbook are giving them no chance to win that division, as they should. Even though they're in third and in the same record as the Dodgers, they are 25-1 to win the division, which is amazing. It's absolutely incredible. Let's talk about some of the futures that are still on the board too, as well. You can obviously bet the league MVP. And one that I wanted to kind of point out specifically was the National League, which is Ronald Acuna at plus 280. He's the favorite right now. And Fernando Tatis Jr., who, of course, has not missed a bunch of games due to COVID and injury. We thought his season was over. I was panicking because, I'm a huge Tatis investor, so I was panicking. And now he's back and he looks literally like his normal self. You can definitely tell with his swing that he's compensating for the shoulder, because he doesn't, and this is coming from somebody who hasn't played baseball since high school, but he definitely doesn't finish his swing. You know what I mean? Like, you definitely see him kind of hold up at the end, but he's still blasting the ball.
I was going to say, whatever he's doing, I suggest he keeps doing it.
Yeah, I don't care what you do. I don't care if you hit it with one hand. If you're still blasting it, then by all means. But that MVP race has tightened up. At the beginning of the season, you could have got Tatis to win the MVP at 8-1, which I thought if there was ever a time to bet it, that was then to get 8-1, because if he stayed healthy, there was no chance you were going to get anything better than 8-1. Now he's at 4.5-1. Where are you kind of landing on this one? Because we're talking about probably the two best players in baseball right now with Acuna and Tatis Jr., but you're still getting, in my opinion, some pretty favorable numbers on these guys. So
yeah,
where do you kind of land on that one?
Two incredible players. Just love watching both of these guys play baseball. As good as Acuna has been, I think Tatis, if not for the injury, Tatis might be, like a minus favorite right now.
Right. You're right.
He's only played 33 games, but he's got 13 homers and 11 steals. He's got just better hitting numbers across the board outside of, batting average, but I don't think that really even matters.
He's over 300, I think, now.
Oh, yeah. You know what?
294
is a little lower than I thought it would be. But anyway, the big difference to me, the thing that can split these two guys is that Tatis is playing for what the team that could finish with the best record in baseball.
Yep.
Like that matters in MVP voting. If the Braves season continues to tank, and I do think the Braves will turn things around, but like that NL East is looking like the equivalent of the NFC East from the football season. Like an over 500 record might win that thing. Right. So if you have the storyline of Tatis leading the Padres to the division title over the Dodgers,
yep,
I think he'll win the MVP in that case, as long as he stays healthy.
Yep. One long shot that I wanted to point out, and he's kind of really jumped up the board, is Jacob deGrom at 12-1. At this point, it's like, where does it stop for him? Like, where does he start to regress? Because it doesn't look like anytime soon at all. Even with being on the sideline for about, 2 weeks or so? Like, he's still one of the top guys to win MVP. I mean, that doesn't overly happen often with pitchers, but, obviously with Tatis and Acuna in the same league, it's going to be tough to beat both of them. But if you want to talk about somebody who can be a long shot and have a very legitimate chance of winning, like 12-1 for Jacob deGrom, when do those numbers start to fall even lower? Because they could be coming.
Yeah, I mean, truly, truly a remarkable season so far.
Yeah.
I mean, do I think that he finishes the year with a sub-1 ERA? No, but sub-2 is certainly in play.
Yeah.
And if he's a sub-2 pitcher with roughly 15 strikeouts per 9 inning. And let's not forget, the guy is hitting .471.
Yeah.
The Mets might need to start suiting him up at third base or something. Like he's basically Shohei Ohtani of the National League. And I'm like half joking about that. Obviously, DeGrom's hitting numbers are going to regress, but like the guy is just an athlete. He legged out a hustle double the other day. Like what pitcher does that?
Right.
So I mean, it's not unheard of for a pitcher to win the MVP award. I think Verlander did it a couple years ago, right?
Yep.
So I don't hate that bet. I mean, you have to deal with the Mets, and there's always the stink that comes with placing your money on the Mets, who I think their medical staff is led by Dr. Doolittle at this point. But as long as he stays healthy and continues to look like he's looked, I think he's going to be in this thing.
Real quick, I just want to hit on the American League too. I just looking at some of the numbers here. Obviously, Mike Trout was the favorite coming into the season. He was minus 120, I want to say, when the season began, obviously with the injury. And he's going to be out. I think it's a couple months that they were saying that he's going to be out.
6 to 8 weeks, I think.
Okay, yeah. So he has fallen all the way to 18-1. So, I mean, if there was ever a time to cash in on a potential Trout MVP season, here's your opportunity here, because you're never going to get that type of number on him. But his teammate, Shohei Ohtani, has switched to the favorite at plus 125, followed by Vlad Guerrero Jr. at plus 370. And then it's basically the rest of the field after that. Nobody has better odds than Jose Abreu, Judge, and Trout, all at 18-1. I don't feel like this is a time to place a bet on the MVP on either of the two favorites right now with Ohtani and Guerrero. This is probably the worst number you're going to get for Vlad Guerrero. And I don't want to take away from anything that he's done this season, but this is obviously not the time to be betting that. Like, you either should have done that at the beginning of the season, or you need to wait again. Like, plus 370 is not a good number to get him at. Ohtani, I'm still kind of on the fence about too as well. And his hitting has been phenomenal. His pitching has been okay, I guess. Like, I feel like just because he's a two-way player, his pitching is getting a lot more praise than it should be, because if he was just a pitcher, you wouldn't be talking about this guy at all,
I mean, 2.37 ERA.
No.
13.5 strikeouts per 9 innings is
I get it. No, I get it. But he walks a lot of guys. His command is shaky. He has a lot of struggles against lefties. Like, for me, like, I look at a couple, like some of those things, and I say something's probably going to give here at some point, and that's kind of what I was alluding to. Like, no, the numbers you gave, yes, of course, they've been phenomenal, but there's some red flags there. I should have explained that a little bit
for
better.
sure. I agree with you that Ohtani at plus 125 is not a good bet.
No,
it's a bad bet. The time to grab him was earlier in the year.
Right.
And again, he's going to have to overcome the same thing that Trout has had to overcome in a lot of years, which is the fact that the Angels stink.
Right.
Like, if he finishes with he's going to have like a special season to win the MVP award.
Yep.
On a team that finishes, below 500.
Yep.
And so far he's on pace for that, but there are a lot of potential stumbling blocks over the next, 120 games that he's going to have to play.
Right. So I look at this board now, and because Ohtani and Vlad are such like big favorites, I guess you could say, you're getting so many good numbers on guys that should be in the conversation. Like Xander Bogaerts at 20-1.
Great number.
That is such a good number for somebody that is like crushing the ball.
Yep.
Absolutely crushing the ball on a team that is performing over expectation. Like 20-1 is too big. Like that I look at that and I go, that's almost a mistake that he's 20-1. Like, how is he 20-1 and Aaron Judge is 18-1? That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
I mean, Judge has had a sneaky good year too, but Bogaerts, I agree. Like, Bogaerts has been the best player on the team that has been like one of the best in baseball to start the year.
Yeah.
So I love that number for Bogaerts. One of the more underappreciated players in baseball.
Can I guess?
No, Xander Bogaerts, I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to somebody else. Because of what I was going to say was Bo Bichette.
Like him too.
At 45-1.
Yeah, I think it would be hard for him to leap Vladdy if a Blue Jay wins it. But again, I mean, we're talking a huge difference in price tag.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Like 45-1 for Bo Bichette, who's slashing 273, 18, 469, but he does have 9 home runs, 7 steals, 27 RBI. Like he keeps up that pace. He's definitely in the conversation.
Yep.
So getting him at 45-1.
Like you said, this is a good time to just throw a couple darts.
Yeah.
There are some interesting guys for sure. Like Jose Ramirez has had a good year. I don't know if I necessarily want to bet on a Cleveland guy to win the award because I think they might kind of fall by the wayside. But what about one of these Astros guys? You know, like Jordan at 30-1 or Bregman at 33-1.
Yep.
You know, like both of those guys I could see them pushing Houston to a really strong second half of the season.
Yep.
Like I think there are some interesting stories that you could tell yourself with the fact that like Ohtani is such a big favorite right now that it's kind of creating a lot of value with some of these other players.
Oh, no, absolutely. And that was actually, you kind of stole my next point there. Like take advantage of Ohtani being such a big favorite to get some better numbers on some of these other guys, because at the end of the year, you know, there's going to be a lot of buzz about Ohtani because he's a successful two-way player and nobody else in baseball does that. So that is the one up that Ohtani has on everybody else. But can he maintain that for the entire season? Because we haven't been able to see that because of injuries. So is he going to be able to, you know, is he going to continue to be fragile, or is he going to be making it through this entire season and playing at the caliber that he has been? That's yet to be seen, but I'm certainly not going to find out at plus 125. I will certainly find out at a different number as that goes down. Any parting thoughts before we wrap up this edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast from my guest?
No, I mean, thanks for having me on. It's been a good start to the baseball season. Lots of interesting stuff to monitor. I think, you know, the first point we talked about is probably the biggest one, which is, will the offenses start scoring more runs at some point? And that could have a drastic impact on everything this season. If there are more runs being scored, like maybe the cream starts to rise to the top a little bit more.
Yeah.
But the way things stand right now, like you kind of alluded to, it's been an underdog season, and unless the scoring picks up, I think it's going to stay that way.
All right, that is going to wrap it up for this edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. Make sure to follow Matt on Twitter at Matt Lamarca. It's as easy as you can get. Doesn't take much to figure that out. So make sure to follow him on Twitter. And then, of course, you can see all of his work over on the DraftKings Sportsbook and, of course, on the Action Network. You still for the Action Network?
Fantasy Labs more than, I mean, it's the same company, but the stuff actually appears on the Fantasy Labs website.
So Fantasy Labs, go check them out over there too as well. For Matt Lamarca, I'm Steve Buchanan. We probably should have Julian Edwell back next week, but if he's back next week, I'll probably take the week off because that's how this year has gone for this podcast. Until next week, we'll catch you then.
going on, DK Sim fam? Welcome to the third of your 6 sims on this day before Memorial Day. It's Indy 500 day. Really exciting ending to the race that Tom Carroll and I can get into. I'm BK, hanging with you guys here for Saints at Patriots. I made my lineup thanks to Tommy Freeze Pops making 4 contests for us over the next 4 sims that you're going to be doing. So my first question, did you watch the end of the race? And second, how's your lineup?
Didn't watch the end of the Indy 500. Was getting some brunch with some pals that are in town. So
it literally ended like 16 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So you
I was
the brunch isn't a good. I guess I meant, did you watch the end of the race? Because I only watched the very end of the race.
No,
I watched the last 4 laps.
I will say this though, I will seek out the video of them pouring milk on their face later because that's always fun.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, they had 33 different milk requests. I guess they separated it out, and I want to say Elio Castroneves, who won his 4th Indy 500 at 46 years old, is the lone driver of the 33 in the field that picked chocolate milk. And so I came downstairs to talk with you and broadcast a sim and didn't see him get to the chocolate milk base dump. So I imagine that's coming soon. But he did have a great line where he goes, I don't know if this is a good comparison, but Tom Brady won a Super Bowl. Phil Mickelson won the Masters. Obviously, he didn't win the Masters. He's like, us old guys are showing these young guys, we're kicking their butt and showing them we still got it. I was like, that's a pretty good line.
And then pours chocolate milk on his face.
But he didn't have the chocolate milk yet. So the chocolate milk's coming. Awesome. But his fourth win, and Mario Andretti came up to him, gave him a big hug, and whispered something in his ear. And I think AJ Foyt was at the race, and a number of other legendary drivers were there to see him become one of just a few to win 4. So that was cool. And having been to the race once, it was, and my 2-year-old, who the last time we were there, the only time I've been there, was in my wife's stomach at the time. He goes, I want to go to that. I'm like, okay, we can make that happen, because her family's extended family's in Indiana, so it was like a big family reunion, and we talked about when we were going to do it again. It was the hottest, grossest Indy 500, second hottest of all time.
Is it always in May? I got to be honest, I don't know a lot.
It's always Memorial Day weekend. It's always Memorial Day weekend.
Didn't know that.
And it has been, forever. And what they do, and I don't know where it is, but where it is now, but because the race has dipped TV ratings, not TV ratings wise, I don't know where the ratings are, but attendance wise, because the Speedway holds between 300 and 500,000.
Wow.
If it's not whatever they deem a sellout, 350 or whatever that number is, they black the race out and then play it on tape delay that night.
Oh, that's
They want
brutal.
everyone in Indy to come. Like it's celebrating the city. And so they want you, and tickets are varying prices, but you can get in there for a pretty reasonable number. And if you go like it was today when it was in the 70s, it had to be amazing. You go when I went in, it was 95 and not a cloud in the sky. Second hottest since 1920. It was gross.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that's a cool thing to go. That's a bucket list sports
for
thing.
Sure. It's definitely worth going to for just to see the spectacle.
Totally.
That's why they call it the greatest spectacle in racing. All right, so we got this contest, your Patriots against the Saints. Who do you have in your captain spot? What's your lineup look like?
I love the Patriots, but I got a Saints stack here. I got Michael Thomas in the captain spot, Alvin Kamara, Will Lutz, Emmanuel Sanders, Smith, and then I got James White for my requisite Patriot
all right.
in the lineup. So
a lot of Patriots. Instead of paying up for Kamara, I wanted to get, or a lot of Saints. Instead of paying up for Kamara, I wanted to make sure I got him and Michael Thomas. So I got Jared Cook as my captain.
Okay.
Then Cameron Newton, Sony Michel, which we know can be boom or bust, and then the Saints D, because I still think
they're good.
There's a chance that they make a few plays and make Cam's day long. So we'll keep an eye on these contests. How Phil did yours get?
I got over 100.
Yeah, let's see. 116.
Nice.
So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on the big contest as well. Koff and I, we covered a bunch of stuff last sim, but you did 4 yesterday, 4 today. How are you feeling?
Yes.
How are your joints? How are your elbows?
Feeling great.
Back?
I was saying to the boys before the broadcast that I think having so many different broadcasters over the last 2 days, because I did 3 straight on Friday, it's helped. Like it's like every sim is a new fun adventure. Get to have a new conversation with a buddy. I mean, I'm feeling good. I have 3 straight with Lamarca to close out the night, though. So
you guys are going to have
the first time.
Yeah, you're going to have to come up with a bunch of lists of stuff. You're going to involve the sim fan, but then you're going to definitely need You definitely need. You're going to definitely need.
I'm just gonna run out of stuff to say to the guy.
Yeah, bullet points, and maybe if y'all get on something that you like, you go back to it, or if you touch on it, you go deeper.
So that'll be the first probably slog of the marathon weekend I've had here, but that's okay. I'm having a good time. I love Memorial Day weekend. Like I said, my buddy was in town for a wedding, so grabbed some brunch over by our spot, hung out, did a little walking around the neighborhood.
How's the weather there in the Loop? Because it's gross.
It's great.
In New England, it's gross here in Denver.
It's beautiful today because we're pretty close to Indy, so like we're about 3 hours from Indy. So
yeah, so you could easily be in the
we're
same
getting
weather,
basically similar weather to what you saw at the 500 today.
Right down I-70. I mean, I could drive from my house, hit up some good barbecue spots in KC, say hi to some of my aunts and uncles, then drive over to your house, watch my man Nolan play, and then drive over to Indy and
have some more barbecue,
all without getting off I-70. Well, if I'm going to St. Louis, I guess I'd stop by Pappy's and get some rib.
Oh yeah, baby, that's the spot. That is
Gold
the
standard.
spot. So, in KC, got to go to Oklahoma Joe's, which is now just called Joe's.
Joe's, Kansas City. But I would hit that because I used to live next to the one in the gas station when DA.
That's the one I went to. The one time I went, it's amazing. And look, I love St. Louis barbecue. I preach it all the time here, but I got to tell you, the best ribs I've ever had were in KC at Joe's.
Wow! Don't tell the folks at Pappy's that they've got award-winning ribs.
You know what? They would probably understand though. And look, Pappy's right there. I mean, it's like neck and neck, but I think Joe's just put it over the top, man.
You ever go to Sugar Fire? Because we have one of those out here now.
Yeah, we got Sugar Fire. Sugar Fires are all over the place here. They have
It's not that close though. To me, it's a good hour drive to get there. So
they got a bunch of barbecue like sauces that they sell in stores. Sugar Fire. They're much more commercialized, but awesome barbecue. Really good.
Well, here, I'll throw this question out in the chat while it's still scoreless. Does anyone, because I kind of asked the other day, who's going to a barbecue, hosting a barbecue, and what's on the menu?
Yes. Yeah, Memorial Day menus. That's a great.
You got anything coming up tomorrow, especially?
We are going to Morgan's in-laws. Okay. No, I'm off, which is cool.
Morgan's in-laws.
Going to Morgan's, well, my in-laws, I should say. My future in-laws, Morgan's parents. There we go. We got there. They are cooking up some dogs, some brats, got some sauerkraut in there, some pork and beans. Give me a good time.
You gonna, while you're sitting there by the grill, you gonna throw some Sims on?
Of course.
Keep track.
Got to watch all three tomorrow.
How about my man Brian C. BK and Tommy Freeze Pops on a Sunday afternoon. Where the bleep do I sign? Well, you're good to go. Sign up right here,
there, brother.
Yeah. Marcus says he's excited for NASCAR. Is today a big race? I mean, they're always, I guess, big races. There's one a week. Well, it's cool. So a couple things. So Danica Patrick was part of NBC's coverage. I would literally only watch the last 10 minutes of the race and 15 minutes of post race, and then came down here. So Danica is a part of it, and I think she has been in the past. And then Jimmy Johnson, is getting into IndyCar, which is what his true passion was as a kid and why he got into racing, and then he ended up in stock car because that's where his path took him, and he became obviously one of the greatest NASCAR drivers of all time. Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte, that is a big race because it's the home of NASCAR in Charlotte, and 600-mile race is a long race, so that'll be cool. Maybe I need to get a lineup one with Koff actually, as we've had many NASCAR battles this year. But so Jimmy Johnson is only racing IndyCar road races right now, and somebody the other day said that his wife has to give him permission to race on an oval, so he's not in the field at Indy, and I don't know when he'll get to start racing because he retired from NASCAR. He obviously doesn't need the money, but
he was dominant for a while.
He's been drawn. I think he won like 4 straight or something Cup Series, but he won 7, which tied I think the King, Richard Petty, and Dale Sr. As the only 3 guys with 7 titles. But I heard him on a podcast pretty recently with this new podcast that Lindsay Zarniak has called The Artist and the Athlete that she's doing, which is really cool. And so it was the Avett brothers and Jimmy Johnson. And he was talking about testing Indy cars and going down to like South Florida where there's some test tracks from Charlotte.
That's really cool.
And sharing a car with like a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. He's like, because I'm at the same level as them. They're part of.
I was just going to say, so does he have to relearn how to drive in a sense with a new car, even though he's one of the greatest drivers probably in the world at stock car driving?
Well, I think just like our guy Cole Trickle said, anything with 4 wheels and engine I can drive, or whatever the line was from Days of Thunder. But his learning curve would be different than yours or mine.
Yeah.
But I imagine there are still plenty of nuances when you talk about going to that type of vehicle from a stock car, and all the changes and the speed and the way the car feels, all of that, learning to anticipate where everything is on the racetrack, because you're going so much faster. You're going 30 to 40 miles an hour faster, depending on where you are. Now, he's not driving much on ovals, I guess, yet. So that might
his wife hasn't given him permission yet.
I guess not. But so he was on the broadcast, or he was like one of the studio analysts.
Oh, cool.
A little bit. And so at least I saw him on post game in a suit sitting on an NBC desk. It was the first Indy 500 he'd ever been to.
That's really interesting. I hope he ends up making it. That'd be a cool story. Because if Jimmy Johnson gets good enough to drive in Indy races, he'll be at the Indy 500.
Well, I mean, good enough's kind of a relative term, right? There's definitely a sponsor out there. Whoever he's driving for on these open wheel races or on these road courses will happily pick up the tab, I'm sure, on a Sunday on an oval. Especially because that's the thing, is that they do race on a lot of the same tracks. So he's raced at Indy plenty in the Brickyard 400. So you understand the racetracks. I think it's more just the time commitment and I don't want to say the risk, but does his wife want him doing it?
I don't follow NASCAR, but I have always appreciated at the Brickyard where when they're done with the race, if they win, they go kiss the bricks.
Yeah,
they're probably all covered in oil and tire tracks and all that stuff. Yeah, it's disgusting. I'm okay with that type of stuff. Giggle Pigs is saying that if you're talking KC, you got to go to Arthur Bryant's.
Arthur Bryant's is great.
Hit up?
Oh, for sure. Arthur Bryant's is great. So there's kind of differing levels. So Arthur Bryant's and Gates would be, to call them fast food's not really fair, but it's a type of place you might stop just to grab a barbecue sandwich, maybe, and it's easier. There's more locations to get in and out of than Oklahoma Joe's, or now Joe's Kansas City. And I want to say Arthur Bryant's might have a sponsorship where you can see them in Arrowhead, like a couple concession spots, and Gates is at Kauffman Stadium where the Royals play. And so they're both institutions as well. Joe's Kansas City's really expanded from the gas station to like 4 or 5 spots now. And there's one other place, so you can have different tiers. So I'd put Arthur Bryant's and Gates in your more economical tier. Joe's is also in that same ballpark, but they now have a bunch of sit-down restaurants to go with the gas station one, and it's more of sometimes can be more of a hassle, I guess, for lack of a better way. And then you have Jack Stack, which is white table.
I've been to Jack Stack as well, which is great. A little sit-down spot.
Right, sit-down spot. It feels like a steakhouse, but they're serving barbecue. So your checks can still be expensive, but they're not the same as buying 5 fillets.
Yep.
And so there's a handful. There's a Jack Stack down. There's one in downtown. There's one near downtown. There's one in the plaza. There's a couple out in the suburbs. The original one in Martin City, which is right across the state line. Jack Stack's great.
Yeah, that was a good time. Honestly, when we went to KC, it was like, so Morgan, she's born and raised in Missouri. She lived in Kansas City for a few years back when she graduated college. So she's pretty familiar with it. And when she was like, "Oh, you want to go to KC for the weekend?" When we did that, I was like, "Yeah, but I want to just eat there. Like, let's just make sure we eat at all of the great spots in Kansas City." And she's like, "Okay."
Was she okay with it? That's good.
And then she just set us up for like this awesome eating tour. We hit up all the great spots. I was like,
that's great.
You hit the nail on the head here, man. Like,
I dated a girl in Kansas City. So, I went to KU, and then a couple years out, I lived in Kansas City for a year and had gone there my whole life visiting family, my extended family. That's part of the reason I went to KU. I had grandparents and aunts and uncles and cousins. But so I dated a girl, DA's girlfriend at the time, and they dated for a long time. They're now obviously not together and married to other people, or I'm saying obviously. Her best friend I started dating, just randomly came in town for DA's birthday. We hit it off. Oh, actually, that's not true. Came in for a reunion with my college buddies, KU, UCLA, then Broncos, Chiefs, Josh McDaniels' last game.
Oh, cool.
And I ended up hanging out with, at the time, DA's girlfriend. DA was in Boston, and her best friend, who was newly single, and we hit it off, and then we dated for like almost a year. And every time I'd go to Kansas City to visit her, I'd make her, like, she'd pick me up and go right to Joe's because it was on the way to her house. And the trick there was we would order it to go. So you could walk right in, it would be waiting for you, and then we go to her house, which is like a mile away. But every time I'd come to town, she'd be like, "Where do you want to go?" I'm like, "I don't know, Jack Stack." She's like, "Again?" I'm like, and then the next day, I want to go to the barbecue spot. Because I'd come in town, once a month, every 6 weeks. And that's all I wanted. And she didn't. I mean, she would acquiesce, but reluctantly. No real stats to speak of. Cam Newton 6 out of 12, just 61 yards. Drew Brees just 0 for 2. Obviously, we're scoreless with the Patriots knocking on the door here on I want to say the 5-yard line. On the ground, Kamara did have that big run, but he's going to have some work to do to get near that bonus. Sonny Michel, 4 carries, 16 yards. Kamara 2 for 21, but got all of it mostly on that 1 carry. Your guy James White 2 for 9 in the air, obviously with just 6 passes completed. You're not going to have a lot. Julian Edelman, not the future Hall of Famer, 2 for 13, not a future Hall of Famer. Is that Dalton Keene 1 for 12? Demarius Byrd 1 for
Dalton
12.
Keene.
Keel Harry and Devin Asiasi all have a catch. So not a lot going on yet. We can let you know what's going on with Lakers and Suns. I got that on the iPad here to my left. Lakers up by 9 early in the second quarter.
I like these uniforms for the Suns. I like when they rock the orange.
I like the orange too. I'm not sure I like the whole
it.
the Valley thing. Like, I get it. If you're out there, they talk about the Valley, the Sun.
See, I like the setup of the jersey, but yeah, I think it should just say Phoenix, right? Like the old '90s jerseys, like the Barkley era, you know?
Right. Just when wear the especially when they added that third black one, which was cool. They had the white one, they had the purple, and then they added the black one with that same logo when Chuck was there,
which looked great.
Cameron Newton, glad I rostered him. To Julian Edelman, he's not going to the Hall of Fame, but he is in the end zone.
Hey, Giggle Pigs weighing in on his Memorial Day menu. He's saying, I'm smoking up some salmon for the Caesar salads before the 20 pounds of ribs, shoulder, brisket, and 5 more pounds of bacon. Then we'll leave my friends fat and happy. Love that. And then he's got sides of fries.
That sounds amazing. I want to go there. Instead of going camping, I want to go to his house. David Burnos says he's from KC. Other great BBQ. Danny Edwards, which I haven't been to. Hayward's Pit BBQ, which I've been to, as well as Woodyard Barbecue. I went there once. I think that's in KCK. And then LC's is also a Kansas City institution. You can't go wrong with KC Barbecue. Do you want in on this NASCAR contest with me and Koff?
I do not, because I know literally nothing about NASCAR.
Well, you basically
I would just be donating.
My knowledge.
I will be out on that, unfortunately. I'm saving my DK funds for these NBA days coming up here.
I'm going to make all my money back from Koff on football. Not that he won't also do well, but I did much better in football than I've been doing in basketball. I'm undefeated against him in hockey. I'm 3-0 all the times we've done hockey. We've now split soccer because I won yesterday with the Champions League.
I definitely won against him a lot more in football than I did in basketball. Oh, that's a big old score there. Oh, no, he got caught.
Breeze to Kamara, though. Big gain. 45 yards. 21 yards after the catch, but 45 yards, if I'm not mistaken, because that was his first completion.
There you go, Kamara.
You can get a double bonus from Kamara. He's got some work to do, but that could be fun.
I've never seen the double bonus. I think I came close with most hurt, but I don't think I've seen it.
The only claims to fame you and I have. I mean, the very first game I did was the craziest ending ever, which I could tell you about. But you and I, our first couple games together, we got double OTs,
which is crazy. Yeah.
So we'll always have that. But check this out. So the very first game I ever did with Koff back in the summer, Raiders. So it was last year's Madden game. Raiders, Niners. Mostert was still really good.
Still
Raiders,
is.
Niners. So, no. You know what? That's not true. It was Mostert's first ever touchdown. And Koff could not get over it. And like he was texting Glash and Sarah about Mostert finally scoring. And so that happened in the game. And then Robbie Gould setting up for a game icing field goal. They're already up. And they're on it would have been like a 40-yarder. It wasn't a crazy long field goal. They go fake field goal up 6. They go fake field goal up 6. I would have put them up 9. They go fake field goal. The Raiders stop the up back or the holder who tried to run it. They then complete a pass to Tyrell Williams down the left side for about 30 yards. So it's like one play left for the Raiders. They had a timeout. One play left. They dump like a little arrow route to Jalen Richard, breaks 3 tackles, and runs like 40 yards to the end zone. And that's how the game ended. Well, they made the extra point, and that's how the game ended. It was the craziest ending. Koff couldn't get over the ending. I didn't have any context because I hadn't done any games at that point. I mean, it was obviously a crazy scenario because why would you when you have a makeable field goal with one of the best kickers in football, would you go fake field goal up 6? But it was, yeah, the fact that I can still remember it after doing all these sins.
Insane coaching decision. Dan Russell saying, have you seen the Phoenix Coyotes 3rd jersey with the Mexican content? It's sweet. Do they have like the Mexican flag on their jersey? Maybe. I know Phoenix is kind of close to Mexico. I don't know. I have not seen that jersey.
I'm check it out.
I kind of like the alternate Phoenix Coyote jerseys from like the 90s
with
or whenever the Coyotes came around.
Coyote, their little cartoonish coyote on.
Yeah, it's like playing hockey.
Yeah.
You'll see those like the bros trying to be cool with the retro jerseys. Like that's one of the ones that they'll buy.
No, that's the one he's talking about. I think that's the one he's talking about because when you look at it, it has like
the Aztec text.
Yeah, Mexican. I don't know. I said Mexican inspired trimming.
Yeah. Good call, Dan Russell.
That's a cool jersey. So this came up because I had the Hawks and Knicks on just off to the side. Did you watch some of that game? Did you see the MLK jersey that Atlanta wears? And I assume this wasn't the first time.
I like that. Yeah, I like that jersey.
Yeah, I did not like it. I was just trying to process it. And I obviously knew that MLK lived in Atlanta. He was also born in Atlanta, so he's from Atlanta. Mm-hmm. Obviously assassinated in Memphis. I hadn't seen it all year because I don't watch a lot of Hawks games, and there weren't a lot of Hawks highlights besides.
Yeah, that was like their special. I forget if they called them city jerseys.
Yeah, like, the city jersey.
Like you said, right. The Valley was the Suns' like special jersey. The Celtics did a banner-inspired jersey, so it's a jersey that looks like their championship banner. It's kind of ugly. It kind of looks like a practice jersey, to be honest.
The Celtics one.
Yeah, the Nuggets was all red, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Nuggets is all red, and it's definitely a sore point around here.
Yeah,
because they've had varying colors, but ultimately they've been some form of blue over the years as their other color to go with their home white, or what used to be home white. And even when they threw in the gold uniforms or whatever, those yellow uniforms to go still yellow and blue, to go red. Not that they have a rival or something that is red. Like if the Broncos had a third uniform that was red, even when they've had logos, Sports Authority and now Empower have red in their logos. It does not sit well because the Chiefs wear red.
I was going to say people must hate that.
Yeah, but they like the money, and that's what Joe Ellis, the team president, will tell you. He's like, you like having new TVs and better concessions. Like,
yeah,
we're happy to have Empower's $15 million or $12 million. But some of those city uniforms are really cool, and I want to say all of them have Jordan logos on them.
Yeah, it is. It's a Jordan thing.
Nice boon for Jordan brand. Not that they needed it. Needed any help, but that Nike is part of the deal. Have those city jerseys that are.
I actually impulse bought a Jordan hoodie yesterday, like a Zion inspired. I guess Zion's a Jordan athlete, and
absolutely. Jordan's actually Zion. I think is the first Jordan Nike hybrid athlete. I think.
Okay.
So he's got a Jordan shoe. I don't know if he has a Nike shoe, but he's the first guy that's going to appear in like both sets of ads and have crossover. Obviously it's the same parent company. You get it, Nike owns both, but Jordan is operated as its own brand. And I remember when Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver, was here and talking with his marketing people, he was looking at going with Nike, which would pay him like I think at the time $250,000 or whatever that number was, and whatever Nike gear, or Jordan, which doesn't pay except for their couple signature guys. So like, and Brandon wouldn't have qualified for whatever reason. They don't really pay them anything, maybe services contract, but then you get unlimited Jordan gear.
So that's how they pay you.
Yeah, well, you get unlimited Jordan gear in your size, and you get a limited amount, I think, in other sizes. Because like if you're Brandon Marshall, the receiver, and you wear XL everything in size 12, and then you start ordering size 7 women's shoes, you're like, this isn't for you. Yeah.
Right. That's interesting.
You want to know a fun Jordan story? Do you remember Jared Jeffries?
Of course, yeah.
The longtime forward. So Jared Jeffries, after being player of the year, candidate, not player of the year at Indiana, is a rookie with the Wizards, and it's MJ's last year, was Jared's first year, and they got along pretty well. And so because the owners of the Wizards were trying to screw Jordan out of getting back into ownership after his 2 years on the court, they basically had every player, they were trying to like gather intel against MJ, like, hey, tell us about this, this. And so Jared, not knowing any better, not really caring, as a rookie, first round pick, I don't think he thought he was going anywhere one way or another. He leaves the meeting. He doesn't say anything, he's like, no, I didn't really have anything. Michael's cool to me. Leaves the meeting, calls MJ, tells him what's going on. MJ, forever grateful, not that it changed anything, but Jared Jeffries, without ever being a Jordan athlete, has an unlimited Jordan budget for the rest of his life.
That's awesome. That's so cool. That's such a Jordan story too, right? Of course,
sure.
Jordan's like, okay, yep, this guy's loyal to me. He helped me in like a vindictive, like, in this petty fight I was in with this person. So I love this guy forever now. Like that's just the most Michael Jordan story ever.
It's like, imagine having access to whatever that website is. The Jared Jeffries can just log on, or his code, put in your promo code. It's like Jared Jeffries. You just type in his name.
I wasn't going to share this on DraftKings because I just felt like people would maybe like razz me for it, but whatever, I'll share this. So my sister's boyfriend has been working for Nike for a long time, and they just moved in together within the last year or so.
Have you gone out to, is he in Portland or is he somewhere else?
No, he works in Boston.
Okay.
Converse's headquarters is in Boston. Nike owns Converse. Because they live together now, Nike has a program in place that if you live with someone that you've been dating for X amount of time, like you don't have to be married. It's
so kind of common law,
like a domestic partnership.
Sure. Domestic partnership, sure.
By Nike standards, they allow family members to get the employee discount. So I just recently was given the codes to log into Nike, Jordan, and Converse's like employee discount website. And
is the code generic enough that
no,
they see where it's being shipped to? No, so it's like in there, so you can't be abusive.
No. It's actually kind of strict too. It needs to be. It was all registered to like my license and my debit card. Like even if I'm at a store with my fiance, I need to be the one purchasing. Like she can't just go.
But you can go to a Nike store. You can go to either a Nike outlet or a Nike town. Not that there's a lot of those left, but and you can pull the code. They can pull the code up in the system. That's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and it's literally like less than a month old, and I've already bought I bought a new version of shoes I already had. I bought some socks. I just bought this Zion hoodie the other day.
And you're getting everything at what? 40%
Everything's
off,
40% off.
Yeah. So I've got a buddy whose brother is one of the original investors or original partners in Under Armour, and he always offers to give me the codes, and then he never has. But I don't have a lot of Under Armour stuff. I have mostly Nike and Adidas stuff.
I like Under Armour. Under Armour kind of gets a weird rap, I feel like.
Here's what happened was they obviously kind of set the standard for performance, like workout gear for mostly those like skin tight workout shirts.
Yeah, like quick
so much
dry.
So that before you started calling them Dry Fit or anything else, you called them your Under Armour shirt. Like they almost had a name brand recognition, like Kleenex or Xerox.
Totally.
But then they jumped into shoes and really stumbled out of the gates with their shoes. So it wasn't until they made a concerted effort, and I think hired, Nike people and Adidas or Reebok, like shoe people, to design their shoes, that they made a huge leap forward. So I actually have a pair of basketball shoes that someone gave me at the Nuggets when Emmanuel Mudiay was there. I have Emmanuel Mudiay signature sneakers that are super yellow that I've worn to hooping like once or twice. I just don't play much basketball anymore. And then I bought like some just kind of casual, whatever they are. They're like a step up from canvas, whatever white soled Under Armour, but they're not performance wear by any means, and they're super comfy. I mean, I wear them all the time with the couple Under Armour like pullover things I have. So I'm not opposed to buying more of it. I'm kind of so frequently buying Nike and Adidas stuff.
Yeah, I like Under Armour, but now since I have this Nike stuff, like I'll probably only ever buy. If I need a shoe or apparel or anything, like that's what I'm going to buy.
Could you get the sense of what your limitation is, or because your extended family, like, no, spend as much money as you want?
There's no limitation. Yeah, no, as long as it's me buying it and it's, all connected to my card and my license, like as much as I want.
Good to know. Well, I'm a 9.5, so I'll,
It's cool though. It's like the nicest perk for sure.
Burton Game Ops wants to know, Tom, are we related? Question mark. That's a good perk for sure.
It's great.
Giggle Pig says Nike codes are super encrypted and coveted. Living in Portland and having my neighbor across the street working at their event planning department, I know some pretty cool stuff. I'm sure you do. So I've got a buddy that he works for the Nugs and Abs, one of my great friends. He's in my wedding. he was going to he used to work for the Buffs and was going to Buffs at Oregon. And so because they're a Nike school, he went with like a group of people that got to go to the Nike employee store where everything famously in that store is half off. And so that was right as the gloves were coming out that had the team logos on them hands, right? And that was obviously still popular and still really cool. Some of the things that people have put on the insides, the palms of gloves. And so I was playing in a couple of flag football leagues and pickup football. So I was like, can you get me, do they have any Cowboys gloves? I was like,
that'd be cool. It makes the star.
Yeah, it makes the star. And I was like, I'll pay you back, no problem. And he goes, let me check. And so he texts me back and he goes, they have every team except for the Cowboys. They're sold out of the Cowboys.
What?
But then he texts me a picture. He goes, but I have a t-shirt of somebody putting the hands together with the gloves. He's like, do you want this t-shirt? And I'm like, no, I don't want that t-shirt.
No, that's a slap in the face.
I don't need a t-shirt of gloves. I need the gloves to use to play flag football. I have a lot of Cowboys t-shirts. He then bought me a different Cowboys t-shirt, like an old school, like punter's helmet from the 70s.
Oh, nice.
So I don't wear it very much because it's just a little tight. It was just a weird cut, but I appreciated him buying it for me for $12 or whatever he spent on it.
That's awesome.
But the gloves, it was great that they didn't have the gloves, but they had the t-shirt of the gloves.
Yeah, so my sister's boyfriend I don't think he's ever been to the headquarters, which is a huge, it's one of his things. Like, he's like, I got to get out there. Like, how can I have worked for this company for this long? Oh, here we go. Saints.
Is that my captain?
Nope. Here.
Traquan Smith finding
in my lineup. He makes noise. I think he's kind of undervalued in these sims for how much impact he has.
I've definitely done some games with Glash where he's had a big game, and then when I roster him, he never has a big game.
That's how it works.
Wow.
Giggle Pig says it's like a merch museum there.
Oh, I'm sure. Although, so he's got a friend that does events for Nike. I want to know, does he get to tag along to some of the events? Like the stuff at the NBA All-Star Weekend, Jordan events. I snuck into Michael Jordan's birthday at All-Star in Vegas.
Oh, that must have been insane.
I got there kind of on the late side because the same night as Kenny Smith's party, and I went because I had just finished working with Kenny, and it was Vegas, so they did a card game, and there was a celebrity card game, and I was in charge of rebuys. In retrospect, nice. I would have liked to have played and beat Vince Carter and Eva Longoria and Tony Parker at cards, but I was happy just to be in the room. So listen, so here's the setup. So I'm sitting in the corner. So like I said, Tony and Eva are there, and the old PR guy number 2 PR guy for the Spurs, I want to say his name was Tom. For whatever reason, even though I had emailed him before to ask for like Popovich on the radio because he's an Air Force guy and with some of the afternoon guys that knew him. And so I definitely had his info and he had my info, but we exchanged business cards for no reason because we're just sitting there for like 2 hours. And so we exchanged business cards. So as I'm getting back to my hotel at the MGM, I happen to walk by the tent where the Jordan party is going. Like that's where the cab dropped me off, was the back entrance of the hotel and the huge party tent and the huge Jordan logos. And I see him leaving. Oh, Cliff was his name. Sorry, not Tom, Cliff. So Cliff is kind of stumbling past me. I go, hey, Cliff, how was it? It's awesome. He's like, Tony and Eva are leaving. And I literally see Tony and Eva leave like in front of me and getting in their black car. It's like, it's got to be 3 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning.
Oh my God.
And so I'm like, let me see what I can do here. So I walk up, and because I've been doing rebuys all night, I just wasn't drinking like I normally have at other big events. I was relatively sober. So let's see what happens. So I go up. There's still 2 girls taking names and giving wristbands out
at 4
way after the party. Yeah, way after the party's over. And I go, hey, here's my card. I'm with the Spurs. I'm like, Tony and Eva are leaving, but I got more people inside that I got to go see. They look at the card, slap a wristband on, VIP wristband. So I get to go not just in the regular party, which is all VIP, the super VIP area where like, I think Ocho Cinco was there and
oh my God,
Solomon Wilcots was there. And so I talked to Solly most of the time.
I guess Solomon Wilcots is on that level.
Why wouldn't he be? And I don't know who saw, but Solly played at CU, and we have him on. We still have him on the radio all the time. So I think I talked to Solly most of the time. I talked to Rip Hamilton a little bit. The party was definitely winding down. Like whatever the musical act, they were way done. It was just a DJ, but it was still super cool. And I saw a couple other NBA type friends. But that of all the parties that I had ever kind of snuck my way into, I liked pulling Cliff's business card as he was passing me, basically, or 5 seconds after he passed me, and getting it to work. But going to some of those events, Nike throws huge, great events at all those.
at all like the
All-Star,
games
Super
and stuff
Bowl,
like that.
Final Fours is
I
different.
appreciate the fact that Cam Newton and the Patriots just tried to heave one out there on 4th and 7 as halftime gets here. Normally you see them run out the clock, but for whatever reason, the
not your
Pats
father's
going aggressive
Patriots,
here.
Tom.
Yeah, like what are we doing? I love
Cameron
it.
Newton era. He's going to fire it down the sideline. It still wouldn't have made a difference. Like it was nowhere near deep enough.
Not even close.
So Drew Brees, 11 for 16, 132 yards. Cameron Newton, 11 for 21, 119 yards. Both have a score. Sony Michel, who's on my roster, 6 for 21. Not great. James White, who's on yours, 3 for 7, is worse. Kamara still just has 21 yards on the ground. In the air, he's obviously done a little more damage. Right, he had the 45-yard catch, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get to that. The touchdowns coming from Smith and Edelman. Traquan leading all receivers with 5 catches, 44 yards. Kamara, 4 for 65. Edelman, 3 for 18 in the score. Demir Bird, I think I called him Demarius last time. Demir Bird, 3 for 33. N'Keal Harry, 2 for 36. Asiasi, 2 for 20. Michael Thomas, cruising for a Babysitter Billy Not My Kid award right now, just 1 for 11.
Not
and
great.
did you tell me, did you captain him or you captain Kamara?
I did. I captained Michael Thomas. I rarely captain him, but today I was just like, switch it up. Didn't work.
I'm
Not so
101st.
far, at least.
I don't know if this is M. Avery 47 or Mavery 47 has got a slight lead on Stud 2, not to be confused with Stud 1.
I'm in like 88th.
Jared Cook's going to have a good shot at the Babysitter Billy Award, as I now realize not only do I have him captained, he's captained almost 9% of the time in our contest, but owned 51% of the time, and he is firing up a big goose egg. Michael Thomas's ownership numbers are almost the same, so a goose egg is way worse. Michelle's numbers are a lot lower, so but all of them brutal first half for each one of those guys.
I'm not having a good go of it in the contest, but hey, as long as everyone's having a good time, that's all I can ask for.
So this weather's obviously crappy here, and we're going to get in the camper tomorrow. Anybody who was listening, I said that my wife had left the camper unzipped in one of the pop-outs. So it's been raining all day. So I went, and luckily the way the rain was coming in, it only got a little part of one of the little mattresses wet, and the rest was, thankfully, even though the whole zipper was up, got that closed. But we are going camping tomorrow in what's going to be pretty bad weather up in the mountains where we're going for the week. 50s into the 60s like Thursday. High of 50, lows in the 30s. Anyways, I'm not overly excited. You got gross weather out here today. And we still got to do a bunch of shopping before we go. We can obviously get some shopping done tomorrow because I think Walmart's open on Memorial Day or whatever. But I totally spaced because we got to get this spare tire fixed for the camper. And so I was like, all right, we'll go to Discount Tire or whatever after I get off this sim. And she's like, we got to do Walmart and this. And I'm like, oh, no problem. And I'm like, oh, wait, I have to go to the Avs game tonight at 6.
Oh, no.
So I'm done at 3 and the Avs are at 6. So we can still definitely get some shopping done. That's not really the issue. It's more that this weather is gross, and I'd much rather just curl up on the couch and watch a movie or keep an eye on the Avs game on my iPad. But
someone's got to cover the hockey game, BK.
I know. Second round, Avs Knights. Oh, look at Alvin Kamara. Is this a house call?
No.
Stephon.
He caught him.
Stephon saves the touchdown, but a big run.
Beast.
So if he had 21 yards before that, and now he has 67, I guess you could just do the math there. Does he have 80-something yards now? Is that
something like that?
No. Now he has 67 yards.
He's creeping up on the bonus.
67 minus 21 is how many yards that run was.
He's in my lineup. I would appreciate
46.
I just want him to get in the end zone. I would like him to hit the B word here. I wish I'd put him in my captain spot. I usually put Kamara in my captain spot. I did not do that today. Mistake.
Yeah, 46-yard run there, then follow that up with a 2-yard run. Traquan Smith in the captain spot right now, 46% owned in our contest, getting you 23 points, 23.1.
Wow, that's pretty high ownership. But granted, these are people that are here all the time. They know that he comes to play for the Saints. I got a question here for you, BK, about both of these teams in front of us. Obviously, Drew Brees gone. Cam Newton now has a first-round quarterback sitting behind him on the depth chart as of now. I guess they haven't named Cam the number 1, but
didn't Bill say Cam's our starter?
Yeah, but I mean, it's May, right? So it's hard to kind of know for sure where the Patriots sit. But
he wasn't saying Stidham is our starter, so
no, definitely not. True. Jared Stidham, I doubt will make the team. So, by the end of the season, for both of these teams, who do you think will be the quarterback? On each side.
Jameis will be the quarterback all year. Taysom Hill is not a good enough quarterback. So Jameis will be the Saints quarterback by the end of the year. The question is, will he be the quarterback beyond that? And I think maybe. And then absolutely it'll be Mac Jones, because there's no reason to think Cam's going to be any better. Yes, they have some OTAs and some mini camp, but I don't think the issue with Cam was the playbook. It was the performance.
You can't throw anymore.
Yeah, the ball just doesn't come out the same. When you hurt your shoulder as much as he has, I get it. Here's Kamara trying to score for you. Runs the other way, right in the high tower.
He can't throw the ball, and you need to be able to do that.
And he doesn't run the way he ran before. Now, is he
No.
tackled? No. And on 3rd and 4, can he get you the 4.5 you need? Probably, especially if it's a quarterback draw. But
I saw a stat the other day, and I don't have the exact numbers or the exact placement, but he had one of the lowest number of touchdowns thrown for someone that played as many games as he did in the history of the NFL since,
like in his career or last
modern
year?
era. Last year in the history of the NFL, least amount of touchdowns thrown for someone that played like whatever it was, 15 games.
How many touchdowns did he throw last year?
He threw like 7 touchdowns.
Let's see here
Something
real quick.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
It was
8 TDs,
less
8
than
TDs,
10.
10 picks. 8 TDs, 10 picks.
Yeah. It was awful.
And 2,600 yards.
So
yeah, that's not good.
No, it was really bad. It was really hard to
his
watch.
rookie year, he threw for 4,000, then 38, 69, 33, 31, 38, 35, 33. His MVP season, 3,837 yards, 35 TDs, 10 picks, and we know he obviously was really good on the ground as well. Does he only have 70
touchdown
in his career? I can't. 190.
Manny Sanders getting in the end zone.
There you go.
I'm sure you're a big Emmanuel Sanders fan.
I mean, I like interacting with him. I'm still mad.
I like the dude a lot.
He never wanted to take the nickname the Sandman, putting DBs to sleep, but I was trying to catch on. 190 TDs against 118 picks in Cam's career in the air. How many rushing touchdowns do you think he's had in his career?
Oh, how many years has he played?
10. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Now, in 2019, he only played 2 games. But.
Yeah. Rushing TDs for a career. It's tough, the quarterback thing. I'm probably going to guess too many. I'm going to say 50.
You were close. 70.
Okay.
70 on the ground. And I bet you if we look at first downs, he rushed
actually a lot more than I thought.
He's rushed for 422 first downs. I'd love to know what to compare that to any other quarterback in the last decade. Like here, let me look at Russell Wilson. So 422. Russell Wilson, who certainly runs for first downs. So 422. Russell Wilson's played. They basically played 9 seasons because of that season Cam missed, and Russ has never missed a game. So Russ has only rushed for 21 TDs, so 50 less. 259 first downs, which is still a lot.
Yeah. So Russell Wilson, you brought up the fact he's never missed a game. He is the current active leader for the Favre streak. He's got 144 straight starts.
You got a ways to go.
Way off. Rivers was the closest, obviously, and now he
Rivers passed Eli when they benched Eli for no reason.
Yep.
For Geno.
Yep. We were talking to Favre on the podcast, and he brought that up. He's like, "Yeah, Rivers was the closest. Now it's Russell Wilson, 144." So I think that record never gets broken. I don't think it ever gets broken. I think Russell. I mean, and this is kind of, you can't really even debate this. The offensive line in Seattle has been subpar.
He's been the most sacked.
It's amazing. It's amazing he hasn't been hurt with the
over the last 9
seasons.
Yeah, over the last 9 seasons, you're right. He's been the most sacked player, and Dan Patrick told him that, and that's why he told Dan Patrick he wanted the O-line to be better.
Yeah,
and that he wouldn't be opposed to playing somewhere else if they had a better, or whatever he's
right.
paraphrasing.
I'm shocked he hasn't been hurt. Honestly,
he's
played through injury.
Yeah,
he's a tough dude,
man. He's tough, and he's not that big. He's tough.
Right.
He's smart. He throws the ball great. Maybe he'll have Julio Jones to throw to with DK and Lockett, which would be a pretty lethal combo.
Where do you think is his most likely landing spot, Julio?
Well, after Diana Rossini put it out today that Seattle's entertaining trying to trade for him and that Russ and Julio talked, I'm going to put Seattle at the top.
Okay.
I mentioned last sim where Albert Breer tweeted that Julio wants to go somewhere where they're a perennial playoff team and title contender, but doesn't necessarily want to go somewhere cold and cited that he's only played in a dome. And this might have been Albert taking a liberty a little bit. So basically saying he wants to go to New England, but not New England. And I'm like, well, then I tweeted it at Breer, and I was like, and not Green Bay, not Pittsburgh, not Baltimore,
Right.
not Kansas City. All those places are really cold. I'm like, so I guess that leaves Seattle, which isn't the warmest, but we've now covered the perennial playoff team.
So what do you think it's going to take to get Julio? That's what I'm fascinated about. Like, what's the
Probably
return
some two.
going to be?
Here's the thing. They don't have their two this year because that's named Jamal Adams. So.
Right. I was going to say they don't have necessarily the assets to make that happen. I mean, I know in the NFL, if things need to be done, they get done type of
deal. They could easily get it done with their one, or maybe it's this year's 3 and then a 5 and next year.
And they're clearly fine with trading picks.
Yeah, they do it all the time. And they trade 4 picks as well. So
the NFC West loves to trade picks.
Nobody more than Seattle, though. But
LA
the
hasn't had a first round pick
yeah.
in years.
Yeah, the Rams. Right. Well, they do. They're named Jalen Ramsey.
Right. They just keep trading picks.
Every year, their first round pick is Jalen Ramsey. Reunion with Shanahan in San Fran, says Fidelis Eni.
That's a lot of people have been throwing that out there. You'd have to imagine Shanahan's got to be interested. And I know they have like nice receivers, but Julio Jones is next level.
Well, of course, Julio Jones is a likely Hall of Famer. Debo, you like what you see, and Brandon Ayuk showed some flashes when he was healthy last year. You put Julio, that completely changes the offense. It makes Jimmy Garoppolo's life easier for the short term, and Trey Lance's life easier for the couple of years after that.
How soon do you think we see Trey Lance? Because I think it's definitely going to be some games. Jeff was saying, our buddy Moose up in Canada, he thinks right away Trey Lance is going to get the start. I just can't fathom that they're going to throw him out there right away.
He's going to have to pick up the offense super fast. Now, we know he's really smart in life, right? You don't accidentally get asked to go play at all these Ivy League schools. But that doesn't necessarily equate to football smarts. So how quickly can he pick up their offense and their language and do exactly what Kyle wants when Jimmy's been there for 3 or 4 years now? Let me see their schedule. Let's see. 49ers schedule. Here we go. I would somebody put it in a 5-minute YouTube video.
Maybe it's a schedule.
No, I'm on videos. No, I'm on video. I was clicking on video. So here we go. 49ers.com. Preseason. Okay, here we go. At Lions, so winnable. At Eagles, winnable. Packers at home, gonna be tough. Seahawks at home, tough. At Cardinals, tough. Bye is in week 6, so they're 2-3. If they lose one of those games, they're not supposed to, but you lose to the Packers, Seahawks, Cardinals in a row there. You beat the Lions, you beat the Eagles, and you drop 3 in a row. You get the bye week 7, hosting the Colts, then at the Bears. I think you could see them in there.
That's early. A tough schedule.
Yeah. At Jags, that's a nicer one with Tim Tebow and his jersey sales. I said I was going to mention that.
Pro Bowl tight end Tim Tebow?
Potential. He in a 2-hour practice, he didn't drop any passes. You know who else can do that? Every NFL player.
You know what, though? It is kind of surprising that he didn't drop anything, right? Like,
here are your top jerseys,
that is a little surprising.
Though. Well, maybe. The clips I saw looked like he's running, little slants. There's no defense. They can play defense. Maybe there's a little.
I'm not saying Tebow's going to be good because he didn't drop any passes. I'm just saying in 2 hours to not drop one pass when you're Tebow and you're not a pass catcher, kind of impressive.
He caught a lot of snaps in shotgun.
Okay, true.
They're coming in like that. I mean, it's like the episode of Friends where they didn't want to drop the ball, so they're just throwing it back and forth to each other.
And it just did it for the whole day.
So here you go. I didn't realize this until I just clicked. This is courtesy of Fox NFL. NFL at NFL and Fox. Tebow is the number 1 and number 2 jersey. The teal and the black. Teal is number 1 or whatever that color is. Black is number 2. Fields in blue. Justin Fields in blue is number 3.
Makes sense.
Fields in orange is 4.
Oh, that's so great.
Fields in white is 5.
Wow. People in Chicago are all in on this man. That's awesome. Hey, look, they've never had a good quarterback, really, right? I mean, they get Cutler for a few years.
Sid Luckman and Cutler.
And Jim McMahon for a little bit in the 80s.
Yeah.
The Bears have been around. We were talking about this on one of the broadcasts the other day. It's the second oldest franchise in football.
Right, behind the Browns.
3 good quarterbacks. No, the oldest is actually the Cardinals.
The Cardinals are the oldest?
Yeah, they've been around since 1920.
Wait, so have the Bears and the Giants. They're all original teams for the first year of the NFL.
Daniel, when I was working at Daniel, he listed them out. There was there was some differentiation that had the Cardinals as 1, Bears 2.
Maybe they came along in year 2 or year 3, but I thought Bears and Giants also were around since 19.
Regardless, a bunch of old franchises,
old teams. Guess who's number 6? You're never gonna guess who's number 6.
Okay, Mahomes.
No, more obvious.
Is it Brady with Tampa?
Not only is it Brady, it appears to be a Brady Super Bowl jersey.
Oh,
nice. The white jersey with the Super Bowl patch.
With the patch, yeah, I like.
Then this is where things get interesting. Where you're talking about rookies, young guys.
So this would be 7th.
7. I'm going to give you 7 through 15 here.
Okay.
All right. So 7 through 15. I also just realized I did no stats there, but after the Saints score to tie this up, we'll give you some stats. Najee Harris with the Steelers, 7.
Well, Pittsburgh fans are crazy, so that makes sense.
Justin Hebert in the blue Chargers uniform is 8.
That doesn't make sense to me, but okay.
No, because LA, no one likes the Chargers, right?
People like those blue jerseys. So
yeah, I get, but not the powder blue.
Why wouldn't? Yeah, I don't know.
The powder blue, I would get. Yeah. Next is Mahomes red. No surprise there. Mm-hmm. Rodgers still in a Packers uniform is 10th. The reason why I would wait on that if I'm a Packers fan today is there's a chance in a month he's traded, and then you get it in his collectible.
Yeah, you get that, and you can get it 50% off. Yeah.
Half price. How about this number 11? Devontae Smith.
Huh. Okay. I mean, look, Eagle fans are pumped. Got a Heisman Trophy winner coming in town.
They are pumped. Tom Brady in the red Super Bowl jersey with the patch is 12.
Touchdown, Jared Cook.
Oh, that's my captain. I'll get me out of the top 100 or into the top 100. Jalen Hurts is your 13.
Yeah, Eagle fans are rabid, man.
Trevor Lawrence, black, Jags, 14. Joe Burrow, 15. Pretty good list there. Thanks, Fox Sports NFL.
That's a fun list. I am shocked. Well, I guess I'm not shocked. I love the fact that the Bears are all the way at the top 3, there with all those 5. Different jerseys. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's great.
Tebow, man. Tebow mania is strong.
Well, here's what's crazy, too, is let's say they move Gardner Minshew at any point. He could switch to 15. But I imagine Tebow will be like, well, because Nike's not going to do a full run. They're only going to do NFL Shop right now. They can't do a full run on a guy that might get cut,
right?
Unless people want it as a collector's item.
Mm-hmm. Which Jags fans probably would. Tebow is religion there in Gainesville.
No question.
In northern Florida, you know.
No question. I'm clicking on the wrong sim.
Church of Tebow.
Here we go. The speech.
Did you get to interact with him at all?
A lot. I covered him that whole year, and the year before we just kind of talked a little bit, but no.
So how do you? How was he as a dude to interact with? Because when I worked at ESPN, he was not in Bristol, so I never really got to talk with him.
He was fine. He was super nice, thoughtful kid, always asking questions and asking for kind of help or guidance. Like I don't know how much of an independent thinker he was back then. His brother kind of ran his life. But I remember as they were going into the playoff game, I think I've told this story on here before. I just happened to be walking by him as he was about to go into his press conference, and he was like getting ready at the locker. And they're like, "Oh, Tim's going to go next." So like you're walking out of the locker room to go get your seat in the media room as the locker room is closing. It's before they're playing the Steelers, and I happened to be just the closest. He goes, "Hey, Brandon, can I wear this hat?" And it was some random hat, and I was like, I think so. I was like,
I was worried about like logos.
Yeah, I was like, I would check with somebody else. I'm like, but this isn't the Super Bowl. This is a Wednesday press conference during the playoffs, round 1. And he goes, oh, and he like turns around and grabs a Broncos hat, But I had some interactions with him at charity events, and when I've run into him since, he's always nice, always, happy to see me for the split second. There's a faction of people that do, but people love Peyton Manning more.
I would say so.
But I imagine now as a 33-year-old and a married dude, he's probably a little bit more of an independent thinker and less reliant on his brother and other people around him. Then he was 22, 23 years old, and it was a huge brand. I know some of his teammates really liked him. Some just didn't really. They did not like him. He just wasn't their kind of dude, right? He was, they want to go out, have a drink, and meet some girls, and he would like invite people over with his brother to his house to play pool and not drink.
Right, exactly.
I definitely have come across people that were like that were like, yeah, we went over to his house and just played pool. I was like, okay.
Probably good time still.
Yeah. I mean, you got a story to tell. It's not that salacious.
Shooting billiards.
Yeah, that's it. He's not going to make the team, though, or he shouldn't make the team based on tight end ability. I wouldn't think he I just don't think he has enough. If he makes the team, then I think he will have earned it. No, I think you can't just take up roster spots for fun stories. I don't think.
But
not when you have the number one pick in the draft.
But the fact that he's on the team is just because it's a fun story, right? Like Urban Meyer isn't bringing Tim Tebow in because he thinks Tim Tebow can be an effective tight end. I don't think, at least. I think he's bringing him in to be a leader in the locker room and because it's good for business to have the legendary Gator in Jacksonville playing for Urban Meyer. And also, it probably distracts away from Trevor Lawrence a little bit, right? I mean, less of a microscope. We've talked way more as a media world about Tim Tebow being with the Jaguars and what he's looked like and all this stuff and that story that we have with Trevor Lawrence and hyping him up in recent weeks.
It takes some of the pressure off Trevor, both nationally and locally. I don't know what kind of pressure there is because the Jags have never really been good, with apologies to Mark Brunell and company and my man Tony Baselli, Denver native Tony Baselli, Boulder native. They've just never been that good consistently, certainly not over the last 2 decades. Mm-hmm. The pressure on Lawrence is going to be more national than local because he's number one pick. And is he better than Fields? Is he better than Wilson? Is he better than Mac Jones? Right? So that goes without saying.
It's a natural talker, especially with how good he was at Clemson.
Yeah, for sure. So, but I don't think that's part of it. The idea of setting a culture is interesting because it's the type of thing that I would get if this was college football, but all these guys are pros. And I understand their roster continues to skew younger because just the way they're constructing it and getting rid of guys and all that. But also, unless you watch SEC Network or went to Florida, I don't know how many of these kids grew up. I mean, Trevor Lawrence saying he played Tim Tebow on NCAA football is one thing. But the rest of these dudes don't care about Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Right? In 2011, most of these, they may have seen that game. They definitely didn't see the magical run that he had, unless they happen to be from Denver. And I don't know how many Denver kids are on the team right now. Like Laviska Shenault grew up in Dallas, came out here and played 3 years at CU. I don't know, as a 14-year-old in Dallas, he cares about what Tim Tebow was doing with the Broncos. Or before that in Florida.
Football fan.
Right. So I don't know if Tim Tebow will resonate with these kids the way it's easy for us to say, it's a guy he can trust and a locker room tone setter. They're all looking at him like, okay, just show me you can play football, dude. Big sack,
and that's probably what you want in the locker room, right? Like people like, hey, just show it on the field. That's what matters most to us. That's where you get your respect. But does that speak to Urban Meyer having sort of that college mindset? Like, oh, I need to bring this guy in, like he's a real tone setter. Like it's like how college teams, you have 100 dudes on the roster and you have a few dudes that play some special teams sometimes and they're on the roster just because it's like a good story to have, this guy that's an ROTC, athlete, and you got, okay, this guy overcame this, so we gave him a roster spot. I think there's maybe a little tinge of that in this decision from Urban Meyer.
No, I think you're right, and we'll see if it matters. Cause I just don't know if you need that in the pros. Bert in Game Up says, Tom, I don't think Urban has any idea what he's doing.
Don't read that whole sentence.
And just really wanted Tebow back because of what Tebow meant to him. I'm paraphrasing what Tebow meant to him in Gainesville. But
he's so right, though. I mean, that's exactly how I feel about it.
Here's the thing. There's a age-old saying that you can't fool the locker room. So, like, if you have a quarterback battle, I'll use the one here. And if Drew Lock is head and shoulders above Teddy Bridgewater or vice versa, you can't fool the locker room. So even though a coach or a GM may want some touchdown, Cam Newton.
Big 4th and 5 touchdown for
that
Julian
Edelman.
Edelman.
Big day for
Future
Edelman.
Hall of Famer Julian Edelman.
Yeah, he's in the Kaufman Hall of Fame. Maybe he's in the Instagram Hall of Fame.
He'll make the Patriots Hall of Fame.
Oh, for sure. For sure. He absolutely should.
He's the greatest number 11 in Pat's history. Sorry, Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah, no doubt. And Drew, I think, threw for 30,000 plus yards here or there. But you like Tim Tebow would do stuff here, and it would make his teammates laugh, or he would be the one to always win gassers, right? Unless a DB felt like playing with them, and then he would, or wide out, and they would just be faster than him.
Right.
But as a 33-year-old, is he going to be the guy that wins the conditioning drills every day? Maybe. And does that make his teammates like him, or does that make them think he's sucking up?
Yeah.
Or whatever. Like, he only knows how to do things one way, and I get that. The chat is now getting in on the breaking news that I was going to share. Anthony Davis, as Rich Sharp said, Anthony Davis is so soft. I was going to say something along those lines. The tissue paper mascot himself goes down with a quad thing, limps off.
That's what he does.
And so Phoenix, who's up heading into the start of the second half, they were up 4 at the half. They're up 6 now. If they can even this thing back up and AD can't play the next game or two, because
Phoenix winning the series.
Phoenix going to win the series, and then somebody who covers the Nuggets, if they can get past Portland, and obviously that effort yesterday
that's a winnable series.
Then it's certainly a winnable series, and the games will be in Denver in front of 10,000 fans, not 15 or 20. Here's what I don't understand. Andre Drummond's got punched in the face by Andre Ayton on his way to the
big
basket.
Year for the Mountain West area in pro basketball. Nugs, Phoenix, Utah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Right. Yeah, they finished 1, 2, 3. I guess I didn't even think about the Mountain Time Zone, which Phoenix was in for most of their season. They aren't anymore because they don't observe daylight saving time.
Yeah, how does that work?
You change your clocks in the other 49 states, they just leave theirs the same.
That's annoying.
It's probably most annoying for how you watch television, right? Like, you're watching, let's say, football, right?
Yeah.
Football games start at 10 on Sundays until October or November. Then they start at 11. And same with basketball games, right? Like a Suns game.
Arizona has to know that that's dumb.
I'm sure they do.
What's their reasoning for that?
I don't know. Here, I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up the Cardinals.com page. Indiana and Hawaii.
Yeah.
Does Indiana do that? Indiana's always in the Eastern time zone, though.
No, but I know that Indiana does that because I've heard some stories about how someone.
Indiana. No. Here's what Indiana is.
They do a weird thing.
No, Indiana is split. Part of the state is in a different time zone. That's what it is with Indiana. I don't know what it is with Hawaii. Hawaii might be the kind of something similar based on the island chains. But Indiana, if you're in Western Indiana by Chicago, like Gary, places like that, you're in the Central time zone. If you're east in Indianapolis, I think maybe South. I don't know where South Bend is.
If you live near that border, South Bend's about, I think it's like 90 minutes west of Chicago.
East.
Okay, gotcha. But if you live near that border, how annoying must that be when you're trying to like figure out if stores are open or closed, or
no doubt,
get some late night food or whatever.
Are there any like structures built across the timeline too? Like, do you have a Walmart that half of the store's closed and the other half's open?
Yeah,
like one entrance
exactly.
Like, well, it's 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock in the east entrance, but it's 9 o'clock here in the western entrance. So
yeah, or like if you have to be at work like at a certain time, like okay,
yeah,
so which time are we going?
What door am I going in? Like I've been here for 40 minutes, and the other.
Yeah, it's like, well, I'm actually early if you were talking about this side.
Okay, so here I'm gonna read you Arizona.com's schedule. Let's see if I can just do home games. Oh, let me filter that way. Oh, your printable schedule, so that'll make it easier to read. Printable schedule. See how they designate their home games. You think your Pats can get the ball back here? Probably not.
No, they stink.
Wait, printable schedule is blank. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, week 1, hosting the Titans, 10 a.m. Week 3, hosting the Jags, 10 a.m. Oh, no, those were road games. Okay. So, do they go back east at any time? Yeah, here you go. So, week 1 at the Titans, 10 a.m. Week 3 at the Jags, 10 a.m. The Rams and Browns are late games, TV games. San Fran's a late game. Seattle, those are obviously West Coast. Then December 5th, they go to Chicago. That game now starts at 11. And then 2 weeks later, they go to Detroit. That game starts at 11. 2 days after, or the start of the new year, DeAndre Ayton is dunking on the Lakers on every play, by the way. The Cowboys game, January 2nd, 11. And all their games are at 105 and 125, like these early games. 105 in week 2, 105 in week, or 125 in week 5, 125. Then they're on, and Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football, one of these games is at 520. Then the 2 weeks later, or next week, 225, 205. It's a weird way to live life.
So funny. I just would hate it so much. Must be saying Tebow only wins everywhere he touches the field. Yeah, the Jets. Jets weren't.
Well, he didn't get on the field. He didn't get on the field that much. I guess the Pats kind of did, but did he even make it out of camp with them?
Sounds like nope, he did not. Sounds like Skip Bayless is in the chat, and he didn't make it out of Eagles camp either.
What's funny is the Broncos gave him the choice, Jets or Jags, when they traded him. Same draft pick, number 6 draft pick. Both teams were happy to have him. He chose Jets because of his brand, was the story I was told by people in the know.
Interesting. I bet if he went to Jacksonville, he would have been there for a few years. I don't think he washes out of the league if he goes to Jacksonville.
They definitely give him every chance to succeed there. So final stats on the day: Breeze 20 of 26, 235, nowhere near a bonus. 3 TDs though. Cam Newton 17 of 32, 2 TDs. You got some crusty crystal.
Yeah, we're giving it to Kamara. Kamara gets the wooden nickel.
Okay.
We give him the wooden nickel here. He gets the free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. He's ever in town.
And Jared Cookins up respectable, sort of, in the flex. I guess he's around 6 probably, or 9.
I would like to see the receiving stats here on Michael Thomas because I feel like he's at the front of the line here.
So Thomas 50% owned, 6.2, 62 receiving yards, 5 catches.
Yeah, that's no good. We're giving it to him.
Highly owned. All right, Michael Thomas earns it because Sony Michel was only on 26% of the time. Sony Michel also not great. Edelman only 18 points in the flex, 18.3. Yeah, I get it. Kamara, that's a good.
He had some tuds,
Traquan Smith,
right?
is your honorary
Edelman had 2
mention.
tuds.
Yeah, for sure. So you need to stretch your legs, maybe get a soda pop. You've got a busy night ahead. It's going to be you and Lamarca for the next 3 sims. You got Falcons at Giants, the Dan Reeves Bowl, Bengals at Steelers, and then Ravens at Lions. And then up next, we've got the Pat Mayo Pod. I am now off for the next week. Maybe I'll be camping for the full 6 days. Maybe I'll only be there for 3 days because the weather's going to be gross and we're going to run out of stuff to do. But I will not be back until at the earliest next Monday, a week from tomorrow. So enjoy your Memorial Day. To everybody behind the scenes, Bird and Game Ops, the Drew Stack, producer Drew and Andrew, getting it done on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s, and Tommy Freeze Pops himself. I'm Brandon Cristal. Here's Pat Mayo Pod. Thanks for rolling with us.
Thanks for having us, guys. Like perfect. And next week, the plan is to start our live shows up with the fans, taking calls, kind of old school. It should be good. It should be in Game Pass. So yeah.
The people in the best capacity I play plenty slots. So
money to be the producer if he has to answer these calls.
Good heads up for him.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
here. So I wanted to kind of rehash what
I think it's fine. I know some allotted a certain amount of my bankroll for preseason futures, whether it be caught. But is your edge trying to compound that money over the course of a season? And I'm all for it. And so it offers prices that aren't just over under 8.5 wins, right? Or opportunity to be had.
Do you think that they're look at it and just kind of reverse engineer history, especially when it comes to the favorites of the season? They were only that after.
It's just ruined everything, no matter what team he plays so frequently that you're up a ton. And if it's been Tom Brady, it's just an extent, right? You're not going to have value usually betting the Chiefs. He is from other sports.
I mean, he's out kicking. I don't understand how this can be. I think that's what happened at least. Just Aaron Rodgers. I know. Do you think that the books do well?
Fans that don't bet still enjoy watching them as theoretically similar to Tom Brady or Peyton Manning. Or
this year, Brady wasn't very good in their match. Pro-Am every single year. I have no idea what his handle maybe against him. I'm not quite sure. There was one of them where they're going to win. This isn't even close.
Okay, that's probably the
time, which is just strange.
That is. I didn't know they played.
I've made 2 bets so far for Sam Darnold, 80 or 100-1 cooked in football last year. Turns out he won in an MVP market. Do you see guys down the board?
I think that I've watched Stafford play there for who the hell can win with the Detroit Lions in life. So I look to him if he stays healthy as a defense where he won't have to.
Sitting right now is the 4th favorite.
He's been doing and working with in Detroit.
I'm pretty into picks. They are pretty fun shot, right? It definitely exists. And it's probably going to be infrequently in the year 2021. I wouldn't even look at a quarterback that can kind of come out of nowhere, old one. But I could see Miami give you credit for that one, Pat.
Well, I mean,
that's why.
That's usually a strong indication to bet on that person. And Darnold just left his mighty Jets. So, of course, that only means a
redemption story.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, okay.
But the way I think that what people overlook, and I ended up on the losing side of this argument last year, was Burrow versus Herbert for Rookie of the Year. And Herbert was playing out of his mind. But I still contend that if Burrow had just played the entire season and it had improved over time, that the overwhelming narrative amongst media members, because it's not who actually had the best season. That's not who wins MVP. That's not who wins Rookie of the Year. It's who does the media perceive as having had the best year versus expectations. And when you're the number 1 pick and you play up to number 1 pick standards, even if you're not the best quarterback that season, chances are you're going to split the vote or you're still going to win anyway. He won big on Herbert 16-1 because obviously he ended up breaking all the records. Joe Burrow got hurt, and there was just no other competition at that point. It was a great bet. I was completely wrong, but I do stand by that you have to figure out an actual narrative to some of these awards, because unless you get some sort of outlier season, sort of like Adrian Peterson breaking the rushing title, that's the only time you're going to see a non-quarterback win MVP. And if it's someone who was expected to be okay, and they were great during a year, they're going to be the MVP.
I'll say this. I'll make a little quick NBA analogy. Recently, they voted on 6th man of the year, and Jordan Clarkson was the overwhelming favorite right before, up until the end of the regular season. There was some love for Joe Ingles, who's actually his teammate, funny enough, because in the analytics crowd, Joe Ingles just grades out as a much more positively impactful player. And depending on, if you look at the 100 media votes for 6th man of the year, now Clarkson ended up winning because he just scores the most points off of the bench, which has kind of been what the award has been for so long. And it's the narrative of, well, he's the guy that can come in and, make the biggest difference when he comes in and scores points. That's just what it's been. Lou Williams, Jamal Crawford previously too. Now I think the media in those narratives are getting a little smarter. They're getting a little more analytically savvy, because early on Ingles actually had a lead through the first 20 to 25 votes that came in. Now, a lot of the voters in that group, that basket, were a little more the nerdy, analytically savvy voters, but the narrative is shifting a little bit. And so while you're 100% correct on these awards needing to have the narrative and ultimately needing to have a team that actually performs well, I do think that slowly the analytics crowd is kind of weaving its way into making a difference in the awards. Not 100% yet, but I think we're getting there, which I think to have kind of the best of both worlds will be perfect as far as these awards go down the road.
Are we getting there in basketball? Yes. Are we getting there in football?
That's a good point. Fair enough.
That I don't know.
It's fair enough. Yeah, it might take another 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, potentially so. So is there anyone from down this list that you can see like creating that narrative for themselves? Like, I mean, we can talk about comeback player of the year too. I don't know if Carson Wentz actually qualifies for that, but let's just say he's good again.
Yep.
And he's with Indianapolis. Indianapolis wins the division. They're like a 2 seed in the AFC. The expectations for him now are so low. I don't think that there's any value in his number at 40-1. Like, it seems like that narrative has been thought through, or people just love betting on Carson Wentz. I'm not quite sure, but he seems to be like that type of player who we know what his like baseline goodness is, but we know what the floor is as well. And enough people think that he's at the floor, not his like median type of play, that if he just overperforms what you expect him to do and he's on a good team, that can just go such a long way. Matt Ryan's kind of the same way as well.
So I actually had made a note for Carson Wentz on my sheet of potential bets I like for comeback player of the year. He's the 6th favorite at 9-1. Dak Prescott's the overwhelming favorite at plus 175. So I was just looking at those two in comparison, and I know people generally kind of fall towards the injury and then comes back and is great sentiment. But what about Carson Wentz just losing his job so poorly last year to Jalen Hurts, then being on a different team where, look, the Colts, they're in good position to, like you said, potentially being a top seed in the AFC, winning the division. I'm not sure there's much of a difference in Carson Wentz and Dak Prescott. And really, when it's all said and done, the betting markets think the Colts are going to be a better team than the Cowboys as a whole by about a half win. So as far as getting 9-1 there or Dak Prescott plus 175, I think that comparison, I kind of like the Carson Wentz play. Now, MVP level Carson Wentz, now that he's back with Frank Reich, where he kind of had been a better quarterback in Philly when they were working things out together and game planning together. We'll see if it can really get to that. 40-1 is probably not worthwhile, but I think the angle then on the Carson Wentz and Indianapolis Colts being, better or at least a top seed or playoff team is the comeback player of the year at 9-1.
Quan, do you have any love for anyone down this list, either on the comeback player of the year? Because I saw Sam Darnold on the comeback player of the year list. I don't know if he's coming back from just being on a team. Like, now he's on a better team. Great. He's 16-1. Like, just kind of looked at that and was like, so if he just has an average season, he's the comeback player of the year if Carolina gets 9 wins. But if it's not Stafford for you for MVP, like down the list, is there anyone that you can craft a story for that, like, oh, Jalen Hurts is the MVP, that kind of thing?
I think if you're thinking just narrative strictly, it's going to be Dak Prescott, just because of the market that the Cowboys are in and how much the NFL wants to will them into, that top seed. And, I think he has a lot to prove coming off of that injury. So I think a lot of it will be built around him. But I don't want to sleep on Josh Allen, because the improvement from him from season 1 to last year was something that I don't think anybody expected. And I don't see a path anywhere in the AFC East where anybody's going to be able to stop those Bills over the next couple of seasons. They have that brilliant defense, and he was making plays downfield. He was making plays with his legs, and, they look good in the playoffs. So I'm expecting the Bills and Josh Allen to have an even bigger year. I know it's more so at the top with the favorites. I think Joe Burrow would be somebody that you look at for comeback player of the year. Once again, the narrative with injuries and the media, I think that's like the number one sticking point for most of them is, how it's an ACL injury too. So it was an ACL injury, right? I believe so. Yeah. But, those are one of the most devastating injuries to come back from. And, you kind of saw him gaining momentum before he got injured, and, all this talk about the Bengals actually being a bad team and him needing weapons. So, I think that if they can actually figure it out, he would be somebody that I look at for comeback player of the year.
Pat, I got one for you.
Let's hear it.
One. Fitz Magic. 100-1. The Washington football team somehow, in some way, made the playoffs last year despite some of the worst quarterback play we've ever seen in the history of the game. Fitzpatrick, look, the Dolphins were a lot better when Fitzpatrick was under center. It just is what it is. He's always kind of raised the floor of teams. And this has Washington's a defense that, let me just pull it up. Look, they were number 2 in success rate defensively last year against the pass. They're number 3 in EPA per play. And they're going to play a schedule that's pretty difficult. So I think that's like the downside to, can they pull it out? But look, now you have an actual veteran under center that I think can make it happen. And last year, Fitzpatrick, I think it was something like 43% of his pass attempts or two open receivers, which is the second lowest rate in the league. And now you have Terry McLaurin and Curtis Samuel. They got, I think, just the weapons that Washington has surrounding him as a quarterback are also better. So 100-1, kind of as if you like Washington as a whole, which I do, right? Like over 8 wins, I think also some value. 100-1 shot, just worth a little dabble. If it's magic, might happen.
I think I'm going to stick with my Sam Darnold at 100-1.
All right.
Listen, Fitzmagic.
If Sam Darnold wins MVP, I will buy you dinner. But if Fitzpatrick wins, you have to buy me dinner. And they're similar odds, so I think that's
you guys are going to be hungry.
Yeah, we're going without. That's probably the most likely scenario with all of this. Now, MVP stuff, I was just looking at Coach of the Year, and like Stefanski is still a co-favorite. I don't think anyone's ever won back-to-back Coach of the Year awards, for one thing, but there's expectations in place now. Like the only way that he could win Coach of the Year is if the Browns went 15-1 or 16-1 now with the extra game on. Like that just seems like a weird odd to me.
That's a good point. I haven't looked that up to see historically if Coach of the Year is in the NBA. I know it's happened a few times, but the NFL, you're right. Once you set your precedent, like that's it. Unless they really just like run the table here. I'll say this: I think one of the most heavily bet was Ron Rivera, year 2 in Washington. Again, going back to kind of the pro Washington love, he was in like the 30-1 range. Now it's down to 16-1, but that's been a very popular pick. And I guess one, if you're trying to think of kind of comeback Coach of the Year combo feel, would just be Shanahan, right? Just because I think San Francisco projects and expects to be a lot better and healthier this year. And, where they end up remains to be seen, but they were just so poor a year ago and so injury ridden that maybe somehow he kind of makes his way back into the mix. And I still think he's one of the more brilliant minds in the league.
Well, you could kind of make that same case too for Bill Belichick. He hasn't won a Coach of the Year award in over a decade now.
Sure.
If New England all of a sudden, whether it's with Mac Jones or Cam Newton, is just healthy and isn't suffering from like long-term COVID or whatever the hell happened to him after he came back from the COVID-19 list last year, he just wasn't the same guy. Maybe it was another year with a shoulder injury. I don't know. But if they can find a way to manufacture like 11, 12 wins, the expectations are just so low for them now that it would be the first time that just having a normal Patriots season would be, if it would feel like they've really overachieved. And to give him, his 4th Coach of the Year award where it's been so long, it just seems like something they would want to do.
I don't hate that angle either. Do you have one that you like? Or
I think I really hate to say this, but I think Matt Nagy has something because like
where is he on the list?
He's
30-1.
30-1. And there's a lot of energy in Chicago, and that division is horrible. Like I don't see it with Aaron Rodgers being on the bubble and not coming back. I see if they win a division, which I believe should be somewhat easy. What are they projected at for wins?
Probably 3rd, right? The Vikings are probably still 2nd behind Green Bay.
And
Detroit's not in the mix.
The entire thing depends on if Aaron Rodgers goes back to Green Bay, I believe. And I wouldn't see Minnesota as a team that's going to be leaps and bounds above Chicago. So
that's contrarian. I'll give him that. That is contrarian.
I think the narrative is there for Nagy because, you did all this about Mitch for the last couple of years and you got the quarterback that you wanted. So if you go out there, you win a division and a playoff game, I think that does the trick for precedent, as you guys said, with a coach needing a redemption arc and a narrative right there.
Huh.
And it pains me to say that. I hope nobody, I know everybody's going to see this, but I'm a Lions fan, whatever.
Well, what's going on with the Lions? How in are you on Dan Campbell as a head coach?
I am a lifelong LA Rams fan.
Oh, okay.
I like the GM. I like everything surrounding it. I don't like the smash mouth football attitude anymore. I don't think that game is played. He's like one of those hard-nosed 1990s coaches, like a Marty Schottenheimer. Like the biting the kneecaps thing is completely off-putting because I get that you want to be tough. I get that you want to have an identity, but this game is about speed. This game is about creativity, and this game needs to evolve past punching people in the mouth every play. You got to be smarter. You got to be faster. And his philosophy to me is just dated. So I will watch from afar.
Any idea where Julio Jones is going to potentially land up? Because I'm looking at the odds right now, offered by DraftKings Sportsbook. Patriots 2-1, Titans 4-1, Falcons 5-1, Chargers 7-1, Ravens and Colts both 8-1. So are the Niners, so are the Raiders, so are the Jags are 10-1, the Browns are 12-1. Do you think, Preston, that he just ends up staying with the Falcons, although he says that there's no chance? Like, doesn't this put them in a really awkward position?
It does. It reminds me. Sorry, I keep saying the NBA. I am an NBA fan, but you've had these players that have had these like strong player movement roles where I just want to demand to get traded, and it's kind of worked out. And it hasn't really hit the NFL yet, but we've seen it somewhat with Deshaun Watson and potentially here, and maybe Aaron Rodgers, right? So I don't know. I hate to handicap and actually recommend to people bet this all on speculation, unless you have Julio's phone number and can text him and find out what he's thinking or if he's heard anything. It's just really tough to speculate. So I will say this. I would think that him staying in Atlanta is probably, again, don't bet this, but I think it's from a perception standpoint, him staying is what everyone doesn't want to see. There's this hype now that Julio could go to all these cool teams, right? And so people are betting all the other teams. And so him just actually staying in Atlanta and playing his first game there probably is the value bet just from a game theory standpoint, or just kind of a psychology of what other bettors are doing. Everyone, the Titans were a hot discussion either yesterday or the day before as a potential landing point, and people are betting there, or they want to see him, because the Patriots have made moves in the past for number one big wideouts on the outside. Maybe Belichick does it again, or they just want him to go to their team, so they bet their team. Maybe Atlanta's the value pick just because of that, but again, it's nothing I would go crazy on just because it's none of us really know what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, it's tough for me to wrap my mind around what's going on there, because if there is a team, at least with a receiving core, that could theoretically give up a Julio Jones, who it's just really weird when you see the perception on Julio. And Quan, I'll ask you about this. Like, it does seem like there's a lot of people out there who don't think that Julio Jones is good, and I don't understand it.
Really?
Yeah. Who are these people? Let's talk to them. Tell them to call Bets TV.
I think it is people who play fantasy every single year. Like Julio Jones, the first round draft pick, and he always is a first round draft pick, but like he'll miss a game. It's like he's always injured. It's like he's not always injured. He plays like an average of 13 and a half games per season in a 16 game season over like the past 10 years or so. And it's the fact that, he only scored 6 touchdowns. He's not very good. Like, it seems like people are always trying to pick apart and come up with reasons why Julio isn't a top 5 receiver in football when he probably is.
Incorrect. Like the point with a number one like Julio is that he gets game plan for. So you're throwing double teams at him all game. They're throwing different looks at him. So Matt Ryan, I'm sure, is looking elsewhere, but he's the big play guy. He's the guy that you depend on. And if you need, like I referenced back to what was it, Super Bowl, the Patriots Super Bowl, that sideline catch, that should have been the end of the game right there. And those are the type of players and the type of plays that he still has. It's just, when you lose and you lose and you lose, what's the point of showing up every week? So I don't think it's Julio's not good thing. I just think that, sometimes you got to leave the team where you started, or you just need a fresh look. And I think wherever Julio goes next, he should go somewhere where he's a compliment to, I think the Cardinals would be a good idea, because you got DeAndre Hopkins out there. That way you're not getting game plan. You're not the number one guy. So you can show the flashes and you don't have to be there on every play. In Atlanta, he was that guy. And in another system, he doesn't have to be that guy, but he'll still contribute at a high level.
All right, Preston, I want to switch over to the NBA right now because obviously the playoffs are going on. And I don't really talk a ton of NBA, but I follow it I follow it digitally is probably the best way that I would put it. I enjoy to hear people talking about the NBA and breaking things down for me. I've actually been catching more. The only game that I caught so far, besides the play-in game with the Warriors and Lakers, was the first Hawks-Knicks game, which I just couldn't have enjoyed more.
Fantastic.
I love Trae Young so much that I try. He's one of the few like appointment TV type guys for me. So I'm just going to be following that series very closely. Obviously, we're recording this before the Wednesday evening games, but for Thursday evening, you have Milwaukee in Miami up to Phoenix, now back at the Lakers coming off the loss 1-1. And then Denver and Portland, now in Portland, that's tied at 1-2. I was looking at the series prices and I was surprised that Denver was such a huge underdog. I get that they've split at home. They lose that advantage that they have in Denver. They're going to Portland, but it doesn't strike me as that there's as big of a discrepancy between these two teams as maybe the lines are trying to tell me, or maybe I just have a terrible read on this. Because right now the Nuggets are still plus 140 to win this series, and the Blazers are minus 175. Are the Blazers really that much better in an even series?
So it's worth noting before the series even started, when Denver still had home court advantage, the Blazers still closed about a -130 favorite. So going to -175 after, stealing game one, they now have home court advantage in a 5-game series. So the price is always going to get more expensive. The ultimate question I think you're trying to grasp or understand is, was Denver really supposed to be plus 110 before the series even started with home court at that time, or plus 140 range now in the market? That's a fair question. I think when it's all said and done, you're looking at a guard play because of the Jamal Murray injury, and it's been a lot of Campazzo, bless his heart. Everyone loves watching him play. It's Austin Rivers, and Marcus Howard's been playing like 15, 16 minutes a game, I think, so far through 2. And while it was good enough in game 2 to get a W, I'm not sure that guard play will end up being able to match what Dame Lillard and CJ McCollum can do in a 7-game series. Now, can Jokic, to an extent, him and Michael Porter Jr. make up the difference? Yeah, they might, maybe 1 or 2 more times, but can they do it for 3 of the next 5? I think Portland, again, before the series started, I actually had bet them at -105. I thought that was cheap, and then it did drift up somewhat. So I think it's relatively fair to what we're seeing now in this price range. And I wouldn't stay away. I would stay away. I wouldn't be backing Denver here. If anything, maybe you get a nice number in game 4 if you want to play kind of the zigzag theory, which has existed in NBA playoffs in the past, where it kind of shuffles back and forth. But for me, I'm just going to sit back and hopefully my Portland series bet cashes.
Which LA, you guys are LA guys. Which LA team are you feeling the worst about right now?
That would be the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. He's wearing red for the Clippers. No, it's so weird. What? All right, I'm trying to articulate what I want to say here, because I'll say the Lakers are going to be okay, unfortunately, because of the Chris Paul injury. I think he wasn't himself, and the Lakers are going to pull this out. I think they're going to win the series. After that, who knows where they'll be at. I think they're not 100% healthy. At least LeBron isn't as quick as he's been in the past, and that could be a thing. But the Clippers, just from not even a betting standpoint, like, they shifted their entire franchise to get Kawhi and ultimately had to trade everything away, SGA and picks, for years to get Paul George as well. And if they come out of this with one playoff series win and then getting upset to the Nuggets in the bubble, getting upset by the Mavs here in round 1, who they tanked and punted, I think, the last 3 games of the regular season so they wouldn't play the Lakers. They wanted to play the Mavs. And then to have Luka do what he's doing to them, like, it would just be so detrimental. And so what does that mean? What's the price range now? Like, can we bet the Clippers at plus 200? I'll say this. Luka's, I've gone on record saying it's going to be Jordan 1A, LeBron 1B, Luka 1C. I said that over a year ago. I think we're just kind of seeing it into light. He's only 22, and he's just going to be the best player on the floor almost always now for the next decade. But as a team, when you go to 2 through 5, my numbers, my projections, my grades still like the Clippers somewhat. I loved the -140 after they lost game 1 for them to win the series. Now they're over, they're 2-1 or even higher some places. So I think now's the time to buy the Clippers when nobody wants to. Everyone's going to talk up Dallas and Luka. But when it's all said and done, if Luka takes care of business and Dallas gets it, it wouldn't surprise me, just because I think he's a generational talent. And the Clippers just something not quite right when you watch them. And like, how do you just give up 50% threes back-to-back games to a Dallas Mavs team? You know what they're going to do. It's frustrating. I'm not even a Clippers fan, but I did like them in that game 2 scenario, playing them in the series at a cheaper price. And now it's even better. And I just think, who knows where their franchise goes if they end up losing first round.
So you think that they have a much better chance to erase the 2-0 deficit than, let's say, the Heat taking on Milwaukee?
Sure,
because as a Raptors fan, I've watched Milwaukee do this before.
That is fair. Can you compare Kawhi Leonard that year to Jimmy Butler in this Heat team? Probably not. The Raptors also were, I think, way better suited as far as role players like Tyler Hero, Kendrick Nunn, Trevor Ariza. They're just not going to get you to where the Raptors did. So you're right. Also, I think the biggest note here, though, because you don't want to, granted, I don't think Miami's as good. They're not going to shoot crazy from 3 like they did in the bubble. I don't want to just pound on Miami. Milwaukee is so much better now than they were the last 2 years for 3 main reasons. The first being the trade for Jrue Holiday, who's just a massive upgrade over Eric Bledsoe to begin with, and what he can do defensively, and also as far as creation with the ball and playmaking on another level that no one else could do. And you can't sag off him like defenses would do and set up that wall on Giannis, because Jrue Holiday can shoot a 3-pointer. So that's the first thing. The second thing is what that trade actually did to help Mike Budenholzer coaches. He is extremely systematic. It's one of the best regular season systems we've seen. In the playoffs, he would still play 10 or 11 guys in down 2-3 in a series. It doesn't even make sense. He wouldn't play Giannis more than his 34 to 36 minutes until they're down, and it's the final game of the season potentially. He's not maximizing what they have as far as like 1 through 4 or 1 through 5. But what this trade for Jrue Holiday did is their depth got worse. And now he's not in a position where he feels like he can play 10 or 11, right? Maybe he can only play 8 or 9. Especially when they start playing tougher teams, I think he'll find out like, okay, Bryn Forbes, for example, who went off and hit a bunch of threes against Miami, he's probably going to be a liability defensively when they go up against the Nets. He might be unplayable. That's fine. Just play your best 5 to 7 more often. And Bud will have to realize that this time when in the past years he hasn't. And I think that's going to go a long way as far as. And by the way, I should say they have real home court advantage this time. Last year in the bubble, it was a little funky. And so I think that's helping as far as, those first 2 games against Miami, pulling out game 1. But I'm excited just kind of see where Giannis can take this. And I think, the Jrue Holiday thing is just such a big swing for a few different reasons.
But just to see their odds are like minus 1,600 to win this series versus some of the other teams. Granted that the underdog is leading 2-0, or even in the 2-0 series, that no one is just this substantial as a favorite who isn't one of the big teams. It's kind of odd to me. So just looking at the futures right now, the Bucks are now plus 260 to win the East. The Sixers are 3-1. Have we gotten to the point where the Sixers have become undervalued, or do people just not believe?
Do you have any thoughts on the Sixers in general, Corn?
I don't see it. I don't have anything. I mean, no, I'm just waiting for Nets Lakers.
You think it's that simple?
Yeah, I think it's that simple.
I like the Sixers. I always have. I liked them even last year when it blew up in my face. What they can do with Embiid and Simmons is extremely unique. But the question then is always, if you throw a double team at Embiid, do they have enough shooting? Well, they brought in Seth Curry. Tobias Harris has been playing better. They brought in Danny Green. Like they have, I think, another level of these role 3-and-D guys that can get them to a certain point. It's tough, man. I think I'll tell you my personal projections before the playoffs started. I had the Nets a very slight favorite over Philadelphia, not very extreme. Now, again, Philly would have home court if they were to meet in the Eastern Conference Finals, and then I had the Bucks third behind Philadelphia. So I'm not like super down on Philadelphia or anything. I think they'll take care of Washington, and they have a nice setup where they don't have to play the Bucks or the Nets both because they're going to meet second round. But can they beat the Nets when it's all said and done, and find a way to defend the 3 of the best scorers we've ever seen? It's probably too tough in the end. Brooklyn's just so pure, and you saw it last night right from the get-go, even against a really bad Boston team. But you take away Harden, or you take away Kyrie, or you take away KD, and Joe Harris is one of the best shooters we've ever seen, just stands there and gets wide open threes in the corner and makes them at a 50% clip or even higher. And it's just too much. You can't defend it.
We are live here on the Dream Stream. I am here with my man, Matt Lamarca, for the next 3 sims. Lamarca, it's cold in New York, correct?
I'm freezing. I made the mistake of shutting off my heat too early.
Ooh.
It's terrible.
You're
awful.
Bundled up right now.
I feel like I'm living in an igloo.
You got the hat on, you got a
I got
hoodie.
my hat.
You got a blanket on your
Obviously,
legs.
you know I'm rocking the blankie.
He's got slippers on, probably.
No, but I am wearing socks, which is a very rare occurrence for me.
Oh, okay. I'm a big slippers guy year round, no matter what the temperature is. I have stanky feet, so I got to keep those puppies, covered up.
Trap
regardless.
the stank in.
Yeah, I'm a stank trapper. Okay, so what does your lineup look like before we get too deep into the stankiness?
So I struggled with this lineup. I ended up putting Sterling Shepard in the captain spot because I couldn't really figure out what I wanted to do. I paired him with Saquon, Daniel Jones, and Golden Tate.
Okay.
And then I ran it back with Calvin Ridley and Russell Gage on the Falcons side.
Yeah, I always get Russell Gage in my lineup. I feel like he's just really, really undervalued for the impact that he can have for the Falcons. I got Julio Jones in the captain spot, super chalky. And then basically a ton of Falcons. Gage, Gurley, Hurst, Koo. And then I had to get a Giant in there, so I went Evan Ingram. Wish I had done Shepard, though. Shepard has been great.
So the 5 Falcons, 1 Giant stack.
Yeah.
All right. So you're
Falcons
expecting
heavy.
A big Giants blowout. Or Falcons blowout of the Giants.
I am not high on Simland Giants. Just, they don't do it for me. Love these uniforms for Atlanta.
It's fair. It's fair.
Yeah, no, they really don't do it. I've had so many Giant games recently, and it bums me out because they
that's because you do every sim.
You know what? That's a great point. I've had a lot of every team recently. We got Daniel on the 1s and 2s. We got Jared in ops. We have Jordan producing this one here on a Memorial Day weekend, Sunday night in virtual Meadowlands.
Can't wait to
Smash
dive
the
into
like
some
button.
of the producer beef with Jordan. We have the source of the controversy in the building.
Yeah. So Jordan, do you want to speak on this? Has Jordan heard about this even?
I doubt it.
Do you want to preface him?
Someone in the chat yesterday made a comment about what producers were working and said that it was going to be the C team.
Ooh.
I believe it was Abby Rizzle that said that. And Abby said that Kaufman said that Jordan said that they put the C team on for the weekend Madden After Darks.
That's right. Which is just shots fired by Adam Kaufman, but delivered from the source right here. So
can't wait to dig deep. I've been trying to start a producer drama since I've worked here.
Producer drama is great because it's super behind the scenes. It's very petty. Always good when you get some producers going back and forth here as we take a look at the ownerships. Saquon, 71% of lineups. I said, you know what? I'm good on Saquon. I've had him in too many lineups, and he hasn't done much for me lately. So I said, I'm going to fade him today. He'll likely go off because of that. But on the first play here, Daniel Jones just completely overthrowing his receiver, which is not uncommon here in Simland. Julio Jones, 60% ownership. Matt Ryan, 58. Gurley, 49. Evan Ingram, 45. So I have a very chalky lineup. Jordan saying, well, all the producers are working this weekend, so...
He tries to take the high road. I'm not going to let him. It was specifically the Saturday Madden After Dark.
Yep. 100%. So who was on that crew? I don't even remember.
It was...
Was it Drew?
Drew. Producer
was
Drew.
The Drew stack?
Who fills out the schedule.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be on his good side, Jordan. Third and 11 here for the Giants. Shotgun snap. Daniel Jones missing his man again. So Daniel Jones 0 for 2 on that first drive. Tyler Toms on YouTube saying that red helmets are bad luck. Huh. Never heard that before. I'm pretty sure the Chiefs have red helmets. They're pretty good.
Not when they're wearing their red helmets, apparently. Imagine how good they'd be without them.
The Chiefs have always had red.
Yeah, I don't think they have any other helmets, but
no. Oh, what a move. Todd Gurley with a great punt return. It's rare you see a nice punt return in Madden, but we got about 20 yards there. You'll love to see that.
What's even weirder is that it was, did you say it was Todd Gurley?
Yeah.
Returning punts, that's interesting.
I am fairly certain that was Todd Gurley. I saw the hair, I saw the number, I said, that's Gurley. Here we go, Matt Ryan. Finding, I believe that would be Julio Jones, almost at the first down. Excuse me, that was Calvin Ridley. Also has the star, Calvin Ridley. So seemingly Atlanta feels like Ridley can be Jones for them, right? If they're willing to move on from Julio Jones, they're saying, okay, Calvin Ridley is a legit number one. And he had a great season this past year, but is he Julio Jones? I don't know about that.
Definitely not Julio Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, there's very few Julio Joneses
in the history of the league.
Right.
Right.
And historically, I do think Ridley's better. Numbers have been better when Jones has been in town, just because he soaks up so much of the defensive attention. I'm not somebody that's going to go out on a limb and say that he can't succeed as the number one. I think that, like more targets is undoubtedly going to be good for his fantasy stuff, but it might be too much to ask him to, provide Julio-like production. That's a really high ceiling.
The big thing with Ridley since he's been in the league is it feels like he's been stealing all of Julio's touchdowns, right? Like
No
Julio
doubt.
helps them drive down the field, and then he finds Ridley in the end zone. So it'll be interesting to see if he can be a guy that impacts winning that can do both, right? Like bring him down the field and get the score. I'll be very curious to see. And then, how does Pitts fit into all of this too?
Pitts, and honestly, Russell Gage, I think, is a pretty nice fantasy target at the moment.
Totally, because you have to imagine he's going to be top 3 in targets for you.
Yep.
I wonder if Pitts is going to be as good as everyone thinks he is going to be.
I am extremely
really high to pick a tight end,
I am all about one Kyle Pitts. I don't know if he might disappoint as a rookie, but long term, I'm super high on his stock.
So you wouldn't overdraft him.
Fan of a pterodactyl. He's humongous. He runs real well. Like there's no red flag with his profile. Super productive in college, which is not always a given for tight ends.
Mm-hmm. Todd Gurley, a beast on this drive, gets the first down here for Atlanta. Yeah, I think Mel Kiper said he was the highest graded player he's ever had coming out of college, ever. And he's done like every draft. And I know Mel Kiper, people like to laugh at him, but
Todd.
The dude has covered the heck out of the draft.
Seen some stuff.
He knows the draft. He's watched a lot of tape in his day. Matt Ryan, empty backfield, shotgun. Finding, I believe that's Hayden Hurst. No. What we got here? Number 81.
I think that's Hayden, no?
Is that Hayden Hurst? I hope so. He's in my lineup. Okay. We got to think so. Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. Hayden. For some reason, I thought he was a different number. Yeah, there we go. It's Hurst. See him on the replay here. There we go. Hayden Hurst with the tud. Got a little tight end action. He's going to be probably a little bit upset that Kyle Pitts is coming to town.
I would think so.
But, hey, that's a really nice little tight end tandem there. Love a good tight end tandem.
If they get rid of Julio, there'll be enough targets for everybody.
For sure. Hurst, 27.29 owned in the flex in the free showdown. And we'll update you on those contests as we go along here. I want some more points on the board before we really start to focus on those. There's not a lot of movement until later on. So let's wait. Wait
it out.
We want some more likes on YouTube. Get in there and smash the like, guys. We're sitting at 151. Go over with your little cursor. Tap it. Get a little tap-a-roo.
Are you too good for YouTube?
Go in your home. Fidelis imploring me that 81 is Hurst. We got it. Tyler Toms is saying that Hurst heard all the Pitts talk. Yeah, probably. He was like, hey, guys, I'm right here. He is a good tight end. One of the better tight ends you could have had in fantasy last year for a season where tight ends were kind of Jones taking a deep shot.
Generous.
Yeah, look, I was trying to be nice because there were some tight ends that had historically great seasons.
Robert Tonyan was a top 5 tight end last year.
Yeah, it was tough sledding for the tight end position. DJ Shakedown saying, hello, everyone. Been at work all day. Hope you all have a safe Memorial Day weekend. Thanks for joining us, DJ.
Thanks,
Hope you had a nice day at work. What do you do for work? First time playing Fortnite, needs a little Russell Gage in his life, so we'll see if the Falcons go his way when they get the ball back. Daniel Jones scrambling, not finding his man. Daniel Jones having a horrible first quarter. Many pass attempts, not many completions. I don't know that he's had a completion this game yet. I could be wrong.
That's pretty par for the course.
Yeah, it's
with Danny Dimes. He's when you take him, you kind of want the legs, you know.
Yeah,
that's what you're looking for with the when you're taking him in Madden and kind of in fantasy as well.
He is definitely a guy that can scramble well in these sims and in real life. Oh, he heard us. See, we jinxed it. The classic broadcaster jinx, finding his man for the first down. Darius Slayton, 1st and 10 for New York. Is Darius Slayton a guy that you would draft in fantasy?
No.
Is there, outside of Galladay, and you know what? This is going to be a bad question because I'm going to answer it. You'd probably want Galladay or Barkley or Ingram in fantasy. Like, those are all dudes that you'd have on your teams. Of those 3, who do you think has the best season?
Of Galladay, Ingram, and Barkley?
Yep.
I mean, Saquon Barkley.
Okay, so you're confident coming off of injury that Barkley's going to be a dude and just pick up right where he left off?
As confident as I could be.
Okay. There you go. So you're picking Barkley high in your fantasy draft.
I would be comfortable taking him in the top 3.
Wow. Okay, you're all in. You're all in.
I mean, I would bet that's where he's going.
Yeah.
I don't think that's like going out on a huge limb. I think McCaffrey deserves to be the first pick. And then after that, it's Dalvin and Barkley in some order would be my guess.
So why are you going McCaffrey over Cook?
Because he's an absolute monster. I know he didn't play a ton last year, but in the games that he played, he still averaged like 30 PPR points per game.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to catch, probably close to 100 balls. Like, he's the best player in fantasy when he's healthy, and I'm not worried about his health. So he was the number 1 pick last year. I think he goes first again.
Interesting, because I am a little worried about his health, right? I mean, he's not a huge dude, and last year he took a beating, right? He missed a lot of time. So that's why I lean Cook over McCaffrey. I mean, look, you're a happy dude if you're coming out of a draft with either one of those guys. But I just feel more comfortable with Dalvin's durability And
well, that's kind of like a comical thing to say, because coming into this year, I don't think Dalvin's ever played a full season.
No, but and look, he missed a lot of time with injuries a few years ago. Yeah, of course. But I look at Dalvin Cook and I say, okay, does that guy look like he's going to be able to withstand being a workhorse guy as Saquon brings it in, touchdown? And then I look at Christian McCaffrey, who took a beating last year. He's coming right off a season where he dealt with injuries. So, more likely to get injured again, having just been injured, whereas Dalvin wasn't. You know what I mean? Like we're looking at a jacked dude who just had a healthy season, and we're looking at a small jacked man who just had an injury-riddled season on a bad team, who's probably going to be mediocre again. I just feel more confident with Dalvin Cook from an injury standpoint than Christian McCaffrey.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, the team factor, I think, if anything, is a positive for him. You're not drafting McCaffrey because you want him to carry the ball 20 times a game. You're drafting him because you want 10 catches a game. Mm-hmm. And if they're trailing, that's a positive for his fantasy side. So the team thing doesn't bother me. I get that he missed time last year, but he's still 24 years old. Like, he's been extremely durable up until last season. I really have no concerns about, like, it's not like he tore his ACL or anything like that. He had, I don't exactly recall what caused him to miss so much time last year, but I feel like it wasn't a structural thing that you need to worry about sapping his explosiveness long term or anything like that.
The thing that worried me about McCaffrey is when he came back, he immediately had to go back on the whatever they'll call it, the IL or it was right away, right? He came back for that Chiefs game. They almost won. He played well, but he got hurt again. And he had to sit out. And it just, I felt weird about it. I didn't like the feelings I felt when I saw McCaffrey get injured in his first game back when he was tearing it up. It made me sad. I want him to have a great career, right? I mean, he's incredibly special, but I'm worried. I'm a little worried. I want to get out early on this and say I'm a little worried.
Well, you're probably not going to own him on your teams then, because I did look it up. He's going number 1. Let me go to PPR league specifically. Yeah, McCaffrey is going on average first in most drafts. He has a 1.2 ADP at the moment. Dalvin is second, 2.6. Derrick Henry is third at 4, and Barkley is 4 at 4.3. I would flop Barkley and Henry for sure, just because of the upside as a pass catcher. Like, I want my running backs in PPR leagues to have the potential to catch 5-6 passes a game. Mm-hmm. And Henry, for as good as he is, he just doesn't do that.
So would you prefer to have a guy like Kamara or Aaron Jones?
I think when you get to that level, I'll take the safety of Henry, because even though he's not going to catch passes, you probably can pencil him in for 1,800 yards and 15 touchdowns. And Kamara worries me a bit just because of the Taysom Hill factor. Mm-hmm. Taysom Hill did not check it down to Kamara last year. He tucked it and ran instead. Right. So if Taysom Hill is going to see, a chunk of quarterback snaps each game, which seems reasonable, I worry a little bit that he's not going to be the same pass catcher, and that's where basically all his value comes from.
Makes sense to me. That's sound logic right there. Yeah, Saints are going to be really, really interesting next year because it's going to be different, right? I mean, we've seen it look a certain way for such a long time, and now who the heck knows? Daniel Jones, 3 for 7 throwing the ball. Brutal first quarter for Danny Dimes. Matt Ryan, 2 for 5. Gurley, 6 carries for 48 yards. Looked really good in that first quarter. Barkley with the score, 3 carries for 38. Daniel Jones just had that little run to end the quarter, 1 for 4. Darius Slayton with a couple catches for 33 yards. Bunch of dudes with 1 catch, Ridley, Hurst, Barkley, Ingram, no catches. I think he had a drop. And Hayden Hurst with the lone receiving touchdown in this one. So still early. We'll update you on the contests here once there is more fun stuff to talk about. Stats good through the first quarter. Yeah, so you mentioned average draft position here, and forgive my ignorance, but like when you talk about draft position in May, are people like legit drafting fantasy teams right now, or are these just all mock drafts, or like how does that work? Because admittedly, I do fantasy closer to the season, but I'm not like in it like I'm drafting teams this early. You know, like
no doubt.
That's a different world.
I think most people are like that, but there are like specifically best ball leagues, these big best ball tournaments, they start running basically once the NFL draft ends. So it's a lot of, like volume fantasy players who are getting their drafts in early. I would consider it to be like a little bit of a sharper field than the group that's going to be drafting later in the season. I'm not saying that means that the ADP is better, because we're operating before training camp, before any sort of like buzz about players. Like we're still very early in the process, but I do think it's a good starting point to just sort of see where some of the players who are playing hundreds of fantasy leagues, where they think these guys deserve to be drafted.
Who are the 3 highest drafted quarterbacks right now?
At quarterback, Mahomes is 1, not surprising there. Josh Allen 2, and Kyler Murray 3.
Nice. Okay, interesting.
That sounds right to me. I mean, I think you could make a case like Dak is 4 and Lamar is 5. I think if I was going to put a somebody outside of the top 3 into the top 3, it would be Lamar, just because we've already seen him have the greatest fantasy season in quarterback history. Because he can, put up running back 1 stats plus like low
plus throwing the ball.
Stats.
Right.
Yeah. So
he can be an offense.
I think I would be like tempted to move him up, but like Kyler and Josh Allen can both give you, not the same rushing production, but close. And they're better.
Kyler had games where he either rushed for 100 or got real damn close a bunch of times last season.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Him and Josh Allen, he may not be the same yardage monster on the ground, but he is a goal line threat.
Totally. Power runner
at
the quarterback position, which is scary. It's like Cam Newton, honestly.
Yep.
Gurley looking good here, man. I think that's just short of the first down. 3rd and inches here coming for Atlanta. Patrick, not in ops, saying, I'm taking a long shot and betting Harris goes big in Pittsburgh with Ben's arm seeming to fade. What do you think about Harris as a rookie down with the Steelers?
I think volume is king at the running back position, and he's going to get a ton of volume. So I love him. I'm not sure. Let's see what his ADP is at the moment.
Gurley almost breaking it there. 1st and 10 for Atlanta. Let's see if Todd Gurley gets rewarded here for all the work he's done. Not on this play. Empty backfield. Matt Ryan got 4 wide. Looking. Firing. Finds Todd Gurley. Okay, so Todd Gurley was lined out wide there. Did not notice him. Gurley, again, having a great half.
This has Harris as the running back 29. That's going to
low.
Change. Yeah, he's already going significantly higher than that. This must have had, factoring in earlier drafts before the landing spot was known, stuff like that. So as far as like general rankings are concerned, they have the consensus has Najee as the number 14 running back in PPR leagues.
That feels a lot more correct to me. Julio Jones with the score here for Atlanta. What team do you want to see Julio on? If you could pick where he lands next, and don't pick the team you root for.
I think the best fantasy situation for him would be to go to. I'm going to really think about it because I want to get.
Well, while
this
you
right.
do, we have a booth review. I think that was good. Not really getting a great angle here from the crew in New York. The league is not sending us the best video here, so we'll let the officials try and take this one with the different angles they were getting. Yep, the score stands. There we go.
I don't see like a team that like has a good quarterback, but like a clear need at wide receiver. You know, can you think of anybody off the top of your head? The team that jumped out to me was the Rams.
Ooh,
like I think he could step in right away as their wide receiver one. I know Robert Woods is good, and Cooper Kupp is a pretty good slot receiver, but Julio Jones is clearly better than those guys, even at this point in his career.
I agree.
Stafford
He's 32, I believe. 32, still got good football left in him.
Yeah, at least another year or two, I would say.
Yep.
And, Stafford sort of cut his teeth playing with a Julio-type receiver in Calvin Johnson. Now, there's no comparable to Calvin Johnson in terms of physical specimen at the wide receiver position. But if you were going to pick somebody who came the closest, it would probably be Julio Jones.
Yep. No question about it. I mean, him and Larry Fitzgerald would be the other guy I throw in that discussion as far as just you look at that dude, you're like, that looks like someone created a receiver on Madden, create a player.
Yeah, but even Larry he didn't have that like top end game breaking speed.
Julio is insane in his prime.
The story of
he's still
Calvin
there.
Johnson was he showed up at the combine, forgot his cleats, borrowed them from somebody else, and then ran like 4.29.
Yeah, insane.
In someone else's shoes at 6'5" and 250 pounds or whatever he was.
Calvin Johnson was stupid, dude.
I have to look up his stats his combine because it was that ridiculous.
So it must be bringing up the team that I was going to bring up. I don't know if it's his best fantasy landing spot, but Baltimore would be an interesting place for Julio, given the fact
terrible landing spot.
It would be an interesting landing spot because obviously they need a wide receiver one. As we have a big time touchdown here, Sterling Shepard, your guy, 58-yard touchdown pass. Sterling. I need to start rostering Sterling Shepard. So you say terrible. Are you saying terrible from a fantasy perspective or terrible in general?
Terrible from a fantasy perspective.
Yes, I mean, I agree with you there.
Baltimore passes at the lowest rate in the league, and Lamar Jackson has never been able to sustain like a fantasy top pass catcher. People thought Mark Andrews was going to break out this year, bust. People thought Hollywood Brown, semi-bust. Not to mention they just drafted a receiver in the first round, and they brought in Sammy Watkins for whatever that's worth. I'm obviously not saying that either of those guys would take away from Julio, but it just feels like a waste of resources if you're the Ravens to spend that much money and trade whatever is going to be necessary to then throw the ball 20 times a game.
Yeah. Money can be better spent shoring up the O-line and giving Lamar some fun pieces to be in the backfield with him, to do some interesting things. I agree with you. I don't think Baltimore should be out here spending all sorts of money on receivers. They don't need to. With that said, if Julio Jones was in the mix, I mean, it's not like it makes your team worse, right? No,
of course.
Yeah.
If you could get him for cheap, why not? But I don't know. The Patriots would be interesting, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd like to know who's throwing the ball first before I get excited about that.
Sure, but like talk about I still don't know why Bill Belichick decided he wanted to bring in Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne as like their top 2 wide receivers. I understand he spent on the tight ends. I know Aguilar had a good year last year with the Raiders, but I would have been more aggressive in the Kenny Galladay market or the Juju Smith-Schuster market.
There was interest for Galladay.
Than spending money on, Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah, the Kendrick Bourne thing. It's funny when they list out, like, Patriots amazing offseason, and they throw Kendrick Bourne in there. I'm like, yeah, he's a guy they signed. It's not... Like, I don't think we include him in the historically great offseason conversation. I know Kendrick Bourne is a guy that does some stuff in Madden Sims sometimes, but, let's chill on the Kendrick Bourne thing.
Yeah, he's okay. I mean, I'm not trying to completely take away from Kendrick Bourne. He has a place in the NFL. He's good in the red zone. He can block. But, like, as a starting wide receiver in the NFL, that's not a good fit, in my opinion.
No. Chris Banks bringing up the Seahawks. That was brought up last sim by BK. I mean, look, if your receiving core is Julio, DK, and Lockett, Russell Wilson probably a happy dude.
Yeah, but again, is Pete Carroll going to let him throw the ball?
Yeah, no. He has to hand the ball to Chris Carson. That is his
He
job.
fired Brian Schottenheimer because Brian Schottenheimer wasn't run heavy enough for Pete Carroll. I didn't know that was possible.
Yep. Pete Carroll re-signed Chris Carson, right? He's coming back to Seattle. So, yeah, you have to imagine that Russell Wilson's going to be handing the ball. Russell Wilson should be throwing the ball 40 times a game, at least.
Yeah, and they started the year doing that.
At least dropping back that many times a game. Like, let Russell Wilson make plays.
They started the year doing that, and their offense was fantastic.
Yeah.
But it kind of exposed the defense a little bit. So, maybe Pete Carroll does, maybe it is really the best way for them to win. But I will just always feel like he is being wasted with the way that Seattle plays.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wonder when Pete Carroll's going to decide to retire, right? Because he's up there in age. I'd be curious to see what Wilson looks like in an offense that's not under the regime of Pete Carroll. Like, I'd love to see Russell Wilson with, like, McVay or Shanahan or Andy Reid. Like, one of these dudes that truly innovates and affects ball games and quarterbacks. We've seen him with Pete Carroll his whole career. That's the crazy thing. Like, we know how good Russell Wilson is. Imagine if he was with one of these other dudes. Like, imagine if Russell Wilson was with Sean Payton.
Well, the word on the street is that one way or another, Russell Wilson is on his last contract with the Seahawks. That was a report that I had seen recently. And yeah, maybe Pete Carroll hangs it up. He is the oldest coach in the NFL, as Jordan points out, but he certainly doesn't act like it.
No, he's got a youthful
mentality
spirit.
of a young man.
Yeah, he looks great for his age. He's in his high 60s. He looks fantastic. Yeah. His skin regimen. Sign me up.
Must be just continuing to yell at me in the chat. I'm not sure what I've said.
Must be. Can we just, guys? Let's just block him. Get him.
No. I'm open to having a discourse, but when I say that Lamar is
no
not
discourse,
a good passer, I just don't understand how that's like even considered a hot take. Lamar Jackson can't throw consistently. And that's why the Ravens have lost in the playoffs the last 2 years.
It's a fact. One-dimensional offense. I'm kidding.
Can he get better? I hope so.
You.
I hope he gets better. But right now, I have seen nothing. He's had no improvement. If anything, he got worse last year.
Hayden Hurst with the score, second of the day for the tight end with Flo. I'm in 64th. Maybe I didn't put Hurst in my lineup. Maybe a lot of people have him in their captain spot. I guess we're just waiting for stats to update here.
You have
Russell
Hurst.
Gage hasn't done anything. Evan Ingram having a light game. Koo obviously hasn't done much either, so that's contributing to. And Julio in my captain spot outside of that touchdown ain't done squat. So, yeah, all right. My position makes sense. I've talked myself into being in 50th. Now I'm in 47th. Okay, I'm climbing here. I'm climbing. Where do you sit?
I was like one spot on top of you. You have obviously vaulted me now. I am in 72nd.
Okay. Hurst is let me see this again. 2 yards from the bonus. Already. So there you go. 21-14, Atlanta, with 39 seconds left.
Okay, so must be
half.
Off of your logic, right? He had a bad season last year because he had no wide receivers, but he had a good year 2 years ago. There was nothing fundamentally different about those two teams. So why the regression? You can't say wide receivers because he had the same wide receivers.
I would even argue that
I'll hang up and listen.
He had a better team last year to work with on the offensive side of the ball with J.K. Dobbins. I mean, Dobbins, I think, was a better receiver than Ingram was in Lamar's first year as a starter.
Yeah, I mean, the running back production was down because the offensive line lost like Marshall Yanda.
Yep.
They had their big left tackle, Ronnie Stanley, got hurt. So that was part of it, and I'm willing to concede that his protection wasn't as good, but when he's had time to throw, he has not been able to make simple throws that you expect an NFL quarterback to make.
Gordon bringing up a good point. I think teams just figured out how to defend him better with more film. Sometimes that can happen, especially with a guy like Lamar, who, 80% of why he was so dominant in his MVP season was his ability to run the ball. Teams can learn how to shut down rushing quarterbacks. It's the same reason why the Wildcat offense faded away after a season. I kind of buy it. I think people just sort of figured out how to defend Lamar.
QB rating doesn't mean anything.
It's a dumb stat.
He was efficient throwing against 3-man secondaries that year. So, believe me, I want to be wrong about Lamar. I love Lamar. I think that him being good is good for the league. I would love to see more players like him get a chance to play quarterback in the NFL. I think it would only be good for football if he's good, but he has not shown any progression as a passer, and that's just
Does Bill Polian still think that he should be a receiver? Has anyone checked in on Bill?
There's probably someone out there that does, as silly as that sounds.
That's got to be so. I mean, if we go back and look at that draft, there's got to be some of the most freezing cold takes of all time in regards to Lamar Jackson. Just absolute swings and misses. That's a deep field goal right there from Gano. I have the other
Graham
kicker.
Gano.
Who's your favorite kicker in the NFL?
I don't have one.
Oh,
Who
that's
cares
no
about
fun.
kickers?
That's no fun.
I guess Justin Tucker because he sings opera. That's kind of cool.
I asked Jeff about this the other night because Jeff actually loves kickers. And I was asking him like how high he'd draft a kicker. And he's gave the correct answer towards the end of the draft, but he didn't poo-poo them as much as I thought he would. He's like, look, if you can get a kicker that gives you 10 points a game, I mean, it's not crazy to go up there and get, Tucker or Butker or any of these dudes that are going to be consistent. Where do you sit on kickers? Are you, last 2 or 3 picks in the draft type of guy, or are you the dude that's looking at Justin Tucker higher than most people?
My take is that if you play in a league with kickers, you need to find a new fantasy league.
Oh, I like this take. See, I would say most standard leagues have kickers. We had 2 kickers in one of my leagues last year just for fun.
if you're still playing in a league with kickers in the year 2021, you're foolish.
All right,
Drop
I
the
love
kicker
okay,
spot.
I like
add
this.
a second quarterback spot, and let's have a day.
Yeah,
It's
let's
a better
go.
game.
I love this so much. So no one tell Morton that I agree with Lamarca on this. Obviously, I love kickers. I am contractually obligated to tell you kicker is my favorite position as we get to halftime here. But yeah, I love that. Great call by you. Absolute great call by you. Two quarterback leagues.
The best decision that we made in my fantasy league was to drop kickers in defense, add a quarterback, add an extra flex spot. Like, the league right now is as deep as it's ever been at quarterback, and in the skill positions, like, more of those and less of the stuff that's impossible to predict on a week-to-week basis.
Wow. This is riveting and insightful, and I really want to pitch this to my league. There's no reason to have kickers or defenses. Add
honestly,
another flex
even
spot,
more than
add
that,
another quarterback spot.
Even more than that, a one quarterback league in 2021 is just, it's silly. I mean, if you're playing in a one quarterback league, that means that you're going to have 12 starters. That means that 2/3 of the starting quarterbacks in the league approximately won't matter. It's the most important position in football.
I don't know why I've never thought of this. I think it's just because I've lived in this bubble of this is how my team is supposed to be constructed forever, that I've just never even thought that this could be a possibility. But yeah, why do we need kickers? I don't need a kicker. I don't need defense. I don't need to waste a draft pick.
I'm going to show you the ways.
On the Rams defense in the 15th round and just hope that they're as good as everyone thinks they're going to be. Like, no, get out of here. I will say I do have friends that overdraft kickers every year, and it always starts a train. Like, we'll have the dude that
it
drafts
is a nice
Tucker.
little edge that you can get in your home leagues, but
yeah, you get Tucker in the 13th round, and then everyone's like, all right, time to draft the kickers. And obviously Gostowski used to get overdrafted every year because we're all Pats fans. We're all bozos, as Tara Lynn would say. So
getting some pushback on the Lamar stuff. I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback. He's clearly proven that he can win games with his legs. Like, if I was the Ravens, I would be fine with having Lamar Jackson as my quarterback. I just don't see. I haven't seen enough from him as a passer. It really, like, I've been disappointed. I've wanted to see him make the progression from year one to year, we're talking year 4 now, basically. And he's essentially the same quarterback that he entered the league as.
I am very curious to see how Lamar Jackson's career plays out, because we did see that regression, right? But at his peak, that MVP season, man, when things were clicking, there was not a more fun player to watch in football. There really wasn't. So I hope you're wrong about Lamar too.
He's absolutely silly in the open field.
It's insane.
I mean, the way he makes defenders miss is impossible. Like, he's the best rushing quarterback, and I don't think it's particularly close. Like, maybe you want to put Mike Vick there out of nostalgia purposes, but I think Jackson's better. I mean, Vick did some crazy stuff too as a rookie, so it's pretty close. But anyway, like, he's always going to be an elite fantasy quarterback because of his legs, which is how this whole conversation came up to begin with. So I do not think you would be crazy for taking him over, Kyler or Josh Allen, even if you wanted. I think I would probably have Jackson 4th behind those two guys, but if you wanted to make a case for him going behind just Patrick Mahomes, I would be okay with that.
Well, especially because of his ability to run the ball, right? And that kind of goes without saying. Like, the dude is just special from that regard. And I know you just mentioned Vic for nostalgia purposes. Vic was transformative. Like, he changed the way we think about that position. But it's sort of like how Ray Allen and Reggie Miller were these revelations shooting threes, and dudes like that sort of paved the way for Steph Curry, who really is like the true revolutionary guy shooting threes in basketball, right? So it's sort of like Michael Vick walked so Lamar Jackson could run, no pun intended.
Okay. I don't hate that take.
I like workshopping takes with you, Lamarca.
I don't hate it. I mean, we're going to catch some flack because Vic, is like I said, it's a very sentimental thing. And I loved Mike Vick. I had a Mike Vick jersey. But
how could you not like Mike Vick, you know?
Lamar, the way he makes guys miss is just silly.
It truly is. It truly is. So that's the long answer of saying, no, Julio Jones, not a good fit in Baltimore. Someone mentioned Minnesota earlier, and they're like, throw him up there with Cook and Thielen. Didn't mention Jefferson. Too. I would feel so bad for Julio if he went up there. So bad, because obviously they have good pass catchers, and they still got Kirk Cousins throwing the ball, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I am.
If anything, I'd love for Kellen Mond to be like legit awesome somehow and like unseat Kirk, and then we could unleash those dudes that are already up there that are studs that have to deal with Kirk Cousins' inconsistency.
I just could not be more of a Justin Jefferson fanboy. So I would hate that if it happened, but for purely
I was shocked he fell in the draft. And I
mean,
know
it was
people...
a great year of receiving talent, and he wasn't like the number one wide receiver on his own team in college. So
but he just balled out, man. Like in those playoff games, and I know, don't look at the game tape, look at all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I just saw what he did and how dominant he was in the games that mattered. And I just thought, if the Patriots can steal him somehow, I am going to be a very happy man. And I was like, he probably won't fall to a spot where we can get him. And he kept falling. I was like, okay. But he ends up in Minnesota. And clearly, the dude was just a beast.
I will say I love the revisionist history on some of this stuff. Like, the Packers GM saying like, we were all queued up to take Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, of course.
But he went right before we came off the board.
Of course.
It's so predictable. Just like after Hugh Jackson got fired and he was like, I wanted to draft Baker Mayfield, or I wanted to draft Deshaun Watson. I wanted to draft Patrick Mahomes, but the front office had a different plan. And it's like, shut up, Hugh. Am I allowed to say that? We don't need to hear from Hugh Jackson. The guy is quite possibly the worst coach in NFL history.
He was so bad. He was awful. And didn't he write a book recently? And he was doing a book tour. It's like, who's buying the Hugh Jackson book?
I can only assume they hand it out as coaching clinics and say, do everything the opposite of what this guy did.
It's like when you take a class and a professor makes you buy their book. That's what they would do at the.
I used to find that so.
Oh, it's like, dude, come on. Yeah. We see exactly what you're doing, bro. It's a good business model for you. Giants driving here. Down 4. Jones finding his man in stride. Touchdown. New York Giants. Is he in your lineup here? Darius Slayton?
Oh, Darius Slayton. I said Steve Slayton. That's a throwback.
Different guy. That West Virginia team was awesome. Steve Slayton, Noel Devine, Pat White.
Pat White, that's what I was trying to think of. I was
that team had speed. Pat White.
Well, once you said it, I knew who it was.
And then Rich Rod, man, he gets the Michigan job after how good he was at West Virginia and just bombed.
Implosion.
Just awful. And then went to Arizona and was terrible. Like, fully exposed as being an awful football coach.
100%.
Right? I almost called him Steve Slayton there. Darius Slayton, 23.97% owned in the flex.
One of the greatest football players in Long Island history went to West Virginia to play for him. Running back, his name was Jason Gwaltney, I think. So Gwaltney was definitely the last name. And I remember being so excited for him. And he
good
was
Italian boy.
Complete flame out. Not a good Italian boy.
Sounds like an Italian name, though. Yeah, it's always unfortunate when the stud high school player from your region, you get excited for them to go play in college, and then they just do nothing. They don't even make the league. In every sport, too. Like, I remember in high school, there was I'm from Rhode Island, and there was a guy, Rakem Sanders, who he went to a prep school in Rhode Island, and he was deciding between BC and PC, and he was one of the top recruits in the country. And it was crazy that he was going to stay local. And BC ended up beating out PC for Rakem Sanders. And as a BC fan, I was pumped. And then he ended up transferring out of BC. I mean, he was awful at BC. He was just terrible. He ended up transferring to, I think, I don't even remember. Some school in Connecticut that's still D1. But Fairfield. He transferred to Fairfield. Like, just flamed completely out. And this guy was getting, like, NBA comps. I remember I saw him at a high school football game once. I was like, there's Rakem Sanders. Ends up transferring to Fairfield. It's just sad. Do you know that guy personally, though, the running back from Long Island?
No. I watched him play once or twice, but... we graduated around the same time, but no, I did not ever meet him or anything like that.
Hayden Hurst, bonus. Jordan, our producer, saying that Khalil Mack was a 2-star recruit whose only offer was the University of Buffalo. Worked out pretty well for him. Yeah, how about, I mean, that's got to be one of the biggest high school recruiting blunders of all time. Because even some of these dudes that fall in the draft, they were at least studs in high school. Khalil Mack, 2-star recruit, really? What are we doing here, people? Something that I learned in advance of one of our interviews on the pod, we had John Randall on over the last few months. And I obviously knew who John Randall was, but I never really dug in on his history.
Defensive end, right?
Defensive end for the Vikings in the 90s. Just legendary trash talker in the hall. One of the best pass rushers of all time.
Ooh, nice sideline catch.
Great sideline catch there by Julio.
Jordan Warren in the building. What up, Jordan?
He went to community college, John Randall. Like, a dude went to community college, had to transfer to I think he ended up going to a D2 school after 2 years of community college, and then ends up having a Hall of Fame career. I mean, come on. People just miss on these dudes sometimes. It's rare, but they miss on these dudes, man.
I ended up watching this movie the other night on Netflix, and it was about this lineman who played at Arkansas.
Oh, was it like an SEC featured?
Nope. It was like I basically called it like the real life Rudy.
He had those big black brimmed glasses.
Yes,
right?
Correct.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
But like Brandon Burlsworth, that's his name.
Yeah.
And the movie is called Greater. But anyway, people miss is the story. Like, this guy had to walk on ended up becoming an All-American by his senior year, and was drafted in the 3rd round by the Colts before, unfortunately, he passed away.
That's really upsetting. Just taking down the mood here.
Well, I mean, you know he's gonna die right at the beginning because it starts there at his funeral. So
Okay, so
the
there
whole
you go.
movie, I just was like, all right, when is this dude gonna die? Which was a weird way to watch a movie.
Incredibly morbid. Hey, Hayden Hurst dominating this game here, over 120 yards receiving. I think safe to say he's going to win the wooden nickel, but I'll leave that up to you. Daniel Jones, 13 for 18, 222, 2 tuds after a slow start. Picking it up here as we head into the 4th quarter. Matt Ryan, 2 for 29 and 3 touchdowns, 217 yards passing for Matty Ice. Todd Gurley, 13 for 92, so B-word clearly in play for Gurley. Barkley, 6 for 59. Again, just not doing what we want with Matt Barkley. Saquon Barkley to do.
Well, Matt Barkley hasn't
score.
been getting the job done either.
Matt Barkley also not living up to the hype. But as I mentioned, Hayden Hurst, 8 catches, 121 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Just dominant performance. Gurley with 4 grabs, Ridley with 4 grabs, Shepard with the long touchdown for the Giants. He has 3 catches for 85. Golden Tate with 3 grabs, Slayton with 3 and a tud, Gage 2 for 23. So those are your stats that matter for everything that's happened so far in the sim as we head into the 4th quarter. Myself, Matt Lamarca, going to be with you the rest of the evening. We got Jared, Daniel.
It could
Gordon.
only be Jared. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. That's too hot.
We promised we weren't going to sing tonight.
I made no promises.
Gurley. Oh, I thought he had a hole. Did not. Got wrapped up there. Abby Rizzle saying all day sports talk is never one-sided. That's what's fun about it. Different opinions. Hosting a live chat. This you kind of need thick skin. I think so. Yeah, live chat like this. Sorry, I misspoke. Gurley does not punch it in. I agree. Got to be able to take critiques. Got to be able to, when it's fair, listen to the critiques and listen to the other opinions and, make your move. Matt Ryan in the gun. 3 wide. Looking. He's going to get sacked. Matt Ryan looking like a statue. Looking frozen back there, one might say. Matty Ice. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be here until later this evening. Try the veal. 3rd and goal here for the Falcons. Koo on the sidelines, probably like, oh, cool. Nice. Giving me an opportunity for a field goal here as Matt Ryan misses his man who had plenty of space. I think that could have been another touchdown for Hurst. Koo going to come out here and kick a field goal, which is good news for those who have Koo in their lineup. Ooh, Problem Kid Gaming with a good question. What NFL team has the most fake fans? He says the Raiders, right? I don't know. I don't think the Raiders have the most bandwagon fans. No, I think that's actually incorrect. I think Raiders fans tend to be super diehard. Like they've been able to retain their fan base while moving cities multiple times over the past 50 years. I think Raider fans are good.
I think it's cyclical. I think it's whichever team is best at the moment.
So you think the Buccaneers right now, a lot of bandwagon Buccaneer fans? Well, that should have been obvious. Like half of New England roots for the Buccaneers as well as the Patriots right now.
And as soon as Tom Brady leaves, they will be gone. So I think that's the perfect answer.
Yeah, Tampa Bay for sure. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are kind of bandwagon KC fans right now too because of the Mahomes thing. I know here in St. Louis, I have some friends because I've only lived here for 3 years, but they're super gung-ho about the Chiefs. They got their Mahomes jerseys, all this stuff. And, you'll talk to their girlfriend on the side at the party, and they're like, oh, yeah, Joey never watched football until, like, the last few years. As soon as the Rams left, he stopped watching the NFL.
I will say, too,
so
I think
St. Louis is bandwagoning with the Chiefs.
I think it's more common now that, like, younger people are fans of players more than they are fans of teams.
Definitely.
So I don't know how that'll work. Like, if you become a Chiefs fan because of Mahomes, do you stay a Chiefs fan, or when Mahomes is done, do you pick someone else? Like, it'll be interesting to see how that works. Like, what are all these Warriors fans gonna do when Curry's no longer there? Are they?
Well,
still
I'm
gonna
sure
be
you
Warriors
have.
fans?
I'm sure you have friends in your life the way I do that are just LeBron fans, right? Like when LeBron got drafted by the Cavs, they got the LeBron jersey. Then he went to the Heat. They were Heat fans. Then they were back with the Cavs. Now they're Laker fans. Like, I know multiple people in my life that are LeBron fans. And I'm sure there were people that were like that with Jordan. And then when Jordan retired, they became Kobe fans. Like, you just find your next guy, I think. If you're a player fan, you just hop from player to player.
Makes sense.
And that's actually probably a fun way to live. And maybe even makes more sense from a logical standpoint, right? Like, it doesn't make a ton of sense that we're just, like, intensely loyal to these pieces of fabric.
Rooting for laundry,
that are the same
as Jerry
colors.
Seinfeld would say.
Exactly. Rooting for the laundry. It doesn't, but we do because, tribalism is strong here in America, I have been raised raised this way. I need to root for the Celtics. It is in my blood.
I think it's nice to have some local
community feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, 100%. Gonna take a look at the contest. Haven't done that at all. $250 free contest here for this evening. We have Little Red Rider 1-2-3 in first place, 133 points, almost a 10-point lead over second. They got pretty heavy Falcons stack here with Ryan and Gurley and Ridley and Shepard, and Hurst, Gage. So they're really invested heavily in this one. So we'll see how that works out for them long term. And then William, 38. Is in first place in the $250 free contest for Falcons versus Giants. He's got Hurst in his captain spot. He's obviously a happy man. Saquon, Ryan, Jones, Slayton, and Koo. Gurley with the big run here. Tied ball game with 4.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Would be a good finish.
No, I agree with you. It's nice to kind of have the community. It's like comfort, right? Like, every night you can come home and watch the Mets. Those are your guys.
And if I'm wearing my Mets hat out to the store, somebody will be like, oh, you see the game last night? Or, oh, this team sucks, or whatever.
It's more that than the other thing probably in your life.
That's a lot of this team's. Can you believe how bad this team is?
I'm sure a lot of you people out there have your NBA lineups out, ready to roll. Who you guys got right now? You guys got any Nets Celtics head-to-heads going? Let us know who you got in your lineups here in the YouTube chat as that game just tipping off moments ago. Falcons with the big gainer for the first down. Calvin Ridley hits the bonus. Gurley, hitting the bonus. Calvin Ridley with the big gain. Gurley with the bonus. There we go. We got there. Congo Cab saying that Problem Kid Gaming is just mad because Raiders fans been taking over Chargers stadiums for years now at SoFi. And at SoFi. So there will be fans at SoFi this year. I agree with Congo Cab here. Anytime the Raiders play in LA, there will be more Raider fans at Charger games. And honestly, when they play the Rams, that'll happen too every few years.
I mean the Raiders are just
they're a massive brand. A massive brand. And when I lived in LA, I knew more Raider fans than Rams fans. And look, the Rams were in St. Louis at that point, but I knew a few Rams fans I knew a few Chargers fans. They were still in San Diego, but most of the people I knew that were NFL fans in LA were Raider fans. I lived there for a semester in college. I was working at Fox Sports Radio at the network level. So I was interacting with a lot of dudes that are big sports fans that lived in LA for a long time. And yeah, Raiders overwhelmingly was the team in LA.
Just win,
They
baby.
won a Super Bowl there.
Yes, they did.
Daniel making a campaign poster for me for my
Commissioner of Education.
my Commissioner of Education run that is going to happen. Yes, this is amazing. It says, vote Tommy Freeze Pops. No Shark Tank, stocks and bonds, education. Freeze Pops, Commissioner of Education. 5-cent wooden nickel. That's incredible. Call center, 1-800-SIM. 1-800-SIM-LAND. Sorry, I had something was blocking it. Yes, I love that. Start the campaign, baby. None of these BS business classes. You don't actually learn business. You just watch Shark Tank. Craziness. Abby Rizzle says, all our takes pale in comparison to Tara Lynn, hashtag bozo alerts. So don't expect more from DKSF chat than you get from your own producers. We learned from the best with the little rock on emoji. I don't necessarily know what she's talking about, but
Yeah, I don't really get that either.
I don't
but
get it. But Abby Rizzle, we respect that you're here, and anytime you want to contribute or anyone wants to contribute, we're here to chat, man. That's what we're here to do. We're here to have a little fun, watch a little Madden, keep this thing moving. Love the dream stream.
Edward, as far as I know, nothing has happened with Must Be. I didn't do anything.
No, nothing. Unless something happened and we didn't. Maybe he just got tired of typing in all caps.
I will say I'm excited to work with. I'm working a sim with Tara Lynn for the first time. I've worked a couple.
Is it just you two, or is it
no?
a
It'll be a 3-man with Flash, maybe. But I've done a couple where she was the producer, but I have not yet worked with her as an on-air person. So that should be fun. It's always good to work with different people and hear some new voices. I mean, Lord knows I'm going to be sick of working with you after this weekend. You know, I've seen you more than anybody else in my life this weekend, Tom.
You know what? I am happy to hang out with you, Lamarca. I want you in my life every day, all day, baby. I am Team Lamarca at all times. I love it.
There's too much Lamarca. It's a real thing. And you're on the verge of it.
Well, we got 2 more to go after this one.
Producer Daniel says we need more likes. So hit the like button. Do it for Daniel. Don't do it for me and Tom.
Do it for Memorial Day weekend, right? I mean, come on. It's a holiday weekend. I'm sure a lot of you guys have the day off tomorrow. Let us know. What are you doing with your day off? Are you just sleeping in? Are you hitting the pool? Are you hitting a cookout? Hashtag do it for Daniel. Yeah, great point. Great point here, Jordan. Do it for Daniel. Coup with what looks like is going to be the game-winning field goal. Puts it through the uprights. 27-24. All right, so can the Giants kick return for the win here? I'm going to say no. I've never seen a kick return for a touchdown in Madden. I don't think we're getting it here.
I mean, if they're smart, they'll just squibbly dibbly it.
A little squib kick. You know, to me in football, there's almost nothing more exciting than a kickoff return for a touchdown or a punt return for a touchdown. Either one of those special teams touchdowns occurring, few plays are as exciting.
Yeah, and they're basically out of the game at this point.
It's very rare. It's really hard.
Not punt returns. You know, we'll still see those from time to time, but the kick return touchdown has gone the way of the dinosaur.
Totally. All right, game's over. Falcons 27, Giants 24. Lamarca, who you got for your wooden nickel player of the game?
The wooden nickel. It's a prestigious honor. I'm sure that many of these players would be happy to take the wooden nickel and display it on their trophy case, but it's got to be Hayden Hurst.
Got to be.
2 touchdowns, 8 catches, 121 yards.
Has to
Hayden
be.
Hurst, are you serious, baby?
He's a diaper dandy. No, he actually isn't. He's been in the league a while.
He's a PTP.
Would love to get Dickie V on one of these. I'll get working on that. Here we go. Wooden nickel going to Hayden Hurst. Congratulations. Who you guys the Babysitter Billy winner?
Babysitter Billy, I am going to give it to, how about Russell Gage?
Okay. Yeah. Not a great game for Russell Gage. So
3 catches, 26 yards, more than 50% ownership.
Yeah,
that's the killer right there. The 50% ownership killed a lot of lineups.
I co-sign with you there. $250 free contest. Little Red Rider in first place right now as it stands. We have Dan 40 Allen in first place now in the $250 free contest for Atlanta versus Giants. 137 points overall. Where did you finish in the free roll?
64th.
Okay.
64th. And I got to say, looks like our guy Robbie Noble came in first.
Oh, very nice.
I'm assuming. It's
Congrats to Robbie Noble. I finished in 48th, so been better, been worse, but I'll take it. So, guys, thank you for joining us on this broadcast. We'll see you on the next one here. Me, Lamarca. You got us the rest of the night. Right now, though, Ross Tucker. He's joined by NFL defensive end Cassius March to discuss his career, new business, and news from around the league. Check it out. We'll be back.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. All kinds of ridiculous offers over there this week, as always. I am so fired up for today's guest for so many reasons. Number one, it's hard to be more of a journeyman NFL player than I was. You guys that check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, you see all the helmets behind me. Today's guest, Cassius Marsh, even more. I think he's on team 7 in year 8, which is phenomenal. Can't wait to talk to him about that. But also, I love guys that are already thinking about the next step in life. He started cashcardsunlimited.com. Great business. Great time to start that. All about cards. Brian wants me to ask him about the value of the cards Brian still has. Going to be epic. So glad to have Cassius on the show. It's a new week, which means we will have a new Spread the Word winner via social media. It's the easiest contest to win you'll ever be a part of. Literally, just retweet or like or quote tweet or whatever on any platform, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, either at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. Still have some cool press passes from this season to give out. We'll have a sponsor confirmation email winner. So take advantage of our Manly Bands offer or whatever else you want to take advantage of. And then, of course, the YouTube shout out. That is the cameo style shout out. Plus, there's a bunch of Tebow news we need to get to. I'm telling you, they're going to try to kill the dude. Like, I'm just telling you. But whatever. Good for him. I'm glad. Look, I'm going to tell you later on, by the way, why whether he gets cut or makes the team, this is an absolute home run for Tim Tebow. But right now, it's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, so as promised, I am joined by Cassius Marsh. Again, check him out on social media at KingCash_7191. Cassius, I've followed your career, man. There's a lot to get into, a lot of different stuff. Really appreciate you coming on the show.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me, brother. I really appreciate it.
All right, so before we get into Cash Cards Unlimited, which is really cool, but also going to get me upset because I sold all my cards like 10 years ago for peanuts, okay? So we'll get into that. I was looking you up, man. I didn't realize. So I played for 5 teams in 7 years, including Washington twice. Now, I think I have this right. Cash currently is a member of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Is it true the Steelers are your 7th team in 8 years?
So we go Seahawks, then we go Patriots and San Fran, then Arizona, and then last year was bonkers. Went to Jacksonville, which is a complete nightmare, and then left there, went to Indy for a little bit, and then Pittsburgh picked me up and ended up there, and then I signed back there this offseason. So yeah, my career has been a journeyman's career, man. Pretty similar to yours, man. Just proud to still be playing and have another opportunity to play ball this year.
So you've been around long enough that you know what the deal is, right? So what are the pros and cons of your game? Because here's what I always said to people, right? Like, people obviously liked me enough that I kept getting picked up and getting playing time and started, but I obviously wasn't that good that they wanted to keep me for a while. So my deal was I could play like all 5 spots. If you put me in the game, we wouldn't lose. But like one-on-ones in practice, like you never looked at me and were like, that's the guy we want to be our starting O-lineman. Like that was me. Like, and I can admit that. What are the pros and cons, I'm curious, of your game? Because there's got to be both, right? For you to be getting picked up this many times.
Yeah, I think I've just had a tough time with like situations that I've come into, bad deal with San Fran letting me go after 2 weeks of free agency. I have a career year, had 6 sacks with them, and was second best pass rusher on the team. That was kind of rough for me. And they went to Seattle, and that was awful. They did me super wrong. Released me after I was the starter all offseason, which was I'm not too sure about that situation. But as far as my game, man, I know I can rush the passer. And I definitely play special teams really well. So I'm pretty sure that, just my ability to get after the quarterback and my ability to make plays on special teams that just kept me around.
Got it. That's a big key for you is what you do on teams, I know. So what would you say is sort of your status with the Steelers right now? Like what are you looking at going into camp?
I'll be right now. I'm the third outside backer right now, and continue to compete for as much playing time as they want to give, and then I'll do my thing on special teams. So I really loved my time with the Steelers. They gave me a shot. I was actually supposed to start the last game of the season, but I got a close contact, which was rough. COVID is just. Yeah, everybody already knows about that. But yeah, man, the situation is great. I love my time with the Steelers and definitely looking forward to another season with them.
So you haven't been there that long, but I'm from Pennsylvania. So I'm from closer to Philly, but now I live in central PA. And I mean, like the Steelers you never even heard of, or Steelers that played back in the day, they still come around here and get paid money. A lot of money, sign autographs around here. Well, you're a big card guy. Have you noticed yet that there's something different or special about being a Steeler, or have you not been there long enough and there was no fans last year for you to really be able to tell?
No, man, I loved it. The organization is very special. I think that they do a great job of taking care of the guys and letting you be yourself as long as you go out there and make plays. I think they want to put the best players on the field, which is very rare in the NFL. People might be surprised to hear that, but coaches want their guys and dudes who they drafted, and it's always so crazy situational. And so it was very, very refreshing to go to an organization where they really just put the best guys out there. And, just great vibes. All the vets on the team are really amazing. Cam Hayward does such a great job of leading the defense, and Joe Hayden is so cool. And I mean, Bud Dupree was very welcoming to me. TJ's was the same way. Everybody in the whole organization was just, they're all just good people, man. So I really enjoyed my time, and I think it's a very special place. I mean, in my short time there, I felt very, very connected to the team. And the fans have given me a great amount of support, for the short time that I've been there. But definitely looking forward to playing games this year with some fans, man. They keep telling me that it's like, I'm missing out on something really special. So I'm excited to experience that.
So we mentioned it, 7 teams, 8 years. You've seen a lot of guys, right?
Yes.
What is it more than anything else that makes TJ so good? Just seeing him at work and practice. How much of it's physical ability for him? Is he just that technically sound? Like, what is it that I mean, I thought he should have been Defensive Player of the Year last year. Yeah. What is it that makes him so good?
Yeah, well, I mean, physically, he's very talented, stout and explosive. He's got great technique. He's got a very consistent rush. He doesn't do too much. It's not like he's got like a million moves, but his moves are very efficient and obviously work well. And their system there is amazing. The interior guys do a great job of freeing up the edge players. They take up a lot of attention there in the middle. Cam and Tuitt and all those guys in there. They do an amazing job, and then their defense is just very aggressive, and they give the edge guys a lot of opportunity to just go, which I think is pretty rare, which I know is actually pretty rare, and especially with like an outside line, like a real outside linebacker position. You a lot of times you do a lot more dropping, but I mean, TJ's work ethic is incredible. He studies the game. He's very locked in and all the film studies and stuff. He really knows what he's doing, studies the snap counts, does everything that the pros are supposed to do. So, obviously the success that he has reflects, what the work he puts in the week. So.
All right. So you're taking care of business on the field. You're also taking care of business off the field with this Cash Cards Unlimited. I love when guys get something going while they're still playing. It's so smart. I used to be so into cards. I never told my listeners this before. I've been doing this for like 8 years now. I had a baseball card shop and football card shop when I was like in 5th and 6th grade. My buddy and I, and we put flyers all over our small town. All these kids came. We used to make them, Cassius, open up their packs in our store. And then whoever they got good, we'd be like, oh, we'll give you 3 more packs for that Mark McGuire rookie card or whatever. We just kept trading and getting their good cards and then giving them more packs to rip open. But, like, it died. Like, I mean, this is back in, like, 1989, Upper Deck and all that stuff. I didn't even realize till, like, Lefko and some guys I know were telling me the last couple of years that cards got hot again. So I guess we'll start with you and the passion you have for it to start the business.
Yeah, man. I've been into trading cards like always. Obviously I had sports cards growing up just like everybody else. But I was super, super into Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I found Magic the Gathering when I was like 11. So I've been very, very into trading cards. And, since I've been in the NFL, I've had sponsorships off the field with that type of stuff. So that's really been, my side hustle, something that I've always wanted to do off the field. And then, when I've been prepping to start the business, start a trading card shop when I get done. But the market started going crazy. So I had to act, and me and my best friend just like made the decision to go ahead and do it. And it was just the best decision we could have made, man. We secured so many great partnerships. We've got a Panini direct contract, which is, super huge within this industry. And You know, we've been able to secure a ton of great partnerships and really explode in our first 3 months and do really well and make a lot of money, which has been a beautiful thing. So I'm definitely very proud of what we've been able to accomplish in such a short amount of time. But it's with the market doing what it is, man. If you have a trading card shop right now, then you're prospering. If you're doing it the right way and you have cards, people want to buy them. So it's really not that hard. I don't think, man, because like the demand on these cards are just incredible.
But why? Like, what happened in the last couple of years that cards are so popular again?
I mean, okay, so from a sports card perspective, I think that now that athletes are so incredibly influential and there's so much more access to them now, like people want to, have things. They want to be closer to them. They want to, and collecting has always been a huge thing. So for as far as like the sports world is concerned, I think that now people see these things as like art, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to buy like these old crazy art pieces. I'd much rather have, you know what I mean, a Tom Brady rookie card or a LeBron James rookie card or a Michael Jordan rookie card. Like I think our generation, the people who are starting to kind of come up on a lot of money now, like that's what they're interested in. And then on the other side of that, there's Pokemon, there's Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering, like Dragon Ball Super, all this stuff, like all that fantasy world type trading card games, man. They've been thriving and being while at the same time being unpopular. For the most part, when I was growing up, you got made fun of for that type of stuff. Like if you were collecting Pokemon cards after you were like 12 years old, or Yu-Gi-Oh or any of that type of stuff, like you were a nerd and you were kind of frowned upon, like and made fun of, and you know what I mean? Those kids, those people really went through it, and now that it's popular and it's popping and people love it, it's crazy to see how those same people now have made millions on selling their collections and just doing what they've been doing over years, man. It's pretty incredible how it's flipped.
So, Cassius, is your business more like people coming into a store in person, or is it more online? What do you guys do?
It's both. So we have a brick and mortar store, which we have a showroom that you come in, buy cards, you can open them there and have a good time. Then we also have a VIP lounge where our big buyers, they pay for a membership and we set up a space for them to chill, open their cards, have a drink, socialize, network. We've got a bunch of different sponsorships that, we've got like drinks and food available for them to just kick it, open their cards and have a nice space to really relax. And then we also, for the online portion of the business, we have Cash Cards Unlimited, which is our obviously our website, but we do Instagram Live where we do live box breaks. We stream on YouTube and do live box breaks through there for our sports guys. Laces Out Box Breakers is what they're called, and they do a great job. They break basketball and football. And then me and actually Blake Martinez have been doing some really big Pokemon box breaks where we do like live auction style breaks, and we take like old school vintage cards and we auction them off live on stream, which has been really profitable as well. So there's a lot of different parts to our business, but we're definitely a very versatile business. We also grade cards as well, so we do a lot at Cash Cards.
All right, so I'm glad you mentioned that about grading cards, because I think I told you off air maybe, but I don't know. So I retired in 2008. It probably was 2010 or 2011. I took all my cards I had growing up, all my autographs, and I just, I'm married. I got 2 kids. Like the stuff in my office here, like those are my game balls and helmets. Like I got my jerseys framed. Like I just didn't need, I didn't need that other stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I took it to some auction house and sold it all for like peanuts. And I had a lot of good things, But my producer, Brian, he still has a bunch of cards. So like, how does he go about getting his cards graded?
So I'm busy. Hey, Mom. I'll be out there in a minute. Sorry, my mom popped in. Want to say hello.
That's awesome. I love it.
How do you get cards graded? It's actually very hard right now. So if you don't know somebody who has a direct relationship with with PSA, which is the #1 grading company, or Beckett, if you don't have like one of those relationships, it's actually very expensive and takes a long time to get your cards graded. We have a relationship with a company called HGA. It's a new company. They use AI to grade cards. And there's a ton of new companies coming up right now. It's a huge thing because grading your card is what provides that real value because they're protected. You know the quality of the card and it's encased forever. So, but for your producer, we could definitely help them out at Cash Cards. Or we can help, get them into contact with somebody who works with PSA. But that's the best way to get sports cards graded right now. PSA is definitely the top graded company right now, and they do a great job, man. They do. So there's a lot of grading companies out there, but definitely for like the big time sports cards, you're gonna want to take it to PSA.
Well, I'm gonna hold you to that. So thank you very much.
I got you, man. Just let me know.
Brian's got a side hustle too. Stop trying to get a side hustle, Brian. Your hustle should be my podcast network. What about just a couple more questions, Cassius? Autographs on the cards.
Yeah.
Good or no?
Is
that popular right now to have the card signed, or doesn't really a big deal?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it adds value. So like if you got like a base Justin Herbert, right? And somehow, some way you're able to get that card graded, the value is definitely much higher. Because the signature, but the problem with when you sign them like that is that you have to get them authenticated. That's where the grading process comes in, is they authenticate the signatures and all that stuff. But when you get most of a lot of the cards that you get now, the auto cards like from a pack, those are the biggest value ones. Like for football, it's the on-card auto patch cards that are out of under 25. Those are the big hitter cards right there. But yeah, if you have a card with signature, the added signatures, it definitely raises the value significantly.
What about these NFT things? I really don't even know what they are, but I know they're big.
Man, NFTs are crazy, bro. They're basically trading cards mixed with cryptocurrency is pretty much what they are, bro. They are the new wave for like the trading card collectible space. They're becoming huge in in music and in movies and stuff. It's just another way to create something exclusive for people to collect. A lot of these NFTs, they drop at a very limited number. And they're a trip, bro. It's a brand new market, and so there's a lot of them out there. It's kind of similar to 2017 when everybody was creating a different cryptocurrency. You know what I mean? There was just 1,000 of them, and so right now, because NFTs have been making so much money for people, there's just a ton of it coming out. You know what I mean? And it's non-fungible tokens are a trip. They're definitely a part of the future. They're the new wave. I'm interested to see how it evolves.
Last question, because I'm about to talk about him because he officially signed on Thursday or Friday or whatever it is. Let's say Tebow would sign with the Steelers to play tight end, okay? You're playing outside backer. I'm going to make a point. No matter what you say, I'm going to say something. But Tebow's at tight end trying to block you. What is going through your head?
Abuse this man.
I knew it. I told everybody.
He's a quarterback, dude. He's been listen, I respect Tim Tebow because he was. You can see how fierce a competitor he is, you know what I mean? And so I respect that portion of it, but he's a quarterback, but I don't sleep on any man, you know what I'm saying? I would definitely be prepared for him to come put his best foot forward. You know what I mean? The guy is one of the greatest college football players to do it. And, he had some success in the league, even though it was short-lived. But yeah, if he lines up in front of me, my thought when anybody lines up in front of me is abuse him. But he's a quarterback, so it's probably a little bit extra when it comes to if a quarterback is lining up against me trying to block me.
All right, so here's the deal. Everybody needs to check him out on social media at KingCash_7191 and check out his website, cashcardsunlimited.com. Very cool conversation. Look, I know a lot of my listeners and viewers on YouTube, they're into trading cards. So what better way to do it than with a guy that's still playing for the Steelers? Awesome. Cassius, thank you so much, man.
I appreciate it, man. Definitely take a look at our YouTube guys. Laces Out Boxbreaker, they kill it, man. And I really appreciate you guys having me on the show. Enjoyed my time, and it was a great conversation, man. I'll talk to you guys soon, all right?
Absolutely. Thank you, Cassius.
All right, fellas.
There he is, Cassius Marsh. Very, very cool. I knew it would be. We've had a bunch of big-name guests on recently. That was as enjoyable, if not more, than any of them. Can't wait to get the feedback from you guys. Speaking, by the way, of collector's items and things that are hot right now, Manly Bands is here to rescue you from an otherwise hellish band buying experience. Manly Bands are awesome. I've got a couple of them. They've got the ring sizer. So you first figure out, how big your ring finger is. And then they've got all kinds of cool bands you can choose from: gold, wood, antler, steel, dinosaur bone, meteorites. Very cool. I wanted one. I already had a wedding band, but I wanted a second one to wear as a change up every once in a while, to wear and change things up. Check it out. I'm rocking it. You guys can rock it as well. To order your Manly Band and get 21% off plus a free silicone ring, go to manlybands.com/Ross. That's manlybands.com/Ross for 20% off Manly Bands. The best darn rings, period.
Tux Takes.
All right, Ross, let's start today with the Jaguars. As we were recording on Thursday, it happened right when we were about to sign off. Tim Tebow signs as a tight end to the minimum salary.
Look, all I got to say about that is you heard what Cassius said. I told you guys last week that would be the mindset. I'm going to try to abuse this man. I'm going to try to kill this dude. There's no way I'm letting a quarterback block me. I hope they have a lot of camera footage of what happens in Jacksonville. I think he's going to try really hard. I think it's going to be quite the wake-up call for him to try to block defensive ends like Cassius.
Tux Takes.
Tebow also had the 5 highest selling items on NFLshop.com over the weekend, according to Adam Schefter.
So 2 different things here, okay? Number one, for all the people buying the Tebow items, it feels like it's unlikely he would make the team. So on some level, those feel like really short-term, short-sighted investments, unless you look at them as collector's items. You love Tim Tebow, and to be able to have an 85 Tebow jersey for the rest of your life just because you support the young man and maybe you're a Florida Gators fan, I get it. Here's the point I talked about earlier, though, Bri, that I want to hit home. Either way, Tebow wins. If he makes the team, he gets the salary. It's a great story, whatever. Even if he doesn't, this just gave him another 5-year boost for all the marketing stuff he does, all the speaking engagements, never give up, keep trying, all of that stuff. It just enhances all of it. Either way, Tebow wins.
Tux Takes.
One last news item from the Jaguars. Their special teams coordinator, Brian Schneider, taking some time away from the team for personal reasons.
Well, whatever is going on with Schneider, good luck to him. Thoughts and prayers, never have any idea what it is. We've all had at different points in our life, personal reasons, family issues, whatever it is. So hopefully he gets that squared away.
Tux Takes.
The Washington football team released tackle Morgan Moses. The Raiders released David Irving, and the Niners released Marquise Lee and signed Benny Fowler.
Right. So we knew that the Morgan Moses release might come because Morgan was allowed to look for a trade, making a bunch of money, and Washington essentially swapped out Moses for guys like Charles Leno and Sam Cosmi in the second round. Raiders releasing David Irving. If you're a guy whose past is as troubled as Irving's, when you get an opportunity, you need to do everything right. Pretty clearly, Irving didn't do that, and so the Raiders weren't going to have it. They realized early on it wasn't going to work. And that's the same way with the Niners, with Marquise Lee, evidently. He was only there for a week. No, this guy's not going to cut it for us. It's a tough, they don't give you a lot of chances. You got to make the most of your chance. You got to make the most of your first impression. Otherwise, they will move on. Hopefully, you guys like the first impression we make on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. I know a bunch of you still haven't checked it out. I don't know why. There's exclusive content showing my home studio and me chugging a beer and my exercise room and speaking engagement stuff and my daughters and all kinds of different highlight clips from the other shows. Just go to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL and check it out. Other than that, shout outs. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. We will have the AFC South on today's College Draft podcast, going through every selection in the AFC South. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
This is a glasses-friendly sim here. It's me. It's Lamarca. We're protecting our eyeballs from dangerous blue light. The two L's there, like the blue light. It's kind of difficult to say. Here we are. It's 8 o'clock. It's Bengals. It's Steelers. It's me. It's Lamarca. Our second sim of the day together. Our fourth sim of the weekend together. Lamarca, is it still cold?
It's only getting colder, buddy. I will say I just warmed myself up with a little spaghetti and meat bowl in between the sims. Delicious, delicious meal. So I'm feeling all nice and good. I got a full belly. Ready to sit back and enjoy the Pittsburgh Steelers versus the Cincinnati Bengals.
Love when the Steelers play other AFC North teams. It makes me feel like all is right in the world. Cincinnati on deck here. Joe Burrow, John Ross, CJ Uzama. There's dudes here that I enjoy watching in Simland. But Lamarca, who you got in your lineup here as lineups have locked for the 8 o'clock sim?
So I went Tyler Boyd at captain, Joe Burrow, Gio Bernard, and CJ Uzama to go along with Eric Ebron and Deontay Johnson.
Yeah. We have some crossover for sure. I always have Ebron in my lineup for the Steelers. I captained him. He goes off, man. Big Ben loves Eric Ebron in Simland. So I got Ebron in the captain spot. AJ Green, Deontay Johnson, John Ross, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Pittsburgh DST getting the nod here as they make big plays. I mean, TJ Watt is a dude. He is that guy. So I went with the DST in there. Although I will say I'm still, ruminating on this from your last sim with me.
Ooh, these are nice.
Getting
those unis, by the way.
Great uniforms. You get those. Got to get those defenses out of your fantasy lineups here. I hate it. I now hate them. I have visceral hate for defense in season-long fantasy, and I will not rest until the rest of my league agrees with me. And I will start the campaign hard for this tomorrow in the old group chat. Hey, guys, been talking with some fantasy experts. Let's get rid of kickers. Let's get rid of DSTs. We don't need them. Add quarterbacks. Add another flex spot. Let's go. Let's let the points flow here.
Maximize the fun.
And I think it'll expose bad fantasy players, too. Because a bad defense and a bad kicker, because like you said, it's extremely hard to predict those things, that can destroy you in a fantasy matchup if you're in a league, a 10 or 12 team league where all the teams tend to be pretty good. If you're the team that has a defense that throws up a stinker and your kicker doesn't kick any field goals that week, and your other dude got like one field goal and the defense was okay, you kind of end up feeling like crud on Tuesday morning when you lost your matchup.
Yep, we had a semifinal matchup in our playoffs. It was probably like about 5 years ago. Decided by a defense scoring like 35 points.
Hate that.
And I was like, yeah, this is done. Guy had the worst team, but he had the right defense. And I get it. Defense is a part of football. Picking the right defenses is fine. Does take some skill, but I just think it's a funner game, right? We play fantasy football because it's fun.
We want scoring.
And quarterbacks and pass catchers and running backs, they're more fun than worrying about what defense and kicker am I going to string.
And more predictable, too, right? Like you said, it's so unpredictable what defenses are going to do week to week. Whereas now you add in more spots for dudes that play on the offensive side of the ball. It's going to make you focus more and do more research, and the guys that are willing to put in the work, they're going to do better in the league.
Yeah, I like these unis, man. These are some fire unis.
Big Ben missing his man. Give us a like on YouTube, We're at 176. Hop in there. Give us a little Sunday night like, a little thumbs up action. Got me, you got Lamarca, Jordan, Daniel, and Tate. Taking you home here on a Sunday.
I heard that Tate gets fired if we don't get to 200 likes for the day. So guys, please.
I don't want Tate to get fired, and neither
Help
do you
out
guys.
Tate.
He helps with the scoring here. If Tate gets fired, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be Lamarca and I trying to have to fix it, and that's just brutal. You guys don't want that. Got Sean Preston, the Crore, DJ Shakedown, Called IV, Executive Sessions, The Edge, all joining us here on YouTube.
The Edge?
Take a look over
The
at
wrestler?
Twitch. The Edge, Obi-Wan, Smash Lana, Tater Toot, first time playing Fortnite, Jody 96 Bang, Derwin V, Taylor 11 Swift. We see you, Twitch fam. You out here? We see you. Second in inches here for Cincinnati.
We have had Kelly Clarkson in the stream before.
Kelly Clarkson. Great movie. And Tom Cruise. Okay, cool. Yeah, we've seen a lot of celebrities in here. Tom Cruise is a sim regular. Okay. Scotty Too Hottie joining us. He likes the Steelers unis. I wish the NFL would relax the rules on the amount of helmets you can wear in a season. For whatever reason, and this has something to do with concussion protocol, you can only wear one helmet the whole year. And this started, I don't know, a decade ago or so. That's when you started seeing teams go to the throwback jerseys less and less because they can't revert back to their old helmets to go to the alt unis. So unless they have an old helmet that can easily be changed by a decal situation, they just don't do it. So like the Steelers, I mean, I don't remember in recent years them wearing this yellow helmet with the, unless that's a decal that they can do. It's hard for them to do this type of uniform now with the current rules in place.
Interesting. I did not know that was a rule.
Yep.
It's a dumb rule.
Well, I don't know how it pertains to how you track concussions and all that stuff. I know it's related to that. So I'm hesitant to call it dumb because I do think that the NFL should try and help their guys not get CTE. With that said, it is an annoying rule.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you have an approved helmet, why can't you just have multiple versions of that helmet?
That would be my thought if I was trying to push against it. Yes, I am with you there. Like, let's just approve way ahead of time the throwback helmet and the helmet you're going to wear for all the other games.
What if your one helmet for the year gets broken? Is that it? Do you have to retire?
I have to. I have to imagine that they leave some wiggle room there. I don't know. I probably should.
Let's just call it like it is, Tom. The NFL just hates
no fun league.
You know, like if they had Fernando Tatis, he would have been suspended for some of his antics. And Major League Baseball catches a lot of flack for, you know, being like a boring and, you know, not embracing change and all that. But the NFL is just as bad, if not worse. I mean, guys can't wear like cleats that aren't, you know, the team color. It's so stupid.
Yep.
And that's what I'm going to end it there.
No, it's true. And I know they relaxed. They relaxed some of the celebration penalties that they had in place because they were looking around on social media going, oh, yeah, like maybe we should allow our players to do cool stuff after they score touchdowns so we can be cool and hip on socials. So I think that they're starting to trend to be more player friendly, but yeah, no doubt that it's not like they're the NBA or some of these other sports where guys can kind of go out and do their thing. It doesn't seem
like it would hurt anybody if you allowed players to express themselves a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got to protect the shield. James Conner with the huge gainer there on his first touch of the game. Giggle Pigs saying everyone going back for round 2 of BBW got this stream on the HDMI to the second screen in the living room for guests who I may have influenced to bet on these while race rages on. All right. What's up, guys?
I mean,
what in the other room?
What is BBW?
I'm not sure, but sounds like a great time. I'm in. I believe Giggle Pigs was telling us before about his barbecue he had, or he's going to have tomorrow. So maybe this is some sort of event that is in anticipation of all of the meat that's going to be cooked at his establishment. Sean Preston saying getting lit before dinner may be a problem.
Oh, the BBQ. Okay.
Oh, it was just a grammatical error. Okay, gotcha. Makes more sense. Dion Jackson saying beer, brats, and wings. Good for you, man. That sounds like a good night.
Guys, I know I am aware of certain interpretations of BBW. I was more confused as to the context.
I was going to try and let it slide and just read it and move on, but you inquired and sort of opened the door here, and here we are.
I just can't help myself.
Glash has ran into these problems at times as well, where it's like, don't take the bait.
Switching topics. Jordan says, what's the best food to have at a barbecue?
Potato salad.
Potato salad?
No. I think potato salad's the best side. But I think the best meat to have at a barbecue is hot dogs. I'm sorry. You can try with your fancy wings or your ribs or your burgers stuffed with things and blah, 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 your steak tips, your grilled chicken. You know what? No. There's always a chance they're not going to be cooked right. It might be dry. Give me hot dogs on a solid bun. Give me the right toppings, and I'm a happy man.
I'm
grilled to perfection.
For me, it's burgers and dogs.
Yeah, keep it simple.
But I will say that my preferred side dish would be a little corn on the cob.
Okay, that's a polarizing take there, Lamarca, because corn on the cob can be dicey in the sense that you're just chomping right into that thing. It can be messy. If you don't have the right little things to stick in the sides, it's not a fun experience. You got to have the butter in the mix there. Corn on the cob, I like it, but I could do without it.
You just made corn on the cob sound so much more complicated than it actually is. You take the corn,
yeah,
you grill it, you take the corn off the grill, you eat it. If it's like in season sweet corn, you don't need any butter. You don't need any salt.
Ooh, wow.
And who cares about the juice? Just eat it like a savage. It's a barbecue.
But what if you're at like you're at one of these nice barbecues, you got your seersuckers on, you got your polo shirt on, maybe you're rocking some boat shoes. You gotta be careful for the corn on the cob slob. You got to be careful for that slobber. If I'm eating corn on the cob, it's got to be like on a pool day, right? Oh, just missing his man in the end zone. Like, I already got to have my shirt off. I have to have been like swimming in the pool all day. I'm able to jump right back in the pool when I'm covered in my corn on the cob slobber. It's just, maybe I'm just not I'm not a neat eater. You know, I need space. I need a bib.
Oh, I mean, listen, like, I'm not saying that I'm certainly not a neat eater. Like, if I'm out at a restaurant, I will not order wings in like mixed company because it's going to look like a damn crime scene by the time.
100%. Yeah.
But I've never had that problem with corn.
Yeah. No, corn. So I'm telling you, man, look, corn in certain settings can be dangerous. See, I wasn't really a huge potato salad guy until I moved to St. Louis. And I said this to Morgan the other day, and I know she's not listening, but I forget what her answer was. But I asked her, I was like, is potato salad being like a prominent part of a lot of dishes we eat? Is that like a thing for your family, or is that a thing in St. Louis? Because I never had potato salad as much in my life as I did until I started dating Morgan, who's born and raised in St. Louis. But she said it's real. Now I'm remembering. She said St. Louis, it's big here because barbecue's big here and it's a popular barbecue side. So potato salad just it permeates across more meals than you would imagine, you know? And so potato salad's really good here because barbecue is such a priority. So it's shot way up my sides list all the way to the top.
So do you prefer a potato salad or a macaroni salad?
I would say before moving here and dating Morgan, I would have said macaroni salad, but I'm now potato salad. My eyes have been opened to the greatness of potato salad.
I'm definitely team mac salad.
I enjoy a mac salad. I think that mac salad can be done a bunch of different ways, which is cool. You know, you get the Italian style mac salad, you get the mayo heavy mac salad. You can do, you know, all sorts of different fun stuff. You can get mac salad with all these different types of cheeses in them. I mean, there's definitely room to play there as we end the first quarter, but I don't know. Top end potato salad, love a good pot salad, baby. Pot salad over mac salad.
All right, are you ready for one of my most controversial food takes?
I am very ready.
There's no more overrated barbecue thing than watermelon.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Watermelon is incredibly overrated.
It's bland.
Yep.
It tastes like water.
Yeah.
With a little hint of melon.
And it's got weird texture too.
I can just, if I never have any more watermelon, I'd be okay with it.
I don't mind a watermelon like cut up in a fruit salad, but I don't want to sit there and eat like 8 slices of watermelon, you know? That's a great take. I don't think it's controversial at all. I think we need to be more. We need to be more accepting as a society of this take, Lamarca, because watermelon, highly overrated fruit, as stats are good through quarter one here. I am
Jordan
right
has
there.
Literally
with you.
threatened to take us off the sim for that take.
Jordan, apparently a huge watermelon fan. Jordan also asking if a hot dog is a sandwich, or I don't even know how he worded it. I don't want to go down that road. It's well documented. I am firm hot dog is a sandwich guy. You know, it is what it is. We don't need to go down that black hole if we don't want to. I think I've talked to you about it before, Lamarca. A hot dog's a sandwich. Done. Full stop. We can move on. That's probably my most controversial take. That shouldn't be. It's clearly a sandwich.
I honestly, is it okay to just not care about this argument at all?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
I think that this is an incredibly stupid argument. If I had to make a stance, it would be that it's its own separate thing. It's a hot dog. Yeah. But like, sure, it's a sandwich. It's not a sandwich. Whatever makes this conversation end, that's the side I'm going to take.
The reason why it's stupid, Lamarca, because it is so obvious that it's a sandwich. But I digress. Let's see what the chat's saying here. Matt Nelson
Robbie
saying
Noble is in the building. Robbie, congrats on the win in that last sim. Assuming that was you.
Good stuff, Robbie. Matt Nelson saying grilled watermelon is amazing with barbecue sauce. That intrigues me.
Yeah,
because I don't mind
you look like you could just put barbecue sauce on anything and be pretty happy.
I love barbecue sauce. You know my affinity for sauces. Tate asking us here on Zoom, is the hot dog put in bread or is it the bread wrapped around the dog, thus making it a wrap? Wraps or sandwiches? Next question. Called IV saying pizza kills the barbecue convo. Is that your way of saying that you just think pizza's way better than barbecue, Called? Because I think I tend to agree with you, but I mean, we're talking about two delightful genres of food there.
It's a different...
Abby Rizzle.
It's different.
Yeah, they're both great. Abby Rizzle saying barbecue chicken pizza. Yeah, I love barbecue chicken pizza. Absolutely love it. Are you kind of a traditionalist with pizza because you're a New York guy, or will you adventure out and do a little BBQ or buff chick?
I pretty much stick exclusively pepperoni.
Yeah, big Roni guy.
Oh, huge Roni guy. It's salty and meaty. It's good.
You know what I miss about the Northeast is when you go to those pizza places where they have the little pepperonis that curl up and they get the little grease pools in them. Delightful.
The greatest pepperoni that there is.
Yes.
My thing is like if I'm gonna get chicken, I'll just get a chicken parm hero or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Catch there for Pittsburgh as they drive to try and put the first touchdown on the board for today. Ashy Dari saying, bro, y'all gotta have Texas watermelon during summertime. It's super sweet. Yeah, maybe you and I just haven't had the correct climate watermelon. Like Northeast
y'all are
watermelon.
Drinking the wrong water.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's possible.
I think it's possible.
Definitely possible.
Watermelon is beloved. DJ Shakedown saying big bland watermelon for BBW. Nice. That's good. I think that Lamarca agrees. I like watermelon as an artificial flavor, if that makes sense. Like watermelon flavored
it makes
slushy or like a bubble gum or whatever, you know? So that's why the idea of barbecue, I mean, watermelon being good, there has to be a level of watermelon that is delicious given that the artificial version of watermelon is tasty. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I agree. I agree that like artificial watermelon sweetening flavors are very good. Like I hate that with cherry. I hate the fake cherry syrup. I've never liked cherry blow pops.
Yep.
I'm not a fan
Morgan's
of,
the same way. She said one of their first dates ever. I forget what we were eating, but she was like, "Oh, do you want mine?" I was like, "Yeah, why?" And she goes, "I have a taste aversion to cherry."
Yeah, like those maraschino cherries or whatever they call.
She's out on those.
Hate them, but I'll eat a real cherry. I'm fine with a real cherry, but the sweetened ones I find gross. So it's like the opposite for me with watermelon.
Hunter Angelo saying a hot dog is not a sandwich because a hot dog does not mean there is always a bun. If there is a bun, it is a sandwich, but a hot dog itself is not. Yeah, I think that's fair. Ham and cheese is not a ham and cheese sandwich unless it is on bread. It is ham and cheese until it's in a sandwich form. Correct. The hot dog meat is not a sandwich in its, like when you buy a pack of hot dogs, you're not buying a pack of sandwiches. You're buying a pack of meat.
You have really thought about this, and you are like prepared for every clap that these guys have.
Yes. Lamarca, I have been fighting this good fight for years. Here's the thing. When this started becoming an argument back in the day, let's say 5-6 years ago, I was very open-minded to it. I said, I will allow myself to be convinced either way. Because people were taking firm stances and they were, digging in. And the more and more I would listen to these takes, the more and more I realized, all of the anti-sandwich hot dog arguments are incredibly weak, slippery slope arguments. Like, none of them can stand on their own without having holes poked in them. And then every argument for a hot dog being a sandwich, it's all just based in logic. What is a sandwich? It is meat on bread. What is a hot dog?
You think
it's meat on bread?
This is all a big giant conspiracy by the anti-hot dog sandwich people?
I don't know what it is, but I just, I took some time. I even did. So I had a podcast back in the day that I would do for fun. And I had someone that I knew was hardline, hot dog is not a sandwich. I knew a guy that was hardline, hot dog is a sandwich. And I said, okay, you guys debate on this pod. I'll chime in here and there, and then I'll declare a winner. We had some dudes call in. We spent almost an hour and a half on this.
That could be fun.
It was fun. It got taken down because I used copyrighted music back in the day. All those pods are gone.
Well,
They're saved on my computer.
But I'm saying, let's think about this. Chat, what is a question that me and Tom Carroll can debate during our next sim? And we will let you all vote on the winner.
I love that. I'm all in on this.
If we throw out a good
honestly,
question, I would
don't
love
pick
to
the
do it.
hot dog as a sandwich argument because
Well, yeah, we can't do that now. We've already
it's been
spent time.
debated. Yes. We'll call it the Great Debate.
I mean, you're working 3 sims together. We're going to have to go with something a little bit off the dip.
Yeah, you want to mix it up a little bit.
And
There's
I
only
think
so
that
much
would
you
be
can talk
super
about.
fun.
I'm all in. Yeah, guys, give us something here. That would be a blast. Chris Collins saying lettuce wrap. That sounds gross. Out on that. I actually think lettuce wraps in general for sandwiches, overrated.
I mean, it's fine. I always think I've done some no carb diets and stuff, and I'm always like, yeah, whatever. It'll be pretty easy. All I have to do is just stop eating bread, piece of cake, and then you realize how much you miss the bread. Like a lettuce wrapped cheeseburger.
Bread is.
I was like, I never realized how important the bun was to this. I'm gonna say sandwich, but that may be the wrong way to put it. I've never realized how important the bun is to this cheeseburger sandwich.
No, cheeseburgers are sandwiches. You were correct in saying that. But yes, it is an underrated component. Good bread can make or break most sandwiches. Like if you have the best ingredients of the world and you throw it on some rinky-dink white bread, it's not going to be that enjoyable of an experience for you. It's going to be falling apart. And if you don't toast it, you're not going to have enough weight to carry the ingredients. Bread is key. Now, is it health food? No. And should it be avoided? Probably. But bread just makes us all happy.
I try to just go whole wheat where I can now. I'll never get rid of bread.
Can't. Obi-Wan saying, dude, so is a taco a sandwich? Yes, it is.
I think the general thesis here is anything that is comprised of meat in between a bread-like vehicle is a sandwich.
Look, I mean, I've said this on the sim before. I'll say it again. There is a sandwich tree, and on this tree, there's many branches. You have cookout food. You have your deli food. You have wraps. You have breakfast sandwiches. You have the Mexican branch. You have all sorts of branches on this tree that are all interconnected in the sandwich family. It's like the tree of life, right? As we have a touchdown here for Cincinnati getting on the board here. Do you have him in your lineup?
John Ross the boss?
That's my way of saying I didn't know who was number 11 for Cincinnati. So I just said, do you have him in your lineup? Hoping that you would know that John Ross is number 11.
I think it's John Ross, but I'm not 100% sure. And I honestly can't remember if I have him. I don't.
I do. So I am happy about that. I'm going to look at the depth chart instead of waiting for the producer to tell me because I am a professional. John Ross, number 11. It's Chase Claypool. No, that's the other team. So Jordan asking, he's trying to think of ideas for the debate here. He says Marvel or DC. I'm personally not a huge fan of comic books enough to have like a firm take on that. So that wouldn't be a good one for me.
Nope, me neither.
Yeah.
It's a good idea though.
Yeah. For a certain broadcast team, that'd be great. But and yeah, Daniel's saying he prefers both. He likes both, prefers DC. As a casual fan, yeah, I mean, I like Batman. I like Spider-Man. I know that those guys both are on different
Spider-Man's
teams.
Marvel now.
Yeah, right. So Batman's DC, Spider-Man's Marvel. So kind of like a little bit of both. I like the X-Men movies back in the day. That's Marvel. Superman is Superman. How can you not like Superman? Superman's DC. Ooh, Tate with a good one. Football or basketball? Where do you sit, Lamarca?
I think basketball is a better game.
Okay.
I think we could do better though.
I like it. I think I enjoy the NFL more than the NBA. Personally. I don't know where you sit on that discussion, but yeah, I agree. I think we can do better too. No offense. I agree, Daniel. He's saying it's more unpredictable and fun in that way. Tate saying he's sorry he let you down.
Never. Tate could never let me down.
But the NBA is a little more predictable, right? Like we know the best players are going to be playing at the end of the season almost every time. That's how the history of the game has worked. And I know you guys can say, oh, what about this guy? What about this guy? No, like generally speaking, I mean, you look at the teams that have won the NBA title, like 80% of them have been won by like 5 teams. It's because they always had the best players. Giggle Pigs saying hot dogs make you eat them sideways so you don't spill out your contents, while sandwiches are meant to protect the precious cargo. I think in both of those instances, you're protecting what's inside. So again, see, weak argument. Weak argument for hot dogs not being sandwiches, Giggle Pigs. You're proving my point. One of my least favorite arguments that would be made was, well, when you think about a sandwich, you don't think of a hot dog. It's like, okay, well, when you think about a motorcycle, you don't think about every single type of motorcycle in the world all at the same time. When I think of TV shows, I don't automatically think of the Brady Bunch. That doesn't mean it's not a TV show. I mean, what are we doing here? Field goal attempt here for Boswell.
The Boz.
Having a great half here. 3 field goals for the Boz. Giggle Pig saying I missed his other arguments before. Oh, all right. My bad.
Taco Bell
Jordan
where the shell is made of chicken. Now that's a real brain buster.
Yeah, I would say that is still a sandwich. The chicken is just the bread, you know. Jordan saying winter or summer, pancakes or waffles, calling someone versus texting someone. Ooh, that might be a really good one. Where do you stand on that one?
I prefer to call people.
I do too. I'm a call guy. I pegged you for a text guy. I hope you don't take offense to that. You just seem like texting. You're efficient. Send the text, move on with your day type of thing.
I've actually had relationships fail because I am lazy about texting. And like, I just won't respond. And that drives certain people crazy.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. I have many friends that have had that exact same thing happen to them, because I'm not going to say all girls, are better texters than guys, but most of the females in my life are better texters than the males in my life. So there's an expectation sometimes to, like, we need to meet them at that level. It's hard. Sometimes I just don't
Great
want to
texter
respond to your
raises their
text.
teammates' game, and I just couldn't do it.
Right. Here we go. We got James Conner stinking up the joint from a catching perspective, receiving only 1 catch for 5 yards. John Ross has the score, 2 grabs for 44. Not a ton to look at here stats-wise when you got a 9-7 game at halftime. 3 field goals here for Boswell, and the 1 score there for Cincinnati. Juju Smith-Schuster with 6 grabs, no tuds. So we're going to get into the second half here. Let's see. We got Spotify versus Apple Music. Jordan saying, I am a Spotify guy personally, but I also have Apple.
I don't care either way.
Yeah, I have Apple Music. If albums become Apple exclusive, then I use it there. But yeah.
How about like do you have like a favorite book that you would stand for, or a favorite series?
I mean, my favorite series of all time is The Sopranos.
Okay.
And I'm pretty adamant about it being the best television show of all time.
Okay. I'll fight you with that on The Wire.
Oh, I love The Wire, though. I think The Wire is the second greatest show of all time.
All right, so we'll scrap that.
If you had said something different, we could have done it.
All right, here's a question. Not a debatable question in my eyes, but TC and Matt, will either of you ever go on the show Naked and Afraid?
No.
And would you make it to 30 days?
No and no.
No and no.
Yeah, absolutely not. Whenever I watch that show, because I've fallen into some Naked and Afraid holes in the past. Like the idea of even one night sleeping naked in a jungle where things can crawl wherever they want, and you have nowhere to go, and no blankets, and no air conditioning, and no pillow. I mean, no, I don't even like camping.
If there was ever a show called Clothed and Comfortable, I might go on that. But Naked and Afraid, 2 things that I'd rather not be on television in front of other people.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, not to mention, I don't want to be naked in front of everybody. I don't think anyone wants me to be naked in front of them.
I never understood the premise of that show.
Because they don't win that much money, dude. They win like $5,000.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the premise of the show, because it's on like just regular cable. Like they can't, it's just blurred out people. It's essentially the same thing as if they were wearing clothes.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I think it's just because it's way harder to be in the wild naked than it is being clothed and comfortable. You know? Like it takes the hard part of Survivor, and it makes it even that more difficult, not allowing you to like wear underwear. You know?
Daniel says, I just feel bad for all the junior editors doing all the blurring on those shows.
Oh, brutal.
So much unnecessary blurring, Daniel.
And honestly, like, again, I've watched a ton of that show. Like, I've gone through marathons of it. It's crazy to me, like, they like permanently destroy their bodies to do these shows. Like, they come out of these things down like 25 pounds lighter and like gross infections. It's like, was it worth it, guys? And I'm talking 25 pounds lighter for people that don't have 25 pounds to lose. Like small men and women going into the wilderness naked and coming out smaller with infections in their private parts from locusts.
More ideas that I have. Do you have a favorite reality television show?
Yes, The Challenge on MTV.
Okay. I very much enjoy The Challenge.
It's a great show.
But I would be willing to say that Survivor is better.
Okay, I like this. Okay, I would like for you to take the floor.
Keep that on the back burner.
Okay, we keep it on the back. Yeah, because we got another sim to go here. I was going to say we could get into it right now, but we do have the next sim.
Oh, I am prepping for this. I am prepping in between the sims.
I love that. Okay. Yep. I think that's a good debate. Maybe we should have multiple, like each quarter is a different debate.
Okay. Jordan brought up Mac or PC. Do you have an opinion on that?
I'm a Mac guy.
Okay. I've recently made the switch to PC.
Ooh. And it was because you disliked Mac, or just like you got a good deal on a PC?
I like Mac quite a bit, but it is extremely overpriced for the level of equipment that you're getting. So like specifically when I started doing more video stuff, I needed an upgraded video camera, and the Mac that I was running couldn't support it.
What a touchdown grab. Oh, I thought he was getting in there. That was a perfect wheel route for John Ross. He gets tackled right at the 1. That was a thing of beauty there. Third catch of the day for John Ross.
Jordan says The Amazing Race too, and that's also a great show.
I've never watched it.
It's not as good as Survivor.
I have never watched it.
How about this? Would you rather have $1 million all at once, or $100,000 for once a year?
Oh, so I think the debate here is, if you won the lottery, do you take the lump sum or you take it all at once?
Okay.
And I would take it all at once. And I don't even for a second. No, it's not even like
it's not
something
debatable.
I can entertain.
You take the lump.
You take the lump sum, guy. I mean, come on. Oh yeah, I understand you're getting money the rest of your life and you'll live comfortably, blah blah blah. If I'm winning the lottery, I want to flex. Like, I want to buy a sick house right away with a dope car.
That is funny that's your reasoning. But it's just you can create more money with the money.
Yeah.
Not to mention,
and then you invest.
If you die, like, it's not like they keep sending that money to your family. It's just over.
Yes. Give it to me all at once. I could die tomorrow. Exactly. I want to be able to fly wherever I want and do whatever I want and invest the correct amount to continue to grow my wealth. I got to start playing the lottery again, dude. There was a stretch when I was living in St. Louis, and still am, but when I first moved to St. Louis, and I didn't know anybody, and, you know, I was doing this job. It was a grind. And, you know, I'd get to the weekend, I'd be so gassed out from the week of work and so, like, nervous about what I had to get done for my show on Monday that I'd just be so stressed I didn't want to do anything. I was like, I hate this job. I live in a city. I don't know anybody. I'm just going to play the lottery, because what's the worst that could happen? I lose. What's the best that could happen? I could quit this job and leave St. Louis. There was a solid 3-month route where I did the lottery twice a week. And I went 0 for whatever, obviously, because I'm here.
Did you play specific numbers or just random?
No, randos every time.
Okay.
And it was brutal. And I would try and get my friends. I was like, let's join a lottery pool. And, you know, each of us will buy everyone's ticket. You know, we'll do a rotation. No one wanted to be in. I'm like, guys, if you think about it, it's a very small amount of money to spend, and you have the chance. Like, I was selling on it so hard. They're like, no, Tom, like we just don't want to do it. It's a pain in the behind to go to a gas station and do this. And it's like, guys, come on, don't you want to be rich? They're like, we're not gonna win. But then the thing that's really frustrating is that someone from my area here in St. Louis has won the lottery very recent, like within the last 3 years of me living here. And while I was doing the lottery thing, someone on the Illinois side of the metro area won the lottery. I was like, I was probably within 15 miles of this gas station. And so it made me want to stop. It made me not want to give up. It could have been me. That's right, Jordan. It should have been me. But it wasn't. Now I'm here with you guys here on a Sunday night. DraftKings Dream Stream. It's me. It's Matt Lamarca. It's Daniel. It's Jordan. It's Tate. The DK Sim fam. None of us here have won the lottery. If you have won the lottery and you feel comfortable telling us, please share. Did you take the lump sum? What are you doing right now? You living in a mansion filled with rich mahogany? And we understand if you don't want to tell us, but if you've won the lottery, pop in, tell us why or what you're doing.
Leather-bound books.
But yeah, you're taking the lump sum. Come on. What is the thing that you would buy first if you were to win the lottery?
As usual, I will answer your question with a question. How big of a lottery are we talking?
Let's say 500 million.
Okay, so 500. Figure you take the lump. After taxes, you're probably left with like
200.
Yeah, 150. We'll say
they tax a
conservative.
lot. They tax that like crazy, right?
We'll say 150. The first thing I'm buying is a house. It would be. I wouldn't need a huge house. It would be a nice house.
Really nice
But,
house.
I would probably go like 3,200 to 4,000 square feet, something like that.
It's a big house.
On the North Shore of Long Island.
Oh, nice.
And then the second thing I would buy is a condo in Vegas.
Yes. I love that. I think what I would do is rent a really, really nice place close to where I'd like to build a house. So I'd try, whoever Morgan would probably have a firmer opinion on where we'd want to live. Yes, I'm including her in this. And her dream is to build a house. So I'd be like, okay, we can build your dream home. Legit, anything you want, as big as you want, wherever you want. We got 150 mil to do it. So allow her to kind of pick the spot, take charge on that thing, and just live in like a sick penthouse close to wherever we're building this thing. So that would be the first thing I would do. Move out of wherever I am, move in somewhere nicer, get in touch with the contractor and start building a house. Connor stopped short. 3rd and goal here for Pittsburgh.
And then the only other thing I would really splurge on would be a membership to a golf club.
Nice. You hit him straight. What's your handicap?
Not as good as it used to be. Probably about a 20 or so.
Connor gets in, but really tries hard to not get in. He was allowing himself to get tackled there. There's no question about it. But he said, you know what? Let's fall forward just another inch here and get in the end zone. Steelers up 1. Extra point on the way. Going to put them up 2.
And then I would do some things for my family. Obviously, I would save a bunch, invest, and then I would do a big free roll for the DK Sim fan.
Wow, what a dude! I love that. I definitely would become like a whale in Vegas,
Well, that's a great way to go, bro.
2-point conversion is good. Deontay Johnson with the grab. 17-14 lead here for the Steelers. Yeah, I think I definitely would donate some too. You don't want to be that guy that doesn't give back. But I definitely would try and this is going to sound weird, but I'd hire someone to control who's allowed to get in touch with me.
You hire an assistant?
Yeah, because when you win the lottery, that dude that you haven't talked to in 15 years.
Sure.
You'd be like, hey man, I got this business idea for you. It's going to be the next Uber. Fumble. Pittsburgh picks it up. Down to about the 12-yard line here. Here we go. Pittsburgh in a position here to make this a difficult ball game for Cincinnati to come back.
Yeah, man, it's your cousin.
Hey, man. I know we haven't talked since the 3rd grade, but I got this great idea. It's like Airbnb, but it's just swimming pools.
Yo, that's not bad.
I actually
I'm
either
adding that to
saw
my
that on
idea
Shark
book.
Tank or saw someone tweet about that. I don't know. Yeah, if you guys want that idea, you can take it. I think it's out there already. It's the end of the third quarter here. Steelers on top of the Bengals, 17-14.
Ooh, this could be a good one. By the
Let's hear
way,
it.
we'll do the stats first, then I'll read this.
Big Ben, 18 for 23, no touchdown passes, but he had that 2-point conversion that gave him that 3-point lead. Joe Burrow, 15 for 19, touchdown throw for him to John Ross earlier. I'm going to take a look at the rushing stats here momentarily. As Pittsburgh leads 17-14. James Conner, 8 for 51, so he's not going to hit the B word. He had that touchdown. Like I said, was trying not to score that touchdown. Joe Burrow, he ran in a score, 2 rushes for 8 yards. Juju Smith-Schuster, 7 grabs for 87, so look out for him for B-word stuff. John Ross with the touchdown grab for the Bengals. He's got 3 catches for 60. Boyd with 4 for 43. Ebron, 4 for 43. Samuels, 4 for 28. Uzama, 3 for 25. Bernard, 3 for 18.
I'm
Sorry,
Gio Bernard.
I had a malfunction there for a second. I think I need better glasses, guys. I think I need to go back to the eye doctor. So, Lamarca, where are you in the contest?
Let's see. Honestly, haven't been tracking. Can't imagine that I'm doing particularly well.
Let's see.
I am in 92nd place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not great. I'm probably not doing all that great, honestly. Ebron is in my captain spot. He hasn't been good. Yeah, I'm in 85th. I'm right there with you, brother.
It's not good.
So, no. It is not good. Ooh, Varda Robinson talking about the DH in baseball. Are you pro? I would say you're a pro DH guy. You want the NL to have the DH.
I was very anti-DH until I got it in my life last year. And now I miss it so. Although I'm not going to lie, it has really helped the Mets this season not having a DH because every one of their players is injured and their pitchers can actually hit a little bit.
Yeah, see, I could tell that you're a pro DH guy because you want to get rid of kickers and defenses in fantasy. If that's how you roll, there's no way you enjoy the pitcher hitting. There's no way.
No, I think it's stupid. But what I do like is I enjoy the managerial aspects of National League Baseball. The double switching, do I let my pitcher hit or do I pinch hit for him when he has a good game going? Like in the American League, like your manager, all he has to do is manage a bullpen. I use this guy in this situation, and that's it. And you give some guys some days off here and there. It's a much easier job, in my opinion. But
would you say that the managerial role in Major League Baseball is overrated in general?
Yeah.
I do. I agree with you. Yes.
I think almost all coaches in all sports are overrated.
Ooh, I like this take.
There's like a handful that matter.
Touchdown here for Pittsburgh. Juju Smith-Schuster with the score. Go ahead. Continue
Juju
to
working his way towards a wooden nickel, by the way.
Yeah, he getting close. I think that gets him mighty close to the bonus. So I want you to hash out this take here for us. Let's
I think that there are like a handful of coaches that legitimately improve your team's chances of winning. Then there's like the vast majority of them are just kind of average. And then there's a handful of coaches who are actively making your team worse. In basically all sports. I don't know about hockey. Can't speak on hockey. I don't watch enough of it. But like I think a lot of it is just if a guy is there for a while, the players just get tired of hearing his voice.
Yep.
You need to switch it up. I don't think that the new guy is necessarily going to be any better than the old guy, but it's different, so it works for a little bit. And then you rinse and you repeat the process a couple of
It's
years
crazy how in hockey, when they fire a coach, almost immediately, every time the new coach goes on a winning streak. It's like clockwork. And I think it's for that exact reason, Lamarca. Dudes just get tired of hearing the dude's voice. Because I think hockey coaches, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, I feel like hockey coaches are a lot like baseball managers in that they just, you set the lineup, right? Or you set your lines, and then it goes. Like, there's really not much game planning you can
switch, though?
do without it.
Say you have to tell them like when the first line comes off and the second
yeah,
line
but that's all sort of planned out ahead of time, generally, you know? Like certain defensemen will stay out longer or shorter, and that can be coaching too. But it's all sort of game planned well in advance.
Okay.
So I do think that the hockey coaches are a bit overrated as well. I'd say football can completely destroy you from a head coach standpoint if you have a bad one. I think in basketball, a good coach can be like having another set of eyes on the court. But generally speaking, it's talent, you know? And if you don't have the best talent, you're going to lose. Like, I don't think, like, you look at the Spurs. They have Greg Popovich. He's never going to win a championship until he gets another top 15 player on his roster. It's just how it is.
That's just the way it is.
Things will never be the same. Jordan on our Slack saying coaches in hockey control the playing style, so how much they attack on offense versus stay back on defense. There you go.
All right.
So yeah, it's sort of a philosophy thing. But yeah, baseball managers are incredibly overrated. Here's a question for you, Lamarca. What does a first base coach do? I've never been able to figure that one out. What are you doing?
Relay signs, I guess? I don't know.
What are you doing? Why are you there?
We have one guy on my slow pitch team who's always like, guys, you need a first base coach. I'm like, no, we don't. I'm not going to stand out there, be like, yo, you got two. Like, he has eyes. He knows what he can do.
Yeah. I always like when you're watching a broadcast on baseball and they're like, oh, Tony Pena is one of the best first base coaches in baseball. It's like, how do you know that?
This is a good take.
Right? And also, like, you know, he's just a dude that feeds you information. That's why you like him. He's good with the media. That's why he's one of the best first base coaches in baseball.
I tell you what, this guy's just a calming presence in the dugout.
You know who's a great first base coach? Larry Boa. I mean, just look at him out there. And then they do a pan to him. He's just standing there completely lifeless.
Just picking his nose.
Yeah. It's like, what are you doing, man? And you're probably making so much money to do nothing. And I guess maybe, like, it's what they do behind the scenes, and it's just about having, like, an experienced guy
right,
on
I
staff.
think, yeah, like, sometimes they're the infield.
And that's just where they have to stand, you know? That's just their game day position. But
Frank White says, get your butt in the first base coach box, Lamarca. Be a team player.
Yeah, what are you doing, Lamarca? Hey, we need a first base coach.
Executive Session says, Matt, have you played fast pitch softball? No, that sounds terrible.
Isn't that just like college softball? Like, you know,
they do have like men's fast pitch leagues though.
I've never seen that.
I'm just not into it.
I have never seen that. I've never seen a dude like do the whole softball pitch thing. Seems really hard.
Oh yeah.
Incredibly hard. Michael Barnes saying a lot has changed. I got out in 2004, so I'm a happy veteran, proud. I served my country and taking it one day at a time. There you go, Michael. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service, Michael.
Looks like he's been out of service for a long time, but still, you're a veteran. Thank you for what you did for us. Thanks to all the veterans watching. Shout out to all of the relatives of those watching who are service family members. Lamarca, you have anyone in your family that served?
My grandfather, but that's about it.
Touchdown here for Cincinnati. John Ross, second receiving touchdown of the day. My grandfather served as well. He was a cook in the Korean War.
Yeah,
Shout
my
out to
grandfather
Gramps.
was also Korean War. Air Force, I think.
So my grandpa was an Army cook. And then I have an uncle by marriage who served in the Navy during Pearl Harbor. No, not Pearl Harbor. Sorry. Desert Storm. Pearl Harbor would be very old.
That's an old uncle.
Yeah, that'd be a great uncle. No, sorry, Desert Storm. I said Pearl Harbor because I thought Navy boat harbor. But yeah, there you go. Shout
the
out
Edge
to them.
says his son is deployed now. It's the worst dad feeling ever. I
I
can only imagine. Can only imagine. I'm sure that's very nerve-wracking, but again, thank your son for his service. Certainly, if we had to rely on dudes like me and Tommy Freeze Pops to defend the country, we'd be in serious trouble.
Nate Burnatz saying thank you for your service from your fellow Canadian DFS player. TX TIDDY Twister saying save your thanks for people who haven't passed. It's called Veterans Day. See, I think that you can say thank you to anyone that served in the military any day of the year.
Whatever.
Like Memorial Day, Veterans Day, 4th of July, whatever you want to do. I don't think that there should be limitations to when I can say thank you for your service to dudes that are putting themselves out there to defend
They
my
probably
freedom.
more than just deserve just 2 days of thanks a year.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, my man TX here. I'm just gonna say thank you all the time. Michael Barnes saying all you can do. I pray for your sons and daughters. God bless. Steelers, 2:11 remaining here in the fourth quarter. James Conner staying on his feet. Ooh, it's probably getting called back here.
Yeah, a little late
he
long
breaks the
run.
tackle. That's a touchdown if we don't have a hold back at the line of scrimmage, which it looks like they do. Yep, they're showing the offensive lineman on the screen. That
Never
one coming back, folks. Wow, James Conner. Yikes. He's going to have a talking to with his man in the locker room. That was an insanely nice touchdown run. Not so fast. Bad Boys of Pop wants us to give it to Connor. Give him the points anyways. Nope. Sorry. That would be nice, though. I remember I had a season-long fantasy matchup where I needed to win to get in the postseason, and it was a Monday night game, and I needed Percy Harvin to score. Like, I needed a miracle, basically. I needed Percy Harvin to score 3 touchdowns to win the game, to win the matchup. He dropped 3 touchdowns in the game. Dropped in the end zone. And he dropped 2. He caught one of them, but didn't get his feet in bounds. I was devastated.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
But that was one of those nights where I did the same thing too, Bad Boys of Pop. I'm like, just give it to him. Just give it. I need the points. Timeout here in the fourth quarter. Steelers holding on to a 3-point lead here. 4th and 2 coming up. Kicking Club saying I was in for 22 years and never in the combat zone. So to those who were, I offer a big thank you. Juju Smith-Schuster 5 points away from the bonus. Yeah, Kicking Club. Either way, still, we appreciate your service, man. Dudes that aren't in the combat zone, also super important to making the whole thing run. From top to bottom. If you're in the reserves, Coast Guard, doesn't matter. Burrow in the gun. Looking. Deep. Oh, was that picked? Did he get his feet in?
I don't think he got the feet in.
He did not. Appreciate Burrow going for it, though. Bad Boys of Pop saying, thought I'd share with you, my friend. I literally just got back from dipping my feet in the sand. First time doing so since moving to Newport Beach. Feeling great. Wow. I'm assuming you're living in Newport Beach, California. If it's Newport Beach, Rhode Island, I'd be really surprised. But you know what? Hey, I love Rhode Island, so I'd be jealous either way. No huddle offense here for the Bengals. Under minute 15 to go. Burrow play action. Finding his man for the first down, but that clock is going to continue to run. No timeouts. Going to run under a minute here. Gonna imagine that we don't even get a field goal attempt here to tie Lamarca. That's my guess with the way clock management runs. Nets are up 121-98 on the Celtics here in the fourth quarter. Looking like Brooklyn going to take a 3-1 series lead. Oh, okay. We're down to the 20-yard line here. The clock is still running. Do the Bengals run to the line of scrimmage here and spike the ball, stop the clock, give themselves a chance to tie this thing up? Let's see.
I think they're gonna take at least one shot at the end zone. I know
Burrow.
that this is, oh boy.
Looking, middle of the field. Are they going to be able to get in there and spike the ball? Looks like they're still going to huddle up. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cincinnati does not even get a playoff, squandering an opportunity to bring this thing into overtime, which I know we all want. It didn't happen. Here we are, Cincinnati blowing it. Hoyered at the end of the game, as Daniel says. That's right, horrible clock management. Pittsburgh gets the win. Brutal finish for Cincinnati Bengal fans and for owners of Cincinnati dudes in their roster.
Dudes?
Yeah. Kickers, receivers, etc. Missing out on some points.
Yeah.
So,
little rough.
Classic Madden clock management at the end. So, Cincinnati not taking advantage. So, what are we going to do for this debate next broadcast here? It's best reality TV show debate, The Challenge versus Survivor.
Yeah, I liked your idea. We'll keep it to like a quarter per topic.
Yep.
We'll start with reality TV.
And let's do it in this. We'll start in the second quarter. We'll give the first quarter of the next game for people to throw in more topic ideas.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, I like this. Okay. Joe Burrow, 25 for 31, 271 yards, 2 touchdowns. Good game for Joe. Got
pretty
close
good
to the
game for
bonus
Joey
there.
Burrow.
Big Ben, 2 for 25, 205 yards, and a tud. James Conner, 12 carries, 62 yards, and a touchdown. Honestly, better game than we've seen from James Conner in recent memory. And he had a long touchdown called back on a hold, but I think the hold kind of led to the long touchdown. Although he did break a tackle there, so good for him. Juju Smith-Schuster, 8 catches, 93 yards, just short of the bonus, 1 touchdown. John Ross, 6 for 89 and 2 tuds. Bernard had 6. Boyd had 5. Samuels 5. Uzama 4. Ebron 4. AJ Green 3. And then a whole bunch of dudes with 1. Lamarca, player of the game. Who gets the wooden nickel?
Gotta be John Ross. He was a popular play, but 2 touchdowns, basically 90 yards, 6 catches. John Ross was the player of the game here.
He gets the wooden nickel. Congratulations to John Ross. If you're ever here in St. Louis, we'll go grab a free cone from Lion's Choice Roast Beef. And who is your babysitter Billy player of the game?
I'm so confused as to why the roast beef is the ice cream cone source, but
hey man, it's a good little roast beef spot. They got free cones if you get the wooden nickel.
I'm gonna go with AJ Green.
Yeah, bad game for him.
3 for 19. He wasn't overly popular at 35%, but 3 for 19 is not getting the job done.
I'll be curious to see how he does next year in Arizona.
I am not curious at all. I think he's doner than done.
So there you go. But see, that's why I'm curious, right? I mean, he's a former Pro Bowl guy. Him and Burrow never clicked. He dealt with some injury problems over the last few years. He's getting his next chance here in Arizona. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued.
That could be a debate topic. Why Tom likes Dusty.
Why is AJ Green not an intriguing storyline next year in Arizona? All right. We got one more sim for you. It's Madden After Dark. It's Ravens at Lions. Make sure you get your free roll in there. Go join all the contests, do all that good stuff. Up next, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg, Tim Anderson. They discuss the match 4 and the ongoing Bryson DeChambeau versus Brooks Koepka feud. Check it out.
Here's my take, Jeff, and I want to run this one by you. There is a Twitter war or an Instagram war, whatever you're talking about here, between Brooks, Bryson, Tom Brady. Phil's getting in on the action. Aaron Rodgers is on vacation with his fiance and like Miles Teller, so he's kind of staying out of the entire thing. So we'll see when he ends up coming into the situation. But here's the whole thing. There is a $40 million pool worth of money, Jeff, for the people who generate the most by whatever algorithm and metrics the PGA Tour is using to be the most influential people in golf. They will 10 players will share in this pool of money. Bryson was already going to be in there. Brooks, I don't know if he was or not, but he's probably going to be in there now. I think this entire thing is coordinated so they can get this money.
Okay, that's probably fair. I'd like to say one thing. Brooks would have gotten there. The stuff he's going to end up doing with Portnoy over the next couple months would have gotten him in the top 10. So I don't know that he would have had to force this. All I can say is I am 100% certain Brooks despises Bryson. Now, Brooks might be smart enough to be like, I hate this guy. I may as well profit off of it. Like I may as well turn this into money if like I hate this guy. And they both freaking love attention. Also, you mentioned 5 people. 4 of them are playing in a match here. One of them isn't, and it's Brooks Koepka. And in my personal opinion, I'm wrong a lot. I think it's fair how Brooks probably feels. He probably feels a little disrespected and jealous. Bryson gets all this attention, this non-stop attention. Brooks always has to prove himself. From the betting markets to like, for whatever reason, it always feels like the media, even the non-betting golf media, from the betting golf media, always seems to make Brooks prove himself. And he always proves himself. And his trophy case is boss. So he's probably sitting there at home like, F this guy. Why am I not in this rub?
I don't know why Brooks isn't. I guess probably a lot of it had to do, honestly. Like the real reason that Brooks isn't playing in this is one, Bryson's a bigger draw. Bryson's a more notable figure. He's more, not necessarily popular in terms of people liking him, but he's just a more known figure when it comes to just the general public. And that's all this tournament is, this match.
Yeah, it's all relationships. Like your agent Bryson's agent might have a better relationship with the people at Capital One. Like it could be literally as simple as that, who I believe is like the host of the event and paying for it all. Therefore,
probably the people making the wish list of who they want competing.
Or who's putting this on? Is it an NBC like Bleacher Report type thing?
Yeah, I think it's another one of those Turner Sport things.
Yeah, so they were probably like, hey, can we get Tiger? Okay, no, he's not available. Can we get Spieth? Oh, he didn't want to do it. All right, it's either Ricky Fowler or Bryson. Those are our two next options.
Exactly. You're not wrong. But I stand by Brooks. I am certain there is a true dislike for Bryson, and he's going to decide to make it off of little money, to build up some fire, just to stir the pot. Brooks is a pro golfer. He probably loves the fact that ESPN is going to be talking about him and his sport tonight. Like that is great. I don't know, between Phil winning and this, like, holy, but like, what is going on, man? This is amazing.
Well, there's also too that Brooks was injured when they were planning this entire thing, that maybe they didn't know what his availability would be. Tim, do you think this entire thing is set up? Because I'm starting to think that that video that got released probably doesn't get released if Brooks doesn't be like, yeah, you can release that. Don't worry about it. That'll be good for me.
No, I think Brooks is just actually too cool for all this stuff. I actually don't think he cares. He genuinely is not one of these phony people that needs to, set things up in a particular way so that the dominoes fall. I genuinely think he's just a shrug it off sort of guy who does not care. He doesn't need to be as popular. He doesn't want to be as popular as Bryson. What he's going to do with Portnoy will be far more popular than anything that goes on with that game. And it has the reach that he wants and the fans that he's interested in cultivating. Brooks has a very different affect, a very different way to approach the game and the sport. And I actually think he takes its measure. What he doesn't like about Bryson, I think, is that Bryson is an obsessive to a point where it's actually kind of embarrassing. Whereas Brooks is sort of like too cool. He's like, yeah, I'm good and I practice, but life is made of things other than this. And so like there's a clash of cultures going on here. And no, I don't think it's a setup. I think that's a bit too conspiratorial. Most of the time in this world, things are not set up. Things just happen organically. That's just the way of the world. And I think that it's very likely what happened here as well.
Brooks, I agree. Like, as much as I am pro Bryson in like if it actually became a thing, but really I'm just pro whichever guy I'll better roster if I roster either of them in a week. Like that's the guy I'm for. That's what it will come down to in the end. But Bryson, we'd all rather be Brooks, a guy that seems like has like the way better work-life balance. Like he goes on vacation, eats peaches, like he just having a good time. Bryson doesn't seem like he has time. Like everything is like solely focused on winning trophies. Brooks seems to like, you could debate how much he cares, but it's clear he puts exponentially less effort into it than Bryson.
Because it comes naturally to him. He's more talented than Bryson is. Bryson has to work harder to get to his level. Brooks is the kid who doesn't have to study, can walk into the final exam and get a 93. Bryson can get a 93, but he's got to cram every single night.
Miss
and
all
Brooks
the good times. Yeah,
Brooks knows it too.
Yeah,
and he wants you to know that he knows that he doesn't need this stuff, and it's actually kind of silly. And so, as time goes on, I find myself squarely on Brooks' side. Brooks has a better perspective, by and large, on these sorts of things. I think Bryson is sort of like
Bryson has no perspective. As much as I love Bryson, I think he is, and this is really like people are going to hate me for doing this, Pat.
Which is why Aaron Rodgers, is the perfect foil here. Rodgers has the same affect Brooks does. Rodgers and Bryson are very, very different people, which is why Brooks is taking a shot, because Brooks knows that Rodgers and he are sort of like spiritual cousins. They're both like have other interests beyond just the sport they play, and don't like they're Mr. Cool.
But wouldn't the ultimate pairing in this be Brady and Bryson, because they're essentially the same guy, except Tom Brady has hired a much better social media team?
Well,
oh my God, where did he hide? Like, what's his meme guy get paid? Like,
I don't. It has to be a ton, because he's like his Instagram and Twitter are both fire.
I'm just trying to figure out where the kid came from. Like Brady went to Tampa, he took his favorite Patriots social media guy. He's always seeming like, it seems like even deep into his Patriot run, he had his own social media guy team. So I don't know. That kid is fire. Great for Tom. I mean, maybe he hired this wouldn't mean anything. Never mind. Like Norm Kelly, inside joke for Tim.
Does Tim even get that?
I know who Norm Kelly is.
No, he had this it was like this really obnoxious thing in the city I lived in. Never mind. That was really dumb and stupid. I do believe Bryson lacks total self-awareness though.
Oh, totally.
Like he puts out these corny videos. I don't think he realizes how corny they are. Like I think he's also very genuine in his weirdness.
Yeah, I don't think he's you know who he reminds me of, Jeff?
Nope.
The other guy on the line.
Who?
I guess he lives his own truth. It's all like, it's hard to, I could, sure. I guess. I don't know.
No, but Bryson is an obsessive tryhard that has to try hard. This all comes naturally to me. Like, I'm far more like Brooks.
Oh my God. And, you can't even grow the same bad goatee that Brooks currently has. And that would take you like 7 months and it would still be horrible. The funny thing the funny thing about this prayer, like thinking about Brooks and thinking about Bryson, I do think that there is somewhat of a calculation to it because there is this prize pool worth of money. I think they both want their hands in that. And I think the people higher on that list in terms of who gets the most social media attention, everything that goes along with it gets more money out of it. I don't think it's just split 10 ways with the $40 million. I think if you're higher on that list, you get a bigger cut of it. But it also is all we've ever asked for is golf to embrace some more like WWE mentality. And this is the first time I can ever see it happen. But you say like Brooks or Bryson is an obsessive, and that makes him very off-putting. And that Brooks is this too cool for school guy. He has all this natural talent. Aren't we just basically describing Tiger and Phil?
No, both of those guys were obsessives.
Tiger was a legit obsessive.
Yeah, but Phil was too, and Phil is now worse than he ever was.
Yeah, Phil is now like if Phil had done now what he is doing now 20 years ago, he'd probably have like 12 majors.
Yeah, but
Phil's like Brady
walking around
these
with
days,
multiple
right?
drivers at a major like 20 years ago, and walking around with 7 wedges in his bag. Like he was doing weird stuff and obsessive stuff too. Like not to Bryson level, but like he wasn't sort of just like the debonair guy that Brooks is. And also, when you talk about the social media stuff, there's a reason that Jeff has stopped talking about Justin Rose. He doesn't want to do anything to contribute to Rose's uptake.
Honestly, Rose had a nice week last week. I don't even see the Rose stuff. It gets dropped to me by carrier pigeons. I swear to God, I don't follow him anywhere. But when he does something, you think like I'm worried. Like if there's a summer afternoon, I'm going to think, and he does something corny on the internet, I'll see my mentions and think like Herbert got hurt. Like that's what happens. That's how many I get. I don't know. I'm just in love with everything that's happening. And as much as Brooks might have the wherewithal to play it up, I do believe there's a genuine dislike there. And it's like any office. I mean, Pat, I've worked with you in an office. Like I can make that meme of like who I guessed you would make that face when you were doing something and that person came by. We all have that. I golf at a club. Like I could relate to Brooks in the sense that like there's this one guy who like I can't stand. Like just the sight of him drives me nuts. I don't think about him when I'm not there. So the notion that he's living in my head is probably unfair. But when I freaking see him, like, oh, you. Like, so I don't know. Maybe we've all had fun with it. But, yeah, I don't know. It's great. I'm so fired up. Like, I'm going to do a show tonight. Not even to date this, but I don't even, want to talk about this week's event, Pat. There's so many, overriding stories in golf right now. It's great.
Well, I think Bryson is living rent-free in Brooks's head at the moment. And Brooks made a tweet about it, and Brooks made an Instagram story about it. He's really trying to lean in. And this kind of goes back that it's very clear Tom Brady has a social media team, and Bryson does not. He's just on his phone.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not great. He's not a professional social media person.
No.
And I bet you like Brady. Yeah, exactly. Brady's got hordes of them. If Brady needed extra opinions, like I'm sure Portnoy would rent Brady his like 22-year-old editorial room.
Tim, do you think that you could be Bryson's social media person?
I think I would basically be writing the same tweets that he other than when I saw his tweet today, I would have tweeted out the GIF from Mean Girls. Why are you obsessed with me? Rather than what he wrote.
But I don't think, and I'm dumb enough to think that I think Bryson's obsessed with Bryson. And Brooks is like, just can't stand the guy. But I don't think Bryson can't stand Brooks to the level Brooks can't stand Bryson.
Bryson strikes me as a person who doesn't hate anyone. Like he is that. Yeah, sure. He isn't self-involved to the point where everyone else is just kind of neutral to him.
Yeah, he's so self-absorbed in like his task-oriented life that he doesn't pay any attention. I said this before, but I'll go as far like to say it again. And someone should say the moment you say like, I know nothing, you should probably stop talking. So I should now probably stop talking. But I believe Bryson is on that like on the spectrum, but also a bit of genius. Like I think there's like a touch of the Asperger's in Bryson, but it's also he also got the part that makes you like part genius and amazing. But I think his social like norms and awareness are non-existent.
Or he is operating on a level just beyond what he's playing 4D chess right now. And he knows that this is when he was like, if you're someone like Bryson and you put all this work into your body to change the game and talk about it and talk about how you're a quote unquote scientist and all this stuff, and he put in the hard work to do all of it, like he's not stupid. We know that. And maybe he sees this as the best niches, whether it be a wrestling gimmick or any sort of gimmick, and this feels like a gimmick to a certain extent, are some extension of your real life that's just really overblown, that maybe he doesn't care how he comes off, but he knows that trying to be like non-self-aware Bryson is just a really good marketing strategy for him, because it works, because people love Bryson, and there are so many people that hate his guts and want to root against him. He is one of the few golfers that isn't Tiger, that isn't Phil, on that level where he just draws attention, like
emotion.
Tim,
he
you can
incites an emotion.
Tim, yeah. you watch like PTI and all those shows that like don't cover golf ever. It's almost like in hockey, like you just don't see it in hockey ever. That unless someone gets like a Donald Brashear stick to the back of the head, then they're not talking about hockey. Bryson's one of the few golfers that can penetrate like the first lock on PTI just by being Bryson.
To a degree, I actually don't think he has that much sway yet. I think that's still Phil and Tiger and only Phil and Tiger that can break into that top. Unless Spieth has won a tournament, I don't think Spieth can break into that either.
Fair.
Golf is still as popular as it's getting. It's still quite niche, and there's a couple of names that move the needle in terms of like the A block of PTI. Bryson's not there yet. Brooks is not there yet, but Brooks doesn't want or need to be there.
Yeah, but Brooks is never going to be there unless Brooks wins the PGA Championship or the Masters. And maybe the Portnoy stuff will get him there. He's trying, but there's weird stuff Brooks can do. And I agree with you with Spieth. Unless he wins, they're not going to talk about Jordan Spieth because there is no real personality. Like Fowler was the closest thing that we have. He's just not that good anymore. Bryson's legit. He's one of the world's best players. He's an absolute weirdo.
Yeah, he is a weirdo. And I think Brooks is like reminding
Tiger was a weirdo
no matter how
too,
hard
though.
to work.
Right? Like, I mean, looking back, like Tiger's was a weirdo. Like he seems to be in a much healthier mental space. Clearly there was a period where, it was bad, but I even made a joke on Twitter today, Pat. I can't wait to tell my grandkids about how golf was saved in Tiger's third hiatus.
Is this going to get to the point where Brooks and Bryson are paired together at some event outside of a major, but it happens in the morning and we don't get to watch it? Because maybe this is what we need to get cameras on every single hole, is like these guys not being on the coverage.
Doesn't the USGA can be cheeky? They've done short guy, they've done fat guy, they've done glasses guy group, bald guy. Like they do things, right? They've had to apologize in the past because like they've gone kind of overboard. with things. I think maybe like the fat guy group kind of set some people off. But they have like a standard role, right? It's like past champion with like US Am champion. So I don't think like, even if they want to be funny, like I feel like they have an out to avoid the pairing.
Yeah, but
like I mean, the past champions usually with the US Am champion and maybe even like the reigning Open champion or something.
Oh man, I would feel bad for the US Am champion, because I mean Brooks is a former champ, Bryson's the defending champ. So those two plus the US Amateur champ. Like, who is the ideal third? Who's the ideal third guy for that group? Is it Reed?
I said if he's in the tournament, it's Steve Stricker.
It's just yeah, but they're both making the team, so that doesn't matter.
Yeah, but just
it does matter, because if you remember when Watson coached that team, there was such division that he couldn't keep the team together, and they got crushed. Right now, and I'm not the first to say it, like Team Europe is sitting pretty. Like you would love to look at the dysfunction in the American side that they're sowing and think, great, they're just going to rip themselves apart again, because that's what they do.
There was division on the Furyk team too, right? Like Reed got all hissy pissy when him and Spieth got broken up. Yeah, Phil kind of went off on the Watson team. And it was great. One of the funnier takes was like Padraig. He's having like a scotch watching these two guys hate each other, and Phil just made the team. Points for Padraig.
It's tough. It's tough. I wouldn't want to be Steve Stricker right now. He would actually be a good third person, although I don't think he's qualified for the U.S. Open. He'd be a good third person.
Well,
I don't know who.
Well, let's try to figure out who it is. Do you put super like nice neutral guy in it? Do you put Phil in that group? Like,
why not put Gary in there and have the last three champions of the U.S. Open in there?
Nah, it's
well,
no
then
fun.
They might have to. Like if they actually do that, Tim. Like if they actually decide they want to put them together, they put Gary in there. That's like how they could vocally like
justify it.
Yeah, like, oh no, all we did was put the last three champs in.
I think that I mean, if the USG, no one likes the USGA. So now that NBC has the rights to the US Open, buying it from Fox, and they want to push this Peacock Prime that you have to go on to actually stream these earlier groups, that I can see NBC putting some pressure on the USGA, be like, look, we did you a solid buying you out and giving you this platform. Why don't you do us a favor and let us pick this Bryson Brooks group and let us pick a third to throw in it?
Would that alter your desire to bet either of them?
No, not at all.
I'm just curious. I think you should put a third guy in there, Pat, like a Bubba, who would be willing to like needle the whole day, like both of them. Like a fun guy who would like play it up. Tiger would have been amazing. Like he gets too serious probably at a major.
What would Mickelson do?
Mickelson would be amazing too.
Just won the PGA. You have the reigning PGA champ. You have the reigning U.S. Open champ.
And the reigning Phoenix Open champion.
Is there even like a snarky Euro? Like someone that would just
like... Can we just put Poulter in the group and give him a headset?
Poulter or Garcia?
Yeah.
No, Garcia wouldn't be as fun. Garcia's like too. Poulter's like a fun upset all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a Euro that would just like troll the whole day. Stenson or something, like a naturally funny guy.
Or you just put in Hatton and he'd just be mad the entire. Well, how about this? Like in a realistic pairing, those two in Rahm, just chuck them all together. Or throw Dustin in, because doesn't he have beef with Brooks too?
Yeah, apparently they did. I don't know, the story that they fought, right, or something. I don't know, man. It's hard to keep up who Brooks has got a beef with.
At Harding Park, remember? DJ was the 54-hole leader, and Brooks basically just asserted that Dustin was going to fall apart, and this is what he does at majors, blah, blah, blah. Now he did, but Brooks did worse.
I wouldn't really say he fell apart. He actually played quite well.
Brooks fell apart.
Brooks fell apart.
Yeah.
Brooks like wasn't on TV after the second hole.
Yeah, he shot himself out of that tournament. Yeah, I mean DJ was still in the hunt, but again, he did lose the 54 hole.
Yeah, but I think Brooks's comment then was along the lines of like, no, there's no like, he's only got one major. He doesn't scare me or something like.
Sounds right. Well, but look, Brooks is a killer. He's that tiger in the middle of the room, right? Not like Tiger Woods, but like the actual like tiger, like the Bengal, will get you. And like that's why I respect the guy. he's cool and he knows he's cool and he's not afraid to let you know that you can't get to his level. Like Bryson can work as hard as he wants, be as cool and be as successful as he wants and have all these cool videos, blah, blah, blah. Brooks can just swat him away with one flick of his wrist, and Brooks wants them to know that.
I don't know if that's necessarily the case at this point. There's an Instagram story right now, Jeff, from Bryson that is the picture of Brooks going like this, and it's a picture of Bryson photoshopping himself onto his hat, giving the thumbs up. There's something kind of endearing about
David Lynch. It sounds like something David Lynch would come up with.
Yeah, exactly. You have Bryson. He's just working on different levels here. There's something endearing about this Bryson stuff to me. I don't know why. I think it's because I feel like I know it's him doing it.
Oh,
I agree. I agree with that for sure. He might have one other guy in the room like, what should we do? What should we type? What should I type? But yeah, he's typing it. I agree.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. Like, there is something endearing about Bryson. Like, he's like far more the everyman. He's proof positive that you can do anything you want to if you set your mind to it. Like, there's like a role model aspect to that.
I mean, let's not pretend like Bryson isn't one of the most legit prospects in golf history, kind of like as a junior, as an amateur, as a college player, and coming out. Like he was on the level of Tiger and Jack in terms of what he had accomplished.
Sure. But he didn't think that he could do what he needed to do the way he was.
He didn't think he could do what Brooks was doing and dominating that run of majors.
He wasn't. He hadn't had a top 10 in a major. He was
but I mean, like physically,
make a radical change.
I mean, like the style of play required to be a super elite.
Yeah,
he didn't believe he had that ability.
He didn't.
He was a very complete player, but he didn't have that ceiling. What all those guys in the top 5 in the world did one thing that he wasn't doing, which was off the tee at that time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Tim, what are you going to cap the match at right now?
Yeah, Jeff laid out a good number there. I might have laid a little bit more wood. I might have laid like minus 145 for Phil and Tom Brady.
I'm going to lose all my money betting on Bryson in this, aren't I?
Well, you should almost always take the underdog in these sorts of things because, like, why not? You're getting a pro with another pro, and like, who knows what the amateurs are going to do that day? Like, you could never predict it. So you're probably smart taking whomever is plus money.
I think it would strike me as odd that a top 5 player in the world would be an underdog to Phil Mickelson, who's 50.
Who just won a major championship.
That's fine, but when was the last time before last week that Phil beat Bryson? The Masters, the PGA Championship. I think he's like 2-17 against him in the last few times that they've teed it up.
I don't know, but people are going to like people like Tom Brady, people like Phil. They're going to bet on him.
That's good. Maybe we can. Maybe we get a bigger line.
Maybe, but I mean, I don't know how much handle events like this really gets.
A lot. That's the whole purpose for the only reason that these things exist. Basically, coincided with legalized sports betting in America.
They're literally like a 2-hour. They're a 4-hour commercial for the title sponsor, and they're about gambling.
Yeah, but remember the other 2 times they happened. One was the day after Thanksgiving, which is a pretty dead day for sports, and then
exactly.
The
so it's all to yourself. It's the one thing that you can gamble on.
But this is not in that time of year. And then the other one, this is in July. I think it's July 6th.
Sure, but and what's going on? What else is going on July 6th?
It's like 2 weeks before the Open Championship. There's Wimbledon. There is baseball. There is lead up to the NBA Finals. There is lead up to the Olympic Games. Like, it's not a dead spot in the calendar the way that May was last year when there was nothing on because of the pandemic, or 2 years ago it was the day after Thanksgiving. Viewership and handle will almost certainly be down for this event.
I very much do not. Handle will not be down for it.
Yeah, it almost certainly will be. Tiger's not involved.
I mean, what do you think that the handle was on the one last year?
I do not know.
But so how are you comparing them?
Because Tiger's not in it. I don't know if I need any other comparative stick, even though I made the case for the time of year. The lack of Tiger, I think, is what does it.
And Rogers is going to spend the 4 hours using a couple opportunities to make that organization uncomfortable.
Who was it? Who was like the sideline reporter last time? Was it Justin Thomas?
It was JT.
Yeah.
Again, nothing going on in the world at that point.
Yeah,
I doubt he'll be doing that.
Well, they probably don't want to let him next to an open mic at this point either.
Well, that's a fair point. But just there's so much going on, like that time of year, that if you're not playing in it, why would you be there?
On a bit of a sideways note, guys, the Phil win might have one enormous payoff for everybody when all is said and done. It might have scary enough that it might have been needed. The scene, the 18th green, just everything that's magic. But that win might be the final straw that will get CBS or NBC to pay him what he wants. Because a golf reporter made a comment about it that, that the talks were happening and real, and people kind of balked at Phil's price, what it would take for him to do the booth work.
Remember how good he was at Harding Park?
Yeah, everyone acknowledges it. And he kind of wrote back at Ship, like, be careful what you wish for. Like with, I think that's something that is on the table with more steam. Now, it's sad is the guy just won a major. I don't think he's rushing to get in the booth, but I swear, I think it really like reignited the world sentiment for this man, and the networks noticed. I think in the end, if I had to bet, he's going to do one of these jobs one day and get paid what he wants for it.
Well, that would be great, because we live in a world where we have Faldo, who is very bland, except when he's cheering for Englishmen, and we have Azinger, who doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, at least when we had Johnny, we had somebody interesting and insightful and not afraid to be critical. We got nothing now.
I don't think you're going to see Phil in the booth. Maybe for the select event or anything like that, or he'll have the Mike Weir TSN job where when he misses the cut at the Masters, maybe he'll go into the booth at that time. But like you just said, the unintended consequence of Phil winning this major is that he's in all the majors for the next 5 years.
Oh yeah, I'm not even looking at this as a short-term play. Maybe when he's 60, I don't know, but I think
one of the first things he mentioned, because I watched like 4 hours of post PGA Championship coverage on Golf Channel because I was so fired up that I couldn't do anything else. And like in the press conference, like one of the first things he mentioned was how he doesn't need that special exemption anymore, and he's got 5 years to take a crack at a couple of home courses for him in Torrey and in Shinnecock Hills that are in that rotation of courses he'll get to see.
It's exciting.
Is he allowed back at Shinnecock Hills?
That's a fair point too.
Oh, let's see. Brady's tweeting out more memes. I do enjoy that, like the sentiment is almost 100% like anti-Bryson with how lame he's being. But I do enjoy that, like the golf writers are like, look how lame Bryson is, like not realizing themselves that they're the lamest people on earth.
I just don't think they want to get on Brooks's bad side.
Or what?
I just don't think they want to be on getting his wrath. He can be incredibly terse at these events. We saw it last week.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a vindictive soul, sort of like Aaron Rodgers. It's not worth it.
Another reason that he and Aaron Rodgers would be a match made in heaven.
Bryson, yeah, I think he doesn't even notice who made fun of him, or who did something.
I don't think Bryson
Unless
cares.
It's goes super viral.
Like just the amount, and that's why I think this is a bit of a work. It's just the amount of now seeing Bryson get in on the action that I just don't think that he would care either way unless there was some sort of profit to be made from this.
You are right. It doesn't seem like he's the type of guy that would he could be lifting weights or working on something right now. It doesn't seem like.
Or social media is incredibly addictive and people just pop off sometimes because it's fun.
Oh, I know that feeling.
Right? Like that explains things more often than it doesn't. Just you're caught up in the moment and you have something snarky to say and you just shoot off.
I would agree with you on that, but it just seems like just the way that we've talked about Bryson this entire time, how calculated he is. And even the weird videos that he puts out where he's playing video games without a shirt on and weird stuff like that. It's all so calculated that he doesn't strike me as the type who would do that kind of thing. It seems like if there's a reason that he's going after it right now, and whether it's to troll Brooks or they're secretly in on it together, or if it's just to get a piece of the $40 million and move himself to the top of that list, then I think that's why he's doing it. Or they told him, whoever's broadcasting this thing, hey, maybe it's like a Floyd Mayweather deal with all four of these guys. Maybe Brooks has a piece of it too. Who knows? That if they that they get a certain rake off the number of pay-per-view subscriptions that they sell to this thing.
Maybe, but it's Occam's razor. The simplest solution is almost always the correct one. These people are just shooting off and don't like each other. And it's kind of fun. And that's all there is to it. I don't know that there is any sort of conspiracy underpinning any of this stuff.
It all feels too calculated from every side.
I don't know.
Agree. Even Brady's involvement.
Yeah.
Brady's
Like
also a crazy person.
some Brady is
Also
gonna
a
like
crazy
tell
person.
his employee meme guy like to go off on it today, like just for shits and giggles. Like
And-
there's a plan here. It feels like.
Or
you
he just
know?
saw it happening and said, well, get me into the mix somehow.
Does that sound like Tom Brady to you?
These
mean,
days,
in the
I don't
thing-
know.
So the way that I have conceived this in my head, what's going on right now? So there's this $40 million pool. Brooks and Bryson are trying to get their biggest piece of the pie with it, and maybe that they're seeing like this has caught fire, and now they're pressing to go into it, and then they enlist the help, and especially with coincided with the match being delivered right now and Brady's involvement in it, that maybe that there is a like certain cut of the money generated from both the sponsorship, the TV, whatever it might be from this golf event, that Brooks and Bryson and Phil, give up Brooks isn't involved with it, but Bryson and Phil, maybe Brooks, they're like, hey, Brooks, we'll cut you in a little bit. We'll cut Brady in to say, some of the pool and just do a bit of a money exchange right now. That these guys, like I said, these guys aren't stupid, and they're professional golfers. All they care about is money. So that would only make sense to me.
I don't think Bryson's driven by money.
They're professional golfers. That's what they do.
Most people actually aren't driven by money, and I don't think he is either. I think he actually is driven by the desire to be better than others.
If that was the case, he wouldn't be in those Bridgestone commercials.
Well, to say that you aren't driven by money doesn't mean that you're an ascetic who hates it either. But I don't think that's his prime motivation.
Even being in those commercials, it's as much a part of being like a brand ambassador and a status symbol amongst your peers in the game who get
I
that
agree.
sort of privilege of like one of these preeminent brands wanting to make them the face of them. But I don't know. Bryson's after a lot of things. Money is part of it. It's all part of it. It's all strive to be great. The money comes with it. Like, I don't know. The guy got on a plane and went home. Thought he missed the cut and he finished T10. Like, the man.
It is Madden After Dark. You got me, Tommy Freeze Pops. You got Matt Lamarca. We are here. Third straight sim together. Fifth of the weekend. Hey, buddy.
Forgot my spectacles.
Yeah, what are you doing? We protect our eyesight here on the Dream Stream here. Get the blue light reflectors. You can see the blue light. See, I'm putting it kind of close to the camera here.
Yeah, it's a blue light.
There you go. So what do you got in your lineup here? We got Lamarca. He is the genius of fantasy. I come to him for my fantasy questions. I look to him for guidance on DFS, on season-long fantasy. He is one of the go-to guys. Who you got in your captain spot?
I'll take knowledgeable, but geniuses.
Genius.
That's way overselling my abilities. I got Lamar at captain. I always play Lamar at captain when the Ravens are playing.
Got to do it.
The guy is just the fantasy cheat code with his legs. I also got in Stafford. I went with TJ Gronkinson, Marquise Brown, Justin and the Ravens defense.
I've never heard Gronkinson before, followed by that fabulous rendition of Justin Tucker's name. That's one of the best lineup reads maybe in the history of the Dream Stream. So congratulations to you for that.
You got to have some fun with it. I was feeling the Dr. Evil little Macarena dance, so that's what I went for.
It's good stuff. I got Lamar Jackson in the captain spot as well. Really nothing to dive into on that that you guys don't already know. Dude is just an absolute freak of nature in Madden. Got my man Amendola in the lineup. I feel like he's undervalued for the Lions at $7,400 in the flex. Galladay, Hawkinson, and then the kicker stack, Prater and Tucker. Two of the best kickers in the NFL for my money. So
sure,
we will see how that plays out for your boy. So later on in the broadcast, I think we're going to go second quarter on this. We are going to do the great debate, Survivor versus the Challenge. The chat will tell us who's the winner. Lamarca is in Survivor corner. I am in the Challenge corner. And you guys will determine who wins this.
We're gonna need.
And look, try and take your bias out of it. If you're a fan of either show previously, please don't let that dictate who you pick for the winner here. I want you to be unbiased judges of who won the debate. So I trust you guys. I trust your judgment. Do your civic duty and be a fair judge. Before we get into the game, I need to get this off my chest.
Rip it.
So the Boston Celtics just lost to the Brooklyn Nets. We all saw that coming. Congratulations. Jaylen Brown already out. Kemba Walker injured. Robert Williams didn't play. Like, of course they were going to win. And they scored a lot of points. Almost 150 points in a playoff game. Congratulations. Let's just clap it up for the Brooklyn Nets for beating down the Celtics, who are a shell of themselves. They look like they got summer league lineups out there, okay? Kyrie Irving, you played in Boston for a couple years. It didn't pan out. You were a baby about it. You whined your way out of the city. You deliberately played awful in the playoffs against Milwaukee because you were tired of playing for Boston. You saw all your friends teaming up on super teams. That's what you wanted to do. Hayward got hurt, so it kind of ruined your plan. He didn't end up being the guy you wanted him to be. All of the young dudes in the locker room hated you because you're a clown and you don't really seem to like basketball, and you just get distracted by things and say things that you don't really know a lot about. I'm glad you're gone. I'm glad you're out of my life. I'm glad you are out of the Celtics life. Do your thing in Brooklyn. Go discover yourself in New York. Go get interested in something else for a month, and then get interested in something else for a month, and don't really, ever get too deep into it and just be loud for nothing, okay? You come to Boston, you take one of two. You should have swept this team. You let Jason Tatum, who's 23 years old, steal a game from you. But no, you come in, you win. You're up 3-1. You win tonight. And after the game that you had a blowout win that you should have won, you come out into center court and you take your foot and you deliberately slide it across the Celtics mascot at center court, stomped it down, slid it across like you were stomping a booger into the ground. Guess what, Kyrie? That's you telling Boston that you don't respect it as a city. That's you telling every Celtics fan that, you know what, you're not good enough for me. I hate you. And I just came in here and I'm going to deliberately disrespect you. Look at me. I'm better than you. I am better than your franchise. I am too good for you. And you know what? Good. Like, I'm glad. I'm glad you feel that way. We don't need you. We don't want you. You came to Boston. You're good at basketball, but guess what? You're a fraud. You will never be the best player on a championship team. You need to play with LeBron to win a championship. You need to be with Kevin Durant to win a championship. Get out of here. Stomp your foot across the Celtics logo all you want. Guess what? Your number never going to be in the rafters of any of the teams you played for. You're disrespectful. And honestly, no one likes you. Incredibly petty. And dude, if you want to do that, if you want to be the man and do that, like, oh, cool, look at me. I did the TO on the Dallas Star thing, or I did the Baker Mayfield thing where I shoved the flag into the field. Know what? No, you waited till the game ended and all the fans were filing out of the court of the stadium, and that's when you did it. So you weren't even man enough to do it in front of the Boston crowd. So get out of here with Kyrie Irving. End of rant. I just needed to get that off my chest. Loser with a capital L. Clown. Captain of the clown team, Kyrie Irving. Anyways, on to Madden.
I've gone to bat for Kyrie in the past, but it gets harder and harder to defend that guy. He's a fantastic basketball player. He's hit one of the biggest shots in the history of the league. And you're right, he just might not be worth the trouble, unfortunately. I do think that, like, a lot of what he believes in is stuff that I believe in myself. And I do think that, you know, there are other things that are going on in this world that deserve our attention. But when you're getting paid as much money as Kyrie Irving is getting paid, it's kind of got to be time. You know, like, after a while, you got to put the big boy pants on and go to work. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying times a million, guys. Justin Tucker puts a field goal, misses a field goal, I should say. 1st and 10 for Detroit. A rare Tucker miss, although that would have been a deep field goal try. I'm with you, man.
Good for me.
Would have been good for me as well. No, look, I get it. I understand that there's other stuff to talk about and there's a time and a place for things. But it doesn't feel genuine with Kyrie, okay? And I don't know if that's fair. I don't, you know, call me whatever you want. It feels like it's a mile wide and an inch deep with everything that Kyrie talks about. And it cheapens it, you know?
I get it, dude. You know, like, sometimes when it just hurts your heart. It hurts your heart. If any of my teams ever had a good player, I might be able to relate to what you're feeling. Because he basically, like you said, he looked at your franchise and your city and he said, I don't want to be here. It's not good enough for me. Mm-hmm. And I could see why that would hurt you. And yeah, like, sometimes you do wonder, would this team would they be like just as good with just Durant and Harden? It's probably not. I like I said, I still think Kyrie is probably like a top 20 player in the league, and definitely a guy who is not afraid to take the big shots and make the big shots. But he definitely, knows he's a star and is not afraid to milk his star privileges.
Kyrie is a dude that switched high school 3 times.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Like, this is not a thing that just started with Kyrie. This is a dude that's entitled, who, if he doesn't like how things are going, he needs to get out. And he's done it time and time again in his career. He's whined his way since high school, dude.
Yeah.
Entitled loser. And I should have known it. I was blinded by the talent. When he came to Boston, I was excited. They had a great run to start that season. Even with Hayward hurt, they started the season out like first 16 games of that year. He was awesome. He gets hurt, and it was just never the same. I should have seen the red flags. So that's it. I'm done talking about Kyrie. 2nd and goal here. Detroit not able to punch it in there. Baltimore wraps him up. Who is the athlete you hate the most, Lamarca? I have to imagine it's someone in baseball.
Who is the player that I hate the most?
Yeah. I'm sure it's like a Mets-related hatred.
No, it's not, actually. I'm sure it's not that hard for you guys to figure it out. It's one Thomas Brady, and it's not particularly close.
Makes sense. I get it. Touchdown.
The guy has
Marvin
just
Jones.
beaten the heck out of my team for the past 15 years or so.
Yeah. Your hatred for him might be even more warranted than mine for Kyrie.
I mean, it's you have to have respect for Brady. It's just like, you get tired of losing to the same guy over and over again.
Right. I mean, that has to have gotten old.
Jordan says, whose team hasn't he beat all the time the past 15 years? Yeah, well, my team, it was twice a year, okay? I'm sure the fine folks in Buffalo and Miami feel the same way.
Indeed. Conversely, he's my favorite athlete of all time. So we're on opposite ends here. I still root for him in Tampa. I am one of those bandwagon fans. They are my NFC squad. I feel like you're okay with that, though, right? Like you even said last sim, like you're in favor of rooting for the player as they go from team to team in certain sports.
I mean, I think I'm fine with it being a player thing, but don't do the whole the Bucs are my NFC team. Just say you're a fan of Tom Brady.
They've become my NFC team.
The Bucs are not your NFC team.
For the time being, they are.
Because they have Tom Brady. So
Correct.
You're a Brady fan. You're a Patriots fan first and a Brady fan second.
We're getting into semantics here, but yes, essentially.
I don't think we are. I don't think the Bucs have anything to do with it. If
not at all.
Tom Brady was on the Vikings, you'd be a Vikings fan.
It's more of like the transitive property deal where it's like Brady is a Buck, therefore I am a Bucs fan. If Brady then somehow makes it past his Bucs tenure and decides he wants to play for the Chargers, then I will be a Chargers fan. Then I will have 2 AFC teams that I root for. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're making
If Brady
my
played
point.
for the Jets, I'd root for the Jets. I'd have 2 AFC East teams.
No, you wouldn't. I don't think you would.
Lamarca, I would.
Well,
the man has brought me so much happiness.
Patriots fandom.
You can call it what you want. I'm being honest. I love Tom Brady. Love the guy. Brought me an incredible amount of happiness in my life.
It's just the damn Kaufman feels me. Also, hello, Kaufman.
Hi. Bad Boys of Pop. What are we talking about here?
Not true.
Sorry you're upset.
Oh, and there he goes. He might be gone.
Oh, that's house call.
He gone.
The 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown, Lamar Jackson. The former league MVP with the score.
That's why we call him Captain Wiggly. He gets in that field, man, and he's just wiggly.
Wiggly, verb or adverb?
No one cares.
Oh man, Lamar with the score. Look, I think it speaks to my credibility that I'm willing to admit that I would be a Tom Brady fan regardless of what team he went to.
Yeah, it's honest. I'll give you that. But I think saying that there are no limitations, like I said, it cheapens your Patriots fandom.
It might.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It is
might.
what it is.
You know, it's one of those things where I've put it in this context before, and you'll understand this because he's beaten you for this period of time. He was my quarterback from age 10. Like, I was in the 4th grade when he became the quarterback. I was 27 years old when he took his final snap for the Patriots. My entire conscious life, he has basically been the quarterback of my team.
I get that. Like, I feel a similar connection, probably not on the same level, but like I feel that with Jacob deGrom right now. But I can't tell you if he went to the Phillies or something like that, it would be extremely hard for me to root for him.
Interesting. But here's the difference, though, Lamarca. And again, I'm not, this is not a Mets slight. This is just reality. Tom Brady won me how many Super Bowls?
6.
DeGrom has not won any World Series for me.
True. Very true.
So it's like you haven't gotten there the way I've gotten there with Brady,
Okay.
It's different. I still love you.
It's fine. I mean, I think it's an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
All right, Varder poses a question. The Patriots make it to the Super Bowl and play Tampa Bay, and Tom Brady beats the Patriots. Are you happy for Tom then?
I'm happy for Tom, but I am definitely upset that the Patriots lost.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay.
This conversation came up quite a bit during the playoffs this past year when Brady was going on his run. Because, of course, you got to ask that hypothetical when you're a part of a group of broadcasters where a bunch of them are Brady sycophants like us. I think I'd be upset that the Patriots lost, but I'd be able to be happy for Brady at the same time. Both could be true. I would go into the game terribly confused and feeling weird, though. Like, this game upcoming this year is going to be so difficult to watch. I've never watched a game where I had a rooting interest on both sides like this ever in my life. Who has? I mean, the only people that can relate to what Pats and Bucks fans,
Montana fans, maybe when he was
right. Maybe that's a good example. I don't know if they played. You'd have to imagine if Montana did play against the Niners that they're going to start showing footage of that game all the time, like in the lead up to this game.
I'm already dreading that game.
Well, I guess Peyton. So Colts, Broncos, maybe, right?
Yeah, they could never play for a Super Bowl though.
But true. But I'm saying just even regular season game rooting interest. Like, but even Peyton, the thing that's different about the Peyton thing is he got hurt and then the Colts had the opportunity to get Andrew Luck, right? Where it's like, if Peyton doesn't get hurt, he's staying in Indy. He didn't want to leave Indy. Brady, willingly left. He wanted to leave.
I feel like I have to address this.
Okay.
Bad boys, your comments are being read, and we are not in charge of any of that.
Yeah, we have no say on it. I don't.
So You're barking up the wrong tree, my dude.
Yeah.
You
I
don't
love
need to
you,
keep
bad
spamming
boys.
it in the chat. So
Yeah. Like, come on, man. Hit up DK assist. That's not our department. Okay? We don't handle these things. All right, here we go. It's debate time. Lamarca, I know you prepped for this. You are in the corner of Survivor is the greatest reality TV show of all time. I am in the corner of The Challenge on MTV is the greatest reality TV show of all time. Let the debate begin. The floor is yours. Take as much time as you need.
thank you, Tom. I would like to say that The Challenge is a great show. It's a very good show. I enjoy it. I watch it on a weekly basis. That being said, The Challenge does not exist in its current iteration without Survivor. Survivor paved the way for all reality, game show type shows. And the best part about it is it's arguably better than it's ever been 20 years in. We're 40 seasons deep of Survivor. The gameplay continues to evolve. Anyone can win Survivor. You need to have the right combination of mental aptitude, social skills, tenacity. But it doesn't require physicality necessarily. The Challenge is basically a glorified athletic competition, which is cool, but it's just not the same complete game. If you're a big yoked dude like this guy Fessy, you're gonna make it to a lot of finals just by the virtue of being a big yoked dude. It requires no strategy, no gameplay. Just show up, win a couple challenges, and go away. That's it. Survivor, that guy would have to adapt or he would be voted out very, very quickly. Survivor is chess. The Challenge is checkers. My final point is that The Challenge steals contestants from other reality shows, including Survivor. It's like a sort of like a Pro Bowl. There's no, they take people from here, from Big Brother, from Survivor, from this, from that. It would not exist without all of these base layer shows. Or if it did, it would be a worse version because you wouldn't have the built-in character development. Survivor develops the characters for you. I rest my case.
Thank you, Matt. Hi, my name's Tom, and I'd like to talk about a TV show that combines brains, relationships, brawn, and endurance, all in one. You have to be great at talking to people. You have to be great physically. You have to be mentally strong. And heck, you might even have to be a little bit good looking. It's called The Challenge, people. It's on MTV. Got over 30 seasons. And yes, Survivor paved the way. But The Challenge perfected. You're not on an island where you don't have technology and all this stuff. But what you are is in an unpredictable situation, week to week. The rules can change. Every season is a different gimmick. Sometimes you're with your rival. Sometimes you're with your bloodline, who is not a good athlete, but you're related to them, so you have to be with them. Sometimes you have to have power in the game that actually isn't beneficial to have power. You have to show your cards. You have to make alliances. You have to backstab. All of these things go into playing on The Challenge. Sometimes you have the ability to change teams. It always switches it up. Oh, we have an interception here. Are we going pick six? House call? Ravens house call? Yes. Touchdown, Ravens DST. 14-7. Baltimore on top. Ravens DST owners gonna be thrilled with that one. Matt Stafford owners, not so much. So, the challenge is a show that, yes, it pulls from other TV shows, but the great thing about it is it pulls the best. The very best from all of the shows that people watch in the reality TV world. Oh, you were a cool character here? Let's pull you in. Oh, you were a cool character on a show in England? Let's pull you in. Oh, you were a super crazy person that's going to make the house incredibly interesting? Let's pull you in. There's partying. There's drama. There's conniving. There's strategy. It just has everything you want, man. And at the end of the day, it's about scoreboard, right? People are in this thing to compete. They want to win. They're not here necessarily to, well, of course, they're all here to grow their brands to a degree, but they want those championship rings. Johnny Bananas, he's got 7. He wants to keep coming back to continue to build that legacy. You got guys like CT who are in there year after year grinding away. One of the best television athletes of all time, still winning championships at his old age. How can you not continue want to tune in to root for that guy? And TJ Lavin, I'll say it, better host. Jeff, overrated.
How dare
TJ is cool. Jeff, not cool. I rest my case.
I think we should have a quick rebuttal period.
I agree.
First off, how dare you? Jeff Probst is a legend. That man has done more for the blue shirt and khakis industry than any other human on the planet. My big issue, and I agree with a lot of what you said.
You are a Challenge fan. I'll give you credit for admitting that.
My big issue is that it is something that you spun as a positive, which is that if there are 20 people on the show, I think there are about 5 each year that can win. It's just about which one is going to make it to the finals. In Survivor, you have 18 people show up, and there are a couple people that are probably drawing dead. You don't know that at the beginning, but for the most part, you have a 1 in 18 chance of winning $1 million. There are just some people that continue to show up at the challenge and have no chance of winning. Anissa, thanks for playing. Yeah, Nani, thanks for playing. Big T, thanks for playing. It's just not going to happen. And the fact that they drag that show out over, it feels like 90 episodes on occasion, trying to build the drama when we know who's going to be there in the end, that's a negative.
So, to rebut your rebut, I agree with you. A lot of these people are never going to win. But what I'll disagree with you on is the fact that it's not interesting to have them around. Just because they can't win the challenge doesn't mean it's not interesting to have a Big T in the house for CT to have to try and have as a partner when she's awful at everything. And then it gives him the ability to drop her, because of course he does, because she stinks, in exchange for one of the stronger partners when that's a gimmick. Or, you know, having Anissa around who we can all root against at all times because she's the absolute worst. Anissa is the Kyrie Irving.
Between seasons,
it's tough. It gets worse and worse every season. Like, Anissa, this is basically your full-time job. Why are you not showing up in shape to do the show? She is the Kyrie Irving of the challenge. She spews nonsense, and we can all collectively hate her. But she has some sort of resume that people can say, okay, you got to respect her a little bit.
I think she's more of a James Harden just based on body type.
No.
Yeah,
so I do think that the fact that these people can't win, you could see it as a disadvantage because it drags out the season. But at the same time, I like the show. Give me more of it. I don't mind that there's a ton of episodes. I like watching my dudes try and compete. I will say my one, and look, I know it doesn't help my debate here if I'm saying anything I don't like about it, but when they do an episode and then they'll cut away in the middle of an elimination or in the middle of a competition, like a daily competition, that bugs me. Like, don't make me wait to see who wins the competition. I don't know if Survivor does that. I'm not as familiar with the show.
No.
I think Survivor always ends with a tribal council, right?
Correct. No cliffhangers.
Yeah, that is one thing that's bothersome. Is that a touchdown? Yes.
Marvin.
Second of the day for Marvin Jones Jr., tying the game up at 14. So, but I don't know. I mean, look, the fact that I'm saying cliffhangers are a negative. I mean, some people love cliffhangers. They love the anticipation.
Yeah, real
They love
psycho.
the suspense. So, I think that your distaste for players that can't win is something that I view as a positive, because I want to have a little mix, right? Like, if you're building a stew, the whole thing can't just be, meat in the pot. You got to have a broth. You got to have some beans in there. You got to have some celery, some carrots, some corn, right? You got to have a little bit of everything to make a delicious stew. You can't just beat me over the head with, the same thing over and over again. Like in Survivor, it's like I'm just eating a bowl of popcorn. Every handful I take, it's going to taste the same. It's all popcorn. Give me trail mix.
Wow, so you're saying trail mix over popcorn? That's a debate for another time. All right,
I
folks.
inadvertently just said trail mix is better than popcorn. I don't think,
Folks,
honestly, I don't think I want to make that argument, but here I am. I have to defend it now. I've built this grave. I have to lay in it.
We've made our debates. Feel free to vote if you'd like. If not, that's fine. I know that I won in my head.
So if you got the Survivor as your winner, go with my man Lamarca. If you got the challenge, drop it in there in the chat. I have a feeling you're going to win this. You made a very succinct argument. I think I may have dragged at times. I think I was still fired up about Kyrie. Rossi's Fat Cat saying, keep talking, Tom. You got my mouth watering. Fidelis bringing up Big Brother. Have you delved into the Big Brother territory?
I really haven't, and I'm sure it's a show that I would like. I just haven't gotten there. I've tried watching like the celebrity one, and I found like the challenges to be kind of stupid.
Yeah.
So I bailed.
Makes sense. I agree with you that the challenges are stupid. It's
Hater
kind of a...
keeps bringing up Impractical Jokers.
Bad show.
Which is a different type of reality
I hate
show.
that show.
Really, I think it's pretty funny, but my thing is like, how in the world are they still pranking people?
Yeah, that's my thing that I hate about it. It just feels fake to me now.
The show's been on for how many years now? Like 8 years?
Yeah,
and there are still
maybe
people
longer.
that are falling for this?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
could you
wild.
imagine showing up and you see one of these meatballs? Like, I'd know right away.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, we got a fumble here. Detroit, are they going to try and scoop and score? They are. They are not going to get the touchdown, though. Lamar with the tackle. So Big Brother, I watched it for the very first time this most recent season because Morgan is a fan and we live together. So she's like, oh, we got a DVR Big Brother. I'm like, okay, I guess we're watching Big Brother now. I guess I'm going to be a Big Brother guy. And there's elements of the show I really like. The challenges are the worst part of the show. Because Big Brother is a show that's not meant for like athletes. It's all about like gameplay and lying and alliances and all this stuff. And then they make them do these competitions that are just like so fluky and like funhouse, carnival, weird. It's just insanity. And the last season, the season I watched, there was like one dude on the show that was a really good athlete, and he won basically every single challenge. And because of that, he ended up winning the game because he was able to give people the most amount of favors throughout because he kept winning, so he had all his power, yada, yada, yada. So I like Big Brother in theory. I think it could be done better.
Okay, I respect that.
Gone Fishing 1220 saying, Are You the One is better than the challenge. I never watched Are You the One, refused to watch it. Seems like a terrible concept.
Yeah.
It seems all made up.
Yeah, not for me.
They're like, what does the computer say is the best couple? It's like, clearly there's no computer making these couples, guys. It's producers in the back room deciding week to week who to match people with based on storylines. That's all it is. So I can't get there on Are You the One? So it doesn't seem like we're getting any definitive polling here for our our.
A lot of people saying they just.
A lot of people just like Big Brother.
Yeah. All right, it's a tie. It doesn't seem like this was a particularly well-received segment. So
hey, sometimes you swing and you miss.
You know what? We took a shot. We took a shot.
We took a shot, and it seemed I respect Survivor, and you like that you actively watch it, and I'm happy to know that you do. It's always nice to find out someone that also watches the challenge. May I recommend Paramount Plus has every TJ Lavin season of the challenge available if you'd like to go back and binge, which I have been in the process of doing.
Yeah, I mean, I have too many subscription services already. That's the problem.
If you like the challenge enough, it's worth it. Yeah, but if it's not your like very favorite show, then yeah, you're probably okay to not have it.
I'm also having an issue right now. I'm trying to watch the stupid Friends thing, and I have HBO.
Max.
I have HBO because I have DirecTV, and I have HBO on my DirecTV, but I can't seem to link my DirecTV account with my, and it's like I just can't get on.
That's so frustrating.
It's driving me crazy.
Yeah. So is it because you don't remember your DirecTV password?
I know it. It's just there's like DirecTV got bought by AT&T, so
right.
Like, sometimes you go to the DirecTV website and it accidentally takes you to it's a mess. It's just a mess, and I can't get it to work.
You know what? I did know that about DirecTV because anytime I do the Sunday ticket package for NFL, it always directs you through the AT&T site, which, got to be honest, not the most user-friendly.
No. It's a nightmare.
I don't understand that at all. Like, God, why are we making this difficult, guys? Lamar Jackson with the play of the half on that long touchdown run. We'll have the stats for you guys here momentarily.
Not a bad little sim going on while we
No,
were
not at all. 17-14.
away.
Detroit on top. Matthew Stafford, 17 for 20, 159 yards and a touchdown. Lamar Jackson just not throwing the ball at all in the half. Only 2 for 3 for 16 yards. That will look different when we look at the rushing stats.
Classic Lamar.
Lamar has 3 carries for 72 yards already. So trending towards the B word after first half. 3 carries. Almost has 100 yards already, people. Mark Ingram, 5 carries for 23. Kerryon Johnson, 5 carries for 33 yards. Lamar with the lone rushing score. Let's take a look here at the receiving stats. Marvin Jones, 7 catches for 47, 2 touchdowns. Marvin Jones, a beast in the red zone tonight. TJ Hawkinson, 5 catches for 60. Damon. So Danny Amendola. So you know what's messing me up is that earlier today, BK kept mentioning DA, Damon Amendolara, the CBS Sports radio host. So now when I'm seeing Danny Amendola, I keep in my head saying Damon Amendolara. So
they're personal friends.
Throughout this sim, I keep wanting to say Damon Amendolara because BK was bringing him up earlier today, so I apologize. Danny Amendola was the stats I was trying to read there. So we're going to get into the fourth quarter here. Let's see if Lamar Jackson can get the rushing B word here, which is always fun when the quarterback hits that.
I feel pretty good that he does.
Yeah, it looks 72 yards in the first half. You got to feel good. Bad Boys of Pop seemingly has calmed down. He says, my wife is on a reality TV show. I understand the ins and outs more than most. Oh yeah. No, that felt condescending, Bad Boys, gotta admit. He's on one tonight, man. Bad Boys of Pop is having a great Memorial Day weekend, you know? Out here dipping his toe into Newport Beach waters, then immediately going on crazy rants about contest structures. Now he knows the ins and outs of reality TV.
Here, but Bad Boys of Pop complaining about something is not going to change anything in the world. I'm sorry. If that's too real for you, it is what it is. Again, happy to have you here. Happy to interact with you in the chat. But that's the way the world is, brother.
I like you keeping it real. That's what we do here. Keep it real.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
Damon Ariel saying, my favorite reality TV is Live Pursuits on Facebook, usually from Los Angeles, with Stu Mundell in the air, KTLA. I got to say, anytime there is a highway pursuit, my friends always send it into our group chat, like the live stream of it. It's always a fun time. It happens in LA all the time.
Worldwide Wob always does that.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with him on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter, yeah.
He always goes
Hilarious.
into like the helicopter or something like that.
Yeah, he's always changing his name around. Crazy internet guy. 17-14 here in the third quarter. Tommy Freeze Pops here with you with Matt Lamarca, Daniel on the ones and twos, Jordan, our producer. We got Tate on the ops team tonight, tracking the stats. Going to hand the ball off here to Kerryon Johnson to start the second half. Ben Melton leads the late classic with Hawkinson in the captain spot, 11 points. I wonder how many people had Marvin Jones in the captain spot. I'm sure that was sent to us by our handy-dandy producers at some point here. Oh. I'm sorry, Jordan. I did not mean to do that. That was not me trying to passively aggressively ask for that. 5.2% as the captain. Wow. And now I feel that feels like something a radio host would have done to me if I forgot something that wasn't expressly needed. Like that, I feel bad right now. I'm going to take a lap, Lamarca. I'm going to take a lap. Take over.
And these night hoops games have not been very competitive. The Clippers have jumped out to an 18-point lead, 45 seconds left in the half. That series looks like, I mean, it's still plenty of time left as Doncic hits a 3 to cut it to 15, but looking like we'll be headed to Los Angeles 2-2 in this series, which would be fun.
All right, I'm back. Who in the West do you want to see win the conference?
Who do I want to see win is the Jazz.
Mm-hmm. Are you a Donovan
I just think
Mitchell fan,
I think it'd be a nice story that you can still build a team that way. You know, build through the draft, develop young players. Develop chemistry over time and just get marginally better year after year after year until you ultimately get over the hump. We haven't seen that type of team in like a decade, really. You know, back since the Spurs won, I would say the Spurs were the last team.
You know what? Actually, sneaky, people forget, but the Warriors were that team.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Adding Kevin Durant makes people forget that, but they
did
drafted
only win the
Steph,
one
Clay, and
title
Draymond
before Durant got there.
Right.
But you are right. They did win
and they
the title.
They had the 73-game season as well without Durant. But yeah, the Warriors very sneakily. But I agree with you. I think the Jazz, as a basketball fan, would be the most fun team to come out of the Western Conference. I think the Suns would be really fun as well. I think that team is really fun to watch.
Sure.
Booker, Ayton. I am someone that roots for Chris Paul. Personally,
Lamar had a big hole for the first down and decided to cut it up the middle, and now it'll be 4th and inches.
Bad Boys of Pop is saying that he's not mad, and why are we making it out for him to seem like he's ranting and raving? Bad Boys, scroll back and look at you copy and pasting the same angry message over and over again like 20 minutes ago. That's why. Detroit with a monster punt.
Yeah, that was a boom.
Baltimore, I should say.
That was a booming punt.
That was an incredible punt. Bad Boys retorts, I can guarantee you that I've made change happen. If you truly think I can't, I feel sorry for you. Not to make you feel bad, just being, in quotes, real.
We're not gaining anything by continuing to read his comments. So
yeah, okay. All right. Makes sense. What do you think Detroit's ceiling is next year? 4 wins?
5 wins.
I'd like to look at their schedule. And I know people
I
dislike
actually
that
played
sometimes.
the schedule game with the Lions with Jeff.
Okay, where'd you have them?
I think I had them at maybe 5-12. Maybe 4-13. I can't even remember.
That feels correct.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan says he's heard people say they may not win a game. That's fair.
Okay, I'm just going to do it quick since you've done it already. Niners, they'll lose. Packers lose. Ravens lose. Bears at Soldier Field lose. I think they lose at Minnesota. Week 6 playing Cincy, I think they lose. I think the Bengals get better. At Rams, they'll lose. Let's say Week 8 at home against the Eagles. That's a winnable game. At Pittsburgh, lose. At Cleveland, lose. Hosting the Bears, they'll lose that game. They'll lose to the Vikings again. At Denver, I think they could win. I don't think the Broncos are going to be good. I'm assuming Rodgers won't be there. They're going to lose to the Cardinals. At Atlanta, I think Atlanta gets better. They lose there. At Seattle, at Green Bay. I got them at 2 wins. 2 wins.
The deuce.
The deuce.
It'll be interesting to see how Goff does in this system. I think that the general consensus is he's going to really stink playing without Sean McVay.
Yeah.
And that would be my guess as well, but it'll be interesting one way or the other, right? Like maybe.
And it's not like his weapons are great in Detroit either.
No, he's really got no weapons. Maybe
the cupboard is bare.
Maybe he'll prove some people wrong. He's
got a good tackle though. They were pumped about that pick. So they're starting out strong. The anchor of their team with Sewell coming out of Oregon. Got Detroit driving here. Our Lions Mount Rushmore with Rossi. It was Megatron, Stafford, Barry Sanders, and get ready for it, kicker Jason Hansen.
Jason Hansen.
So look, I had to let Rossi have that one. He was my partner and is my partner in the Mount Rushmore mission here. He loves kickers. He made a compelling argument for him. I thought that Night Train Lane probably would have been my pick. There's a few other ones that I had on my list. I don't have it in front of me currently, but had to give him the kicker, Jason Hansen. 19 seasons with one team, something like that. It was something crazy. One of only 2 kickers to make our Mount Rushmores. Yep, Karras was on the list as well. There was a bunch of dudes that should have been on there. Yeah, over Jason Hansen. Let's be real. Let's be real. But Stafford, I think, deservedly so on the Mount Rushmore of Detroit. Going to probably hurt a lot of people in Detroit's feelings to see him do well in L.A. But look, you guys had your chance. Just couldn't put a winning team around him. It's unfortunate. There was a stretch when Megatron was in his prime and Stafford, I mean, he never was bad in my opinion, but when Stafford was really, really good, I think he threw for like 4,000 yards or something, where I thought Detroit was going to be one of those teams that was going to be perennially in the playoffs as the field goal is good here.
Stafford's had actually like a 5,000-yard season.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It might have been the 5,000-yard season. It was the year that where like a bunch of dudes threw for 5,000 yards. Do you remember that? I think 4 different guys threw for 5,000.
Yeah, so in 2011, he threw for 5,000 yards. That was his career high, and you're right, it doesn't look like he even led the league in yards that season.
Yeah, it was a weird year. But it was after that season where I was like, oh, wow, like the Lions might actually be legit because Sue was young still. They had Ndamukong Suh. They had a few other dudes on that defense where I was like, okay. But it just didn't happen. For whatever reason, they couldn't put it together. And that must hurt, you know, when you have your guy. I mean, Stafford is a guy that can win I think we all can agree he can win a Super Bowl. I know we haven't seen him in the postseason all that much, but I think his game would translate. He's not the type of guy, I think, that goes in there and completely, pees the bed come postseason time.
Yeah, I think you have to have the right team around him. But
yeah,
I think the Rams could be that team. They got a lot of blue chippers on that squad.
If they somehow get Julio, like you said, although you basically said that's the team you think he'd come in and be wide receiver 1. It's not like you said it's a likely destination for him. And I don't think financially they could pull that off. But, you know, the NFL, they make things work. It's just how it works. But if, like, in an ideal world for the Rams, if they get Julio, that's a nearly unstoppable offense in my eyes. If he's healthy. Rich Sharp on YouTube saying he can't wait to see what Stafford does with the Rams. I can't either. It happened so early on in the offseason for the Rams and Lions that it almost kind of gets lost in the shuffle, right? Because, you know, the draft happens. We're all hyped about that. We're all worried about Rodgers. We're all worried about Julio Jones. And we kind of forget, like, a blue chip quarterback got moved from Detroit over to LA. It's exciting.
I agree.
It doesn't
think
happen that often.
It's a massive upgrade.
Huge. Absolutely huge. 20-14, Detroit on top of Baltimore. Matthew Stafford, 22 for 27, 206 yards, 2 touchdowns, both of those coming to Marvin Jones. Lamar Jackson, 4 for 5, 26 yards. Got 5 carries for 92 yards. Talk about efficiency, man. 18 yards a carry for Lamar Jackson right now. Only 8 yards away from the B word. Mark Ingram, 23 yards on 5 carries. Kerryon Johnson, 8 carries, 56 yards. Lamar Jackson with the lone rushing touchdown of the game. Adrian Peterson, 3 carries, 0 yards. Not what you want. J.K. Dobbins, 3 carries, 28 yards. A candidate for the Babysitter Billy award at this point. Marvin Jones, 8 grabs, 65 yards, 2 touchdowns. You got to think about, I mean, if Lamar hits the bonus, you'll give him the wooden nickel maybe. But Marvin Jones, I mean, look, for ownership-wise, 2 tuds, definitely in the discussion. Hawkinson, 5 for 60. Mark Andrews, 3 for 22, always a strong candidate for Babysitter Billy. Swift, he has 3 grabs. Damon Amendolara has 3 grabs. Kenny Galladay.
How about Hollywood Brown with a bagel?
You know what? Hollywood Brown is so underwhelming to me in these sims and kind of in real life. I just don't even think about him. Like, if you're rostering pass catchers for Baltimore at this point, you just don't watch these. You're new to this. So you'll learn at some point. Don't put
Wow.
pass catchers on your Baltimore rosters. Don't put them in your lineups.
I rostered Hollywood Brown along with 30% of the other good people in this contest, sir.
I don't think you guys know what you're doing. In my defense and yours, no one knows what we're doing. It's completely random.
Welcome to Whose Line Is It Anyway, where the points don't matter and everything's made up anyway.
Great show. They should bring that show back.
They've tried to.
I know, and it just didn't resonate.
It is a good show, though.
It's a good show. It's a good show in reruns, you know? Like, it has aged well. Daniel saying he'd binge that all day on HBO Max. It's a good background show, for sure. Lamar hits the B word. Congratulations on the bonus, Lamar Jackson. Almost punching it in for another score. First and goal, Ravens. 7:24 remaining in the fourth quarter.
I thought we were going to see the patented whoop whoop juke.
Yep.
But instead,
The little okey doke.
Instead, he chose to head towards the sideline.
You know what you don't see a lot of in Madden, but I used to do
Spin
a lot
move?
of when I would play spin move. I used to hit that square button.
It's not effective anymore.
Yeah, it used to be unstoppable.
It
But now
used
it's
to be
really
OP.
it's
Now
too slow.
Now it's the juke. Now it's the juke.
Yeah, it's too slow. That's the issue. Honestly, when the spin move stopped being effective, I kind of stopped playing football video games. It was my go-to that like NCAA football 2006 with Reggie Bush. Unstoppable spin move if you were to use USC. Unstoppable. I'm excited for that game to come back.
Oh, dude. During quarantine, I literally went. This was back when I was unemployed.
Love that. Congrats.
I went to GameStop and bought a PS3 just so I could fire up 2 games. NCAA Football 14.
Amazing.
And Fight Night Champion.
Amazing.
I know
Incredible move by you.
everybody loved NCAA football. I'm excited to see it on the new platform. We need a Fight Night game on the new systems. I know there's UFC. I've played the UFC. It's fun. It's a little too complicated for me. I don't want to have to worry about the takedown defense.
You just want to punch.
I just want to get in there and brawl.
uppercut.
Exactly.
I like it. Block.
And that game was so you could slip and then just absolutely hammer people. Super fun, man.
Oh, no. Lamar, what are you doing, bro?
Lamar got stuck.
He was stuck. Went for it on 4th down. Gets stuck. Just
Patriots
throw it at that
NCAA
point.
Football 14 is his all-time favorite game. WWE new game coming in this year.
Yeah, I saw that.
That could be fun. I haven't followed wrestling in a long time, but I used to enjoy a good wrestling game.
I am not a wrestling guy. It's not that I hate on it in any way. It's just not something I ever followed as a kid. I feel like if you don't follow it as a kid, it's really hard to get into wrestling as an adult. Is that fair?
I'm sorry I missed it.
I was saying, is it fair to say that if you don't get into wrestling as a kid, it's kind of hard to get into it as an adult?
Yeah.
Like I can't parachute in on wrestling right now and like really get into it.
I don't think. I'd be very surprised if there was somebody who didn't watch as a kid but got into it as an adult.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised.
And so that's kind of the boat I'm in. Like I have a bunch of friends that are into wrestling. They're like, "Oh, dude, you'd love it. The storylines are great. It's awesome. It's fun." I'm like, dude, I get it, but it wasn't something I grew up with. I can't get there. Maybe if like I have kids one day and they get into wrestling, maybe that's an entry point.
That's a good entry point. I used to watch it with my dad.
There you go.
And it's funny, we'll talk about it occasionally now. And like, I used to bug him to buy all the pay-per-views. Be like, Dad, come on, can we get Royal Rumble or whatever? And he would be like, okay, yeah, we can get it. And now, years later, he's like, I'll be honest, I wanted to get it too, but I needed the excuse for your mom.
The boy really wants it.
I've got to do it for the boy.
Come on, we got to make our kid happy. I will say, when it comes to buying pay-per-view events, there's very few I've ever purchased. I bought Floyd Mayweather versus Oscar De La Hoya back in the day when I was in high school. I think it was like my 15th birthday or 16th, something like that. That was like everyone came over and we bought the De La Hoya versus Floyd Mayweather fight. And, we're young at that point, obviously. We didn't realize that if it says the match starts at 8, those are all the undercards.
Right, it really starts at around midnight.
And the fight was in Vegas, so it started super late. So we're all like in my parents' basement. It's like hot. It's the summer. We're all just sitting around like sweating. And it's like, what? Like, when is this going to start? I think a bunch of my buddies had passed out by the time it even started. And then, of course, Floyd Mayweather fights very not viewer-friendly, we'll say, because he just avoids punches the whole time, gets the guys tired, and then just takes care of business.
He was an absolute master defender.
Yeah. As a casual boxing fan, though, as a kid,
unless you were an aficionado, his fights were not particularly entertaining.
And as a 15-year-old, I'm not able to recognize that at that point in my life, where I'm like, wait, I thought this guy was supposed to be awesome, but he was. I just didn't recognize what he was doing. So that
Kyle,
was one.
BG will be back on Wednesday.
Yes.
Wednesday for the 6 and 8 p.m. Eastern Time Sims.
Very nice. He used to do a lot of Sims with Glash, and now he's a big shot in the WNBA, so he's too cool for me.
Good for him,
It's fine. Yeah, sometimes you move on from people in life.
You sound hurt a little bit.
A little bit. I'm a little scorned. I'm like the salty ex that sees
young Mr. Glasheen. I've always
he's a talented fella.
He really is. He really is. I think that a lot of the people that work here could do other things, bigger things, and be quite successful. I think Kaufman could be a play-by-play guy. I think
he's
Emerson
done it in the
could
past.
be a play-by-play guy for sure.
I think Emerson could be a SportsCenter host. I think Emerson could be on SportsCenter one day, no doubt. Lamar finding his man in stride. Your boy, Hollywood Brown, with the grab. Ravens with the chance to win here. Lions only have 20. Dom Harpo saying Lamarca isn't good enough for you, Tommy? Absolutely not. I was saying earlier tonight, I want to spend every day with Lamarca. That's my guy. Oh, Lamar sliding before the end zone, avoiding the hit, allowing more time to come off the clock. Heady play by Lamar Jackson, doing what Brandon Jacobs did in the Super Bowl against the Pats back in the day, kneeling the ball at the 1-yard line, allowing more time to come off the clock. I was extremely frustrated when he did that. Lamar Jackson, end zone, touchdown, tie ball game. Justin Tucker can give him a 1-point lead here with 1:05 remaining. Lamar Jackson having a day, my friend. Woo!
Rossi's Fat Cat saying Emerson could probably commentate the Puppy Bowl. That's about as good as he could do.
I think he'd do. I think he would do fantastic. He was born to call the Puppy Bowl.
For sure. I mean, I know he does the stuff with Nesson. He's kind of like their late night studio show.
Yep.
I'm sure he's great at that. Reed T now, of course, working with the PGA Network.
Yeah, and he's a star.
Lots of talent in these DK Sim Fam streets. And then there's me, and I do the best I can.
Lamarca, you are a guru, my friend. You're great. I am a Matt Lamarca fan.
Well, that's nice to hear, Tom.
All right, here we go. Let's see if Detroit can win this thing. Because they ain't going to tie it. Really hard to score 1 point in the pro game. In fact, I think it's impossible. Actually, if you block an extra point and return it, it's now worth 1 point, where it used to be a dead ball. That is the only way you can score 1 point in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken. And guys, that doesn't happen much.
1 point in the NFL.
I think they changed the rule because you can return a 2-point conversion try to the house if you intercept. Like if they pass on a 2-point conversion and you run it back, you get 2.
Yeah.
So I think that if you try and kick a PAT and you block the PAT and somehow scoop and score that, I think you get 1.
Are you sure that's not 2 as well?
I'm not positive. I know that you get points for that now. Because it used to be a dead ball, which I thought was stupid.
I think it's a deuce, but I could be wrong. It's not a situation we see all that often.
No, definitely not. Jordan saying on Slack he thinks it's only happened twice in like college football ever. That's the college game. Definitely don't see it in the pros.
Obi-Wan says Semi's a house husband. Yeah. Listen, guy doesn't have a bad life. Married to an Emmy winner, 2 wonderful fur children.
Oh, he missed him.
I may not have any of that, but I do have my collection of sports cards. So that's something.
That is something, my friend. And I am jealous. I am jealous of your Bam Adebayo rookie patch auto.
Don't have one of those. I have a 1 of 1 on that, though.
That's what it was. I tried. I can't memorize your collection.
Says, if Pacquiao beats Errol and then Crawford, would he be considered the GOAT? I could be mistaken, but hasn't Manny Pacquiao been like done for 5 years? I don't think there's any universe where he could beat Terrence Bud Crawford, a.k.a. the best pound-for-pound fighter on the world, on the planet, in a fight in the year 2021 or
yeah,
anytime.
You're right. He has been retired, but he's made, like you said, and I'm sure you're very
I say
aware.
done, not as in retired, as in like he's just getting his butt whooped now.
He's been semi-retired, I think. The last few fights have been like really bad for him. Embarrassing, even. So yeah, I feel like he should probably just not fight anymore. At a certain point, it's time to stop.
Especially like he's got a lot going on, isn't he? Like
yeah, he's like a congressman,
some sort of politician.
Yeah. He's a busy man. He's also like a recording artist too, I'm pretty sure, in his country.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing all sorts of stuff. He's a legend.
Okay, so D-Rod said he beat Thurman last year. That is a pretty good win. I still think he's kind of done.
He's old.
Saying he became the champ doesn't matter. There's like 9 champs in each division, I feel like. Let me check his recent fights.
So is Detroit really going to use all their timeouts here to not allow Baltimore to run out the clock? 3rd and 10.
Right. I saw that fight against Jeff Horn that he lost, which was a bad L. It was a bad decision as well. Like he should have won that. So I guess if you make that a win, he's fought pretty well. I think he has to be a pretty massive underdog versus Spence. We'll see if he can beat Spence, then yeah, put him in the conversation.
Yeah, you know what? I forgot about that fight against Horn. Wasn't that on ESPN? And then
yes,
Stephen A. Smith just lost his mind on
It was
SportsCenter
one of
afterwards.
the worst judged fights I've ever seen.
Yeah, I remember that. Because I'm not a guy that follows boxing closely, but I clearly watched that one, and because it was a big deal. It was on network, well, not network, but cable.
Right,
TV,
I remember that was like a big. It was on ESPN.
It was a really big deal, and then
Right.
I remember because I was working at ESPN at the time, and people around the building were like, "Wow, it's not good that he just lost this in this way. Like this sort of backfired." I know we're all talking about it right now, but it's not for a good reason. They weren't happy. All right, guys. Baltimore gets the 1-point victory. Ravens 21. Lions 20. Stafford 23 for 32. 212. 2 touchdowns. Jackson didn't even throw the ball 10 times. 8 completions on 9 attempts.
You know what? He got the dub. And his
Didn't
fantasy
have to.
owners are very happy.
And honestly, he didn't rush the ball that much either as we look at the rushing stats, but still dominated. 15 carries for 152 yards. Average 10.1 on the ground. 2
Pretty
tuds. Absolute monster. Kerryon Johnson, 8 carries, 56. Mark Ingram, 7 carries, 29. Swift had 4 for 11. Peterson, 3 for a goose egg. J.K. Dobbins, 3 for 28. Going to take a look at the receiving stats here momentarily. Marvin Jones, good for you. 2 touchdowns, 8 grabs. Mark Andrews, 5 for 28. TJ Gronkinson, 5 catches for 60. Swift, 28 yards rushing on 4 carries. Damon Amendolara, 3 catches, 27 yards. Your boy, Hollywood Brown. What are we looking at here? Yeah, Kenny Golladay, 2 for 24, not good.
Woof.
And, Brown, 1 for 17. So it's actually kind of a difficult question who the Babysitter Billy Award winner is here. I mean, a lot of really strong candidates. We know that Jackson's getting the wooden nickel. I'll give it to him.
I'm not giving it to Lamar.
Whoa! He gets win and the bonus. Who you going with Marvin Jones?
I'm giving it to Marvin Jones, and
Wow,
here's
congratulations.
why. Lamar Jackson, 97.6% owned, 65% owned in the captain spot. Everybody had Lamar. He could have had a bad game, and it would have made no difference for the most part in this contest. Now, Marvin Jones, 40% owned. That's the guy you needed. Wooden nickel.
Wooden nickel. Congratulations. Good sound logic there. That is why Lamarca is a guru. So congratulations to Marvin Jones. He gets the wooden nickel. If he's in St. Louis, he can grab a cone with me. We'll go
get some ice cream at the roast beef shop. Hollywood Brown. He's my not my kid award.
Very fair. All right, guys. Memorial Day weekend continues to roll on. Hope everyone has a good day tomorrow. Maybe a cookout. Hopefully the weather gets nicer for those not having good weather right now, like my friend Lamarca. We'll be here for 3 Sims. Let me read that schedule for you here. Gonna pull that up. It's around here somewhere. Here we go. Noon, Jets, Broncos, Koff, Christian. 2 o'clock, Dolphins, Raiders, Koff, Kenny. Get the Green, Emerson, Reed, all things golf. 4 p.m., Bucks, Rams, Rossi, ZT. And then you got the slate with Kenny and Matt Misselman. Is that pronounced correctly, Lamarca? Matt Misselman?
You know, I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry, Matt, if I pronounced your name wrong. But there you go.
Matty
That's
Money
your
will
lineup
call
for
it.
tomorrow. M&M. 2 M's. There you go. Meiselman.
I like Eckerton. You don't even know who Eckerton is.
Nope. I don't. Guys, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I am going to be off tomorrow. Lamarca, have a good day, my friend.
You've earned yourself a day off,
Thank
sir.
you. I'm excited. I'm excited to rest. I'm going to eat some dogs tomorrow. Enjoy the sandwiches tomorrow, people. We'll talk soon.